Hello, travelers, and welcome to the Astro Carnival Prince Cup Atlantic Tournament regular season. This is our last weekend of the online Prince Cup group stage top 32. My name is Windflower Leah, aka Leah, and joined with me here is Sumi. Once again.
Hello, everybody. I'm back. Turns out I lied a few weeks ago, and that was not my last week, but I'm thankful to be back regardless to finish off another exciting week of TCG gameplay, this time for Group B, and starting off on our first match will be a very exciting one.
Very, very, very exciting. So, I mean, if this is your first time following along, because I know we are in Genshin official today, welcome if you are watching from there. This is our updated group bracket for Group D. So last weekend we did in fact play Meteor versus Nyahida and Mayoi versus Zero. Mayoi and Meteor getting knocked down to that lower bracket, and we'll see them being played later. But we're going to be starting off today with the rest of our initial Group D matches. Lilybot versus Kevin Z, 9006 versus Beyond, and then Nyahida versus Zero in the upper bracket. And then, yeah, Sumi and I will pass off casting to Rin and Blap later.
Now, starting off our first match, though, that Lilybot and Kevin match, I think that is the star of the entirety of Group B, and we're lucky to be able to see it first thing this weekend.
Yes, so I have really, really high expectations for this match, and I know if you are a veteran player in the Genius Invocation TCG community, you will be too, but we'll get into that in a bit. So here we have our most played action cards, just some statistics from, because we've had 3 groups play out already, we're on our last one. Just some statistics from our game. So strategize, top inclusion rate.
Yeah, like almost a 6% inclusion rate. That is like quite big, like especially in comparison to the rest of the decks. It's like a card like Liven only at 4.3%. Like Liven used to be an auto include in most decks, sitting at like a mighty 98% inclusion rate.
I think
so the
it's
fact
really...
that he's fallen so low really speaks the power, or like how the meta has really shifted.
I think it's really interesting that the inclusion rate is only around 5 to 6% for the top card. Like that just shows how much variation is actually in these decks. And then also like, I just want to highlight, so there's a lot of card draw and dice generation with Lumenstone, Boar, Heart of Caverna, etc., etc. So I think that really shows that the current meta is favoring things like Magic, but here's the top decks by win rate so far.
Yeah, and speaking of Magic, like a lot of these character cards in these decks really do play into that. They really like to cycle through their deck quickly, grab a lot of their cards, and a lot of the cards that they do grab from their deck generate a lot of dice in return to kind of continue that cycle. Kuki Yao Yao with Abyss Herald, that is like one of the most efficient decks in the game. It is a value deck made specifically to break through stall. And like Mew as well, like the Sayu version with the Wolves Gravestone, a lot of damage built in there. Nuvalat, like just such an efficient card as well with his Source Water Droplet. The surprising inclusion, like with almost 70% win rate, is that Kenki deck.
Okay, yeah, but can we talk about Magu Kenki? Like, Magu Kenki, seeing that high win rate is actually so cool to me because we don't often see character cards like Magu Kenki being played. It's always really interesting when something that is not considered meta by a lot of players actually makes it on stage and performs really well, but I would also be interested in seeing the sample size for those games because I don't think, that was by win rate, right?
It was by win rate.
I don't think a lot of those decks were played a whole lot. But
no,
the Mona Signora Thunder Manifestation was what?
It is very popular. That has seen 14 games. The Sayu Mew version of the deck has seen 15, and Kenki is the lowest at only 5 games played, whereas Kugi Yayo has seen 9 and Nuvalet Sol 12.
Did you just say 15 for the Sayu deck?
15 picks for the Sayu deck, that's correct.
Wow, wait, that's actually so many, but here we go. Kevin Z, do you see the tag? I think Kevin Z is the only one that brought the TCG God tag out of all of the players.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, now they think about it. I mean, honestly, the tag is rather deserved for one of our most historied players in the game. Kevin Z has been here since the beginning, and he has like played in so many tournaments and gotten shoutouts for so many players.
Yeah, there is a very, very, very long list of placements for Kevin Z, and I'll talk about that a bit more as we get into the match versus Lilybot. But do you want to talk a bit about the deck that he brought?
Yeah, so what the deck Kevin brought is a variation of Stall. We can talk about that in a second, whereas Lilybot is bringing out Classic Mew with Wander.
Mona Eula Wander, that's why it's called Mew, M-E-W.
Yeah,
so, I mean, Lilybot and Kevin Z are rivals. I would say they're rivals. They have faced each other on the big screen so many times in the past. And actually, in the grand finals of many Cat Sales Gathering matches, Kevin Z often coming out on top. I think Kevin is actually 3-0 against Lilybot. So this is a revenge match for Lilybot. But yeah, it looks like Kevin Z is bringing more of a stall deck that, a take on the double Hydro Ningguang deck that was popular for so long. Meanwhile, Lilybra has an aggro deck here.
Yeah, no, this is kind of a redo of the match we saw all the way in Group C, where Binzu and Ting, they played very similar decks. I think Ting played the exact same deck as Lilybra, although the list was slightly different, I believe. So Kevin Z's deck is a stall deck using Ningguang's Jade Screen in combination with all the stall tools you usually get in a stall engine like Tenacity of Millilith and whatnot, Hydro Resonance, the Barber Melody Loop. You just heal through your opponent's damage and then slowly charge up Ningguang Burst and nuke down the opponent.
But here we go, we are getting into it. Kevin Z versus Lilybra, this is match 1. Also, there is a QR code on your screen if you are watching. If you have any feedback at all about the stream, about our casters, about, the content of the stream, anything like that, feel free to scan that QR code with your phone or something and fill out that form. It will really help us develop the future of our streams. So yeah, thank you so much for that. Also, I believe there are Welkin raffles ongoing. So if you want to participate in those, head over to the Astro Carnival Twitch channel. It has to be the Twitch channel. I believe there will be instructions in the chat from a moderator, but just in case there isn't, I think you type ! Pick the player you want to win and your UID in the same message, and you'll be entered into that raffle. But yes, here we go. Lumenstone being played by Lilybra. I think it was Strategize.
Going to start off strong. Mew typically does like this standard Mona skill into ramp strategy because it does rely on weapons, it does rely quite heavily on artifacts, and without it, Wanderer's damage can fall short in comparison to other decks. And especially against the stall deck, which does like to ramp in your face turn 1, you kind of need to match that if you want your pressure to have any lasting effect.
Lilybra going for a Mona skill, very normal start here. Kevin Z putting down Dunyarzad into that leave-in, and what does he draw? It's another Dunyarzad. So
yeah.
Wait, he could play Dun Timaeus.
You could play Dun Timaeus, they'll draw you another card, and then you could use your 3 Electro Dice to play the Tenacity of Millilith either on Barbara or Layla, your choice. You probably don't want to play on Ning, although it's probably fine because Wander could actually get attacked off field. And then you pass your 3 other dice for Libin for a full ramp start that we were talking about earlier.
Okay, so Kevin, so when you play a companion card, after you play Dunyarzad, you'll draw 1 companion that's once per game. And then when you play Timaeus for the first time, well, if you play any Timaeus, you have at least 6 artifacts in your deck, it'll draw 1 out. So Kevin drew another Libin, and then Veteran's Visage, which is already 0 cost because of the 2 Timaeus stacks. That could be pretty huge.
I don't think Kevin will use it this turn. Very unlikely, because you could just equip Tenacity of Millilith over onto the Ningguang. She is the character that you do want to protect, as she is your main source of damage with that very powerful 7 to 8 damage burst. And we'll just end turn 3 dice passing over to Libin.
Yep, Kevin Z ending his turn here. This is what we call a ramp turn. So he is investing a lot of resources for later rounds. And when you're playing a stall deck, that's kind of what you want to see. But Lilybra is also going to play Libin.
Oh, I think Lilybra miscalculated. Lumenstone needs you to play 3 cards after itself in order to generate you that 1 dice in what card. I believe what Lilybra wanted to do was play Libin third to generate 1 extra dice, have 2 Omni, 1 Anmo, and then pass 3 dice onto next turn. But they've only played 2 cards so far. Libin would be their second.
Yeah, it was Strategize and now Libin. So yeah, you have to play 3 cards after you put down Lumenstone. And it will draw you a card and give you an Omni dice back. But if you don't play those 3 cards, then that doesn't happen, and it's just kind of, wasting 2 dice. Well, it depends, but...
The stacks do not carry over to next round, crucially. You need to play 3 cards that exact run you want it to trigger.
So, I mean, what Lilybra could do here is play the quick swap. Oh, no, we're just ending. Oh, that's tragic.
That feels bad. I think it kind of does make sense, though, right? Because, you do want to say that fast swap, if you want to threat a freeze on Ningguang, she has burst ready, right? And then you can also fast swap onto Wanderer and burst. Ting really struggled to do that against Binzu, mainly because there was the threat of freeze and we didn't have that second fast swap. Skipping it for that as well, just not wasting your resources too early.
So Kevin Z off to a pretty good start here, I would say. That Tenacity of the Millilith equip early is actually really huge. And also, we're probably going to see him swap off here. And there he goes. So now, Lilybra can't swirl that Hydro Aura. What do you think?
No, this is a really smart play from Kevin. Swapping into the early Ningguang is actually going to be super, super critical for this game plan. I was talking about this earlier, but Ningguang's burst just 7 to 8 damage, depending on whether or not you have your Jade Screen stacked up. But of course, in order to do that big burst damage, you need to build energy first, right? And this is the safest time to do it because Lilybah is on Mona. You can't swap to Wander and get a swirl. Mona or Eula doesn't have Grimheart stacked up, so like your Ningguang isn't under any real threat. So you can just charge up that energy safely. You can cheat out that little bit of tempo, which could be so important later on.
So Lilybah went for another skill to apply that Hydro Aura onto Ningguang because really he can't swap to either Wander or Eula here to do anything without that Hydro Aura. Kind of really unfortunate start for Lilybah. Meanwhile, Kevin Z got to play another Timaeus for free because of those double Dunyarzad and drew into, I believe that's a Vorakash's Glow, but there we go, free Veteran's Visage onto Layla, and we're swap stalling.
This is so filthy from Kevin. Kevin knows that Lilybah like wants the swirl at Hydra, right? But like he's just not letting Lilybah have a chance. If you swap Wander, you're wasting so much damage because you're not getting that efficiency. But if you skill on Mona, you're wasting a lot of dice as well because, you know, Mona normal attack only does 1 damage. Like, you want to be acting on Wander, but without the swirls, it's not efficient enough. Oh, this actually feels atrocious. Even equipping the Veteran's Visage as well, that means after his Layla takes damage, it'll generate him 1 dice according to whatever element it's equipped on. So he'll get the dice he uses swap back, and then you can just go back onto Ningguang and skill again.
I mean, so what do you do here? I guess you're just gonna pass those dice to Levin, right? Yeah, so Dunya's not coming down. Underwater Treasure, Lilybah has to play. Nope, not even play another card for Lumenstone. What an unfortunate start.
This is filthy from Kevin. But on the other hand, this is...
So, sorry to interrupt you. I think I'm just realizing why Kevin Z has so many wins against Lilybah.
Yeah, why is
he's a high roller.
Is he? What did he high roll this time?
He's high rolled a good start, and Lilybah is unfortunately low rolled.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, like the cards they had in their opening hand were just so different. Lilybah had like 3 of his hand be combo tools for later on.
Tenacity is the middle list, double Dunyarzad, double Timaeus.
Oh yeah, compared to Gilded Liar plus what is it, like a fast swap? It really just can't compare.
So, just to give you some context, if you're a more casual viewer watching from Genshin Official, the goal of Kevin Z's deck, just very broadly speaking, is to stall out the game long enough for his opponent to use up all of their resources mostly having to do with cards and temporary, like event cards that are 1 usage, for example. Once that's completely out, you have nothing left to tune, you have nothing left to surprise your opponent. You've basically won the war because your characters are going to be fully equipped with artifacts, weapons, etc. and nice and healthy, and you've just won at that point. They can't overwhelm you with damage anymore. As for Lilybah, he's playing an aggressive deck. The goal of this Mona Eula Wanderer, we call it New deck, is to do as much damage as fast as possible in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, unfortunately though, Lilybah hasn't been able to do any damage whatsoever due to their rather unideal start. Also, I want to point out last turn, Kevin Z before ending replaced his second Dunyarzad with a Vanarana despite already having 3 dice for Aliven because the Mona summon would have attacked Layla and that would generate him 1 dice. So you get to carry over 1 extra dice this turn. It's really nice heads-up play from Kevin.
Kevin doesn't even need Dunyarzad anymore because he's already played double Timaeus. There's like nothing really for those Dunyarzad other than Senyata, which he already drew. But Lilybah is playing his own Timaeus. Finally drew Wagner, the Wagner Weapon Banner Special, as Blep likes to call it. And we're gonna see that play too. Draw 1,000 Floating Dreams, 1 more card, and it's a treasure that will activate Lumenstone, give him an Omni and another card, and there's Dunyarzad. Wow.
The unfortunate thing about playing the Wagner now instead of turns 1 or 2 is, of course, he only gets 2 stacks when you play, and every single weapon in Lilybah's deck is 3 cost. So you will have to pay full price for it if you want to use them this round. And Timaeus draws us, drew us our Harakavarina or Varakash's Glow or the Gilded Dreams instead of the Instructors. So that won't even get us instant dice value this turn either.
But
things are going from bad to worse for Lilybah.
But you know, it's really too late to wait at this point.
No,
this is round 3, so we do see Heart of Kavarina equip onto Wanderer and a fast swap due to Mona's passive, and Lilybah had to pay for the 1,000 Floating Dreams up front.
No, absolutely. Like paying full price for one you could have gotten for free is something you don't particularly like to do, but like the game has already went pretty long. It's already round 3. Your pressure window is starting to dwindle. Like Heaven Z is almost fully set up. And he also has more dice than you.
He does. He has 12 dice there, and I do believe so. Ningguang's artifact is very shiny and glowing.
It is. There's still 1 dice left in Kevin's like repertoire.
Sunyata getting rid of the Tamayas. Don't need any more. Already 3 artifacts on his characters.
Oh, Zhudong could be nice.
Yayoi and Shudong.
I don't think you're using the Yayoi because like you only have 1 artifact left in your deck, which is like the Tenacity Millith, which, you know, Tamayas 3 stacks can give you for free, so no point. But the Zhudong could discount the Matsutake meat rolls.
It could. I do believe I would have to revisit the deck list again. I do believe Kevin Z's deck runs quite a bit of food, actually.
Well, I mean, even if
no.
Kevin already has 3 food in hand.
So it's only 2 mushroom pizza and an egg.
Oh.
This is treasure deck, double treasure.
Oh, it's treasure stall.
Yes, this is treasure stall. So I mean, we had this debate a bit ago in one of our previous weekends, like the differences between bringing the Shudong Chef Mao food tech in the stall decks versus something like treasure with magic elements, and I think we determined that the treasure variant was better, at least in this current meta. So we're gonna have to see if that trend continues with this game. But here we go, Kevin Z playing Layla Burst.
I mean, the Varakasha's Glow did generate 1 card. Unfortunately, it was the Shadow of the Sand King, not the one we wanted to see. It doesn't generate us dice. We would have really liked it Instructors here. But we do still have our Liars to pull back to give us a free Gilded, and like Tamayas will still discount that.
That's exactly what we're gonna see here. I was gonna say, I don't think we see Shadow of the Sand King come in, but yeah, so taking back the Heart of Coverina, and then being able to equip Gilded for free. Okay. Draws into another Tamayas.
Second Tamayas. I mean, we have 1 more Dunyazard in hand. That could be like another free Tamayas next turn if we replace our current one, if we have any dice left over, and like it should pull us our Instructors at that point, because like we gotta have already pulled most of our artifacts, right?
Now something Kevin Z, I mean, Luba's dice aren't there for it, but something Kevin Z has to really think about is the possibility of Calx Burst, yes.
Yeah,
but
and
it's not happening this turn.
No, it's not. It is something that he does need to be worried about, because Boar Princess plus Liar Song, like Kavrina replaced, would give 4 dice, which would be enough for Calx Arts, give Wander that final energy to burst for, I believe it's like 9 damage at this point. So that's something Kevin Z does need to be aware about, and he is swapping over to Barbara just in case that was a possibility, and forcing Lilybud to use the last of his dice.
Lilybud thinking hard about what to do here, only has those 2 Omni left, could go for another action with the Liar Song, but then, you know, this is kind of playing into what I was talking about earlier. He will have used up both of those resources. Once you've used both Liar Songs, they're gone. They're just event cards, 1 use, so that's going to be less dice generation against Kevin as this game goes on.
It is as the stars foretell.
Heart of Coverina and a swapped Mona.
That'll give us 1 more card, because I know we'll get hit by the Layla Summon end phase, and that also lets you fast out over to Wander again to avoid any freeze play Kevin might do, because Mona does give that free fast swap as well. We're going to save our dice for next round. That'll also give us a free Tamayas, because we have 1 left over for the Dunyazard.
Ooh, Barbara's talent coming out with her skill. This will give Kevin Z a free swap away, and so I think that, yeah, Starry Night is going to freeze Mona. Not that it matters.
No, the Evil's always going to end, so this is fine. Unfortunately, he does also use her Layla Star, so we can't really threaten a freeze next turn either. It's going to take us a while to build that back.
Did you just end here? I mean, why would you ever swap off Mona?
No, I don't think there's a reason to.
That quick swap's going to refresh at the start of next turn. I think you just end here.
I mean, maybe there's an argument to prematurely swap to Wanderer, right? Because they already used their star. It's not like they can just instant freeze you next turn, right? They can't do 3 actions to regenerate that. Draws
a golden house from the Shadow of Sand King. And I think this is going to be an end for Lilybud. Kevin Z has 3 more dice to work with, but also has the Vanarana and hasn't procced his Lumenstone yet either, so...
And there's still 1 free fast swap from Barbara as well.
Strataguts.
Tracks our Lumenstone.
Ooh, there's the Calx. Another Vanarana.
Yeah, so Calc's Arts is going to probably be the critical card here for Kevin Z to pay attention to. What it does is at the cost of 1 dice, it will move the energy from your 2 off-field characters onto your on-field characters to potentially give them 2 energy for a surprise burst.
One thing Kevin Z is going to really have to look to do here, I think, against this deck Lilybot is playing. So Lilybot didn't have the greatest start, but that doesn't mean he can't output a lot of damage. He actually has more time to build up his resources and then use them all in one go, because Kevin Z can't appropriately put Lilybot under threat until much later in the game. So Kevin Z still has to be pretty careful here. One thing he could try to do is build up the Barbara Burst, because that will make sure that Layla, Ningguang, and Barbara are nice and healthy.
That is something to consider. Barbara Burst will effectively reset the board state, but one person has a lot less resources. But it is a heavy commitment for Barbara Burst. You have to build up the energy, you have to spend the action for it as well.
Yeah.
It could be something you go for, but it does still require quite a lot of commitment.
Ooh, Mushroom Pizza going on to Barbara. Kevin Z is definitely going to have to play the swap stall game here. But Barbara's going to be back at 9 HP. Layla and Ningguang at 7 each. And I think next turn is going to be pretty crucial for Lilybot.
Yeah. Lilybot's already burnt a lot of their resources. They have probably 1 or 2 turns left before they're completely out of gas and Kevin Z takes over. So that's 2 rounds of pressure remaining, and 2 rounds of pressure Kevin Z needs to outlast before they can start building towards that Ning burst and before they can start closing out the game.
Well, they're playing Dunyarzad over the other Dunyarzad, and it's gonna be Tamias or Wagner, I wonder. Just a strat for now. Draws into Lieben and Judgment. I don't think Judgment's gonna come up here, though.
No, not against the stall deck. They very rarely play more than 1, maybe 2 event cards every turn. They won't get the most value. Although it could be used to stop a potential Leave It To Me Calc's Burst play on Ning. But I don't think you use it now.
I think Lilybot really wanted to draw into a weapon there to use up those Wagner stacks so that he could replace Wagner with maybe Golden House and play the free Gilded.
Oh yeah, free Gilded.
Because Golden House will reduce the cost of Gilded by 1 and Tamias is at 2 stacks. He really doesn't want to replace anything on his board at the moment.
Oh, and then you can go replace the Wagner with your other Tamias and hopefully draw into something else as well. A little bit unfortunate.
It's probably okay to replace the Dunyarzad. At this point.
I mean, Dunyarzad's only going to get 1 use anyways. We already have a lot of stuff down.
And here we go.
Oh, that's the one we want.
Wolf's Gravesword. That is exactly what we want. And drawing a treasure from Lumenstone.
It was a very full hand.
Yeah, the Wolf's Gravestone already going on to Eula. So this tells me we're going to see a quick swap onto Eula right now.
We're thinking about it. Either that or we're just going to pre-place the Golden House. That way we don't overdraw when we do swap over to the Wander, and we do get our draw because we're swirling. It will be Judgment this turn.
Judgment? Okay, Sumi, explain the Judgment.
What do you want from me?
Yeah, so what Judgment does is at the cost of 1 dice, it will negate the effects of your opponent's next 3 event cards. So those instant cards that generate instant effects we were talking about, like the Lyre Songs, like the Leave It To Me's, like the Calc's Arts, and food cards as well, anything with an instant effect that doesn't linger between turns will just be invalidated.
So why do you think Lilybot played the Judgment here? Also, just wanting to point out, but Wanderer's Burst is up. That normal attack with Wind Favored, doing 5 damage to Layla because of 1,000 Floating Dreams, also buffing elemental reactions as well as just 1 damage across the board. So really heavy hits.
The Judgment is a bit curious because Wanderer can just get frozen here. Like, I don't know. You typically play Judgment when you're expecting your opponent to do a big turn, like in combo decks. It could negate a lot of their dice generation because they can't play their Lyre Songs, they can't play their Board Princesses. But against a stall deck like Ningguang, the only threat you're really worried about is a surprise Calc's Art Burst on Ningguang to nuke down one of your characters before they can get all their damage out.
Yeah, so I mean...
But this isn't a position where Kevin could do that, so I'm rather curious what that's for.
Well, so I'm actually thinking about the deck lists that Kevin Z and Lilybot brought today. So this is open decklist conquest format, and if you're unfamiliar with what that means, it means that each of these players submits 3 decks. Unique decks cannot have any repeating characters before their match, and then they will see their opponent's decks and be able to ban one. And then they will take the other 2 decks and have to win a game on them both in order to advance. If you win on a deck, you can no longer play it. But the point is that Lilybot knows exactly what's in Kevin Z's deck, and so he's playing that judgment with intention to block something. And other than the Calx Art burst on Barbara, Kevin Z also has those treasures. So I think Lilybot is just trying to block healing as much as possible this turn, because this is the turn where he needs to do a whole lot of damage to get advantage.
And critically, Wanderer got frozen, like no burst, because Kevin stayed on Barbara. Leva wasn't able to get that burst down, and that's just 8 to 9 damage down the drain you won't have access to this turn.
Lilybot is burning through the cards in his hand here. I do believe he did play that quick swap as well. So this will be a quick swap over to Eula after we've used up all of our treasure first. But look how many dice Lilybot is at.
Oh, that is a lot of dice, but is it enough to break through Kevin's defenses? We're gonna have to see. That is a skill. Wolf's Gravestone powered now, finally, against Barbara and Layla. This will be a forced Ning swap unless Kevin wants to sacrifice Layla.
No, I mean, so this is gonna be really hard for Kevin because Ningguang is at 8 HP, and Lilybot has that Grimheart stack. I mean, with Ningguang above 6 HP, the Wolf's Gravestone additional 2 damage is not gonna come into play here, but it's still gonna be a lot.
It will be 7 damage if Kevin does swap to Ningguang, but critically, Ningguang isn't under Wolf's Gravestone range, which is that 6 HP mark.
Shudder.
So critically, Ningguang will live to see another day.
That break point, 1 HP break point. I mean, sometimes 1 HP is all you need, but after Lilybot exhausts his actions, Kevin Z is noticeably still on 9 dice.
No, that is a lot of dice to still work with. I think if you are Kevin, you need to swap over to the Barbara now. Yes, you might lose access to the burst, but if Lilybot still has dice remaining, you're gonna lose your Layla, and that's like 8 dice down the drain.
Well, I think, I'm looking at Kevin Z's hand. That 2-cost single element food card is egg. So I think Kevin Z is actually okay with losing someone. If Lilybot has the dice to go for the kill here, then, honestly, Kevin has already lost the game in that sense. But if he doesn't, then I think, maybe he would be the most okay with losing Layla, because he's gonna need that egg, and he's gonna need the Barbara burst. As long as he gets the next turn with Ningguang and Barbara alive, I think he's gonna be okay.
I suppose.
The only unfortunate thing is that he has no real way to Calx Art Barbara burst.
This is destiny.
Because none of his other characters have energy right now. And, Kevin Z will be ending second as well.
That will give Lilybot the turn advantage. That will give Lilybot an opportunity to use that Wander burst as well. And also an opportunity to swirl Hydra once again, because Barbara Melody Loop is up and will self-apply Hydra at the end phase.
So I just want to point out something. So Lilybot brings Judgment in this deck. We've already seen it used. That means there's no Freshman to Freedom Arcane Legend. Judgment did kind of shut Kevin Z down this turn. He couldn't quick swap Barbara Burst or anything like that. Calx Art, all of that was blocked this turn. But not having that Fresh Wind, I don't know if it's gonna come up.
It really threatens what range he's able to threaten, right? Because with Eula, a big play Mew players will typically go for is they start with Mona, get that skill down, and then you want to end first a turn to you instantly go to Wander, you fully equip him with whatever cards you got because you passed on 5 dice and ramped. Apply Hydra to everyone, get all the swirls down, get all the damage, and you go Eula, skill with Gravestone, and Fresh Wind and Freedom, Grimheart. Just get an instant double kill, force your opponent onto 1 character remaining.
Kevin is full ramping here, by the way, so he had 9 dice, but he's looking to end first.
Wow.
Actually just playing out everything. He drew both Underwater Treasure, but he can't play them because of the Judgment. But I think if he can draw out as much of his deck as possible, then next round he could probably play Underwater Treasure Hunt and Stove and try to draw in that treasure and look for a little more sustain. Also, that Barbara skill is going to heal up Kevin's side as well.
Yeah, we'll heal up a little bit. I mean, Ningguang is now fully out of swirl range, which is great.
Ooh, there's the other Tenacity.
Oh, really important.
Another quick swap.
Ooh, 2 quick swap. That's nice. Okay, critically here though is that Wanderer does not have wind favored, which means it's impossible for Ladybud to kill Ningguang with that off-field attack.
Yeah, so Lilybud used that last stack of wind favored with that normal on Layla last turn and did not refresh it. So Ningguang is safe. If you're not familiar with what wind favored does, after Wanderer uses his elemental skill, he gets, I believe it's 2 stacks of wind favored, and then his normal attacks will target the next character off field from the current active character. So with Layla on field right now, that character would be Ningguang. And Ningguang would in fact fall to a normal attack if Lilybot had that wind favored stack. But this is why Kevin is comfortable ending on Layla. Both underwater treasure going down.
Drawing
and
3.
drawing to them with stove.
I think we're 1. Oh, wait, what did we draw with our double lumen stone as well? Unfortunately, I don't think we drew treasures, which is a little bit unfortunate. We would have loved to see some more of that. That's a lot of healing in Kevin's hand, though. Like 1 pizza, 1 egg, 3 treasures. That's a lot of HP.
Now the question
and even
is,
more dice.
The question is, how do you make use of those treasures? So the goal right now for Kevin is to use those treasures to keep his characters above certain breakpoints, so that he doesn't lose those characters to things like Wanderer Burst or Eula skill or normal. Eula is probably the most dangerous one right now, even with Wanderer's Burst up.
Well, I mean, the first
equipped.
breakpoint is 8 HP, which I don't think is possible with the cards we have in hand. Unfortunately, Wanderer is primed and ready to kill either Layla or Barbara, because I don't think Kevin will swap over to the Ning just yet. We want to wait for that to... we want to wait for the burst to be burnt first. But even after that, Eula does have Wolf's Gravestone, right? That is a very threatening captain of the infantry corps. Or, no, scout group? Scout. What was the official name?
Wait, for who?
For Eula. I'm on a tangent here.
Is she reconnaissance?
I think it is reconnaissance.
But anyway, quick swap. I actually think we're gonna go Barbara here, because I'm thinking you really don't. The unfortunate thing is that Layla is shield stacks round 3, and you really want the cry application on either Wanderer or Eula. I think if you go Barbara and you pizza her to 6 and play 3 treasures, she's at 9.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay, so we're on 4 HP here, right? Triple
And
treasure, we heal to
Crystallize.
7. Crystallize heals to 8, and the pizza heals us to 9 as well.
Okay, we're on 5, 6,
6,
7,
7.
7, and then pizza 8. Wait.
Wait.
Jade
What's our
Screen's
play
another
here?
one. What is the
that's
plan
true.
here?
Okay, so we're at 4, 6, 7.
No,
Eight.
Wanderer doesn't have any win favored stacks.
Oh, wait, no, but weapon is +1. It should be 8 damage exactly. It's 7 base +1 from weapon. I think Ning dies here.
I don't think Kevin would let Ningguang die. I think we might be miscalculating. It is 7
We
base.
might.
It is 7 base. So wait. Yeah, no, Lilybot. I think Kevin had to play one more treasure.
Kevin did need to. I think Kevin needed one more
Fine.
treasure.
Let's get this
Burst
over
should do
with.
8 here. I think Kevin might have forgot to calc the weapon.
War Princess Gibbler's equip onto Wanderer.
Burst.
And this is going to be exactly
Ning
enough to
dies.
take out Ningguang.
Kevin miscalculated.
Kevin miscalculated. Unless this is going to be an egg barber burst.
No, you can't.
But then why would you
burst.
play the treasure?
I think Kevin miscalculated.
Oh no. Oh
How do you
no.
ever win in this situation?
Oh no. Okay. So what do you do here?
Let the show
We're
begin.
just kind of in awe here on the cast, right? But what do you do here? Refresh a Barbara's skill. Barbara's burst is up, but what's the goal here now?
I mean, you could egg barber burst, I suppose. And then you could get a tenacity equip with your Yayoi.
Behold!
And then Layliba would have burnt his burst.
Wander skill refreshing the 2 stacks of wind favor. The next normal attack will target Layla and take her out entirely. I think you have to egg Barber Burst. I think Kevin miscalculated by 1.
Or what if this is the big brain play to force Layliba to burn Wander Burst, egg Barber Burst to reset the game state,
You think?
and then we come back? It's either that or he miscalculated.
There's the egg.
I
I
think
mean, he
burned
saved the other
showdown.
treasure. Why did he play those 2 treasure though, if that was the goal? Why did
Guess
he
you
play
gotta
those
make
2
it look
treasure?
convincing.
Did that look convincing? I mean, I guess it confused us. There's the tune. This is definitely gonna be a Barber Burst.
Come on, we can do it.
Yeah, there's the Barber Burst.
So I just want to go back to these players' histories, by the way. So Kevin Z and Layliba have faced against each other 3 times on the big screen in Cattail's Gathering finals even. Kevin taking first place twice against Layliba, and of course Layliba taking second. And then Kevin Z also taking a third against Layliba taking fourth in prior Cattail's Gathering seasons. So they have like an ongoing rivalry going on. I know Kevin Z has been hyping up this match for a while we've been watching the other groups play out. So this is honestly, like, if you're new to TCG and you don't know who these players are, this is one of the most hyped up matches of Group D. There's a lot on the stake here for these players as well. You know, qualifying for the live tournament to Los Angeles, to get into that top 8, and also the prize money. But I mean, for these 2 players, I think it's also the lore.
Ooh, fast up to Layla. Double treasure normal attack. Okay. Oh, this is gonna let us freeze next round potentially.
If you can go for skill. You could play.
Or
You could
totem pass.
double tune skill.
Or totem pass on. Oh, we are double tune skilling.
My guiding stars.
Wow. Okay, no more tenacity
And he's
left.
frozen. Did Kevin Z actually just bait Layliba? Is that what happened?
It could have been bait. You know, like the best bait looks convincing. You know, you catch more flies with honey than vinegar, or so the saying goes.
Is that actually what happened?
It might be.
Because now look at the board state. Mona's gone. Wander is half health.
No burst.
No burst. Kevin Z's back to, being very healthy, minus the lack of weapon and tenacity of the Millith on Niguang.
Minus like 3 treasures as well, which isn't great. It
Also
could've
doesn't
been
have
bait.
another card to proc Lumen. No, wait, no.
Also Niguang's
Never
dead
mind.
again.
Wait, win favor. Never mind. Never mind.
Oh, and we have burst again. Okay, no, I think it might be Jover.
Never mind.
It might be Jover.
It might
I
actually
think
be
Kevin
Jover.
miscalculated.
Using the treasure as much as we can. Can we see a Layla Barbara solo though without Niguang?
I
Playing
mean,
3 treasures draws up the last treasure, and Kevin Z's also out of cards.
look, I mean, Layla does a lot of damage, right? Like, she's a sword user, does 2 on normal attacks, is rather chunky with her shield. The only issue is she has Hydro.
Yeah, Wanderer's Burst is up again.
Unsightly insects.
There it is, -8 onto Layla. And I mean, that treasure is not really gonna save her from those breakpoints.
Right, so good news, Layla can't get frozen anymore.
True, but, I mean, I guess Layla is out of wind favored, so yeah, you just skill here.
Playing it on the safer end, Wander can't. Well, I mean, no, Wander can't chunk for 4. No, wait, no more wind favorite, no swirl. No, Wander can't chunk for 4 HP. This is good.
Skill does base 2, right?
Skill does base 2.
So Layla's effectively a 4 HP.
Yeah, we'll live on 1 after a skill. The only issue is what do you do after that?
What do you do after that? I think you just stay on Layla. Honestly, I think you need to freeze out Eula.
Oh, no. Here's the play, right?
I'm listening.
Wander's skill. Oh, never mind, there was treasure. If that treasure wasn't there, you burst to kill Wanderer, and then you end first. Pray Eula doesn't have enough dice to kill your Barber, and then you just perma-freeze her for the rest of the game.
Well, there's the treasure.
Unfortunately, that treasure is there, so it's not going great. No, this is still winnable. Okay, no, never mind. We don't have enough cryo dice to burst. Not winnable.
What's your battle plan?
I'm just.
I think this is it.
This feels very cooked. So I mean, Kevin can't even swap to Barbara right now.
No.
Just permanently staying on Layla.
He really doesn't have any other choice. I think burst here should kill as well as Gravestone.
Freeze to the core.
Yes, burst will be enough to take out Layla. And that burst summon is also going to target Barbara at the end of turn. There is a refresh of Barbara's skill, not that it really matters, and
Well,
Liliba ending first is going to guarantee the win.
Yeah, because you can't get frozen if you end first. You just freeze them first.
I mean, it's not a freeze. You just
kill
whack her.
them.
You just whack her. You have a big sword. Just whack her.
But you can't whack big sword if they freeze you. So you end first, they can't freeze you, and then you whack them with big sword.
But Layla's story attack are only at 2. So there's no freeze anyway.
You're right.
That's gonna be enough to take out Barbara. Liliba taking the first match against Kevin Z in this revenge match, I would say. I mean, congratulations to Liliba. Just to reiterate, so you know, they have an ongoing rivalry here, these two players, and Kevin Z normally comes out on top 3-0 against Liliba in past matches. But I really
Yeah, I think just one miscalculation, like at that turn where Kevin played 1-2 less treasures, just couldn't quite get Ningguang above the breakpoints, ate a Wanderer Burst straight in the face, and after that it was just all downhill.
I really think that Kevin Z miscounted twice.
No, like Kevin for sure had more than enough HP to survive at least the Wanderer Burst. Not sure about after, but at least the Wanderer Burst.
Yes, I think, you know, just one more treasure, playing one more treasure on Ningguang would have protected her, but I really thought we were miscalcing there, just because, like, it's so rare for these players to miscalc, because, you know, when they're on the big stage, like, there's a reason they're here. There's a reason why Kevin Z has so many first place placements. So I wonder if that could have been nerves, honestly, kicking in.
I wouldn't be surprised, right? Like, after all, despite his many great achievements and how good he is at the game, he is only human, and humans make mistakes, especially in such high-pressure situations, playing on such a big stage in front of so many people.
But, I mean, of course, this isn't over yet for Kevin Z or Liliba. Other than, you know, this match at hand, this is a double elimination format. So if one of these two players loses, he'll be knocked to the lower bracket with 1 life left, rather than out of the tournament completely. So, I mean, one of these players will still have another shot, even if they take a loss here. And there are 1 or 2 more games left, depending on how they go, for Kevin to possibly redeem himself.
And, like, he'll have at least 1 more chance to bring them series even. Of course, because this is a conquest format, Liliba won't be able to play that Mew deck anymore. Moving on to instead, Kuki Kiara Herald. Interesting.
Ooh, Kirava, but it's banned. So the decks you see at the bottom are in fact banned by each player. And after Liliba won on Mew the Mona Eula Wanderer deck, he can no longer play it for the rest of the set. So Liliba also has that Kirava Kuki Herald deck I just saw.
Yeah, so, and then Kevin Z bring the classic Xingqiu TK.
Yes, and that should be... I wonder if it's going to be Robot Wizard's same list that we've seen so many times. It's just so optimized, especially in this patch. But Kevin Z can either play that or the Ningguang stall deck again. He has that freedom because he lost with that deck. He's not forced onto one deck just yet, but Liliba can only play the Kuki Kirara deck until he wins.
Kuki Kiara is like a variation of the Kuki Yayo deck we saw last week. It's really good into stall. Like, being able to do damage on swaps makes the deck really efficient. And then you bring Herald in there as well with his talent, with his double application of aura on his skills, right? It is a deck that's all about outdicing your opponent, which makes it really good into stall. So Kevin will have a really hard time if we do make it to that game 3, and they are forced to play that Ningguang stall deck into the Herald. But For now,
Yeah.
Kevin does have some flexibility.
I do think, you know, it might be possible to survive, though, if you're Kevin. Because, I mean, Lilliput was forced to play that game slower, but he still built up a lot of resources and was kind of unstoppable at the end. Kevin Z couldn't really do anything, especially with that judgment. I feel like that judgment was crucial during that turn, just locked him down at just the right time. But maybe because the Kuki Kirara deck is a bit slower in outputting damage, it might be better? Question mark.
Running this again. It will be running Ningguang stall once more.
Well, he has to win on it, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, like, Kevin brought this deck, so he's surely really confident about it, especially because he's the only one that's brought a Ningguang deck so far in the tournament.
Yeah, so this deck has gone through a lot of changes since it was originally made last year. It used to run double Hydro Resonance with Kokomi instead of Layla. These days, players are taking Layla instead for that freeze element. And Elemental Resonance isn't as necessary in the player's eyes, especially with Treasure.
Yeah, you have Treasure as well now. Oh, and Liba will be bringing Kuki Kiara. It brings Sapwood Triple Talent. Oh, and the Fortret de Meropie, that card we have seen mess up so many players. Oh, and the Adeptus Temptation. That is a card I have not seen in a long time.
Adeptus Temptation. That's going to be really huge for either Kirara or Kuki Burst, actually. Actually, I think Herald Burst is a lot, too.
I think it's 3 on cast, so it's an okay option. But yeah, no, like that Adeptus is going to really chunk with Kiara or Kuki. This is like, Kuki Kiara is actually a more aggro-focused version of the deck, where like, by that I mean it doesn't play more aggressively, but it's more tuned for the aggro matchups. Because Kiara does have less application of Dendros, you get a little bit of less damage instead compared to Yugwei, but you get a shield, which helps you withstand some early pressure from decks like Mew, like Fatuizan, which have been quite popular in other groups. So we'll have to see if those will pop up in Groups D.
What are your thoughts about the Sapwood? Who do you think the Sapwood's going to go on? Like, what's the purpose of it? Is that for Kuki?
I actually don't know. It could be okay for like a Kuki anchor later on, but actually, I don't know who the Sapwood to go on though. Because like, unlike in a Bennett deck, you don't really want to rush a burst turn 1, right? Like, I don't think either Kukis or Kiaras are really worth it in that regard. So I'm rather curious what it's for.
Here we go, Kevin Z versus Lilliput, game 2 of Group D. So we're going to be finishing Group D this weekend, right?
We are, yes.
And finalizing our last top 2 for the live Prince Cup tournament in Los Angeles that will be later this year. So, I mean, once again, if this is your first time joining us over on Genshin Official, first of all, welcome. This matchup is honestly pretty hyped up. If you are a regular in the community, you've heard both of these names before. Both Lilliput and Kevin Z, very strong players with extensive tournament records, but Lilliput has already taken game 1. Kevin miscalcing.
Yeah, I mean, this is best of 3 and it is Conquest, so hopefully Kevin will have a better matchup as we move forward into the later matches, later games of this match. For now, though, his matchup isn't looking the most favorable. We've seen Kuki decks absolutely annihilate Stall in the past. We'll have to see if Kevin could play his way out of this one.
Was that Veteran's Visage on to Layla, the artifact just now?
I don't know, I didn't catch it.
It was 2 costs. I believe that was Veteran's Visage.
It should be. Okay, Kevin isn't running any other 2-cast artifact, so it should be Veteran.
About to find out. And
it is?
No, drew a card.
Oh? No, then that had to have been Heart. It had to have been Heart.
It's Vorukasha. Lilliput playing Kuki skill and swapping onto Herald. What are your thoughts about this line from Lilliput?
I don't actually see this one too often. Typically the line is start Kuki and then you go onto your Dendro unit. But I guess like the dice didn't work out for a skill swap skill, so we'll go to the Herald to potentially tank a little bit of pressure, keep Kiara a little bit healthier for later.
Also, that is Kirara's talent in Lilliput's hand.
If you can tell me what that does, that'd be great. Because
I actually have to look at it. It's not seen. Kirara in general is not seen that much. She doesn't get much gameplay, but especially with her talent. I am not really familiar with what it does. I actually have to look this up.
Yeah, back in last patch, Kiara did see a little bit of use in Hyper Magic with the old version of Jet in combination with the Millennial Pearl Seahorse. I don't believe talent was played in that variation, though, so I actually don't know what it does.
It was not. So, her talent card, when your active character is Kirara, equip this card. After Kirara equips this card, immediately use Meow Tour Kick once. When your Kirara who has this card equipped is the active character, spend one less elemental die when switching characters.
Oh, that's quite nice.
So, basically, it's a free swap.
Yeah, it's like Barbara.
It's like Barbara talent. Yeah, it's like Barbara talent.
Kind of. Yeah. Speaking of Barbara talent, though, Kevin does have that in hand right now and will probably immediately play it. Did swap over to the Barbaras.
Also, just an update about the raffle. So there is a raffle ongoing. If you haven't entered this match, there should be instructions in the chat from the moderator, but if you haven't, you can type ! Pick the player you want to win or expect to win and your UID. I believe the results from last match and this match will be displayed at the end of this match as well. So make sure you stay tuned for that. And of course, this is happening on Astro Carnival's Twitch channel.
Wait for my signal.
Oh, and there is the Kiara talent you're talking about, giving Liba one free swap. Real nice. And oh, look at all that damage just from swapping. That is the value that we talk about.
Believe about with Vanarana, we're not going to see Liban here, I think.
No, you need 5 dice if you want to proc Liban. You could give 1 to him now and slowly feed him for the rest of the game, but I don't think that's what Liba's going for.
Kirara Burst already up to.
Oh, double Vanarana for Kevin. Will be a normal attack, charging up the Layla Burst.
So, what's the goal of Lilyba's deck here? Because we've seen a lot of treasure decks with Kuki Herald, but I'm noticing there's a lot of different variations. I know in other tournaments there are way more Kuki variations than what we've seen so far in Prince Cup, but I think they're just starting to emerge. So, what are your thoughts on this?
Kuki's a super interesting card with the way her skill works, but generally in these Kuki plus like Dendro application on swap unit decks, you just want to get up your statuses and you want to start getting out your auras. Because the more aura you have, right, the more damage you can do. Because you're going to do a lot of reactions on swap. You're going to get quickens, right? If you ever go Herald, there's a chance for Electrocharge, for Hyper Blooms. It's all about getting auras down and then reacting with them as soon as possible.
And Kevin Z could have a harder time surviving this time, or maybe not, with his stall deck.
It does play slower than Mew, but it has a lot more value built in comparison to Mew, just because of how much aura it's able to get and how many reactions it's able to do.
So I think, Kevin Z's deck with this Ningguang functions very similarly to the Nuvolette variation that we've seen a lot in Group C and D. It's Nuvolette and either Charlotte or Layla, and then Barbara as a stall deck, and you basically just build up to a turn where you have like 10 million treasure in your hand, and then you go for one big turn on Nuvolette. I think it functions like a delayed combo deck similarly, because you do have the double treasure, and instead of Nuvolette doing his prepared attacks, you have Ningguang, who has a really heavy hitting burst you have to build up to, and her shield will give her sustain as well. So I really do think the decks function similarly to each other. And the goal is the same.
No, absolutely. It is all about that one big turn for both decks. The difference, though, is that for Nuvolette, you have a little bit more built-in healing thanks to his Source Water Droplets, but he's a little bit more vulnerable because you are forced to stay on for 2 actions, whereas, but he does play slightly faster, whereas you have his skill to instantly generate his droplets, and you can instantly go for that normal attack. Whereas Ningguang, you have to build up her burst a little bit slower, but she has a little bit more sustain because you have access to crystallizes, but you can't freeze as often because, of course, she is a Geo unit as opposed to Hydro.
Meanwhile, for Lilybot, I mean, this is more of a mid-range deck. You said it's more aggressive with Kirara, but I'm honestly wondering if it has the damage output to match Kevin Z's stall capabilities.
I mean, it doesn't have any big source of damage, right? In comparison to Kevin, right? There's no really big 8 damage combo but it does do a lot of consistent damage, right? Quicken is one of those elements where if you let it get going, it could really chip you down over the course of the game, and that is why it was so powerful back in the day. There were very few decks who could match its consistent pressure, and then now that we have a lot of stall tools to let the game go longer, to let that constant pressure wear your opponent down before you get blasted by damage, it makes this deck a lot stronger.
A lot of swap stalling going on here for Kevin Z. I think we're going to see, very similar to last match, just swapping around to Lilybot and uses all of his dice, and then he's going to figure out what he wants to do with his own. But Lyman?
I mean, you could treasure pass on 5. It's not a bad play. Although I really would like to see like a Sanctifying Ring and then swap into the QR, because you do have that burst locked and loaded. Right, and then no matter what Kevin swaps to next, you should be able to get a reaction of some kind. If they go Layla, right, you just swap, get that instant Electro. If they stay on Ning, you can go apply some more Dendro. Kiara's burst just applies so much Dendro, it makes it really hard for your opponent to play around. But they can trigger it whenever they want.
There's Kuki's skill refreshed, so something tells me we're not going to see all those dice pass to Liban. Lilybot will have to play another card as well to not overdraw. But if he plays another card, I think it's gonna proc the other Lumen Stone. Maybe not.
The Lumen Stone.
It might be 2 cards.
Depends on how Lilybot sequenced it. I wasn't paying too much attention. I'm sure that the players know better than I do, but the onus is now in Kevin's. It is his turn. We got 9 dice to play with, double Tenacity and Millilith in hand. We could double equip Pass with our Vanaranas, or we can start building towards the Ning Wong burst.
I honestly wonder if... So there's Treasure in hand, there's both Pizza's Egg, there's a Quick Swap, there's Lumen Stone, there's double Tenacity. So, I mean, there's a lot of options here. Lumen Stone is definitely a high-value card to play earlier on the game. That's what we're going to see here. But is he gonna play 3 cards now, or...
Are we able to play 3 cards? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Double Totem leaves us with 1 dice. We could Totem Treasure, play Food. That would give us 3.
We swapped to Barbara. Something tells me that Kevin Z is might invest a little more into Barbara this round.
I try to build the burst, or you can try to equip her double totem. That works as well. I think the thing like Kevin didn't want to do was eat a Kuki burst onto Ningguang, because that does a lot of damage.
Replacing the Liban with a Liban, and that was just 1 card to proc Lumen Stone, draws Judgment. And now I don't think you want to pass, because you're gonna draw.
We're gonna overdraw
4
so
cards.
much.
You're gonna draw 4 cards.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're gonna overdraw a lot of stuff. And like, we're gonna overdraw high value cards as well, which is not great.
But what do you play here? You could double treasure, I guess.
Double
and pass
treasure.
one dice.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we need to play at least 3 cards we don't want to overdraw. Is that even possible with our current hand? Double treasure puts us as 1 dice, and I guess we Lotus, which doesn't feel great.
What I think is really interesting about this patch is that we've seen so much variation in the cards and decks that these players have brought. Starting from Group A, we saw a lot of aggressive type decks, especially with Fatuizon, and then it's like the meta shifts in the middle of the patch, even though the content of the patch doesn't really change. It's like the players are watching what each other are bringing and responding by bringing something different. And so I know a lot of players, like many high-level players weren't the biggest fan of Judgment, but Lilybot bringing it actually shuts your opponent down in some cases if you play it with the exact right timing. And if they're not prepared for it.
Especially with how much treasure's going on, right? Like, treasure is all about drawing into a bunch of dice on one very specific turn, and if you can shut down that window of opportunity for them, that's a lot of their pressure gone. I think that's a really smart adjustment from Lilybot.
Lilybot bringing both of those Judgment cards in both these decks. It really feels like a target, I guess, on Kevin Z's back.
A smart choice in deck building did give them the lead, but it's not all about just what you have in hand. It's also about how you use them and how your opponent plays around them as well.
Also, just another reminder, so if you see the QR code on the screen, that will lead you to a feedback form. So if you have any thoughts you want to give to our team about, the casting or about the show or anything like that, if there's something you like, something you dislike, feel free to scan it and send us your thoughts. We really appreciate it.
But starting first this round though, quit Cookie Burst if we want to, or we can swap over to Kiara, although if we do, we are risking ourselves a freeze. I think we do want to get the burst down this round. We're lacking some Herald Talent.
Ooh. Do you want to talk about Herald Talent?
This is a card we've seen mess up so many plays for players. Oh, we are seeing it played instantly. So what Herald Talent does is cost 1 Hydro Dice to play. You can play it whenever as long as Herald is still alive. And what it will do is that once Herald's Revive is triggered, it doesn't need to be immediately. You can play whenever, even if he doesn't have his Revive, by the way. And what it will do is if you play after his Revive is triggered, your opponent will need to spend +1 dice for the next 2 skills or burst.
So, yeah, that's going to slow Kevin Z down even more. He's playing a stall deck. And, with Herald Talent, if Herald drops beneath that 6 HP and revives, then the Curse of Undercurrent is going to be applied to Kevin Z. And yeah, all of his skills are going to cost 1 more dice. That's going to be brutal.
The good thing for Kevin, though, is that he is playing stall, which means that he has access to a lot of dice.
But so does Lilybah.
True.
just drew a whole lot there. After playing enough cards to proc both Lumen Stones, Lilybah is at 10 dice. Heart of Camarena onto Herald.
And it will be the Kiara swap as well. Generating that 1 dice as well for, I think that's Shadow of the Sand King.
Yeah, Shadow of the Sand King currently on Kirara. And, with the boar, Double Liar, Veteran's Visage.
Oh.
Treasure.
I mean, the thing is, though, Kiara might get frozen. And she will. I think we really did want that burst this turn, because, a lot of our pressure does come from aura generation, especially the Dendro one. Because Quicken is really powerful, and Bloom is really strong as well, because, it's +2 damage, and you can really threaten a really big nuke with Kooky Burst, so not getting that is really bad. Yeah,
there's not any Quicken stacks on Lilybah's side right now, so that freeze is actually really huge. Denying the Kirara Burst. And you can't go back to Cookie either, because she's just gonna get frozen as well, but that was Veteran's Visage replacing the Shadow of the Sand King, not even using the boar.
Oh yeah, I guess we're saving it for later. I mean, this version, of stall, this Kooky version of stall, is running some combo elements. It does like to run 2 Gildeds for dice generation.
Well, I would say that this deck is less stall and it's more mid-range. It has stall elements, but it can also go pretty fast.
It has combo elements in there as well. I think mid-range is probably a better description of it.
Searching time.
Herald skill.
Yeah.
So you don't only need to proc Herald's talent to apply Curse of the Undercurrent. If Herald bursts, it also does that. So a really funny thing you can do, especially against slower decks like Kevin Z's stall deck, you can build up to burst, and then apply Curse of the Undercurrent, and then after they've went through both usages, you sacrifice Herald.
And just apply it again?
And then it applies again, yeah.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, in the era of dice generation, what better than to make everything cost 1 more dice?
And it's a line dice too. So they might have to tune for that. It's also dice inflation, but it's also dice shrinkflation too, because they have to spend a line dice for it as well, and treasure generates random dice.
Oh, that's true.
Give up.
Truly the worst of both worlds.
So one crucial thing, the goal for Kevin Z is to build up to Ningguang Burst, whether it's, stealing an energy from Layla and Barbara and Calx bursting someone down, or, just steadily building up to her burst with skills and normal attacks depending on your dice. And the thing is, against experienced players that understand the goal of that deck, they're going to be looking out for when Ningguang is the active character and thinking, how can we take her out? And this is one thing that I didn't really highlight enough last game. But, Ningguang was taken out twice. Kevin Z we were debating whether he miscalculated because losing that Ningguang is basically equivalent to losing the game. Barbara and Layla will not really do enough damage on their own, and they won't survive very well either without that pressure. So, something to look into this game, especially if you're more casual player watching for the first time on Genshin Official, maybe is just looking for these lions, right? Like, Ningguang needs to survive. She needs her burst because her burst is going to do the most damage. She is your carry in this team.
Yeah, no, like Ningguang is your gateway to victory. With that burst, you're able to narrow down your opponent's options. You're able to force them to take suboptimal lines or else risk sacrificing one of their characters. But without that burst, right, you can't do any of that. So the only thing you can do is follow your opponent with freezes, with your healing, and wait until you get that opportunity with the dice advantage you get for being a stall deck to slowly build up towards that Ningguang burst, to slowly drain your opponent of resources until that's possible.
Underwater Treasure went into the deck, and Lily was playing fast swap to not overdraw. That is the reason. That is the reason.
All right, and we're gonna end on Herald. This is actually a really safe thing to do. Typically, you don't like to end first, especially against like in the modern era of Magic, where the opponent can get a lot of dice out of nowhere. But only 4 dice remaining, and Herald's still having the revive left, right? Like, you're not really risking too much.
So I want to point something out here. The next turn for Lilybot is going to be massive. He has a Judgment in hand. He has 2 dice that are going to be passed over to Vanna. He has Libin that is going to be giving 2 Omni and 2 cards at the start of next turn. He has double Lumen Stone ready to proc and give 2 more Omni and draw. Into the treasure he just put into his deck. His treasure is 4. He has double Liar. He has I Haven't Lost Yet. He has Sapwood. Lilybot has it all to win the second game next round.
No, like absolutely. Lilybot has so much dice and so much damage, just primed and ready to go. Kevin needs to really watch out. On the bright side, if Kevin's able to withstand this turn, that's a lot of Lilybot's resources down the drain.
You know, for Kevin Z, so played Libin and has just enough dice to go Vanna Libin pass. Does have a Lumen Sword himself, but what I'm really fearing for Kevin Z is that Judgment is going to come down. And, you know, we were talking a bit about this last game, but, you know, stall decks don't run that many event cards, though this one does. It has treasure. But you're trying to block something really specific instead of targeting just general event magic cards if you're Lilybot.
I think when you play that Judgment, it really depends on when you're worried about Kevin having that one thing to ruin your day. And there are a lot of things in Kevin's hand that could ruin your day.
Yeah, there are, including Calyx. Calyx is, in fact, in Kevin's hand.
No burst yet ready, though, even with the Calyx, because Barbara is the only off-field character that has energy. It will only give Ningguang 1 because of that. It can't steal 2 from your off-field characters, unfortunately. You can't instantly charge the burst.
So, Sumi, I have a question for you. That Calyx art burst onto Ningguang. So, what is your goal here if you're Kevin Z? Who are you trying to snipe off? Is it Kirara or is it Kuki?
I think you really would like to snipe off Kuki, especially because she doesn't have her talent yet, which means she's like quite vulnerable now. For those of you who are unaware, what Kuki talent does is you use it immediately. If Kuki has energy, she'll do her burst. If she doesn't have burst, she can't play it. And what they'll do is it makes it so she cannot die from 1 hit every single round. Just going down instantly.
Lilybot just played Judgment. This is the round. Whenever that Judgment comes down from Lilybot, I know this is the round. So, I mean, speaking of that Kuki talent not being equipped yet, we could definitely see it. You know, that Quick Swap was played last turn. It's still active going into this turn. Lilybot has 11 dice, not counting the Lumen Stone, not counting the treasure, not counting the Boar and the Liar Song. There's so much here.
I think first things first, though, if you are Lilybot, you go Kiara first, right? Because Kiara is going to get you a lot of Dendro application. It's going to give you a lot of stuff to react with. Or I guess we stay on Herald.
We're playing this slowly, and I think
Lilybot doesn't. Skill procs revive.
Yeah, Lilybot doesn't want to chunk Ningguang out just yet, because it's not going to take her out.
No, This is the other hand of the situation for the Ningguang decks, or like just mono carry stall decks in general. You want to take out the opposing character, but you can't rush it. Because if you blow your full combo on them and they don't die, they'll heal them right back up with that Barber Burst, with their eggs, like with their pizzas and whatnot. So you have to wait for that perfect opportunity to snipe them off and insta-kill them. Because if you don't, it's like you just didn't do anything.
This is, this is why we call it mid-range, right? Like, because it has those combo elements and it can do them fast if the game state is like enabling it, but it can also take its time. It really can. Like, you aren't really worried about too much right now if you're Lilybot.
No, absolutely. Like, if Kevin goes for that skill, like, he's eating the full power of a Curse of the Undercurrent, which is not great.
Lilybot being in this state against Kevin Z is actually so good for him. So I just want to reiterate, if you were new maybe, or if you missed what we were talking about earlier, but Lilybot and Kevin Z are long-term rivals in the EU Cattails Gathering scene. They have faced each other on the big stage. Well, not the big live stage, but online 3 times. Kevin Z taking first place twice against Lilybot and third once.
Honestly, even Kevin, I think I do go for skill. Because first skill kills Herald, right? Layla Burst. Yeah, Layla Stars are primed with 4 stacks, brings him down to 3 HP, and then Herald is still during his prepare skill form. So we can just skill him again and then bring Lilybot down to 2 characters. Which narrows down their options. We do have to tune 2, which is not great.
It is not great,
we can play a treasure, and then we might not need to, and then we also heal Ning to 10. Tune the Libin, I think that's fine.
I think you might be okay with that.
I think that was a second Lumen Stone tuned as well, which is okay.
So now, Ningguang's burst is up. But the thing is, Kevin Z is going to have to be careful to not end on Ningguang, because Lilybot has so much dice.
You know what else Kevin Z needs to be careful about? Lilybot's dice.
Exactly, that's what I was just saying. Like, Lilybot, look at Lilybot's dice. You cannot end on Ningguang.
Lilybot has effectively unlimited resources this round.
And with Herald falling here, that's actually going to play into Lilybot's I haven't lost yet.
Oh,
that's one more dice.
That is one more energy too. Although that might not matter.
No, it could matter because all the dice generation, you could certainly get off another high damage burst. Kuki and Kirara both have high damage bursts.
Yeah, what if you just Kuki burst twice? That's a play you can go for.
Kuki burst talent.
You can absolutely go for Kuki burst twice. I think the talent makes Kuki do extra damage too. Only below 6 HP though, if I remember correctly.
I honestly don't think you Kuki burst. I mean, you could, but I think so. You Kuki burst now, and then you have a quick swap. So depending on what Kevin Z does, I don't know. I mean, Kevin's definitely gonna be looking to end though.
Yeah, Kevin needs to find a safe character to end on though, which I think in this situation is the Layla. I don't think you want to go Barbara because she's 1 away from burst, right? And if things go bad, she's kind of your backup plan. So you go Layla, you tank the damage, and then you go Barbara, and then you could try to get a burst off at some point. Tank a little bit more.
Treasure to stall the timer. You hear the timer ticking down.
Oh, we get even more treasure. Hold on. Is this overdraw?
No, it's not overdraw. Okay. So we're at exactly 10 cards. If you drew 1 more, you burned it. But we did draw out more treasure with those Lumen Stones.
That is so many dice in hand.
Wait, you want to count the dice? You want to count the dice?
14. Like in hand right now. Okay, and then 15, 16, 17, 18 from treasure. And it is 20 from the I haven't lost yet. And then I don't think any of those artifacts are gilded. So it is just 20. Wait, no. We can re-equip veterans, right?
Yeah.
So that is exactly 22 dice.
And then you draw more from your deck.
Oh, you do, because treasure's the second. Okay, you can have up to 24 dice. You can have up to 24 dice. How many actions is that?
If like on average, like everything's like
it's just 3, right? It's 8 actions. Assuming you don't swap. And also assuming you don't need to tune anything. It is up to 8 actions.
So what do you do with those actions if you're Lilybot? You have so many Dendro dice. I feel like you have to go to Kirara, and that's what we're gonna see here. After a Kuki burst with talent, it is the quick swap being used, and this should be Kirara burst.
Oh, it is the fast swap too, so we are forced to instantly do it. Oh, there's a treasure.
treasure.
Oh, that's the 1 dice from the.
Oh! I was waiting for this to show up.
That's gonna be so big against Kevin's Ning. if he ever swaps in there in time. Or, you know, if Lilybud just does infinite damage.
Drawing back the veterans, is this going to be the re-equip because it's already been proc twice?
It is. And then the treasure.
Do you want a treasure? Because you already have so much.
Oh, we're waiting a bit.
You have so much dendro dice.
Oh man, that is yeah, Kevin's not happy about that one. What do you even swap to now? You could maybe still have a line for Barber Burst if you really want to go for it.
I mean, you could like double treasure, Calyx, Barber Burst. You could have done that.
You could. It was an option. Not going for it though. I think it is still an option right now too.
No, I mean it's a 4 cost.
Fast slot veterans re-equip, double treasure, Calyx Burst.
The other thing Kevin has to look at all those statuses underneath Layla. So one of them is the Cardamom Cat, the Kirara Burst passive. So if you play, enough cards, you're gonna take dendro damage.
Every 2 cards Kevin plays, he'll take 1 dendro damage. There is no usage or no turn limit on them, so you can take both of them in 1 round. Oh, that's
There's the skill.
Kiara skill. There's gonna be even more cards in the hands of Lilybud.
Yeah, did use the second Liar to re-equip veterans yet again, and I don't know how Kevin survives here. I really don't.
It is still a lot of dice, but there is the Barber Burst as well. I think Kevin really would have liked if Lilybud attacked into the Layla. That way, like, you get to squeeze out some more value from the Barber Burst. Because that didn't happen, though, we're gonna hold off on it for 1 more turn.
And that judgment is still on Kevin, so you can't even like
you're right,
quick
you can't
swap
Calyx.
Treasure. You can't Calyx. That's right. We were talking about Calyx. You can't even do that.
You can't because you're under judgment.
You have to eat through 3 things.
Oh,
but
I haven't lost yet Burst.
I haven't lost yet. Burst is going to take out Barbara this turn.
Think you need Adeptus because it does 4
Sapwood.
base. And never mind, with Sapwood it's not.
Sapwood. There's
Bonk.
the Burst. -5 onto Barbara.
Oh, things are going from bad to worse for Kevin. We did take out Herald from Lilybud, but it came at a heavy cost. No more Barber Burst for us to play around with.
No more Barber Burst. A normal attack from Kirara will give Lilybud another 2 dendro dice to work with.
Oh. I think that judgment might have been for Lumenstone. Or sorry, the quick stop for Lumenstone.
Yeah, I think Kevin is just trying to do whatever he can to survive right now. The only thing is, I think, you know, if he procs the Cardamom Cat, it would be on Layla. It would have to be on Layla.
It would be on Layla. You don't want to give free Quicken away. That'd be really bad.
Though he's not really gonna have a choice here, but...
Oh, tune the totem.
Oh, tuning.
Don't think you really have a choice otherwise.
Is he just gonna go for a skill here, just to have the shield points?
No, he can't. The Undercurrent makes it cost 4.
You can't. So what do you do here? Why did he play the quick swap?
I don't know.
What?
No,
what is the goal here?
This would proc Liben. This procs Liben. You tune so you bring the cryo into next round with Autorama, and then Liben eats the Omni.
Or, you know, I think the Omni and Cryo go.
Oh, it was also not to overdraw. Because we're at 6 cards.
Oh yeah, the Liben's gonna give out.
Oh, there's the
well.
the Mechlopede. Unfortunately, coming in too late, it's not going to annoy Kevin any more than like maybe 1 stack, but it's probably as much as it goes.
Okay, so yeah, that quick swap was to draw a card from Lumenstone. That was literally the only point of playing that quick swap because he knows it's gonna be blocked by Judgment. But
Don't tell me they did it again.
Lilybud
Swap.
is running out of steam here.
Yeah,
so
you're
many
right.
actions. But Kevin Z has survived.
Kevin has survived. It cost us a Barber Burst, but we are alive, and that's what matters.
Lilybud's used both his Liars, a lot of his treasure.
I think that's all of Lilybud's treasure, actually. No more Lumenstones either. Like, no more Adeptus. Kevin doesn't need to worry about too much more.
No, Lilybud never used Adeptus. Lilybud equipped Sapwood onto Kirara.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
For that breakpoint, so...
Okay, so 1 Adeptus to worry about. Although we need to charge up a burst again for that to really matter. Kugi Talent is in effect now. I think that's like the really critical thing for Lilybud. We have that Kugi Talent. We could freely tank a Ning Burst whenever we want. and still be perfectly okay because we have that once per round revive.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with Kuki talent, so every
Oh, we get a
turn,
bloom core from that cleanse.
yeah, that's true. But every turn, that revive is gonna refresh. So if Kuki falls next turn, if she doesn't fall again after her revive procs in that same round, then going into next round, she gets it back. So you have to make sure to take out Kuki completely, or
Yeah, you
else
have
she
to
will
kill her
come back.
twice. It's like those really annoying, like, you know the tavern brawls, you have to unlock the cube? Yeah, you have to, like, really kill them. Kuki is like a human-shaped cube who can't do a RPS combo, and also deals damage on swap, and also for some reason uses a sword. But other than that, Kuki is, in all intents and purposes, an electro cube.
So, I mean, you're not wrong, but so the question I have for you, Sumi, did Kevin Z survive the fatal round? Will he be able to make a comeback here, despite losing Barbara? Did he survive the part where, like, basically the curve goes from it favoring Lilybot to now favoring Kevin Z? Are we at that point yet?
Hard to say. I mean, Kevin Z is very much alive, as we can see, but I don't know if he's past the bell curve yet. There's
There
still
we
a
go.
lot of work left to do,
No more Kirara burst passive there
for now at least.
for now. But Kevin Z is at 14 dice, has a treasure in hand. Is that?
Oh,
That's
he's
fair,
playing the Fortray. I think he got that from Zenyatta too. I don't think he main decks that.
I don't think so either. We did not see it in the deck list, but
I'm really
Opting not
curious
to
why
play
he
it.
didn't play that before his 2 treasures. Probably should have. It might not matter though. Normal
I
attack
think-
Kuki.
I think he didn't play the treasure until because he Zenyatta. I don't know if he.
I don't know if
Had
he
the
Zenyatta
fortress
first or
yet.
treasured first, but if he Zenyatta first, he really should have played the fortress. But either way, it probably won't matter in this game, at least not too much. We have normal attack from Lilybug, breaking the totem shield from Kevin. And now do we see the burst? It will only do 8 damage. Kuki is at currently what? There's 12 effective HP, so we'll live on 4.
Kevin's gonna have
Not
to
even-
eat through the 2 undercurrent usages from Herald as well, so everything's gonna cost 4 next
Yeah.
2 skills. It's
Very
it's
expensive.
unavoidable. You have to eat through it.
It is a very pricey thing to worry about. We'll just be a skill instead. Charge up our Jade Screen, get a little bit of more defensive utility in there as well.
Drew into a veterans. It's free, of course, to Maya, so we are going to equip it onto Kuki. And a normal attack. That's it.
Well, it's the punch battle. Oh, we have a burst. Burst Adeptus, like, plus the seed. What is that? It's 5 damage base plus 7, and the plus 3, that's 8 damage. Kevin's Ningguang is at 7 effective
7
HP. She needs
effectively.
to be at 9. Needs
And
2 more sources
Kevin,
of healing.
Yeah, Kevin does not have.
No sapwood.
I mean, so there's mushroom pizza and
That's 2.
and
Choose not to play
treasure.
it. Oh wait, Layla dies here.
I think Kevin is okay with losing Layla.
No, because if Ladybug goes for Adeptus Burst, you're using up your Bloom Core. You can't get that back. You're also using your Adeptus, and you're using your Kuki Burst as well. And 1 treasure to get the required dice.
Now the question is, does Lilybot actually go for this here? Oh, we do.
Yeah,
it
they
is an
do.
Adeptus. And that should be
Oh,
more
look at
than
that
enough to
damage.
take out Layla. Kevin Z is only on Ningguang with no Geodice available.
Yeah,
and
that's not great.
Lilybot is out of dice, but does have 2 10 HP characters.
1 curse the Undercurrent left as well.
I mean, you
Yikes. The question here for Kevin,
just play Treasure and Stove?
do you burst now or not? Because if you burst, you
I
can
don't think
force
so.
Ladybug to swap off of Kuki.
No, because Kuki talent. I don't think you burst here.
You
don't
burst,
think
it does 8 damage, right? It doesn't proc the revive yet. And if Ladybug ends, like, right, you just normal, or skill normal, and then she dies, you're left in solo Kiara. But if you
I
swap
actually-
to Kiara, she takes a lot of damage, you build up burst again.
Hear me out. I actually think we ramp for next round. So yeah, egg and treasure in the
Egg.
deck, and then So you have stove, you have strategize, you have a weapon you can equip, you have pizza. I think you're just trying to survive at this point because Liliba's used so many resources. There's the
so
stove.
now. I think
Drawing
we
two
might
treasure
go
quick swap
in.
lumen stone. I think you played the lumen stone.
I think it might be Lumenstone fragments pass, and then Lumenstone sacrificial fragments, maybe a treasure to proc our Mechalpede, and then we pass with pizza.
There's lumen stone. You see, I don't think you do anything on Ningguang this turn. I think this is the correct play. I think you are trying to stall. Like, Kevin Z's deck is not mid-range, it's a stall deck. He's just trying to survive until Lilybuzz used all of his resources.
Yeah, no need to rush anything. Just play it slow, play it secure. I think we should pizza though. That would proc our Fortret. It also make us 2 dice perfect enough for the Vanarana. It lets us also bring in an Omni to next round. Because for those of you who are unaware, Vanarana really hates Omni dice. Like, it will take anything that's not an Omni. Unless you force it to.
Treasure.
Here's 4 dice. What are we doing with all of these?
Yeah, I don't know. I think he wants to equip that catalyst on the Ningguang, but the problem is
Kevin mismanaged his dice. Should have used Omni Crown instead of the 2 Animo dice.
Wait, that's Sangonomiya.
Sango Shrine.
It's not. Both Sarah Island and Sango Shrine are purple.
Yeah, no, but what is it? Sarah Island has like some Thunderbolts mixed in there, so.
Yeah, that's true.
You
so
can
that was
tell
Sango
if you
Shrine,
really
not
split it.
Sarai Island.
It is Sango Shrine.
That's why we didn't play it earlier before the treasure.
So for those of you who are unaware, what Sangonomiya Shrine does is that for 2 aligned dice at end phase, it will heal all of your characters for 1 healing. So it's just a Barbara skill. For 2 turns, of course. It's just a Barbara skill with no self-apply for Hydro.
So I actually think Kevin Z is in a really good spot here. Ningguang is nice and healthy. He has 3 treasures. He put more into his deck. He does have sack frag. Sango Shrine's gonna heal even more.
Liba's gonna have a prohibition.
Yeah. So I think Liba, is also gonna give a prohibition over to
Anything
Kevin
you
Z
need
next turn. Fortress Merrepeat, 4 stacks each side.
So over to Kiara as well. 0 damage, but through the power of Jade Screen. Although that is no more Jade Screen because Quicken does 2.
So this is treasure. Are we
healing again?
tuning? Are we gonna
going
tune the skill?
I think we are.
That
Tune
feels-
skill. Oh, and then we have talent we can swap off for free. So that's some extra damage onto Ningguang.
This feels a bit resource heavy though.
I suppose.
Tuning the egg.
It should be still 1 free swap left thanks to the talent.
Yeah, it should be 1 free swap. Unless...
Oh wait, Liliba's decked out. There's nothing left in the tank for Liliba. If they cannot close the game with what they have, they will never have a better opportunity. Like, there will be no greener pastures because there are no pastures left. You either win with what you have, or you have to go buy a new pasture.
So this is kind of what I was talking about, right? So Liliba has used all of his resources. He has no cards left. If he draws badly, he can't tune anything to fix it. He can't play anything to generate a ton of dice. He has 1 gilded that's still full cost, no discounts, and
Next turn it
1
will be
piece of treasure
discounted.
left. And now
Except you can't use it because of prohibition.
you can't even use it. So Liliba has a very useless treasure because it's just gonna be eaten by the prohibition stack, which is basically 1/3 of a judgment. You know what, Kevin Z could use that quick swap, honestly.
Oh, just burn it so you can play all your
Just burn
treasures.
it.
You don't
No,
need
I don't know
play
if you
it
want to do
now.
that.
You don't need to play it just yet. You can wait a little bit.
The
Honestly,
question is,
might. Oh, sack
oh,
frag's
never
going
mind.
out.
My question was answered. Do you play sack frag? But yeah, it looks like we're going to play it, and now we just play the waiting game.
Now it is indeed the waiting game. Crowd going over all the way onto Kiara. That will make a burst do what? 7 base, 1 for Jade Screen, that's 8, plus 1 from sack frags, 9, and
tell
then
me they
reaction
did
is
it
10
again.
damage. So Kiara would have died. Leave us swapping over to Kuki to play it safe. We're gonna really try to force Kevin to use burst early so we can't one-shot our Kiara.
All Kevin, I mean, all Liliba can really do is swap over onto Kugi here. Literally has nothing left. other than those dice.
Yeah, a lot of Dendro dice too, so we can't do a lot on Cookie, which is unfortunate. Unless we want to tune, but that kind of feels bad. I think we might be forced to tune our treasure, because next turn, right, that Gilded will give us 2 dice. And we could play it through the Prohibition, which Kevin is very likely to generate another one of.
So what does Kevin do in this situation? 2 Geo, 3 off element.
Ooh,
It looks
we're
like it's just
swapping
gonna be
to
a
Barbara.
swap onto Barbara, but she's so low.
Yeah. I mean, normally taking on Ningguang kind of felt bad, and we didn't have enough dice to skill. We really didn't want to tune anything, although we could have made an argument to tune Dunyan's skill. So I guess this is okay, right? Like, it forces Lilybud to normal attack, it forces them to waste a lot of their dice, and we have treasures in reserve to slap back. And oh no, wait. Barbara
Jade
doesn't die because Jade
yeah,
Screen.
Jade Screen. Yeah. She was never gonna die from a normal because of Jade Screen.
Turns out I cannot do math.
Kevin Z is just basically making Lilybud use his dice until
Yep.
he's in a more favorable position.
Oh, only 3 dice left. First, we'll do 6, so we are safe. No
So-
Adeptus, no Sapwood.
This is really painful for Lilybot. Of course, he's sitting on 3 dice, and Kevin Z doesn't know that they're all Dendro, and there's no way for Lilybot to generate anymore. So this is just gonna be a pass on Lilybot's side after that normal attack onto Ningguang. And the question is, what does Kevin do? Is he gonna eat through the Prohibition this turn?
Oh, we'll tune 1 and skill.
You Dooners on
Don't waste
gone.
Oh, wait, that's Cookie within burst range. Oh, that's bad.
It's pretty scary, but Lilybot now has Cookie's burst up to generate a dice from the veteran's visage. And I wonder, at what point do you tune the 2 cards in your hand if you're Lilybot?
I mean, you can still do 1 more normal attack, right?
You can do normal.
The veterans just generated us 1 Electro. Question is, what do we do after that? We can't swap over to Kiara, right? Because Kevin
you could
just...
swap Kira.
No, we can't, because Kevin ends first and we burst.
Oh, true. Wait, but that's gonna happen anyway.
If we stay on Cookie, we can eat the burst and then swap Kiara.
I still don't think that's gonna protect you if you're Lilybot.
It won't, but it at least forces Kevin to use more resources, and then we could maybe play for an out. Yeah. Kevin will just end first, as expected. Doesn't want to play the treasures now. There's still a Prohibition stack, so we can get more use out of it next turn. It'll be effectively +1 dice, because we won't have to spend 1 card to go
Oh
burn
my
through
gosh.
that. Oh, draws even more treasure.
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about earlier in the game. Like, this is your goal if you're Kevin Z. You're just trying to survive all the damage that the faster deck can put out. Because after it uses all of its resources like that, then at that point, it can no longer generate as much dice or fix its dice against you, or no fancy cards are coming out of the woodwork to overwhelm you. So now Kevin Z has built up an army of treasures, and he's about to have 100% exploration vaunting.
Submit.
Starting off with the burst, we'll trigger that Cookie revive. This will allow Lilybud to swap over to Kiara safely.
Cookie is back.
Cookie is back. But maybe not forever. It'll
Maybe
depend
not
on what
forever.
Kevin does.
This is going to be a very crucial round for Kevin. I think it's going to depend on what dice those treasure roll into as well.
True. Hoping for a lot of Geo. Unfortunately, treasure dice is random. Kind of balances it out a little bit because of how much just plus dice it is in comparison to what you need to play it. But
So, what I want to note is there's not a Prohibition stack on Kevin Z's side this round.
oh,
There
you're
is
right,
one
yeah.
on Lilybud's side. So that treasure
Can't
in his
play it.
hand is tuning fodder. But Kevin Z can actually use the quick swap and go to Barbara if he ever needs to. Also,
you're right.
Layla's shields, she might be gone for quite a few rounds now, but she's still very useful with her freeze.
Oh,
Oh!
we played the treasure, not expect the Prohibition. Oh
Wait,
no!
why?
I think Lilybud just didn't keep track of Prohibition. I don't think they realized that they were under it. We burnt the
Oh,
treasure.
no.
That's -1 aligned dice, which we really could have used. I think they were trying to use
Oh,
that
no.
treasure to heal Cookie out of lethal range. So they played
Oh,
Cookie
no.
be at 4 HP and get to survive a skill. A critical misplay from Lilybud.
Oh no, and here the treasures are coming out. Kevin Z at 11 dice, didn't even roll a Geo, has plenty to go for Ningguang skill here. And I think she is well above lethal.
Kiara Burst does, I believe, 6 or 7 damage right now. So, yeah, Ningguang is safe as can be.
4 plus 1 quicken stack plus sapwood. It's just gonna be a normal attack here.
Oh, we
No.
can't burst because after that we can't do any action. So 3 normal attacks is unironically maybe more damage. I'll have to see.
So
Art's
Kevin
prohibition
Z,
now.
this is Kevin Z's game to win. The ball is
absolutely.
now in Kevin Z's court. He has waited long enough to stall out Lilyba's resources.
And that's it. That's Jover, right? Ningguang does 3 on skill plus 1 from the reactions. That's Kiara down.
I mean, even if
Unless we get
Kirara could
skill?
somehow snipe off Ningguang, it would just be 2 normals from Barbara.
Yeah. It is a burst now. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Reverse -5, eating through the Jade Screen crystallized stacks. But you know, 1 skill with the crystallize is going to be plenty. Kevin Z taking game 2 against Lilybot. They're now neck and neck, 1-1. This is game 2 over. First set of Group D today. So congratulations to Kevin Z.
And wonderful play by Kevin Z. Early game was a little bit slow, but going towards the mid game, which is where Aliba's Kuki Kiara deck really spiked in power. They were able to get so many resources on rounds 4 and 5. But great job from Kevin withstanding that, making the hard decision to sacrifice Barbara, despite being so close to burst, and that proved to have paid off. Kevin outlived the bell curve and was eventually able to bring it back with the power of Ningguang Burst.
So I mean,
also his army of treasures.
in the case of the first game, Mew, Kevin did miscalculate and let Ningguang go twice, but he came back with the same deck and basically was able to survive the bell curve, as you're calling it. I really think part of it, other than Kevin's miscalc in the first game, letting Ningguang go, was, Mew, the Mona Eula Wander deck just outputs a lot of damage much faster, especially with the equips onto both Eula and Wander. It's kind of unavoidable. But with Lilyba's deck, so I feel like this Kuki treasure, it's mid-range, right? It does do a lot of damage, and it's faster than the Ningguang stall deck. But I think it's easier to survive against if you're Kevin Z.
No, absolutely. There's not as a lot of front-loaded damage as compared to Mew. There's no Wolf's Gravestone to worry about. There's no Wander Burst, right? In order to get those big damage numbers, you have to commit a lot of resources in comparison to aggro decks. But on the other hand, you have a lot more sustained resources as well. That is kind of the trade-off you're going for. You're more consistent in terms of your pressure, but you are sacrificing a lot of the front-loaded nature of it.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Lilyba still played his lines very well, I think. But just wasn't able to get as much damage output in that crucial turn. He had so many actions that turn. And I mean, Kirara and Kuki just don't do a lot of damage on their own without their bursts. Once you use their bursts, it's mostly damage from swapping around. But here we have the updated deck selection. So Lilyba winning with Mona Eula Wander, that first game, can no longer play it, is going to be forced to play the Kuki Kirara Herald Treasure deck again. Meanwhile, Kevin Z finally took a win on that Ningguang Freeze stall deck and is going to be playing Combo, which is a considerably faster deck.
No, this deck is a deck that will win or lose by round 3. It will force all of its resources onto that one turn, and if you live against it, great, you win. If you can't, well, too bad, you lose.
I anticipate that Lilyba is going to be keeping that Judgment early on, because I think he's going to want to play earlier up against that Chongyun Razor combo deck, because you really want to shut down the magic elements and things like that. But here we go, we have our raffle winners from game 1. I do believe we're going to have the game 2 raffle winners as well. So if you see your UID down there, congratulations, you've won a Blessing of the Welkin Moon, and we're going to have another Welkin raffle going into our game 3 here. Every single game you see today, there will be a Welkin raffle over on Astro Carnival's Twitch. Just make sure you head over there before the game starts. You'll type !pick the name of the player you want to win or you think is going to win and your UID. So good luck, have fun.
And enjoy your prizes and also the gameplay too, because that's what we're all here for.
Yeah, I mean, so we've had some slower games with the Ningguang deck coming out twice on Kevin Z's side, but hopefully with the Chongyun Razor deck, it'll be over very quickly, hopefully by round 3 or 4. It's gonna really depend on who takes the win there, because if the Chongyun deck wins, it's going to win fast. If the Treasure deck wins, it might be a bit slower.
I do have some interesting data on this matchup, though. Xingqiu TK has played against its cousin variant, Kuki Yao Yao, exactly one time, where Kuki Yao Yao did manage to take it. And that is the slower version of the deck as well. It is the one more catered towards like the stall mirror. Talking about a little bit later, though, as we can see, Kevin Z is bringing Robot Wizard's version of Xingqiu TK.
That is, we could just identify it at this point. It is the exact. No, it's not. Where's Catherine? Okay, so Kevin Z replaced Catherine for your swap.
No.
Rhythm is in Robot Wizard's deck. So if you're not familiar with what we're talking about right now, a player from Group A, he was the champion from last year's North America Prince Cup. He also made it out through the top 8 in Group A. He has this Chongyun Razor list. He popularized it. And since then, a ton of players throughout the rest of the groups have been bringing that same list. So it looks like Kevin took that list and changed the Catherine quick swap to an event card quick swap.
I guess like because there's not as many like freeze decks in Group D or even in Group C, really, we've kind of transitioned away from that, deciding that hey, like the free nature of Fast Swap, I don't need to spend 1 extra dice to play it. It will give me the advantage in comparison to Catherine because I don't need to worry about freeze as much.
But
although there is judgment now.
Go, yes, there is judgment now, and I believe Liliba's gonna have to keep it early. Let's see if the TCG god Kevin Z can take a second win against Liliba and keep up his 3-0 win streak against Liliba on stream, or if Liliba will take the win here and get revenge for all those past defeats. So by the way, if you see the QR code on the stream, if you scan it, it will take you to a feedback form. If you give us your feedback, it will help us improve our future streams. So thank you so much in advance.
Oh, and don't forget the raffles. Exclamation mark pick, your player who you want to win or expect to win, and also your UID.
And make sure you are entering those raffles. They're over on Astro Carnival's Twitch channel only if you're watching from Genshin Official. Unfortunately, they are not there. But join us over on Astro Carnival's Twitch and see if you can win a Welkin. I actually have some friends who won the Welkins in fast raffles.
Ooh. Anyways, I was talking about this a little bit earlier before we went to the decks, but I have some data on this matchup. Kuki Yao Yao, the slower variation of the deck, it has like more reactions, but doesn't have the shield from Kiara, so it is more vulnerable to front-loaded damage like Fatuizan, and also like the Xingqiu variation. It has actually beat it before at 1-0 fashion, so sample size is smaller than small, but just based off of what we've seen before, I believe Liba probably will have the advantage because the slower variation that is not as tuned towards aggro matchups has beat Xingqiu TK in the past, and Kiara with the shield will probably be even more favored.
Kevin Z, you just wait for a gamble. Played Lumenstone the Chang and Sunyata the Chang. Ended up playing Timaeus. Has Junior Zod Wagner. That's not very useful.
No.
And I believe that's NRE, which is also not very useful. So 2 cards to tune, but you know. And drew a heart from Timaeus. That's also not very good, but that's fine. You know, Lilybot did not keep that judgment in hand noticeably, but does have a lot of card draw. Just played Strategize to draw the quick swap, and I believe that was a Lotus?
It should be.
Onto Kuki.
Oh, the opening is not great. Not even enough dice Kuki skill. That's not ideal, to say the least.
Well, so that was Visage onto Kuki, right?
It is.
So
we get 1 Electro dice if Xingqiu attacks again.
Yeah, Xingqiu attacks, and I mean, you'd have to tune the skill, but I think you still have the action.
You can probably tune the heart, I guess, because you have the second Visage already. You want to keep the fast swap, though. You're against the freeze deck. You have to keep that.
Man, I'm wondering, there's nothing Kevin Z can really do to punish Lilybot for using veterans there. I think you still go for the normal and charge up Xingqiu Burst.
I mean, and this is where we see Kevin's greed potentially fighting him back a little bit. No Chang would have gotten 2 stacks from... Actually, Chang would have proc now if Kevin normal attacked.
True.
Get the greed getting punished for the first time in TCG history.
Is it greed or is it... We're doing the Sunyata gacha.
We
have to see what we get. We're taking the chance.
Okay, let me put it this way, right? Like, you have a guaranteed. Okay, let's put this in wishing terms, right?
Okay.
You have a
I'm hearing you out.
guaranteed chance at getting a 4-star character if you pick it, right? Or
Let him cook.
or you gamble, right? You get 10 wishes for the chance at 2 4-star characters.
Whoa.
But then you're more likely to get a bunch of 3-star characters.
Wait.
Or weapons. We don't have 3-star characters in Genshin.
Wait.
You either take your 4-star selector, or you wish 10 times. You maybe get 2 4-stars, but there's high chance. Oh wait, there's minty girls.
No. Did you see what Kevin Z just did? I considered this line. I didn't think he'd actually do it, but he did.
Wait, did he Dunizard Wagner to pull his second Dunizard and then NRE replaced to get the MMR?
He did.
Oh my God.
He just played the 2 cards from Sunyata just so he didn't feed the extra electro dice to Lilibot and give him another action. And also he gets replacements for Jet.
He also thins out his deck, right?
Yeah.
Because Dunizard can search a lot of your companions, and NRE will search out your MMR, right? So this thins the deck for your magic items, right? Because you can't search Gilded, you can't search War Prince, you can't search Liar's Song, you can't search for the Ivan Lost yet. But you can search for your Dunizard, you can search for your Tomiases, and you, with the power of Sunyata giving the NRA, you can search for your Minty Meat Rolls. So that thins out Kevin's deck, and it makes him more likely to get certain cards in the future.
There's the Sealy going down into a normal attack. It is unavoidable at this point to give Lilibot that electro dice. And now Shinto's burst is ready to go. Strategize coming out from Lilibot's side, drawing into a Liar Song and an egg. I don't know how much the egg is gonna come in handy right now. And there's
It could
Vanarana.
pop up here or there. You never know.
Second proc, a Veteran's Visage, Vanarana.
Oh. Probably a swap here on Liba's next turn. It'll be a 2-1, unfortunately, because we didn't roll 4 Hydro. Xingqiu Burst coming out. Unfortunately, this will give a free Electro Charge over to Liba.
I think Kevin Z is fine with this. So if you're unfamiliar with how this deck functions, the Chongyun Razor Shinto deck, basically Kevin Z's goal is to build up Shinto Burst and have Chongyun's Frost Field out, and then either go on to Razor and build up to his burst and just do a whole lot of damage in one turn, or I mean, you could also end the game on Chongyun himself. But as long as you have that freeze available, you can lock out your opponent depending on what their strategy is, or you can just go for a whole lot of damage on Razor right away. So I think against Liba's deck, there's not a whole lot for Kevin Z to fear here. He's okay losing Shinto or Chongyun after those skills are out.
Ideally, you like to keep Xingqiu a little bit longer because his burst is quite powerful if you can get to it. But yeah, like after you get your Frost Field down, you typically are perfectly okay with sacking him because Razor has more than enough damage once you have everything set up. Something I am rather curious about is the way Kevin ordered his characters. Xingqiu on the right, but it actually doesn't make any difference to the ordering because like it is still Xingqiu, Chongyun, Razor, right? It is still that 3-pair right to left. He just reversed where Xingqiu is.
Wait.
It doesn't make any difference for Overload, right? And it also doesn't make a difference like when playing against Wanderer.
Mew, is it for Cryo Cube maybe?
It is for Cryo Cube, but we haven't seen Cryo Cube in the tournament so far.
Time. No, I think we saw. I think we saw Lynette.
No, it was Lynette Signora.
It was Lynette Signora.
It was Lynette Signora Kuki. We haven't seen a single instance of Cryo Cube, and then Kevin's ordering it for Cryo Cube.
Listen, you never know.
This is technically correct. This is how you are supposed to optimize your deck. It just like has yet to come up in this tournament.
Listen, you never know. Just like you never know when your dice are gonna roll this poorly. Look at the dice on both sides here. The Lilibot does have more useful dice.
Okay, no, Lilibot can at least use the Hydra on Herald.
Yes.
Right, but Hydra on Xingqiu is effectively wasted dice at this point. That actually feels terrible.
We're gonna build a second Xingqiu verse.
Yeah, when the first one's already up.
Yeah.
You
Looks
can
like
never use
one
too
of the
many green
hearts
swords.
and Kirara skilling. Probably gonna play the other heart on Herald.
Oh, and then we can swap Herald. We get like our instant Quicken TM, and then get some Hydra Aura. That's gonna be really nice.
Yeah, it's gonna be instant Quicken because you know that Cookie skill is going to proc at the same time as Kirara skill. Oh yeah, no, because the self-applied. Okay, never mind. Blocked.
Could give a Bloom Core though.
Bloom Core
is
it won't.
also quite.
I think
if Kevin stays on Xingqiu,
I think it applies.
It's Cookie first and then Kiara.
So
but if Kevin stays on Xingqiu,
but why would he do that?
You wouldn't.
Why would he? Why would he tune 3 in skill again? To give a bloom core.
Because he's just better like that. Oh, what if it's Kiara Burst? Tune 3? No, I would leave out at Tune 2.
No. The heart of Cavarina onto Herald implies that we're going to see a swap of the Herald to use 3 Hydro Dives.
No, I have the play.
The game intended. Okay. What is
Tune
it?
2 Burst, we get our Bloom Core, and then instant Bloom Quicken after our next swap. Okay, doesn't go for it. That's fine. My play was shut down before I can fully vocalize it.
Well, there's Kirara talent.
Ladybug, if you're hearing me, just in the far future, if you're watching this replay back, next time do it. Not because it's necessarily better, I just think it'd be really funny. So, like, if you can just do me a solid, next time you're in this match, exact situation, please go for the burst so I can get my instant Hyper Bloom Quicken.
You just really want to see the Hyper Bloom. I feel like it's such a rare reaction.
It is.
You get the Bloom Core, and then you actually have the
you have to, like,
Electro or Pyro.
You have to apply the Dendro and then the Hydro in that exact order, and then you have to get the Electro in there, and it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, and your opponents at this level, this is the top 32 of Americas and Europe regions all combined. So these players are the cream of the crop. They're the best of the best. They're not going to let you get that Bloom Core. I'm sorry, Sumi.
But they could. What if they did let me get away with? Also, I don't think Dunya's hasn't actually searched yet. Kevin could get his second Tamias by playing that Chang. I am fairly certain it hasn't searched yet. I could be wrong.
I mean, so Tamias of 4 stacks is a free gilded. Drew is other gilded.
Assuming that Dunya's hasn't searched though, Tamias, second Tamias, or sorry, you Chang get your second Tamias, and then you can Lyre play Tamias, and then you get another gilded for free.
I honestly think if you are Kevin Z, maybe you like play your other Lumenstone and Chang. Like I don't know. You just pass.
You might want to, because I'm not lying. Those dice are kind of atrocious.
You just have to get rid of enough cards. Those dice are so bad for Kevin Z this turn.
They're
I mean,
terrible.
Part of playing a combo deck like this Chongyun Razor Shinto combo deck, is you do have a lot of cards that cost dice to use. They're very useful when you use them. So
we're not passing just yet. Are we going in?
Free gilded.
Oh, one of their Lumenstone proc too, so that's one more card to deal with.
Drew Flowing Rings as well, which is boar value at this point.
I mean, boar value is nice because boar value is a dice.
True.
And that will be the Frostfield finally going down. That will be freeze on normal attacks for all of Kevin's characters. Herald.
There's one more dice to do something, and I really don't think we're going to see.
You could go for another attack. It would also proc Herald's Revive if you really wanted to go for it.
Actually, remind me, did Kevin Z bring Covenant?
That is a good question. Typically, this deck does bring Covenant.
Yeah. In Robot Wizard's list, he also brings Covenant. So not only was...
Some players have chosen to tap in Judgment instead, though.
I don't remember if Kevin even brought Arcane.
I think Kevin did bring Covenant. I think Kevin has been like speculating about no Arcane in certain decks. So I wouldn't be surprised, but I do believe I saw one in the list. We'll have to find out later.
Check. Yeah, we're gonna have to check later.
This deck is going to deck itself out eventually, so if it's in there, we'll see it.
One really useful thing about bringing Covenant in this deck, so, I mean, if you don't play Minty, there's the Rhythm. This is going to give a free Gilded if he plays a Lyre Song.
Chang first.
Chang first, indeed, but one thing I was going to say, you could play... Wait. Okay, Rhythms for next turn. We're just trying not to overdraw. Okay, I understand. One thing you can do with Covenant is if you're on 0 dice, you can play Covenant just so you can play other cards.
Mm-hmm. Liba's turn now. 3 dice remain. The dice don't look the best. We'll have to tune if we want another skill.
Lilyba is not going to want to play this Underwater Treasure, so noticeably he drew up both of his Underwater Treasure Hunt, but he doesn't want to play them just yet because you don't want to thicken your deck out. You want to draw out your deck before you play those.
Yeah.
But with an asterisk, because something he has to watch out for going into next turn. Next turn is going to be when Kevin Z goes off, and he still hasn't drawn his judgment. He didn't keep it in his hand.
Also, Liliba's at risk of overdrawing like a lot of cards right now, so we'll need to play something to get rid of cards. Going for Gilded on to the Kiara. Okay, it's some Dendro dice now.
Anything you need delivered?
We're gonna swap over the Burst.
Ooh, wait a second. That is not enough to take out Chongyun, but it does summon that Bloom Core that you've been asking for, Sumi.
Instant Hyper Bloom Quicken. Let's go.
Also noticeably, Liliba drew an Adeptus, and Cookie's Burst is up. Does have that quick swap in hand as well. So going to next round, you know, Kevin Z is supposed to be playing the combo deck that ends the game by round 3, but here Liliba has actually output so much damage.
Yeah, no, if we swap to Kookie and Burst, how much damage would that be? So swap, that it's 3 damage from Hyper Bloom. That'd be 2 for the Quicken, and then it'd be what? Another... Right, so it's 5 damage, 5 from Burst, that's 10, and then, 13 damage if we include the Adeptus. That is a lot. No, it's 14, because we got some Quicken on the Cookie Burst, because it's electro damage.
So here's the only thing, though. Liliba is going to have to be really careful about how he plays his next turn. Ooh, interesting. Wait, Toon did not overdraw.
That
Chongyun's dead.
Yes. Toon did not overdraw. Use the dice to swap over to Herald. Kirara's skill did take out Chongyun. Chongyun's gone.
Well, we have 1 turn worth of Rainswords remaining, and going into Xingqiu. Oh, I guess that's the play around the fast swap Adeptus Burst you could have on Cookie, right? You're gonna normal attack, you're gonna proc Herald Revive, freeze him, and if they go Cookie and Burst, you're fine with sacrificing Xingqiu because you have Razor left, but if they go Kiara, you just freeze her as well. And then eventually Liliba will be forced to go on to Cookie. Real smart. Love this play from Kevin. Thinking at like 3-4 turns ahead from Kevin. Like, this forces Liliba to go Kookie early or just have his entire team get perma-frozen.
So
I love this play.
Cookie base Burst deals 4 electro damage, plus Adeptus,
7.
plus potential Sapwood,
8.
if he can draw it out. So Razor could potentially be lethal. Also, with the swap, it's gonna be Electro and plus the Bloom Core. Assuming that goes on to Razor. So Kevin Z has to be super careful right now.
Which is why I think the Xingqiu swap is actually just so smart.
And this is an open decklist, Conquest format. So these players have the other players' decklists at hand. They can take notes of what each player, like what they've used, what their player has used, the person they're up against. So they can keep track of how the game is progressing. And so they kind of know what to play around. They're trying to account for absolutely everything. Sometimes they miss things, as we've already seen today, but...
It's a Jet. I think she's at 4 or 5 stacks maybe. Could very much come into play this game. What Kevin really wants to do right now is force Liliba to expend that fast swap early.
I think you just skill. And we are seeing a team here. You don't want to use...
No, you want to keep those Rain Swords.
Also, you'll apply Hydro to yourself.
Oh, you'd cleanse, yeah. You wouldn't give them extra damage. That's 1 more Hyper Bloom down the drain. Or Quicken.
Was that treasure into the deck? Yes, it was. Yes, already drawing 2 treasure. Also noticeably, so with the Rhythm and 2 Tamaya stacks at Gilded's already free. Double Liar Song, Jet, Sunyata, Minty Meat Rolls. Kevin Z, this is going to be Kevin Z's round. We're gonna have to see if Liliba can draw into that judgment.
You know, last game we saw the exact same thing happen in reverse. Liliba had a handful of dice, and then Kevin needed to live. Now the shoe is on the other foot.
I mean, this is what happens.
To survive the big combo round TM from Kevin Z, or else it's over, right? On the other hand, though, if Liliba could live, it will be his turn to put up the sweep from behind.
Kevin Z, is that Dawn Winery Memento Lens?
Yep, those
Kevin
are
Z
not
just
coming into play.
used enough cards to take both of Kirara's Cardamom usages. So 200 damage onto Xingqiu, and I think we're gonna see a skill here to cleanse the Dendro. It will give a Bloom Core, but I don't think they stack, right?
They don't. The only way to get Bloom Core stacks above 1 is to use Dendro Res.
So basically, it's a free cleanse for Kevin.
It is basically a free cleanse. Yeah.
Because there's already Bloom Core on the side of Lilybah, and Herald will be frozen.
It also proc the revive too.
Yeah, but no talent. No
No
talent. Yet.
talent. I mean, it doesn't matter because Kevin's gonna normal attack probably for the rest of this turn.
True. Who needs
But yeah, no
skills?
talent. Who needs skills when you can just left click instant, like forever? You know? Why do I need to touch my keyboard?
So the problem I foresee. Ooh, interesting. We're playing treasure. What breakpoint are we trying to?
Oh, I think what we're trying to do here is we're trying to outlive the Hyper Bloom Core to force Lilybah to expend dice to kill Xingqiu or else get frozen.
Rain outlines your fate.
That is what we're trying to play around right now. Because here is going to come Hyper Bloom Slot for 3 damage.
And with the shield,
with the shield,
it's going to deal only 2.
-1.
Oh my god! Wait, no, the sapling burned. This is the curses of drawing above 10 cards. Ah, there's the boar.
Yeah, there's the board. We don't want to overdraw again.
Gosh.
Oh no. No, but this is like the problem with like the modern Magic decks. You sometimes draw too much, and it comes back to bite you, as we just saw.
You can't you can't go to Cookie. You cannot go to Cookie.
You can't. You don't have the fast swap. You really did need that.
No, I mean, even if you go Cookie
even if you
and
did,
fast
right,
swap, you want to burst on Cookie. You want her talent too. You don't want to go Cookie.
But you also didn't want to expend it on Xingqiu because
Exactly.
1 HP. It's such a waste of dice. But if you go Kiara, right, like
Comedy Express.
You have to go Kira right here.
you have to. You don't really have a choice right now. But the problem is Xingqiu is still on 1 HP. Kiara's just gonna get frozen.
Okay, tuning Fortress of Meripede. I'm like, you're gonna be careful to not overdraw again, Lilybah. You're gonna burn something important. This is definitely Kevin Z's game to win here. You know, so the unfortunate thing, so if Kevin Z does not win this round, he's going to be running, I've seen very quickly, that Chongyun Frostfield is going to be out, and there's no way to really revive Chongyun here to refresh it, so that freeze will be gone. And if he doesn't have normal attacks, his Rain Swords will also be gone, and Xingqiu's probably gonna fall here unless it's gonna be a Kirara skill. So Kevin Z has to do as much damage as he can in this round.
Yeah, it doesn't really have a choice otherwise. It's either win now or win never.
Lilybah is really thinking Veteran's Visage quip.
Oh, no, we really... The thing is... Ooh, we're gonna skill here.
It's a lot of dice to use.
I think I can kind of see where we're coming from, right?
No, I don't.
Because, okay, I think here's the plan. Kevin Z normal attacks, right? Kiara's frozen. We swap Herald, right? The Katamam follow-up attack hits Xingqiu on swap. He dies. And then now we're on Herald. Kevin Z's turn left on solo Razor. You have to attack. And that gives us this chance to swap over onto Kuki to Adeptus Burst.
Okay, interesting. So I was like, what if you just skill again? But it looks like it's gonna be normal
then
attacks.
you
There's
just
no Kirara.
No, if you skill again, leave on normal attacks, right? And then you have to hit on Razor anyway, so it doesn't matter.
But yeah, let's swap on it. Herald.
I think this is the best play you have available because this forces this forces Kevin to attack on the Razor, which gives you a chance to Adeptus Burst onto Kuki. And because you have the Quicken Snack as well, and because you have Adeptus, it does 8 damage. So it will be enough to kill Razor.
That's assuming that Kevin. Yeah, that's true. But I think it's also assuming that Kevin even goes for the kill on Herald.
You have to, because Xingqiu dies. You have no choice.
Xingqiu dies, but you can skill.
I guess, yeah.
You could raise your skill here. You could raise your skill here, and it would force Lilybah to do something else.
I guess at that point, you just swap between Kiara and Herald. Because after you swap Kiara, Herald's on 1 HP, right? The Electro Charge will take Herald out. Oh, no, they need normal attack. Still
normal attack will be enough to take out Herald.
You can delay this kill for so long. I think the play here is probably still on Razor.
Minty.
No,
I think, honestly,
No,
honestly,
we're going for it.
no,
We're going for it.
exactly. I don't think Kevin cares. I don't think Kevin.
No,
cares.
no, absolutely. You're 10 HP, you have your rain screen. Like, the max damage Kuki could do, even with Sapwood, is 9 damage. You're guaranteed to
Playing
live.
everything. Oh
at
no!
1 HP.
Yeah, it is skill. It is skill. It is skill.
Oh.
Let's go! Now, what do you do if you're Lilybot?
You have to swap Kiara. Like, that's your one chance at victory. Unless you
Ooh.
ramp. Okay.
It is gonna be the full ramp, but little does Lilybot know there is a gambler's
not.
in hand.
There's not enough dice to proc Liven.
There is not, but I mean, well, so yeah, there's not.
We can't get more dice.
But I mean,
like, no one's
I
left.
mean,
You
it
can't decide
doesn't.
lost yet.
It doesn't matter. Liven just catches what you can't put Nirvana on.
Oh no,
Anything
there's
you
one stack of
deliver?
boar. We're fine. Oh, never mind. We're no longer
Oh
fine.
yeah, there is boar. Okay, so I mean, Kevin,
I
you
think
just go
the
for
play-
normals. You just go. You just go.
You normal here. You force
You gamblers
Lilybot to spend
normal.
even more dice.
You gamblers normal.
You don't need gamblers now.
What do you mean you don't need gamblers now?
She doesn't die. Nothing dies with gamblers normal.
If you
Oh wait, you
skill-
gambler skill. Okay, no, we're good.
True, if you normal, it freezes. Oh, the hero talent, a bit
no.
too late. True, if you normal, it freezes because there's Hydro Aura on Kirara, but
Yeah.
skill will take out Herald with
I
Electro
think
Charge.
burst into normal always wins here for Kevin, and that is so unfortunate. Oof,
I
okay.
haven't lost yet.
Unfortunately, we're also frozen.
We are.
I might not have lost yet, but I also cannot move.
Ooh,
Don't
the
tell me they
load
did
is
it
on
again.
to Kuki, and there is the slow swap.
Yeah, it doesn't have many choices remaining. I think this should just be a Razor Burst and a normal attack for Kevin. I don't think we can do more damage than that.
I
Burst
think
and normal attack gives us 2 normal attacks, and
Yep.
also and we also have
there's
the jet.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think you just play Jet, and Jet is at 6 stacks, so that will be a free skill after Razor uses his burst. This is certainly going to close out the game for Kevin Z. You know, having a first rough game up against Lilybot, but able to come back and take 2 wins here. I really don't see a way out of this.
And you know what? Critically, Lilybot didn't keep judgment. Like, there's so many dice that could have been
Didn't keep
denied from
judgment,
Kevin if
didn't
we
play it.
kept it, and because we didn't keep it, we didn't. Like, Kevin just had so many more dice. Like, I don't know.
Also-
Maybe if we had it, it could have made a difference.
We don't burst yet, by the way, so
Oh, we
freeze.
didn't.
So Cookie can't do anything. Cookie can't respond, but ooh,
Yeah.
that's not gonna help though. Ooh.
I mean, burst is now 4. We can't burst anymore. Hold up.
Wait.
No. Normal attack? No, we can still normal twice. This is fine. We have to go Kiara here.
Dang.
Yeah, you do have to go Kirara.
Yep.
Thank you
That's
for
it.
choosing
Kiara.
Colony Express.
Okay, no, this is it. We just
Well,
normal gun.
No more rain swords, but
Hey,
doesn't
no more
matter.
rain swords, but this is still fine.
Am I?
2 more dice back and plenty of dice to go for the last
No, we
normal.
can't.
You can.
Oh wait, no,
You
it's
just
normal
whack.
attack.
Yeah, it's just normal
Yeah,
attack.
there's
You just
whack. There's
whack.
normal attack. I thought we ran. For some reason, I thought normal also costed 4.
Math is hard.
Math is hard. I agree.
But congratulations to Kevin Z for taking the game against Lilybot. So Kevin Z will be advancing to the upper bracket in this Group D. And Lilybot will be falling to the lower bracket, only with 1 life left, not out of the tournament just yet. So Kevin Z has sustained his win streak against Lilybot on stream, going 3-0 so far in other past tournaments over the past year and a half or so. And Lilybot not quite getting a win off here. This was the match of the century.
It was certainly a really impressive showing from both players. Lilybot did a really great job, to come back from a really bad start in game 1, able to pressure Kevin out, eventually threaten Ningguang enough to force him to make mistakes, and that really did cost him the match. Game 2, Kevin Z was on the stall side, playing against this Kuki Kiara deck, got pressured early, there was a lot of damage coming out, but was able to withstand the bell curve of stall and make a comeback from behind. Unfortunately, just in game 3, Lilybot didn't keep critical cards and just wasn't able to get all of their resources in time to withstand Kevin's pressure.
Lilybot not thinking to keep the judgment against a deck that is significantly faster than what Kevin Z's already been playing. I wonder if that's partially due to the mentality shift. You know, when you're playing up against stall, it's a totally different game than when you're against combo or something even faster like aggro. But here is our updated Group D bracket. So once again, Kevin Z, congratulations, taking that first win here, advancing to the upper bracket round 2. And the winner of the next match we're about to watch, 9006 versus Beyond, will be going against him later. Meanwhile, Lilybot falls down to lower bracket round 1, and we do not know his opponent just yet.
But their opponent will be the loser of 9006 versus Beyond, which we will have shortly. Both of these players have played in tournaments in the past. Let's see. 906 was NA Season 2 Top 16 for Castle Gathering, whereas Beyond
Only qualified
through
through Series Showdown, yeah. So I think our only wild card qualifier is actually Meteor, who's already been knocked down to the lower bracket. Everyone else qualified through Series Showdown Group D. But before we go on to player info, we do have our Welkin raffle winners. So if you see your UID down there below, congratulations, you have won a blessing of the Welkin Moon. And if you'd like to be entered into the next raffle, because we are going to have Welkin raffles at the start of every match you'll see today, head on over to the Astro Carnival Twitch channel and you'll type pick the name of the player you think is going to win or you want to win, your UID, and you'll be entered into the raffle for that game. So good luck, have fun.
And I wish you the best of luck in these raffles. But onto our players, though, these are truly, I think, the dark horses of our tournaments. And funny enough, both of them picked them for their tag because we know very little about these players other than that they're quite good at the game.
Yeah, so the tags that each of these players brought for themselves, 9006 took Dark Horse, Unlucky Roller, and Burnt Kitchen. Beyond took Mastermind, Dark Horse, Professional Top Decker. So we're gonna have to see who's telling the truth here. Are we gonna see some professional top decking from Beyond, some really good card draw, or maybe 906 is going to be burning the kitchen down with his decks? But here's the first deck from Beyond.
Oh, it is this Kukiyaya version that we saw a little bit back.
This is more of the one of the standard lists we've seen so far.
This was a list that was quite popular in Group C. I think being played like 9 times in total, which is quite a high number in comparison to a lot of the other decks in this tournament. But this is, we talked about this earlier, like with the Kiara version, it is all about outvaluing your opponent because of your abundant access to reactions, and a lot of the cards you play give you resources for free, like the Rightful Reward.
And here's 9006 for,
whoa,
wait, this is Burnt Kitchen. This is Burnt Kitchen. This is absolutely Burnt Kitchen. What is going on here?
What is going on here?
Wait.
I will say we've seen decks with similar ideas in the past where they run 3 League characters and then they bring the Lithic Spear in combination with Unseen Razor, because that gives you 3 shield points, 1 for each League character. So you could have effectively 6 Lotus Crisp in one game, and Lotus Flower Crisps were one of the best cards in the game.
Oh my gosh, double Unseen Razor, double Golden House, Catherine, Fresh Wind of Freedom, Liyue Residence, double Rhythm,
double Master Zhang as well.
No, double Wagner 1 Master Zhang.
This is a deck, all right.
This is indeed a deck. This is a combo deck because it has Yelan. You're gonna want to get Yelan's burst off. This has Freeze and Swirl.
The thing is, though, none of these characters, with the exception of Xiao and Shenhe, we kind of saw in early 3.7, Shenhe 2 Nemo was quite popular, but Yelan doesn't really interact well with either of these 2 characters because they don't have any infusion that she can react off of, right? Because Animal Infusion doesn't leave an aura.
It's a when maybe you don't build up to her burst. Maybe you're just using her for her card draw.
I think
skill.
Yelan is there for one Leader character. Sorry, Yelan is there for 2 reasons. I think one is she's a bow character.
She's a Leader character.
She's a bow Leader character in particular, right? So you can combo her with King Squire, which you're running a lot of weapons, right? And you're also running the Unseen Razor card, which lets you unequip a weapon and equip it again for -2 dice. So it's basically the weapon version of Lyra Song, which we've been seeing a lot of today. And she's also a Leader character, which gives you access to, triple Leader Harmony with the Lithic Spear, and also Stone and Contract.
Don't tell me they did it again.
Other than that, I don't really understand why she's here.
Why not
exactly
take
is
Shinto? Like,
teamwork?
it has to be for that King
Yeah.
Squire Unseen Razor.
I think Xingqiu might be used for another deck, right? Because Xingqiu OTK is just such a strong deck right now.
That's true. You can only take one character per deck.
Per deck.
So
you
that is
can
a
only
good
take
point.
one character once.
Also,
Yeah.
just a reminder for those of you watching, so if you see the QR code on the screen, if you scan it, it will send you to a feedback form. So if you have any thoughts you want to share with us about how we're doing, please go ahead and fill out that form. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I believe our Welcome Raffle has started.
Probably should have. Here we are though, 9006 versus a Beyond. Turn one starting with
those dice.
Beyond. Oh.
Those dice!
Oh, wait, what? Going to I think we're
using
seeing
hydro dice there.
I think we're rushing Shenhe Burst by the looks of it.
It's gonna buff normal attack
Unleash!
damage as well as... So Shenhe Burst buffs normal attack damage on top of...
On top of cryo damage.
Cryo.
It also applies one cryo end phase. So people sometimes get confused the difference between Shenhe's skill and burst. To make it easier to understand, the skill is a buff, it makes cryo damage +1. Burst is a debuff, it makes your opponent take +1.
Master Zhang is not a card we commonly see in any deck at all. I don't really think I have seen him played ever.
Master Zhang is a very unpopular card. So what he does is he costs 1 dice to play, and then he reduces the cost of weapons by 1, and also an additional 1 for every weapon currently being equipped to a max of 3. Actually, I don't think there is a max.
No, there's not a max. So
It's just, there hasn't been a weapon that costed more than 3.
wait, that's why 9006 brought 5 different weapons, because you can always equip another weapon over a different weapon for free
Just keep
with Master
equipping.
Zhang.
And you have like Unseen Rages, so like if you don't have Master Zhang, you just pick him up and place him back down, right? Because Master Zhang and Wagner will give you stacks to do that.
So at some point you can just have like a free Lithic Spear equip, and that's just 3 shield points.
Yep, or a free King Squire for just a +1 damage and -2 die.
Oh, this cookie 1 HP with a cryo aura already.
Okay, this weapon deck cooks.
This
deck
cooking.
cooks.
9006 did bring the burnt kitchen tag, and he's definitely living up to this name, but I don't know if he's burning the kitchen. I think he's cooking something that smells really great.
The kitchen might be burnt, but the food do be spicy.
Shenhe Burst is ready to go next round. I think that 1 dice is just gonna be floated here. 9006 is in a pretty good spot already. Beyond's gonna have to think carefully about how he wants to respond, because you really don't want to lose Cookie, but he's gonna lose turn prio as well.
No, especially not so early. And like losing Cookie is actually gonna be quite easy, especially once you get that Shenhe Burst out, because you're not gonna want to tank it on Cookie, right? You're gonna tank it on another character, but if you do that, it leaves Shout open to just swirling cryo. And with your Icicles and with Shenhe Burst out, that's a 3 damage swirl.
Yep.
That's gonna chunk.
Here's an end. We don't want to swap away from Shenhe to use that dice, because you don't want Shenhe Burst going off next round. It is going to be a live and pass for Beyond Heart of Cavarena equipped onto Yao Yao.
Oh, and we're ending first as well, which means we get to instantly apply cryo onto Yao Yao.
Oh my
and we roll
into
good.
The cryo. What is this? Wait, what were the other tags again? Hold on. Unlucky roller. That's not true. That's not true.
Lie.
That's a lie. That is a lie. So, we don't have a whole lot of tournament records for either of these players, but they are very active in our community. They just haven't had those really big showings on screen, so this is their time to shine here. Shenhe Burst is coming down, and honestly...
Oh, didn't play Sealy. That's interesting.
Well, no, it didn't have Sealy. Just drew it into it.
Oh.
It didn't have Sealy.
Wait, no, Shenhe doesn't draw you. It would have drawn end phase.
Oh, you mean... Oh, wait. I thought you meant last turn.
No,
Never
yeah,
mind.
906 didn't play...
Didn't
906
play
didn't play
Sealy,
Sealy before bursting. I wonder what we're using the extra dice for. I'm rather curious now.
Swap weapon equip. Because it's 1 cost weapon equip.
Yeah, but I think that's either King Squire or another Moon Piercer. So we could have still played Silly, swap weapon equips and skill. Unless we can swap weapon equip, skill, and also stoning contracts? That could be something...
Might have been a misplay.
We'll have to see.
Evil shall be dispersed.
Oh, we go Xiao. Okay. Oh, Beyond swapped over to Herald. I think that's the smartest play, right? You don't want full cryo because then Kuki just instantly dies to a swirl. Swapping over to the Herald, like, kind of denies a lot of the reactions that 9006 would have wanted to be doing. So that's fine. Maybe 9006 could have contemplated a Yelan swap instead, so you can go normal attack and get that free draw thanks to Breakthrough Barb. And we would have also had our chance to play Sealy as well to fill up our hand.
Sumi, but you know, this Herald swap, there's one problem with it.
What is the problem, Leah?
Look at the dice.
Oh.
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 I mean, you could play Gilded. You could fix your dice. You could play Gilded with the 3 Pyro. Put it on Herald. You have 2 Hydro then.
Yeah,
no, we're gonna Liar Song first.
Oh, that's what costs less. And then we can still maybe do something on Yao Yao as well.
But then you have to tune then. So, I mean, I would have played the Gilded Liar Song, played it again. Figured out the Liar Song.
I guess better tune 1 than to tune... yeah, no, I think you're right. That's a lot of Pyro dice we'll never use. Unless Yao suddenly took an interest in stabbing people.
Wait, what does that have to do with Pyro?
You know, because you can use the 1 Dendro 2 Pyro dice and just shank them with the spear.
What does that have to do with Pyro, though? Like,
because
I think
you could use the Pyro dice.
Shenhe has Cryo.
You can use the Pyro
weapon.
dice as unaligned to shank them. Instead of throwing a Yogui, you know? Instead of giving out radishes and friendship, you can give your opponents crippling internal damage. It will be the Yao Yao swap though. End phase 49006. So that will be a free 3 damage swirl as soon as it's their turn again. Ooh, Beyond sitting on this Yao Yao. What do we want to do? We would have really liked to burst if we could. Unfortunately, we're still 1 energy off, and Rightful Reward has not given us our second little bit yet. We could normal attack again, or tune to throw Yogui.
So, Beyond is hard for right now. On to Yao Yao.
Okay, that indicates we're going to stay on Yao Yao for the end phase because we want to get the draw.
You have to play Gilded because you have that Liar Song.
Oh, but then why did we play the Cavarina? We didn't play Boar yet, so it's not going to give us an Omni.
I'm not really sure.
Oh, it will be the replace. Oh, no, we did play a Boar. Okay, no, this is fine.
No, there's not an Omni.
Oh, you're right. Never mind. I lied.
I think that was a slight... I think Beyond played the heart and then realized his mistake, but with the swap...
Something over to Kuki. No, this is fine. This is the best play you can make. No, because the Lotus tanks it, right? And then Yogui heals the 4.
But 9-0 has...
Xiao, oh, there's the weapon.
Yeah, the weapon. 9-0 has turn cryo as well.
Wind.
And there's fresh wind. 9-0 has turn cryo.
Yeah, no, we're cooked. Oh, and we have a Shadow Sand King. I didn't even notice that because there's so many weapons. Oh, that's a lot of dice.
I think it was just drawn. It is a lot of dice, and I mean, so
that is a spear of some
this
kind.
is not great for Beyond. This game state is not looking great.
No, it is.
9-0 can definitely go for. There it is. There's the equip.
It's a Moon Piercer.
Yeah, it's Moon Piercer. So that is a 1-cost skill on Xiao. There is the fresh Wind of Freedom. An elemental skill is plenty to take out Kuki if she falls, and Beyond is left with not very healthy characters left. Yao Yao and Herald.
Oh, that's Herald Revive gone now. That's not great.
That is not great.
Oh wait, and then Yao also takes another 2 damage swirl because Shanda's summon is still up. Oh.
Yep.
Oh, and we also get Shadow Burst. So that's something too.
The world.
There goes Herald Revive. Noticeably no talent yet, so Curse of the Undercurrent has not been applied to 9006. And Sealy is ticking up in stacks. This is a very, very fast deck.
Yep. It doesn't help that 9006 got some really good dice turn 1. But Like, Zhao is fully locked and loaded now. We have that burst. It's gonna do 5 damage. Like, there's 2 characters left.
Double Lumen
Whoa.
Stone. I'm not sure if I like where this is going, because what are you gonna do with those Lumen Stones right now? This round is going to be it for you if you don't respond with some kind of sustain.
I don't even know if you have enough like cards in hand to proc both of them at this point.
If you're 906, I feel like you could just go for 2 actions and that's it.
2 in your entire hand burst normal attack? Absolutely. That's what I would do.
That's what I would do as well. Tamaya's trying to draw out just anything. I think we're gonna try to proc those lumens. Let's draw
we need to draw. We
Wire.
need to draw some type of healing. Like
There's
if we don't
Stove.
draw healing, I think it's just over for us.
There's a strat.
There's an I haven't lost yet.
I mean, I haven't lost yet's already been there. Fortress America, bit too late.
I guess. Even if we live this turn, though, we have no damage. A lot of that came from the fact that we could like swap around on our characters and abuse the fact that both Yokoi and Kuki did damage on swap to apply a lot of quicken damage and pressure opponent that way. But with no Kuki out, with no Sanctifying Field, like with no Electro, we're lacking a lot of the pressure we would normally have. We do have
Strats?
talent though.
Draws on the egg and Herald talent.
Okay, so that Herald talent is gonna make it so 906 can't tune his entire hand and then burst. I mean, you can still burst normal attack, I guess. No, you can't. You're 1 dice off.
1 dice off indeed, but I mean, honestly, Beyond is just searching for anything he can find here.
Okay.
There's the Herald talent,
That's
so now
Herald talent.
906 can't end this, at least in this turn. But
I mean, this makes it so Beyond lives 1 more turn, but what is 1 more turn in the face of a Yelan freeze as soon as we end?
yeah, I mean, 906 is just in such a good spot here, and honestly, this has showcased his burnt kitchen very well. I actually really like how this deck plays out if you draw into the right things early.
Do you think it has like a lot of power built into it? But I agree with you on the fact that it's a bit high rolly. You have to admit.
It is a little bit high rolling, but I mean, as is with a lot of aggro decks, I know a lot of players have stopped bringing that Fatuizan double Enemo Linny Farzan Fatui Resonance deck that we saw
and
so much in
Kenki
Group
as
A,
well.
and Mago Kenki, despite having a high win rate.
That was
Because-
kind of a Group B thing exclusively, though.
But it requires, you know, a lot of
Quite a lot of good luck.
good luck. Yeah. Whereas if you bring like a combo deck, if you roll badly, you can often offset the bad rolls by playing your deck out and looking for more dice generation.
And like they're less picky about dice too. It's not just the amount of dice you can generate, because normal attacks don't need that much aligned dice, even if you are doing them 5-6 times a turn.
I haven't lost yet into an egg reviving Cookie, but you know that cryo aura on Yao Yao is not really gonna help things.
I mean,
Next
we're
round is gonna be
live another day at least.
We're gonna live another day. You can always swap over to Cookie.
The kind of issue is here, swap Yelan and then we freeze and sad face.
But I mean, wait, no. If you're 906, you
oh wait, no,
just
they
tune?
ended first. No, you're good. You're
No,
good.
you just tune normal.
Oh wait, no, you just do normal attack.
You just
Nope.
do normal, and
Do
then
normal.
Shunna Burst will take out Cookie. That's
Yep.
literally it.
Yep.
Master.
Like, what can you do?
We have a
can
bit
you
of a
do?
problem. Yeah, we already ended our turns. We actually can't do anything.
So the plus side for Beyond is that after this game, 906 cannot play this deck again, and I'm really excited to see what other decks 906 has brought today. You'll bring that
Okay.
Burnt Kitchen tag for himself.
Hear me out. Since we really
I'm
like
hearing you
triple
out.
weapon tech, what if we see the Liu Friends deck? Xingqiu, Changyun, Hu Tao.
Wait, that could be a possibility. And then that's another Lithic Spear combo
Yeah,
deck.
it's another Lithic Spear combo deck.
I mean, why not?
The high roll potential isn't as high, but we could see it.
That was a deck that actually performed fairly well during the Asia Invitational, but the Shunna Burst Summon is more than enough to take a Cookie. The first game of the second set in Group D will go to 906. Congratulations.
Yeah, no, like, great idea, bring an unorthodox deck and sweeping Beyond off their feet. This unfamiliar matchup forced them into a really bad turn 1 that they just couldn't recover from.
By ordinance divine.
Yeah, and these highlights here are going to show exactly how it was done. You know, that round 1, taking Cookie down to 1 HP, which is so brutal. In a deck like Beyond's that plays a bit slower, you know, it's not a stall deck per se, but it is very mid-range. It takes time to build up to where you want it to be. Taking that damage early is just so brutal. There's no way back, even with Curse of the Undercurrent.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I think this is where we kind of talk about matchups and familiarity with decks, right? We saw early on, because it was a new patch, a lot of people brought Fatui's on because it was an easy to learn deck that they didn't even spend a lot of time on, that was also really strong. But now, as we move in further into the tournament, players know how these decks play. Players know the lines and know what to watch out for, which is why we don't see Fatui's on, right? It's very linear, which makes it easy to learn, but it's also very predictable. And by bringing these off-meta picks, we can throw our opponents off.
So one thing you were talking about before, oh wait, I'll hold that thought for now, but here are the deck lists.
Dvalin?
Speaking of Fatui's, wait, that's not Fatui. Whoa!
It's Dvalin!
It's Dvalin! That is not Fatui Resonance. I think maybe 906 decided that Fatui Conspiracy was rolling Pyro a little too much, and so took Dvalin instead of Lynette, but it's banned, so we're not going to see it. We do have that Layla Nouvelette Age to Hot deck. Meanwhile, Beyond still has the Cookie Treasure list to play, or Mew. Mona Eula Wanderer. Those are the two decks at Beyond's disposal. Meanwhile, Chong'an Razor is banned.
So, Mew is a deck that's like as popular as ever because it has a really simple but strong game plan, but it's also quite linear, as we talked about with Fatui's on, and there's a lot of things you can do to really mess up its flow.
I really want to see that Dvalin deck. It looks so interesting.
I wish it wasn't banned. Oh, here are the raffles, though.
Yeah, here's our raffle winner. So if you see your UID down in chat, that means you have won a Blessing in the Welcome Moon. Congratulations! And if you'd like to enter our next raffle, because we're going to be having raffles at, during every match, head on over to Astro Carnival's Twitch channel. You'll type !pick the player you think is going to win or the player you want to win, and your UID to be entered into the raffle for that match. So there will be 3 more winners after the next match come up here. And of course, you kind of want to root for the player that hasn't won a game yet, because then it goes to game 3 and you get more walk-in raffles. But
I mean, more games equals more raffles, but it also means more exciting gameplays. It's a win-win for everyone.
So something I wanted to point out, just revisiting that last game, by the way. So you were talking about how it's kind of high rolly, and combo decks don't really care about the dice they're using because they're normal attack dependent. I also think that deck is built around normal attacks. Because Shenhe Burst buffs the physical damage you have a weapon.
I suppose that is one way to think about it. Because it's 4 damage normals, right? And you kind of don't need a reaction if you're doing so much base damage.
And there's no infusion, so it's a little awkward, but especially if you're on like Yu'lon, for example, you do build up her burst at the end. It feels like Yu'lon's kind of your anchor, even. I think the goal, you start on Shenhe, you get Shenhe's burst up.
I think the goal is Shenhe, and then you get your free swirl, your swirls, right?
Yeah.
3 damage swirls, and then applies Hydro, and then you stay on Zhao to keep getting those swirls. And when he eventually falls, you have like double cryo auras, and you just freeze people.
Yeah, I think that's it too. But here we go. Beyond is not bringing that Cookie Treasure deck again. It looks like we are going to see Mew, and this is a very standard list, I think. No,
I think they were running one less Golden House in exchange for the Calyx, which we have seen some players decide to do. Calyx Iris gives you a little bit more like a faster Wander Burst. You can surprise your opponents with that one shot they carry before they have a chance to react. But Golden House, you have 2 of them, lets you play Gilded for free more often.
Yeah, I mean, Calyx art into that last energy for Wander Burst cannot be overlooked, but here 906 has his last deck that he's able to play. Of course, this is Conquest format, so he won on that amazing weapon deck and is now forced on this for the rest of this set. But is there anything here that surprises you? I think
this is a standard list, all things considered, for this type of deck. 2 Dragon Magic, yeah.
One Tuli Tula.
Oh, maybe the Jet. I don't think I've seen Jet in the other lists.
Jet, I was wondering, I'm looking at the treasure, there's only 1 treasure here, and I don't remember seeing Jet in this list as well, but I know some players, Jet has gone through some changes since the, since she was released, and on her burst, she no longer just gives you Omni, she gives you a free skill instead on that character, and it does carry over between rounds. But some players are still choosing to bring her, she still is Hyper Magic Elements, but here we go, we're gonna have to see how this plays out. Starting game 2, Beyond versus 9006.
This matchup is going to play quite differently from our previous one, mainly because these decks are both a lot more standard, so they're going to be a lot less funky lines, but also because Beyond is actually going to have the initiative this time. They are playing the faster deck. And it'll really be up to them to stop 906 before they get their big combo turn with Nouvelette or Ajda. This is a dual carry deck, so you don't care as much if one of them gets chunked.
Drew Jet too early.
Well, that's bad.
That's not good. I mean,
Foretold.
sometimes, you know, if you're like a more casual player, you see Jet, it's like, oh, that's a good card. I've seen it do so much, but you don't want to draw it right at the start of the game. You want to draw it a little bit later. You want card draw in your starting hand with these decks that are kind of combo-y in nature, because you want to draw out your... You want to use the card draw to draw out your dice generation, then you kind of play it all at once and overwhelm your opponent in one turn. That's kind of the goal here with this Nouvelette deck. I still haven't fully gotten the hang of this one, but I know it's very, very popular, especially in recent weeks.
Yeah, I mean, just in Group C alone, it kind of popped up. Already having, I don't know, 7 games played already? The win rate isn't the best, only at 46%, but it is still quite respectable, considering Xingqiu OTK, probably one of our premier decks, is also sitting at 46% win rate.
Aisha is just such an interesting card, you know? You have that talent, especially, and, you know, 906 brings 2 copies. Normally, you bring 2 copies of Aisha talent. You could just kind of, like, stall out the round until your opponent has used their resources, especially in a more aggressive deck like Mono Yellow Wander that is not really going to be looking to swap stall a whole lot. 906 can kind of control the pace of the game in some ways if... Ooh, tuning together Tunis.
Yeah, no, Aja talent is certainly interesting, right? Because it lets you pass the turn, it gives you dice, and also forces your opponent to act. So you can certainly put them in bad positions while giving you an advantage, at least in dice. So it is something that Beyond will need to play around. Although in an aggro deck, I don't think you care too much. You just punch, and you punch a lot.
906 played Lumenstone into Tunyarzad to Myas. They draw Gilded, so we'll have a free Gilded going into the next round. But that one dice, I really don't know what it's gonna do here. I guess if Beyond does Monoskill, maybe you swap away to not give a free quick swap, but then I think honestly Beyond could just double Lumenstone or Tomias Lumenstone.
I think what you want to do as 906 is to end first. We've seen this cripple Mew decks so often. If you end first and avoid giving them that first initial swirl onto Wanderer, you're able to cripple the pressure so much because you're forced to spend just that little bit of extra dice. Yeah, I think you're in a little bit of trouble. But I think we saw this in Lilybuzz match against Kevin as well, where Kevin kind of just swapped around for turns 1 and 2. And Beyond was forced to spend so much dice onto Mono to apply that Hydra to get those swirls going that their early pressure was just really gimped.
Yeah, but in the end it didn't matter because the deck Lilybuzz was up against was just so slow. And you can kind of take your time on the Mono Yellow Wanderer deck and get your equips on and just go for a really big round. So at the end of the day, it didn't matter too much, but it did delay Lilybuzz actions by a bit there.
I mean, delay is kind of what you want in these types of matchups because you are playing the slower deck, but you are building towards a much bigger turn. So if you're able to delay your opponent, if you're able to make them wait just a little bit longer to chunk you, to do their damage, it will help you a lot.
But 3 Geo Dice is 906. Yes. Looks like we're gonna see some Ishtaha action, especially with Ishtaha's talent. They're also free gilded on only 906 side. Beyond ended up playing 2 Lumenstone instead of Tomias. I wonder if that's gonna come up. But playing Lumenstone's normally good. Ooh,
wait, we're judgmenting already? A turn 2 judgment?
I think this is fine. Especially against faster decks, this is a turn Beyond's gonna want to do a whole lot on Wander, especially with those Anemo dice. Has perfect usable, actually. So that Judgment is gonna lock Beyond down for this turn from using any event cards. Little does 906 know the only one in hand is currently that Liar.
Yeah, like, a lot of decks typically do like to go in turn 3. Mainly OTK decks like Xingqiu as the main example, but Mew is a deck that does a lot of work turn 2. Oh, that's not the one you wanted, unfortunately.
I actually think the judgment was a bit early because Beyond doesn't really have any equips or anything going right now on his board. He's gonna have to invest some dice into getting that out there. So I feel like the judgment is not really gonna do anything.
I think not this turn, no. The only card you really are trying to target is that Lyre Song. But I don't think if we were Beyond, we were going to play it one way or another. Oh, wow, we're just going to
We're just going. We're just going. We're just doing it.
We're skipping the whole get swirl phase and just punching.
I mean, why not? You have so many animal dice. Are you just gonna waste perfect usable?
The only unfortunate thing here is that we're not getting another action. I think you do Ajda's skill, though. It will give him his little status thing, which will let him absorb elements and also generate extra dice.
Yeah, Beyond? I mean, no. If Beyond uses Lyre Song to take back the Heart of Kavarena, the 2 Lumen Stones are gonna proc, and Wander will have another action.
It is true, and then we get to swirl on Layla with our Wind Favorite stack.
And then,
it is kind of a waste of a Lyre Song, though.
I mean, it could be a waste of Lyre Song. It depends on what you draw into, because there are those Tamais and Gilded. You play Gilded.
Ajda talent, generating us 2 dice.
We're just waiting. We're just waiting.
We chillin'.
We chillin'.
Oh, it's gonna generate another dice out as well, because it'll swirl Hydro onto Ajda, and his status will let him absorb an element, giving him 1 more Hydro dice to work with. Yep,
and that's why Aisha is played in this deck. So I mean, Layla and Nouvellette are often played together in stall decks, but this is more of a combo-ish deck because of Aisha in Magic. Instructors. No? Or Boar Princess would be really good here for Beyond. Also played Tamais. It is just gonna be a swap on the Mona. Didn't play the Lyre Song. I'm not sure how I feel about this.
Doesn't want to give 906 more dice to work with either, because that would have been a free absorb. Now there's only 7 dice to work with. I mean, I say only, but 7 dice is actually, in fact, a lot.
Will not absolve you!
906 is nothing to fear here. Just going for skill onto Aishtaha. And honestly, do you go for the free Gilded into another action and then Lieben maybe?
On Mona, I don't think it's worth it. I think the better play is maybe to swap Nouvellette, Lieben Pass. Right? Because if we stay on Ajda, we can win favored on Wanderer to attack Layla to get a swirl. But if we go Nouvellette, they're forced to reapply Hydro.
Wait, but if you take out Mona here, the only Hydro application is on Layla.
Oh wait, we can burst. Oh, and then the Layla Star will make it. Oh, we'll do +1 damage. Wait, that's Mona gone.
Goodbye, Mona.
Goodbye, Mona.
Your reckoning.
There's -4 from A-Shop Burst, and then the stacks from Layla's Shield is plenty to take out Mona. And now the only Hydro application is on that Layla. Now I think 906 needs to consider swapping a Nouvellette here.
I think that is the correct play, because you deny the swirls, right? It makes it a lot harder for Beyond to do their game plan.
The pleasure is all mine.
Yeah, and we are swapping.
So yeah, if you are unfamiliar with how Wanderer works, you see the little like orange sword at the bottom left of Wanderer's character card. That is a stack of Wind Favorite. He has 2 of them. So every normal attack he does with Wind Favorite will target the next character in line from your active character. So that's why we see the swap from Aishtaha onto Nouvellette. So now the normal attack, instead of going to Layla and swirling the Hydro, will go onto Aishtaha and swirl absolutely nothing.
I mean, you will still punch Ajdaha. He'll be very angry about that. He is quite vocal about his pain and his dislike towards humanity, but he won't get swirled. So I guess he'll have to thank us later.
I mean, if you haven't played his quest, he's gone through a lot.
He has gone through a lot. Thankfully, though, he's also haven't gone through a lot and is also wet. He's a very dry rock frog.
I mean, I thought we just talked about this. He gets more elements if he absorbs them.
Yeah, but like, I'd rather be angry and dry than angry and wet, you know?
I guess it's just a preference.
I don't know, maybe if I don't pull, I'll find it acceptable.
There's a slow swap onto Eula. So this is going to be a big turn for Beyond, despite losing Mona and being denied the Hydro Swirl. I think there's a lot going on here. does have 3-stack Wagner with Wolf's Gravestone and 3 stacks Maya's.
Submit, mortal.
Oh, we're just going Ajda. All right. I mean, like Eula can't swirl us. We're gonna go to the very angry Rock Frog. Hopefully absorb an element through thanks to her hit. And we're just gonna keep punching. Although Beyond does have that fast swap. If he wants to go for it, we could guarantee ourselves a swirl. And we have full artifacts as well in our hand.
I don't know how much it's worth it, because like you could just stay on Eula and do things on Eula, and then you'll have a swirl on Wanderer that freezes.
The thing is, Eula's not really freezing anyone, and she's also not having Gravestone equipped. Characters aren't below 6 HP, right? Eula's big threat. I mean, okay, we're equipping it now. Okay, now we are just going for Gravestone. Eula's threat really comes in after we have that Gravestone. We have that enhanced damage, especially when the characters are below 6 HP. We're able to do like 8 damage on a skill, more if they're frozen, right? But just because they're all so healthy, Eula isn't the best character to swap to.
So, yeah, but at the same time, if you're not gonna get any swirls off on Wanderer, you don't have his weapon. You have Wolf's Gravestone. I think this is fine. I think this is honestly fine for Beyond.
Wait, we can't see Ajda. We're below 6 HP. Gravestone is gonna absolutely destroy us if we stay. We can't afford to risk it.
Or you could play Boar Princess.
Are we just sacrificing Ajda? We're gonna play Talent? Oh, we're just gonna play Talent, generate our dice and pass. Oh, we don't care.
I was gonna be like, you can play Boar Princess, but I guess you do take back the Gilded because you don't want to lose it just now.
Alright, 906 is proposing the challenge. Use your resources and even out the numbers, and give me a frankly absurd dice advantage. Or do we try to pivot our line?
So, a quick swap into Wander normal will freeze Ajda, yes, and also apply Hydro onto Nuvolet.
It would, which would give Eula an opportunity to freeze him next turn, and also put Ajda onto even lower HP, to the point where Eula doesn't even need to expend the Grimheart.
You could also equip free Gilded onto Wander.
Oh, we're equipping on Eula, we're going for it.
We are going for it on Eula, interesting.
That's the very angry Rock Frog down for the count. Oh, Liar back.
Liar back, taking back that.
Oh, we're trying to pull for Gamblers?
Pull for Lumenstone.
Did we get Gamblers?
No, we got Seedbox and Liven.
Oh, wait. Seedbox to Mias?
Seedbox
to Mias. That should pull our Gamblers. I think that's the only artifact left in our deck.
Yeah, true.
No, I think we have one more Cavarina in there, so it's a 50-50. We have one Gamblers, one Cavarina, or two Gamblers. You also... I'm not sure.
I guess you go for it.
Like,
I guess you go for it.
This is the coin flip. Do we get the Gamblers or not?
Oh,
and we do. We get it.
Gambled and got the Gamblers.
Our gamble paid off. If it was Cavarina, I think that would have been really sad.
Well, wait. Isn't Beyond a professional top decker? Yeah.
Oh, never mind. It was never close. It was always going to be Gamblers.
Well,
it was never even an option.
When you consider that you've already drawn out your entire deck's worth of cards.
No.
Oh wait, no. Beyond only has one copy of Cavarina, so it was always gonna be Gamblers.
Oh, it's one Cavarina, one Gamblers. Never mind. It was always going to be Gamblers. Oh, there's Ajda down.
Ajda down to Omni being given back to Beyond with that Gamblers refresh. Now 906 has to think carefully about where to go.
The only issue I see here is we have a lot of dice, but like half of it is Geo. And last I checked, Nuvolet was a water dragon.
I mean...
Can't sleep.
We've lost one of our dragons in the double dragon deck. It looks like we are going to be going over to Layla, but I don't know what this is going to do.
We could normal attack a few times. Never said no to that.
You could normal attack. There's also something to be said about tuning into Layla's skill.
We could, but I don't think there's a threat we need to worry about, so we go for it.
I think something 906 is considering in going Layla is that if tuning jet.
Tuning jet. We are skilling.
If Eula uses that Hydro Aura, there's no more Hydro application coming from beyond side, so there's no more freeze to worry about.
Oh, you're right, yeah. Unfortunately, Beyond also has no auras, so can't freeze them either.
Well, that's why we skill.
This doesn't actually give a stack, unfortunately.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Now, the only thing is that we have a slow swap on the Nouvelette. So Beyond has 2 actions here.
Oh, The issue is if we slow stop Nouvelette in skill, we kind of waste our cryo application.
Ooh, okay. So this is interesting. Slow swap onto Wander. There is a free instructors there with the 2 Tamaya stacks that Beyond could use. So you equip instructors and go for normal to spread the Hydro back onto Nouvelette, and also give yourself another animal dice, giving you another action on Wander.
Yeah, no, Beyond is always going to get a swirl no matter what 906 does. Just the question is, what do we do in response?
What do we do in response? It looks like it's going to be a gilded equip.
Okay. So this is going to be burst up to apply a Crowler on Wander. This will let Nouvelette freeze next turn, hopefully.
The unfortunate thing is that...
we waste Star Stack.
Yep.
Yep. Layla Stars, double-edged sword. Really useful to threaten random freezes for whenever your opponent is mispositioned. Also could just randomly go off and not do anything.
There's the instructors. So this is going to give another animal dice back to Wander, and this is going to be another normal. Well, not another normal. It's a
Or
skill first.
depends.
But it should be a normal. Should be a normal.
The thing we need to watch out for is that no matter what 906 does, right? Like, there's most likely going to give turn priority over to Beyond, which should give Beyond a free opportunity to just Wander Burst on either one of 906's characters, which should be more than enough to one-shot.
I wonder how much you actually... Like, do you think that Beyond can win this round? No, right? It's never happening.
You don't have
You're
to
setting
face
up
them
for
in
next
this
round. You're setting up for next round. So I think your goal, if you're 906, is you want that Cryo Aura onto Eula, and you want Wander to be just out of the picture. So you could honestly tune in normal, or tune, play live and pass, float 3, or
Okay,
do both.
We're gonna try to lower Wander's HP a little bit more.
I think this is fine. And you also get you're building up the stacks of Layla's passive there, and so unless Beyond can like do something to take out Layla and make Nouvelette really low this round, I think this is gonna seal the deal for Beyond going into next turn. Ooh, wait,
we're ending first.
end.
I mean, we only had one action, right? So this live one lets us carry some of that dice forward. Maybe we draw something in our deck as well to help us out. Because I think if we just went for the normal attack, Layla normal attacks again, does 2 damage, Wander's at 1 HP, skills, cleanses the Hydra from Nouvelette. It'll be normal attack on Layla, stars at 3 stacks, Wanderer dies, the Nouvelette gets to freeze Eula, and then it's just over from there. Yes. So, yeah, if Beyond went for the normal attack line, 906 would have won 90% of the time if they just went for that. So they tried to pull something with that live and to give them the lead again, most likely hoping for a fresh win of freedom.
Unfortunately, we're gonna have to see what Beyond draws into, but I think, oh, the quick swap. This is
the
gonna
quick swap
spell
will
the
be
end for
huge.
Wanderer.
Yeah,
No,
Wander's,
okay.
Wander's gone.
Here's the problem.
No, you
for-
can't do that yet.
You can't, because there's a Hydra Aura onto Nouvelette.
Yeah,
so you
so
can't
Eula will
swap
freeze.
Nouvelette yet. But I think you can stay on Layla if you're 906.
I think the play is always the normal attack if you're 906, unless Beyond goes for a normal attack onto Nouvelette. If that's the play, then you can freely swap onto Nouvelette. Freeze
think-
the Wanderer. No, wait. No. Because then Nouvelette's within Gravestone range, so you can't do that either. You just have to normal attack no matter what. You're forced to. You don't have a choice.
I think if you're 906, your goal is to get Cryo Aura onto Eula before swapping over Nouvelette. You don't want Nouvelette to be frozen or taken out. Now, the problem I foresee is Beyond has the 1,000 Floating Dreams weapon. There's Golden House. So if he equips that, that's gonna be 5 damage normal.
Yeah, to Nouvelette.
And then another 4 damage normal. So 2 actions and Nouvelette will be gone with those win favored stacks.
No,
and
I have to
don't
play.
think
I have to
Layla.
play.
I don't
I
think
have to
Layla
play.
can. What? What's the play?
She can, but you actually can safely swap Nouvelette. If
How?
Wander goes to the normal attack, you fast swap normal attack. Stars at 2 stacks, right? Nouvelette is a catalyst character. He only does 1 damage on normal and then 1 damage for the freeze. Wander lives on 1. And then you fast swap over to the Eula and you lose anyways, never mind. If that fast swap wasn't there, Yan would be forced to slow swap onto Eula, Stars would be at 3 stacks, you scale on Nouvelette, she gets frozen, then you win. Unfortunately, Leave It To Me is a card, and 906 cannot play around it.
Beyond really thinning his deck here. I wonder if he's looking for Calx for some reason. I really don't think he needs it.
No, I mean, Calx would make a difference. It would only do 8 damage here. Layla is currently on 10, so she would live either way. Unfortunately, I had a play. Unfortunately, the play got invalidated by a card.
But this should be just a normal attack onto
Yes.
Nouvelette.
It should be a normal attack on the Nouvelette.
I think Beyond is considering that he doesn't want to lose Wander before Wander's burst goes off, but his win
No,
condition
you
is
should win
not to
anyways.
burst on Wander, it's to end on Eula.
It's Eula. Eula is your win con now. You have Wolf's Gravestone, you have Grimheart. Like, Nouvelette will be so low. It
Also,
shouldn't
look at those
matter.
dice. We have 14 dice. 4 on
Oh, yeah, that's a lot.
5,
oh, wait,
5
we're
animal.
swapping Eula.
Wait.
No,
No,
you
this
just
is a
skill.
throw.
You just skill Layla here. Apply that. You
This
apply
is-
the cryo. Wait, this is so bad.
This is really bad for Beyond. So yeah, exactly. 906 can just skill on Layla, apply the cryo aura onto Eula, and then there's virtually.
I mean, you swap onto
nothing.
Nouvelette. Swap into Nouvelette, skill normal attack, and then both characters are frozen, and then after that, there's nothing Beyond can do.
Well, the thing that Beyond could do is draw into Calx burst, I guess. But I think Beyond is playing a little too hard into that Wanderer burst.
Yeah, I think Beyond is getting baited into tunnel focusing onto Wanderer Burst. You don't need it to win, and I think this might cost them the game, because now it's 906 turn to fast up onto Nouvelette, and then you freeze.
There we go, fast
The
swap.
pleasure
There it is.
is all mine.
Silence!
And just skill. Eula is frozen. And now there's nothing Beyond can do.
Okay,
There's
no,
gonna
there
be a
is.
fast swap onto Wander.
You could top deck Calx.
I mean, he did take the professional top decker tag.
There is
So
strategize. You could still top deck it. It is a possibility.
he has like how many cards left in his deck?
Less than 10.
So you strat and pray.
It's like a 1 in 5. Like, it's a 1 in 5 at most.
Strategize.
The odds are in
they're
your favor. And
hilarious! Okay, 2 stacks of win favored.
you need to equip weapon. Weapon Calx Burst is 9.
And then Layla will be frozen. And that's it. This
And
game.
then Lady be frozen, and
That's game.
yeah, that'd
That's
be game.
game.
Okay. It was looking a little bit close, but through the power of professional top decking, it was not.
Calx art, and there is the burst. Come on, go for it.
Bow your head.
Bow your head. Nouvelette does. Minus 10 takes him out. Layla is frozen due to the Hydro Swirl. And what is 906 gonna do other than end?
Oh, what a top deck for Beyond to clinch them the game. They made a mistake swapping to Eula early, giving 906 a chance to double freeze both of his characters. But then we get bailed out by Strategize, top decking our Calx arts and
Can't say.
taking the game
Top
back
decking
into our
when it's-
Go
hand.
for a
Top
walk.
decking when it's like one of the last cards in your deck, you drew everything. But yes, that minor point aside, we professionally top decked the Calx.
No, we didn't draw everything. There was still a card left in our deck.
Like one card out of
Like,
how many?
Beyond had like 6 or 7 cards left in this deck, so the odds technically weren't in his favor. And in the world of statistics, that's all that matters. I say that like I'm a mathematician.
906 ending here, and Beyond can just slow swap onto Eula, not fearing the cryo aura at this point.
Yeah, I mean, like, Cryo doesn't matter because there's no way to freeze. We'll just swap over to Eula to make sure 906 can't kill Wander for whatever reason and somehow take back the game with maybe some wacky play with treasure, but We'll play it safe on the Eula, guaranteeing that's not a possibility.
Layla does not do enough damage on her own, and there's no healing in this deck really other than the one copy, I believe, of Treasure that this deck runs. So,
Yeah.
unfortunately, this is going to spell the end for Game 2 for 9006. But we're certainly going to see him try to make his way out of this.
But yeah, no, but because they won Game 1, they have at least one more chance to bring it back.
One more chance to bring it back, and then even if a player loses here, one more chance in the tournament as a whole, because the loser will be knocked down to the lower bracket with 1 life left. Meanwhile, the winner will advance to the upper bracket with 2 lives left. But here we go, 906 strategizing, really looking for anything to keep Layla alive.
Yeah, trying to find something to bail him out of the situation. I don't think there is, or trying nonetheless, spending a lot of resources. Ooh, Tulas.
Tula.
Fortunately, can't equip that. Layla only learned how to use a sword. Doesn't know how to use books yet, despite being a scholar. 6 dice remaining.
You ignoring my pun?
I didn't get the pun.
Never mind.
I'm sure someone in chat understood the pun, but I didn't. I'm sorry.
It's too late to draw Tula.
Too late. Oh.
Anyway, elemental skill is not gonna do much of anything other than give her 2 shield points, but
I don't think that's enough either.
that is
Eula
not
normal attack does 5.
enough. That is not enough.
I think that should just be game, but normal attack from beyond is all it will take to secure it.
Well,
No
it's 6
wait for
HP.
tap in.
It's 6 HP to eat through.
Oh wait. Oh, I thought it was 3 plus 2. Never mind. I can't math. Just need a normal attack twice. It's fine.
I mean, what else is there to do?
What else is there to do but just hope and pray?
906 has a chance to do something really funny here and play his entire hand before passing. Play or tune it.
Is that a... You could play... Yeah, you can play and tune your entire hand. You can't play all of your cards, but you can certainly play and then tune them all.
Okay, yeah. Wait. Yeah, some of the discounts are gonna go away after.
Yeah, after it's the one-time use. So you play done. That's for free. And then you want to tune 2. You play Gilded, tune another
play
2.
Heart.
And then play Heart, play Sealy.
Oh. Shadow Sand King drawing
draws,
Lumen Stone.
Ooh, draws a heart.
And Heart of Kavarena at 4 dice now, but this is there's nothing 906 can do here.
I think we can still play or tune our entire hand.
There's Lumen Stone. There's Dunyazad.
Double Cavarina.
There's one. There's one heart. One more
Number
heart.
2,
Will
number 2.
proc it. Number 2.
Yeah.
We draw Liar Song.
Okay.
I'm way too excited about this.
Liar Song, pull back Gilded.
Yep, Liar Song.
Right,
It's not Gilded. It's not Gilded. It's Heart.
Pull back Heart, and then play Gilded.
Then play Gilded.
Then play Gilded.
There's Gilded.
And then you
play Heart again.
Oh wait, you can't. Yeah, you play Heart. You play. Oh no, you can't tune.
Oh, you can't.
You needed to tune the Tulas before we played the Gilded.
But unfortunately, the burst is not even going to be enough to take out Eula. All Beyond has to do is tune a normal attack -5 overkill onto Layla, and game 2 of the second set of Group D goes to Beyond.
But it's not yet over for 906. They did win game number 1, so they have one more chance to bring it back in the upper bracket, or else they will be sent over into the lower bracket for their last chance at qualifying.
One more chance to win, and also one more welcome raffle for those of you watching at home. So if you're over on the Genshin official channel, head on over to the Astro Carnival Twitch channel instead if you'd like to enter the welcome raffle. I'll give you some more information as we get towards more closer towards our next game, but every match you see here, there will be a welcome raffle with 3 winners, so that could be you. That could
Here
be
on
you.
screen, we can kind of see the highlights how Beyond slowly managed to pull ahead of 906, using that Wolves Gravestone to do like catastrophic damage to 906 team before they had a chance to react. Here it was so close, and we just top decked the Count's Arts.
It was so dicey, going to Eula, getting that cryo around Eula, but it didn't matter in the end who Beyond ended on.
Yeah, unfortunately, like they were able to pull that Calx Arts from the brink of defeat in order to pull back the game, but it's not over yet. We still have one match left to go in this series. It will be Beyond forced back onto that Kuki Yayo Abyss Herald deck, whereas 906 will stay with Nouvelette combo.
Nouvelette combo. Who do you think is favored here? I do think it's 906, but I don't have a lot of experience, admittedly, with the Nouvelette matchup.
Yeah, there isn't too much data on this on my end either. This deck has also played Kuki Yayo once. Kuki Yayo did win that one, but I think on paper the 2-dragon magic deck should be favored because it plays at a similar pace to the Xingqiu deck, where they do like to go in round 3, and we just saw that win earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to depend on if Beyond can be a professional top decker and get what he needs again. But we have our Welkin raffle winners below me here. I wonder if I can, no, wrong way. It's this way. So if you see your UID there, that means you've won Blessing of the Walking Moon. Congratulations. If you'd like to enter the next Welkin raffle, make sure before the game starts you type ! Pick the name of the player you think is going to win or you're personally rooting for and your UID. So good luck, have fun. It's over on Astro Carnival's Twitch channel.
Yeah, and good luck to those who are participating in that. But round 3, Kuki Yayo versus Magic Dragons. It is
Magic Dragons.
Game 3 for all the marbles.
Is it Magic Dragons?
It's
Dragons.
It's 2-dragon magic, but I didn't have space for that on my spreadsheet.
Magic Dragons.
I had to shorten some of the names.
Because it takes magic, the archetype magic,
there's dragons.
With Gilded, and there's dragons.
And there's dragons in it.
Nouvelette. It's like lore accurate. Magical dragons.
Magical
wow.
dragons.
Amazing.
It
Stunning.
is. I'm very proud
Layla
of it.
is among them. You know, you have Nouvelette and Aishtaha.
Oh my god. No, Layla is like the researcher for the dragons, you know? Like, if this was an anime, we had like the 2 dragons that do magic, and Layla's like the
I don't think
that's
the wrong Darshan. She's not in Amurda Darshan, but here we go. Beyond professional top decker. Kuki Yayo Herald, we're gonna see this come back yet again. And I really feel like the showing before against the more aggressive deck, it wasn't fair on this deck, honestly. We didn't get to see anything from it because the game just went by so fast. So let's see if 906 can put
hopefully Beyond gets to show us its true power here in Game 3. On the other hand, though, 906, we'll see their deck list soon, but on to the 2-dragon combo deck once again.
Yeah, so again, this is open decklist conquest format, so whatever deck you win with, you can no longer play, and you have to basically play all the decks that weren't banned. You have to get 1 win on each of them. So here's this list again. It has Judgment.
It does have Judgment.
One copy of Underwater Treasure.
Earlier, 906 was forced to burn a lot of resource thanks to Mew. They got pressured a lot early, burnt a lot of dice, and it didn't quite pay off. Hopefully against the slower deck, we'll be able to see its true power, where they're not restricted by having to tank the opponent's damage, where they can just slowly build up their resources given enough time.
So, I mean, I think... Who do you think is favored in this matchup? I'll ask you first. I'll throw that to you before I get into my thoughts.
I think they both play at kind of like an even pace. It will be all about who can chain more dice together. I think that will be the key.
I think the Nouvelette deck puts out damage a lot faster, and I think they have similar potentials to build up dice generation. The Nouvelette deck has a lot of magic elements, and is looking to do a lot of damage by like round 3 or so, but
yeah,
I know,
and like
Beyond
a lot of
could probably survive it.
A lot of your damage isn't once per turn either, right? Like Kuki's skill. That is an opening, all right.
For both of them, wait.
I don't think you really want the double Ashna talent turn 1 though. I mean, I think you'd still keep it because they're gonna be quite nice turn 2.
Ooh, Lubenstone.
Live and Lubenstone, that's great.
So
that's
we full ramp, right?
Layla's skill full ramp, absolutely.
Beyond put back that Herald talent. I wonder. So I know you don't really want Herald talent round 1. It's not gonna come up round 1.
It probably won't come up until around round 3, where you probably would have drawn a third of your deck by that point. So the odds of you drawing it are quite high by then. I kind of understand why you put it back. You know, something I'm sad about is we're not seeing as much crab anymore. Where's
That's
my crab?
true. That's true. You try to manifest crab, Sumi, just like you were manifesting that bloom core earlier.
I did manifest that bloom core.
So we're gonna have to see in our next set of matches, but for now we have this one to focus on. So Lumen Stone coming out of 906, and then Aisha Talent has one more Aisha Talent in hand as well. So it could very well be Lumen Stone, double Aisha Talent,
Plus Liben.
Liben, draw, do things on Aisha.
Just skill 4 times turn 1. I mean, it's possible.
Very, very normal things.
Classic Magic stuff, you know?
So if you're more of a casual player and you're not familiar with the term magic, I want to take this opportunity to kind of explain it a bit. So it's called magic by players because basically it all started with the artifact Gilded Dreams and how it interacts with an event card called Liar Song. So when you play Gilded, it used to give you Omni, now it gives you 2 dice that are the same element as the character you equip it onto. And so Liar Song reduces the cost of playing an artifact by 2. And if you can discount the initial cost of Gilded, then basically you're just generating dice, and then generating more dice, and then generating more dice.
And there's also the draw.
Yeah, there's also stuff like Boar Princess, where if you replace or lose an equipment, you gain an Omni. So you can replace an artifact with another artifact to get an Omni dice. And then of course, like Sumi said, there's the draw aspect as well. So I mean, Gilded has card draw built into it. There's other artifacts with card draw. So essentially, it's magic. Like you're just generating cards and dice from nothing. So it's magic.
Yeah, now you don't see the dice, now you do see the dice. Magic. Lenny would be proud.
Lenny would be proud, and that's why one of the first most popular decks was Finale with Lenny.
Yep, and then there were a few changes with the consistency of the deck, and unfortunately we don't see it anymore, so there's not a lot of aggro representation anymore, but it is still quite strong if you want to play casually. I do recommend you give it a try.
Looks like my predictions were right on the money. It is a second Aisha Talent.
That is a lot of dice. That's so much dice.
It's gonna be 3 actions after playing Liben.
That is true. Unfortunately, you can't like skill all those actions because you don't have enough geodice for that. But it will still be quite a lot.
Yeah.
That's the one thing.
It would be... What if you normal burst?
Normal burst is 6. It's not worth. Kuki still lives. You want a skill burst?
Wait.
No.
Normal burst is not 6. It's normal.
No, it's 8.
4.
It's 8. It's 2, 4, 8.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think normal burst. That's it.
So
losing Kuki in this deck is actually just so critical because she's the bulkhead of a lot of your damage.
Yeah, so remember the first game where, Shenhe got Kuki Shinobu down to 1 HP with Cryo-Aura?
Yeah. I do.
There's a normal? Uh-oh. Okay, play the Liben.
I think Beyond is playing this a little bit too greedy.
I think Beyond just didn't consider that Lumen Stone would proc with the 0-cost card, maybe, for the additional action.
Beyond is like trying to eke out extra value, like from Seon Kuki, but like, there's no reason to. We have that one dice to swap off, right? We could just go Yao Yao. We don't need to play so greedy, and I mean, it just cost them the game again.
Boom! Kuki Shinobu is dead. This is what we call FTK, first turn kill.
Yep. You know what we also call it?
What do we call it?
Getting kind of cooked.
I mean, 906 did take the burnt kitchen tag. But the kitchen's not being burnt down, I think. This is like a 5-star restaurant kitchen.
Oh, and we get an electro dice from the absorption. Oh, we gotta swap off now. Yeah. So to put it mildly, Beyond is not in a good spot.
Yes. Yes, we've established that. Unfortunately.
So, it turns out being down a character immediately as soon as the game starts is a bad thing.
I mean, that is what we call in the industry an FTK, first turn kill. It's very rarely seen, but it does come up. It does come up. Especially when you have double A-shot talent, Lumen Stone, Liven, exactly the amount of geodice you need to normal burst.
Yeah, no. First turn kills are really very rarely seen because, one, you can only do them on specific characters and under specific conditions when you have certain cards. So, very, very rare. Not a lot of players play around them for that reason, but I think when you do see an option for it, you really should be cautious because, like, it puts you in these types of situations.
Adding insult to injury, but Beyond's dice are beyond poor,
great.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, I have to go look at the tags again because there's some tags that don't show on stream. I believe they pick one that sounds the best and then showcase it, but there's other tags that the players choose themselves. So 906 chose Unlucky Roller. Beyond is Mastermind Dark Horse Professional Dot Decker.
I
So I got mixed up. I thought Beyond maybe took Unlucky Roller, but it's 906. 906 has not had any unlucky rolls.
I see a really funny play for 906. Liven to Maya's pass. It might be the optimal play, actually. It might genuinely be the best play available.
Wait, just like full ramp for next round?
Full
and
ramp
give
for
yourself
next round.
4 Omni and...
Very, I think, almost impossible that they kill Layla, and even if they do, I don't think you care. Because next turn you come in with 12 dice plus artifacts, right? Like a full HP Nouvelette, and Yayo Herald does no damage.
I mean, what if
Like,
you
not without Kuki,
what if
at
you just
least.
Tamaya's
Not now.
Layla skilled and only pass with 1 Liven though?
That's still fine. I
Just
think
in
both-
case Layla
both
goes
options-
down.
Yeah, right. You want to keep Layla alive just in case. The shields will help for that, and you also start generating the stars as well, which are really nice.
I mean, I think it's fine if Layla goes down as long as you have used her skill once.
At least once, yeah. That's
So,
generally.
as funny as double Liven Tamaya's pass would be, I don't think
This is
the play.
This is the smarter option because, like, I was complaining earlier about Beyond playing that turn one a little bit greedy, not swapping off Cookie when we had 1 dice to spare.
Now you're advocating for greed.
Now I'm advocating it, but it's good that 906 didn't listen to me because this is the safer play, this is the better play, and it is the play that will secure them the game more often.
Herald talent. Drew into Lotus and
Double
another
fast swap.
quick swap. And also you get 2 Omni from those Lumen Stones proccing.
Yeah, I guess Yayo, skill, swap Herald, skill, get her Electric Charge, get her Hydro, get a Bloom.
You're up.
So
Yeah.
something 906 is gonna have to watch out for is, I believe there is an egg in Beyond's deck. Normally these Kooky decks run an egg, and you have healing between Yao Yao's kit and also the treasure in that deck. Whenever it does get drawn out. So if Beyond can survive, you could
It is
even think about bringing
possible.
Kooky back.
It's possible, right? It's a play that Beyond could think about, but like a lot of conditions need to be met, right? First, you need to have egg. Second, you need to have drawn a lot of your deck, and then you also have to play treasure. We do have the fast ups, that's not something we need to worry about, but those fast ups will let us go on to Kooky and heal her up with treasure by dumping 6 HP onto her before 906 can do an action. So that is also quite important. Luckily, we do already have that.
906 not playing that Liven to proc Lumenstone, I think this is honestly a really good
No, this is
decision.
smart.
Because you don't want that extra dice right now. You could give it to Liven, but you don't know if you're going to keep Liven going
You
next
wouldn't
round.
be able to do anything with the extra dice. Although, if you were to proc it, I think you equip the Cavalrina onto Nouvelette, and then you swap over to him with that extra dice. Will be a normal attack on Yayo. I was thinking perhaps Beyond would think about swapping to Herald into a skill, because we get double reaction with that, and we also get a Hyper Bloom for next turn.
That could have been a good play, actually. I actually agree with that.
Because this way, like we have 1 dice to spare, right? I think it's kind
You
of
avoid the
wasting the
Quicken.
value a little bit.
You would have avoided the Quicken if
We
you
would have
put card,
avoided the Quicken.
But such is life.
Such is life. It's all about sacrifice. You do one thing, you can't do another.
In this case, 906 does have turn priority for sure going into this round. Tamaya's also 3 stacks with a free gilded. Noticeably, so the prohibition is gone from the Fortress of Meripede. So 906 can play the Judgment this round if he wants without fear.
Can play the Boar as well, although we might not choose to do so. There's not a lot we can do with it. It would give us 1 dice at most. We might want to save it for another turn potentially. It's just, what do we do now? We're gonna skill again, expecting a Yao Yao skill, or sorry, Yao Yao burst to come out. It will eat the majority of that hit as well, 1 quicken stack down, and then we can safely swap to Nuvolet after if we so please, or perhaps go over to Ajdaha.
What do you think the play is here? Do you go Nuvolet or do you go Ajdaha?
I think it depends on Beyond's action. I think they're most likely going to Yao Yao burst. And then if they do, I think Ajda would be the better play because we kind of deny them 1 extra aura, right? Because Kuki Field will hit before Yugwe, or before the Radish. So we'll kind of cleanse it on Electro as well. It gives 1 less aura to work with, and we take a little bit less damage in the long run.
Ooh, rightful reward. I have a pun to make about this if it comes up, but
okay. You and your
just so you brace yourselves. You guys have to wait. Part of the raffle is if the never mind.
You have to just be ready for the pun. It'll hit you when you least expect it. We don't know what the conditions are, so just be careful.
But do you want to talk about what Rightful Reward does? I feel like it's a very, very, very important card in this Yao Yao Kuki deck.
Yeah, so Rightful Reward, it's a 2-cost spear to align. You equip it on a spear character, obviously, and every time you, I think, take damage or are healed, it contributes towards a Rightful Reward stack, and when it reaches a certain number, it will give you 1 energy, and it also makes your burst do +2 damage.
Speaking of burst, Yao Yao's burst comes down onto Layla, eating through those shields with those quicken, and when you swap now from Yao Yao, the Kuki skill is going to apply Electro, and Yao Yao's burst is going to heal her and apply Dendro.
Yeah.
No, actually, it would go on to Herald. The heal goes on to Herald. You'll waste the heal.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yao Yao burst, is it least HP or the person who has taken the most damage this turn? Because the wording on that is sometimes different. I think Yugwe heals the person that took the most damage this turn. I'm not sure about the burst. It's been a while since I've used Yao Yao.
It heals your active character. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. But it heals your active character, so you swap the Herald, it's gonna heal Herald, and it's not gonna heal at all.
Okay. Yeah, because your Herald is full HP. It'll be a Layla burst on the side of 906. I think this does risk Layla dying. Yes. If Beyond swaps, Layla's dead.
So let's do the math. So there's already Quicken stack, so the Electro's gonna do 2 plus 1. Yes.
Yeah, 3 plus 2.
And
which
then,
is 5, because that's how math works.
Yeah.
We will actually still get the draw from Cavalrina because the 2 damage instances come separately. So we will get 1 draw before Layla dies.
So for the casual players, the reason why it's going to take out Layla, so it's 3 damage from the Kuki Electro skill activating.
Yep, that's 1.
The Quicken already buffs it. It's originally 1 damage.
Plus 2.
Plus 1 from Quicken, plus another 1 from triggering the Quicken reaction.
3.
And then it's plus another 2 from Yao Yao with the Quicken buff.
Yeah,
Yao
that's
Yao's
4 and
burst.
5.
That's 5. That's why it's 5.
That's why it's
just
5.
from swapping characters, by the way.
Yep. Which is why this deck is really good into stall, because it's just, swap stalling usually an action that just spends 1. It's effectively 5 damage for 1 dice, if you think about it that way.
You want to try swap stalling? Well, I'm gonna swap stall too.
Yeah, but my swap stall hurts more than you. Does your swap stall do 5 damage? I didn't think so. You can actually make this do 7 damage if you also had Bloom Core.
If I remember right, it was this deck that had the highest win rate, right?
Yes.
And
75% win rate, the highest.
This is one of the most played decks as well, this patch.
I believe.
At least in the last couple
9 games, yeah.
There's the 5 damage, by the way.
Oh, yeah, no, that's a lot of damage.
Goodbye, Layla.
Ooh, one Omni from Poor Princess. Do we go Nouvelette or do we go
The pleasure is
Ajda
all
as the
mine.
question? It will be Nouvelette.
Looks like it's gonna be Nouvelette. I mean, you don't have any Geo, but
Oh, unfortunately, Tomias only had 2 stacks, so we can't play the Gilded for free, so we will
Yeah,
have to
I mean-
tune if we want to skill.
Tomias is also not very shiny right now, so he
True.
wouldn't be able to give his stacks anyway. He's already given his stacks for the turn, but Nouvelette is also not really going to be able to freeze here. Those Starry Night stacks at 1 right now need to be at 4 to apply the cryo.
We can really build towards that next turn, though, so that should be fine. Skill into Burst would bring it to 3 stacks, would apply double Hydro, and then we could cleanse whatever cryos left, apply double Hydro. I think the play here is skill. We get our source water droplets, and we can live and pass. Or we can't anymore. We tuned for the wrong elements. We can't live in for 3 anymore.
Yeah, you have to be careful when you're tuning cards. You have to sometimes be very careful which dice you're tuning, because now you can't play Liven without tuning something else.
Unless the play was never to Liven. What if we just punch again?
What if we just punch again? I mean, I think either way, if you're playing Liven, you have to play another card anyway. No.
Lumenstone already procced.
Lumenstone already proc, never mind. There goes Treasure into Beyond's deck. Fontaine Exploration at 0%.
You know, I haven't actually explored anything since Sumeru. I have like 100% exploration in every region, including Economia.
Are you playing TCG too
Past
much?
Chasm, I just haven't done exploration.
Is it because you're playing Genshin TCG too much?
You know, I did grind a lot when it first came out.
That's what happens. It really gets you.
It really does get you.
It really gets you.
It got me at least.
Especially when you get to become a player on the stage like this. So just going back to our player histories a bit, especially if you are just joining us from Genshin Official. So Beyond and 906, very active community members, but they don't have a lot of major tournament showings like some of the other players we've seen in previous groups. We are on Group D, so we've already gone through Groups A through C, and this is the top 32 of Americas and Europe regions combined for this online portion of the Prince Cup tournament. And so they're competing to travel to Los Angeles. The top 2 of Group D will make it out alongside the other 6 that have already been decided. And so for these players, especially that haven't had the opportunity to do that before, this is huge stakes they're fighting for. They're fighting for that live tournament qualification. You know, traveling to Los Angeles and meeting your friends is a dream. And then also they're fighting for the prize money. Wait.
Oh yeah, we're punching.
We've tuned Liven.
We did tune Liven. I mean, we're not playing it this turn, I guess. The rationale is that we're never going to play this entire game, because look how low Yao Yao is.
And Layla's stacks are at 3, so there is going to be a freeze next turn. There is nothing that Beyond can do about this. I don't think there's any healing that is going to save him going the next round.
No, and what's super crucial is that if the freeze comes, like, if Beyond decides to stay on Yao Yao, Nouvelette Burst does enough to kill her, and then the follow-up attack from the stars will go on to Herald. Like, Beyond needs to be really careful which characters they swap to this turn. Because one wrong move, and it's just a freeze in their face.
Yeah, Nouvelette's Burst is ready to go. Yeah, those Starry Night stacks are at 4. Of course, Provision is on 906's side, so he's gonna have to burn through an event card before he uses another one. Still sitting on that Judgment. Hasn't used it at all.
Wait, we get Gilded now. Tomias at 3 stacks. He's glowing once more. He's gonna give us his stacks. Gonna reduce the cost of our Gilded with the magic of alchemy.
The magic of alchemy. You know, it's like Tomias sitting at the alchemy table. Remember, you try to walk up, use the alchemy table, you talk to
you talk to him, and then like you had to wait. If like, I don't think when do we get the option to like tell him that we'd like to use the table? What patch was that?
I don't remember, but I also think they moved him away slightly.
Did they?
I think so, unless I'm imagining it.
I think you're imagining it. I don't remember that being mentioned anywhere. I think he's always been that close to the table. Maybe you just got better at avoiding his dialogue. Because like if you come at him from a specific angle, like you don't get the chance to interact with him before you hit the table.
You know, Tomias used to be known in the community for these frustrating things, and now Tomias gives us magic.
He also gives us artifacts, and artifacts are good. And unlike in the main game, you don't need to roll for substats. They just give you their bonus effects.
True, but you do have like an artifact banner. So Blep likes to joke around. You play Wagner with 3 different weapons. It's gonna draw you one of those weapons, and it's like pulling on the weapon banner because you're not sure which one you're gonna draw. It's the same thing with Tomias, except you have to have 6 artifacts in your deck. You're not sure which artifact you're gonna draw when you play him. It might be the one you want, it might not be the one you want.
I mean, regardless if you get the one you want or not, at least it's free.
Well, you have to pay Tomias.
Nah, the artifact is free. That's what matters.
A Lotus onto Yao Yao.
Ooh,
I don't think this is gonna help in the long run, but anything to survive one more.
This makes it so Herald won't be the one eating the freeze, so it'll help Beyond live just a little bit longer, keep their actions this little bit longer, let them do a little bit more stuff this turn. I think in the grand scheme of it, it shouldn't make a difference, because no matter what, I think Nuvola is guaranteed to at least do 2 attacks. Just based off how chonky and healthy he is, but yeah.
Playing that live in just to be careful not overdraw. And the Stoke God draws out 2 treasures. Ooh, there's...
Cookie Talent coming in a bit late.
Wait!
Oh, we have second treasure in hand. No, you'd have to build Cookie Burst. You'd have to build Cookie Burst. I don't know why I'm thinking you could just burst a cookie. I don't think there's no calcs in this deck, so you need to build a Cookie Burst once more. I don't think you can afford to do it this turn or ever. I don't think you can. I think you're focused on surviving right now. But there's the quick swap. I mean, Herald's getting frozen. We're gonna be left on solo Yao Yao. Oh, never mind. We're just pre-playing it so we don't overdraw. Oh, I see. Yao Yao's burst coming down. And now the freeze is almost certainly going to go on the Yao Yao. No. We can still burst here. There's no quicken, so a swap over to Herald will only do 1 damage. Nuvolet's on 4. And then Herald's skill, the initial hit only does 2 damage, so Nuvolet lives on 1. So we can burst here if we would so choose. No, wait, but Nuvolet lives on 1. We can't tell for the Ajda, so we're just... Ooh. Does it matter? Maybe we don't burst. I think it does, because the first hit of Nuvolet's normal attack, with Source Water Droplet, does 1 damage, right? Mm-hmm. He does 1 piercing on burst. Herald is on 3 HP, so he takes 1 burst, hits Nuvolet. Uh-huh. He's not in his prepare skill. You live on 1 HP for the initial hit, right? Uh-huh. You normal attack, Herald's on 2, and then follow-up attack, Nuvolet dies. Uh-huh. And then you go on Ajta. Is that enough? There's 4 Princess, so this might be a quick swap on the Ashtaha. I think we're forced to. No, this is a judgment. We could still fast up if we want to. So, due to turn priority, because 906
and submit,
did not go first this round, the judgment is a bit late, and Beyond did get a bunch of event cards off, but this is going to block Beyond from playing 3 event cards for the rest of this round. Yeah, I mean, they can't play the treasure anymore. They can't play Adept. There's no egg. Ivan Lassia isn't even active right now because no character has died yet, but it could come up later. But yeah, just the fact that Beyond got to go first made it so they were able to play that Lotus, able to play that treasure, and that like forces us to swap off Nuvolet, where we really would like to go in if possible. Normal attack. I think normal attack's the play here. Yeah, I think it's normal attack because the Layla's attacks are gonna freeze Herald. I really like this slow swap onto Ashtaha play from 906. Mm-hmm. It forces Beyond to take back the initiative, which they really do not want. They want the damage over onto Nuvolet from the swap if at all possible. And like they don't want to act on Yao Yao because we already bursted. We kind of already done all we wanted on her. I think you also might want to Gilded, whoever you do a skill on. I mean, you could. There's an argument for. No, I guess you probably wouldn't. Quick swapping back to Nuvolet and bursting. No, I think we could Gilded. I think we could Gilded here. You definitely could Gilded. The question is just on or Fast on Nuvolet, Gilded burst. Oh, we have Jet. No, of course we go Nuvolet. We have Jet. It was never a question. How many stacks is Jet at? Oh, that's a good question. Pop quiz. Oh, we're not even gonna find out. It is gonna be Nuvolet burst. No Gilded noticeably, so that's the card draw that 906 is missing here. But Herald is frozen during his prepared skill. Critically does still have the revive. Does have the revive, but you know what? Oh wait, there's no Tuli Tula. No Tuli Tula's Nuvolet follow-up only does 3. Herald lives.
And we'll
Tuning-
tank the end phase summon as well.
Why did we tune? Did not overdraw. We're on 8 cards now.
Lyman doesn't proc. Are we playing treasure? We
No,
have
I
nothing else
think
to do.
Beyond Tune did not overdraw.
Oh, but Lyman only gets 1 dice now. We have to play the treasure. I'll swap him back over to
You swap it
Yaya.
anyway.
Okay.
You can't play any event cards on Beyond side because Judgment.
Yeah, you can't. You can't play the treasure because you're under judgment. You're right.
There's the Gilded. I think this is a little bit too late, but that's fine because these normal attacks are going to deal a whole lot of damage.
I think we would have liked that draw. If we're gonna play it anyways, we should have played it earlier. Maybe we draw a card that helps us out, like a Lyra Song or something, to get another attack off.
Yeah, unfortunately, 906's dice are an awkward number, so 5 dice means only
1 attack?
yeah, only 1 action. With 1 more dice, it'd be 2 actions, which could, spell the end of the game here.
It will be delayed a little bit. Beyond will at least live past this turn.
There's the prepared skill. Now, what does Beyond do in response? Well, with Judgment on your head, you can't really do anything. Ooh. The swap onto Herald. This is gonna eat through Herald's Revive. Trigger Curse the Undercurrent on 906's side.
Yeah, there's a revive going down. Unfortunately, only 2 dice remaining. You need at least 3 to attack again. And both characters with Hydra Aura, which will mean that we will have no freeze next round with stars only at 2 stacks. You have to go build that back up a little bit more. Actually, no, we will. Because end phase gets 1. So we will have a freeze next turn. I lied.
Tremble and
Yes.
submit, mortal.
And I think this is why we put the Heart of Kavarina onto Aisha, so we can swap onto Aisha and prepare for next turn. But I do think that Gilded Equip was really late because you're not doing much with those dice. The only thing you did was swap and play Sealy.
Oh, that Sealy came late too. We could have played that earlier. Get at least 1 stack on it.
And that's another reaction that just went off that didn't draw a card.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. Still though, 906 is still in control of the game for now. They are at a rather substantial HP lead.
Oh, the dice are not looking great though for 906.
Yeah, not ideal.
Meanwhile, Beyond rolling great dice.
Oh yeah, no, that's exactly what you wanted. We got a treasure as well. That's the first. Judgment has worn off, so you can play our treasure once again. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of draw in hand, so you won't be seeing a lot of it until next turn.
So 906 really needed to take out at least one of them last turn, and that's really critical that he wasn't able to, because I think Beyond has so many resources at his disposal right now to survive. So yeah, there's the treasure.
Okay, this makes it so Herald will live a normal attack, so this forces 906 to skill if they want to freeze. But importantly, no more healing, so a skill will still take out Herald, it will still freeze Yao Yao unless we want to play that egg.
I think part of the problem Beyond is facing is that there's no card draw right now.
Yeah, they can't draw any more of their treasures.
I'm not sure if I remember which artifacts are on Yao Yao and Herald. Is it Veteran's Visage on Yao Yao?
I think Veterans on Yao Yao, I think Cavalry on Herald.
So healing on Yao Yao or taking damage on Yao Yao would draw cards.
But you can't swap Yao because she would just die.
You can't swap over there.
So you have to stay on Herald, but if you stay on Herald, right, skill, Yao gets frozen, she dies anyways. The only play you have out of this is something with egg.
I think you might have to egg. And there it is, Kuki Shinobu back to life after getting FTK'd a million rounds ago. She's back.
She is indeed back. And then you can swap over to her. Oh, no, I think you have to swap to Kuki now.
I think you have to swap to Kuki now, but it's still rough because I mean, if you're 906, you're just normal.
Yeah, normal attack. No need to skill. Don't need to burn the prohibition stacks just yet. You can conserve your dice a little bit.
Beyond showing why he chose the tag Mastermind, he's really playing this very carefully, very methodically.
Really calculated, trying to draw out every last bit of advantage they possibly can against 906 to bring the game back into their favor.
I mean, not much strategy to do when 906 is attuned his entire hand.
Yeah, well, I think 906 might lose just because of that. Okay, we're gonna play the Dunya's Hard. We could proc our Lumenstone, I think.
You could proc
Second
Lumenstone. You could
Dunya.
draw a whole lot of cards here, see what you get. So I mean, you could strat here.
We need to play second Dunya first, probably. Yeah, second Dunya for free, and then we can strat to proc. Hopefully we draw something good.
Interesting, keeping it to minus.
Oh, we're gonna jet instead. Only at 3 stacks, that will not come up, unfortunately. 4
So when you
stacks now.
replace, I'm not sure if 906 already drew out all of his companion cards, but when you replace Dunyarzad with something else,
It's,
it doesn't draw a companion card if
I
it hasn't
don't
been
think
proc
it
yet.
does. It will still give you the discount because that happens before she's replaced, but I don't believe she gives you the surge.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. You don't get that passive.
Yeah, it will be a normal attack on Kuki, Hydro hit going over onto Herald. The
And
dice were
now-
fixed up a lot though on 906 side thanks to that Gambler's Earrings.
But now I think if you're beyond, you have access to I haven't lost yet.
You do indeed, although you kind of don't want to burst because Prohibition hasn't been burnt yet. Normal attack will do the same amount of damage as burst. Oh, what do you do now?
Sorry, not 906. If you're beyond, you can I haven't lost yet. You can I haven't lost yet burst.
You can.
You have treasure.
Okay.
Wait, why are we lying? We had a free. Oh, because we're gonna proc it again. So there's Veterans Visage back on again. Didn't use any Tamaya stacks because of the liar song. And you play treasure and it's gonna give you another Hydro dice.
Oh, it will, yeah. It's a lot of dice.
It is definitely a lot of dice.
Prohibition stacked for next round too. We still have a free Gilded if we want to.
I don't think you need to go for it right now. I think you could save it for Yao Yao.
I haven't
but
lost yet?
there
Oh, are
is
we
the
Adept
I
is
haven't lost
bursting?
yet.
I think Adept is bursting wins you the game because Yao Yao burst does 3. Yeah, we are
There's
Adept
the
bursting.
Adeptus.
And there's the burst. Asha's dead.
Aishtaha is gone. Just a
The
reminder,
pleasure is
this
all
is
mine.
game 3. The winner of this game will be advancing through the upper bracket. The loser will get knocked down to the lower bracket. So 906, I actually misspoke earlier. You can't play strategize because of the prohibition.
Oh, because Prohibition, you're right.
So there's no more card draw at 906's disposal.
Oh, in that case, I think Beyond wins because you Nuval a normal attack, you need to heal with above 3 HP because burst will kill you. But if you do that, you're stuck into your normal attack animation, and because you don't have Tulas, the follow-up doesn't do 4.
Source water droplet, you can't simply do a normal attack. It will always be a prepared normal. So you normal first, even if it doesn't take out Herald. Beyond can just slow swap onto Yao Yao.
The problem is it does take out Herald, right? And then burst does 3, it will negate whatever
It does.
healing you just did. And then because you're forced into that follow-up animation, right? Like, you don't have Tulas, your second follow-up hit only does 3 damage, which means Yayo lives on 1 HP and the
Not.
normal attack is enough to finish you off.
Does not.
It does not.
Because
Wait, it doesn't.
there's no Tula Tula.
Oh, there's no Tulas, you're right.
But I mean, it doesn't matter.
It shouldn't.
Oh, wait.
Oh, wait.
Wait, but it come for the healing from the source water droplet.
Yeah, Source Water heals you too. I was calculating if Harold died, but no,
Wait.
yeah, no Tulas.
Wait, no,
Wait, I think I'll take my still win this.
this is so bad.
Follow up. Wait, and the Noob Burst. Noob Burst
Nuvolan
wins.
burst is piercing damage.
It
This
just
is so
pierces the
bad.
hero
We
off heal.
miscalculated.
No, it might still be fine. We can still treasure. Treasure heals us to 3, and the Noob Burst only does 2 on cast.
Okay.
Noob Burst only does 2 on cast.
Okay. No quicken stacks. So, Yao Yao burst. Okay, treasure. Yao Yao burst.
Yes, we live
You
on
could
1 because
still
of
win.
that.
You could still win. Oh, especially if
Well,
you have the
second
treasure.
treasure.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah.
we
Beyond,
for
no,
sure win
beyond still wins. Beyond still wins.
Yeah,
Beyond
burst
still
and
wins.
normal attack, and because Nuvalit burst is only 2 damage on cast, we win. And because of those double and because we can't draw our cards, right? Like we can't play anything more.
Wait. Yeah, no, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. It's actually just
Okay.
it. Okay.
We need to draw like some type of sustain if we want to
We
live.
can't because of the prohibition. We
If
can't
we had
play.
one treasure, if we just had one treasure, this
I
game was
know.
ours.
The ceiling's about to proc too. It's just slight mismanagement. I really think not equipping that gilded earlier, like that one card
That
draw.
one card
That
could've made all
one
the
card draw.
difference.
It could have made all the difference.
Alright, let's see what the Sealy gives us.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
I mean, yeah, no, it'll be all over from there, but
It doesn't matter. I think you still go
906
for
has
it,
no
but it
choice.
doesn't matter.
You had like
Let
your
the
burst is your
mighty
only
be
option.
humble.
There it is. Burst takes out Herald with the piercing damage, but Yao Yao is left on 2.
Oh, and
Ross-
we get double liar song if we just
Double Liar
played.
Song gilded.
If we just played our Sealy earlier, if we just played our Gilded earlier, we would have drawn that before we were forced to burst, and that would have won us the game. Like,
But beyond beyond showing why he's the mastermind, advancing through the upper bracket, 906 falling down to the lower bracket, not out of the tournament just yet. This is a double elimination format. So congratulations to Beyond for making it.
no, absolutely. Beyond played out of his mind. Did a really great job at like bringing the game back despite an initial disadvantage where Kui Shinobu got first turn killed. But I think 906 made a critical mistake those last 2 turns. They held the Sealy too long. They held the Gilded too long. They got their draws late, and we saw from that Sealy, they were enough to win him the game.
So if you're watching from Genshin Official, or if you're new to Astro Carnival or anything like that, you may be a more casual player in TCG, this is an example of why just because you have all this dice generation card draw in your deck does not mean you're automatically going to win. You have to be very, very intentional with the order you do everything in. And even the most highly placed players, this is the top 32 players of Americas and Europe combined. Even these players will sometimes make these mistakes. So, you know, sometimes the nerves of being on the stream can really get to you as well. Like there's so much that goes into it. It's really just hard to say, but you have to make sure to manage the order of your cards perfectly. Here we go.
Yeah, no, and we just saw that, like, despite having like everything he needed, because the ordering was slightly wrong, like 906 wasn't able to take it, wasn't able to win that game, wasn't able to take game 3, and is forced down into the lower bracket now against Liliba of all people.
Oh, Liliba. You know, Liliba got knocked down to the lower bracket, but that does not mean he is by any means a weak player. Kevin Z and Liliba just have that rivalry going, the best of the best. So Liliba will be against 906. Meanwhile, Meteor versus Mayoi is our other lower bracket round 1 match. But upcoming, we are actually going to be heading into our upper bracket round 2, I believe. Yahida versus Zero.
I mean, Yahida is a rather prominent player. They placed NA Prince Cup last year. They placed 2nd, falling just behind Robot Wizard. So, like, absolutely accomplished player. And they even placed 1st in the NA 2024 CTG Season 1.
So you see me pointing? Sorry to interrupt you. There's raffle winners. Sorry.
There are raffle winners.
If you see your UID in chat, that means you've won a Blessing of the Welcome Moon. Congratulations. If you want to enter our next, raffle for Welkins, head on over to Astro Carnival's Twitch channel. You will type ! Pick the name of the player you think is going to win, or the player you want to win, and your UID. It specifically has to be on Astro Carnival's Twitch, but there will be 3 Welkin winners every match. So, anyway, sorry, continue with your thoughts, Sumi.
But yeah, no, as I was saying, Yahida is an absolutely, like, accomplished player, as placed very highly in a lot of very big tournaments. On the other hand, Jiro is not an opponent to be scoffed at either. They were Latin America's Prince Cup top 4 last year.
Yeah, and of course, you know, so last year we had separate regional tournaments, and now instead of it being Latin American Prince Cup and North American Prince Cup and Europe Prince Cup, all of these regions have been combined into one. Oh, and it looks like Joe is going to be bringing that Sino Crab deck. I was not casting this match when we started Group D off last weekend, but I was watching, and I'm so happy to see Sino get played because he doesn't frequently get play. Fine overload back.
Yeah. I mean, Sino is a very interesting card. It takes a lot of turns to ramp up, so it's like very high investment.
But I think it works well with
but very
Crab.
high payoff. Very high payoff. Like +2 damage for free is certainly nothing to scoff at.
And here is Nahida, of course. The Nahida profile picture has. Ooh, this is a Kirara variation.
I think this is very similar to Lily's Buzz list, but they decided to bring 2 Herald accounts as opposed to a Kiara one.
I think it is very similar. So you have the double treasure. I really like the double Herald talent. I know you get a free swap with Kirava's talent, but I think the like blocking your opponent from making additional moves is just really good. So
yeah, like
Herald talent.
This deck is built a little bit more to disrupt the opponent, especially with that Herald talent. I think it might be quite effective against Crab as well, because a lot of your game plan is just constantly skilling on the Layla and on Crab to stack up those shields to build towards Crab's really big burst damage. So having that there could like really slow down Crab's game plan.
It could, for sure. And but I think the problem's gonna be, so these are two very mid-rangey decks, and well, Crab is known to be kind of slower. I think with Overload especially, it's actually not that slow. There's a lot of damage that can be dealt, even if you're not building up Crab's shield stacks.
I think it absolutely does have the potential, because Overload is a +2 damage reaction. You have access to melts too, thanks to Layla. So there is a lot of damage you could have access to if you play it in that way. But it also has that very safe fallback plan of just stack Crab shield and wait for Sino.
Wait for Sino. This is a Sign Overload deck.
Well, I mean, we'll have to see.
Overload.
I mean, we'll have to see if Nyahida could take it over the Crab, like cook that alive, or if it's Sign Over for him. Get it?
Okay.
It's so, my turn to make puns now.
Okay, but we have to make puns. Sino is the poster child of TCG, so we have to make puns. But oh, I almost forgot my pun from last game. So I guess Beyond earned his rightful reward.
I quit. You may take this as my resignation. I'm out.
Okay, anyway, so I believe that our third set of matches is about to start. So after we're done casting, we're going to be casting this set between Nihida and Zero, and then we're going to be handing off the rest of the cast to Rin and Blep. So they'll be on later. Blep is back from his vacation, and he'll be casting this the last weekend of the remote Prince Cup thing. So you guys are in for a treat later as well. But of course, there's going to be raffles throughout all of these sets, even when we pass the torch. So yeah, make sure you head on over to Astro Carnival's Twitch channel. I believe we're just waiting for the players to get ready so we can begin the game soon.
Yeah, they're deciding their picks and bans, what matchup they believe is favorable for them. I mean, I guess they already picked it, but they're just finalizing details on their end. Man, I'm ready to see these decks brawl it out.
Me too. I mean, so Yukina did take second place in last year's America's Prince Cup tournament, as you were mentioning earlier, and Zero was top 4 in Latin American Prince Cup. So both these players are very established in their regions. And, you know, what's interesting in having this combination tournament, you can kind of see them go head to head when normally they're playing in their own region and wouldn't have a chance to. But
and we can also kind of see regional preferences for decks as well. Like certain people from different regions like to bring different things, right? And it's also kind of isolated to different groups because they have their own individual internal meta as well. Like in Group B, there's a lot of Kenki SCs, but not in others. And Group A had a lot of Fatuis on and not so much in others, right? But it is very interesting to see like what players bring what decks.
I think that's partially because, you know, I was kind of talking about this earlier too in a different set, but players are watching the other players play. And they're like, oh, okay, so this player is going to play this. And so I should play this in response. And then it's like, oh, okay, well, this worked really well. So I'm going to try playing this. Or this did not work at all, and people keep bringing it and they're losing on it, so I'm not going to touch this. So I think, you know, especially with these streamed matches, this is the first time we're having the full group stage of Prince Cup streamed like this. Players really have a chance to see what's good, see what's not working, and adapt. So even though there's no like balance changes like within the patch other than our one hotfix with the alarm changes and the changes to Underwater Treasure Hunt, we still have like meta shifts as players are seeing something and they're like, okay, I need to counter this, or okay, I need to try this myself, etc.
And no, players are seeing like what works and what doesn't in real time, and so they're adjusting their game plans accordingly. Not just like what decks they bring, but also what variants of it they bring as well.
So, thinking about the decks brought today, what do you think could change
Ooh.
going into tomorrow?
That's interesting. We've seen a lot of different types of decks brought out. We saw like a lot of stall. We've seen like not a lot of combo actually, but then we have like the Kuki Yayo / Kuki Kiara mid-range version, which does typically do quite well into stall. We might see like a resurgence of combo decks going into day 2 because of just how many stall decks there have been and how and how statistically good combo typically is into them because they just have a lot of damage.
A lot of damage indeed. So just a reminder, if you see the QR code on screen between Zero and Yahida's little icons there, it will be reappearing periodically throughout the stream. If you scan it, it will take you to a feedback survey. So
Can't sleep.
if you give us your thoughts,
So
it would help us
fast.
improve future streams. So I mean, if you like these Welkin raffles, make sure to go to the feedback forum and tell us that. We would love to hear your thoughts. Also, there is, speaking of raffles, a Welkin raffle ongoing. So if you type exclamation mark pick the player you think is going to win or the one you're personally rooting for and your UID, you'll be entered into that raffle. So good luck, have fun to those of you watching at home. Astro Carnival's Twitch only.
Ooh, Yahida's dice. They aren't amazing, but it. Oh wow, are we full ramping?
Why not?
We could. I'm all for it. Oh yeah, we're full ramping.
Libin. Why not play Shadow Sand King too? Oh
I
wait,
would really like the second live in.
wait, we might tune skill.
Yeah, I think
So do you
Tune
get
Skill.
Tune Herald Talent because you have 2 copies of it in this deck. I think you're okay to tune it.
Yeah, I mean, the Shadow Sand King is going to draw us a lot of dice because we want to go to Kiara. I mean, Kiara will also give us dice when she attacks with her little box. The Dendro follow-up on the Switch.
Card draw and dice generation everywhere. You have card draw and dice generation from Blumenstone, from Lieben, and card draw from Shadow Sand King.
Yeah, a lot of dice as well. No Kiara Talent this time, though, but Lumenstone's going to give us a lot, Liven's going to give us a lot. Yeah, Hero Talent is going.
Herald Talent and Kuki's skill. That's definitely going to be a pass from Nikita. Get this. It's not very useful right now.
Drawing food early is never the best. Typically, you like to see that later. I think, like, this is the thing with combo tools and, like, your advantage tools. When you start, you really like your advantage tools because those are the cards that lets us sift through our decks, lets us, like, get to the cards we want. Whereas if we draw our combo tools early, these are the things that, like, help us finish off the game, but don't necessarily help us get into the position to do so.
So I feel like Zero could be in for a rough time with this deck because something you can really do, I don't know, I think Nikita is going to want to play fast.
Yeah, they want to play like a moderate pace. You're not running necessarily like a Cleavage deck or a Fatui-san, but you're for sure jogging.
Yeah, I mean, like these mid-range kooky decks, they can play fast or slow. So I think you want to play fast up against Crab because you don't want Crab to build those shields. I mean, look, Crab already's at 9 shields. And for every 2 shield points, Crab's burst is 1 more damage. Especially, Sino is going to build stacks every round. And so it's not only Crab you have to worry about, it's also going to be Sino's damage.
Yeah, no, Sino is like absolutely going to chunk. You have to wait 5 turns though for him to get those stacks, but once he gets there, he is very, very threatening. The main thing though is that thankfully Zero does not have any of his artifacts just yet, right? Because if we do start stacking those Tenacity of the Middle, stacking those General's Ancient Helms, Crab's shield stacking gets accelerated so much.
Both Underwater Treasure Hunt already in Nikita's hand. Honestly, Nikita's hand is not looking too great because you don't want these cards right now. These are cards you want to draw out later. You really want card draw to draw more card draw to draw out dice generation.
Yeah, and Yahida would have really liked to see their Dunyazars, their Tamiases, not these treasures. Would have really liked a second Lumenstone or a Liven as well. These are the cards Yahida would have really liked turn 3 or like going into their really big combo turn. Not in turn 2 when we're still setting up.
Tamai is going down. Ooh, Tenacity of the Millith. This this early. I mean, round 1 is the earliest you can get it, but round 2 is good too.
Round 2 is better than round never.
True. And that's more shield stacks for Crab.
Yeah, that's true. We'll have to wait until next turn though to get that equipped for free. So we'll just have to spend this one doing it the old-fashioned way.
Well, I think you might be okay with just equipping it. Ooh, there's Fortress of Meripede. That is also something that's going to appreciate in value over time. Nila's skill coming down. Look, Crab's at 13 shields. 19 HP.
19 is a big number.
19 is a big number. Especially with overloaded melt reaction.
But it could be bigger.
It could be bigger. It will be bigger. With Tenacity the Millith.
Oh, you're right, yes.
Ooh,
This
Liar
crab
Song.
is going to be the chonkiest, juiciest crab the world has ever seen. This crab is 100-year-old crustacean that has been free-range roaming in the ocean for at least 100 years.
Okay.
This isn't your lab-grown crustacean meat. This is the authentic stuff.
Anyway, so the community names for the decks we normally see with Crab. This is kind of like a semi-combination of the Toma Overload Crab deck, and then also the Layla Crab deck. So one of them is called Snow Crab, and one of them is called Spicy Crab. So is this like Spicy Snow Crab?
This is stove crab, because Sino is your electric stove. And then crab is the crab, and then Layla's the cook.
Layla's the chef?
Layla's the chef.
I think that's the wrong Darsha.
I mean, Layla's
Yes.
a student, probably knows how to cook. Actually, wait, what am I talking about?
No, I think the question is Zero gonna equip Tenacity the Millith, or...
I don't think so. Like, we have Tamias, we can get it for... Oh, never mind, we are.
Okay,
Well,
we're wrong.
We're wrong. But no,
Ooh,
okay. I was thinking no, because we can get a free equip on it next round, right? And then instead we could use our dice to... I guess swapping a crab might not be the best because we give him a free vaporize, but it would cleanse the power aura on him. So, like, I was thinking swap crab, right? We generate shields with the skill. Next round we have tenacity. Oh, actually, no, we don't want to do that because 4 dice swap skill is 4. With all the dice we had, and then we stay on crab, we're gonna lose all our shields because Nyahida has 7 dice and an entire handful of cards we haven't seen yet.
Interesting, Yahida not opting... Let's see. Oh wait, no, Lumenstone gives another dice. So you can skill again on Herald and then swap skill on Kirara if you want to.
I don't think we want to just yet because there's already Hydro Aura on Layla, right? So I think it's better if we swap Kiara, we skill, and then Tamias.
Skill Tamias?
Skill Tamias.
Or... Where are the
because we already used.
I guess you wanna play your cards in your hand too, or else you're gonna overdraw.
Mm-hmm. Like we already used Kuki's like ring for this round, right? So swap Kiara. Oh, we could instead consider swap Kiara.
No, we didn't.
Oh, we didn't?
It's gonna apply Electro.
Oh, never mind.
But I think you can still go Kiara.
I think we still swap Kiara though.
Applies Electro Charge.
Yeah, swap Kiara, Electro Charge. We get the Dendro.
Oh, it is gonna be a skill. This is what I thought was gonna happen.
Oh wait, we can just kill Layla here.
Yep.
Yeah, Layla's dead.
So for Nikita, so you have tuning Tamias. There is
Burst is 3.
There's Herald Burst. It's more than enough to take Layla out, but also more importantly, it applies that Curse to the Undercurrent. And so this is what I meant by Nikita having to play kind of fast because you really want to overwhelm Crab before Sino gets those stacks, before Crab gets his stacks.
And do you know what's more important? That's -1 character for artifacts. -2 shield every round for Crab. Like, this puts Zero into, like, a worse position by forcing him onto 2 characters, which makes it a lot easier for Nyahida to focus damage on Crab, and Sino, which are the characters that Zero wants to anchor on. But because Layla isn't there, she's also can't equip artifacts, which means that's -2 shields every round for Zero's Crab.
-2 shields every round. But Zero's crab is already at 20 HP. Interesting that we're going crab here. I guess it's too early to go Sino still,
I mean,
even after losing Layla.
I think you kind of have to go crab because like crab is the one that's generating your dice, and also our opponent is on Kuki, right? Which means if we swap its overload onto Sino, we could potentially overload them back. Oh, normal attack. I guess their dice weren't good enough.
There's normal attack, draws a quick swap. And now crab is at 22 HP?
22, that's correct. That's how math works. Oh, Prohibition burns the lyre. I don't know if Nikita did that on purpose or if it was an accident.
Might be playing a little bit too fast there, but there's Sapwood on to Kuki. It should be a normal attack then.
Yeah, normal attack. Oh, we get 2 Electro Dice refund. Oh, we can burst.
We can burst. Now the question is, what does Zero do? Does Zero eat the burst on crab? I feel like it's bad. You don't want
That's 7 damage on crab. That's half your current shield amount. I don't think you can afford it.
I think it
you
might be
need to go Sino.
Lotus in hand. You might Lotus. Sino.
Lotus in hand. Lotus in hand. There's a good argument for it.
Oh wait, we're staying on crab.
Ooh, okay. Pre-tune.
And that's
Skill.
4 cost skill.
Oh wait, we can't do another skill in Sino now because of the Curse of the Undercurrent.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the goal is here. Because that's gonna be really, really high damage first coming out of Cookie.
That'll be 7 damage onto crab. I don't know if you can afford that right now. Especially because like you don't even get to kill Kuki, right? Because Curse of the Undercurrent, you can't you can't skill in Sino because that takes at least 3 dice.
Oh wait.
I mean, it'll still 4 dice. Ooh, swap over to Herald.
Interesting.
Okay.
Just a swap. So maybe. Oh no. Okay, we're just swapping back onto crab. All right. All right.
Ooh, we're skilling again.
Those crab shields we spent our time building up are now being whittled down because Layla is gone. Jade Chamber.
Oh, okay, for Willow.
I mean, Jade Chamber, Zero did bring Jade Chamber. Like, that wasn't generated by Sonata.
Yeah, no, he's running 2 of those in their deck. But we don't get the 1-cost crab talents anymore because we were forced to discard the Storm Terror's Lair.
Ooh, draws another crab talent.
The crab talent instantly punished.
That's a cleanse. That's a cleanse.
Yeah, but we would have liked to play that for free. Unfortunately, we can't do that anymore.
Yeah, that's true. But I think playing Willow there is still pretty important.
Mm-hmm. It drew us a lot of the cards in our deck. It might have helped us draw it out to the situation we're currently in.
Now the question is, can Zero do anything here? Still has 1 more 4-cost skill to eat through.
You could play the crab talent now. Get the cleanse.
Wait.
Although that might not matter because we might just skill on Herald again.
Remind me of how Storm Terror's Lair is worded. Is it with an original cost?
It is the original cost.
Oh man, so it wouldn't discount it if it went back up to 4. That's painful. I guess it could discount Sino's Burst though.
It would discount the crab talent down to 0, but yeah, I don't think it would discount it down to 3. Let me go check though, just in case.
Well, it was up last round in proc, so I think that's right.
Oh,
that's right.
Yeah, okay. It should be original cost then. I mean, Storm Terror's Lair was created before Curse the Undercurrent was a thing to worry about, so it might have been different, but I guess they like prepared for the eventuality that something like this would be made. Oh, what do we do though? This is like not great. We could skill, bring Herald down to what, 2 HP?
So,
skill again,
yeah,
proc revive, burst.
Skill won't take out Herald. It would not proc revive. Looks like it's gonna Lotus onto Crab. And gonna have to tune 1 in order to skill. I wonder if it's gonna be a burst. But that feels like a waste.
I was considering that as well. Because like we get 2 piercing onto everyone, right? And then Herald will proc the revive. On no, but I think we do. We overkill Heralds, which is the issue.
Wait, we tune the other crab talent. but that I don't know if I like the tune there, because the cleanse could really come in clutch later.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess just Zero thought the other cards in hand were too important.
Probably planning on tuning and playing Lieben.
Yeah.
Or maybe just tuning Lieben and normaling.
Oh.
That could be a possibility as well.
The good news for Zero, though, is he finally got rid of the Curse the Undercurrent. We don't have to worry about that anymore. Still, though, Nyahida has a very full hand, and also a very full amount of dice. So what do we do here? How much damage does a crab do? 8 damage. Because 14 halved is 7, and the +1 is 8. Oh, wait, no, and then +1 from the Layla Star, so it's 9, +2 from Melt is 11. Crab will do 11 damage unless Nyahida can whittle down the shield amount somehow. Very unlikely, though, because there is still Lotus in there.
Yeah, thinking carefully about what to do here. Looks like it's just going to be a normal attack. Pretty interesting, but yeah, Nyahida intending on letting Herald's Revive proc, and it's -10 with the Melt.
I think this makes the most sense for Nyahida, because Crab would have done 11 damage, right? Even with a fast swap onto Kuki, there was no way with that Lotus you were bringing it down below that point. So you let Herald take it, so this way you get to keep all 3 of your characters. And then you can burst again and apply another Curse the Undercurrent.
Yeah, having another action because Crab's Burst went off there. So I mean the question, yeah, I guess would you burst again then? Do you just burst again? Playing Lumenstone.
I think you burst again.
Thank you for choosing Komani Express.
Ooh, a swap onto Kirara.
Okay, I mean, I guess
part.
Nyahida is going to play a little bit safer this round. Like, Nyahida already has the advantage, so there's no reason to risk it, I guess, right? Because if Crab skilled again, Herald would have died, so we're just going to maintain our advantage, swap onto Kiara, draw another card, maintain that Herald Burst for a little bit later. Maybe you draw into a second talent, we can just apply the Curse the Undercurrent again.
There goes Timaeus. Those stacks contributing to General's Ancient Helm onto Sino. I wonder if we're going to see a swap.
We could. Only 2 dice remaining for Nyahida. Sino isn't under that much threat, and he will be at 4 stacks starting next turn as well.
Ooh, pizza. So I really, the more I'm watching this, the more I feel like this is a Sino deck.
Yeah,
Because
honestly.
Because Sino is going to be at 4 stacks on his Paxhorn Path Clear going into next round. And Crab is still alive, and Crab can apply Pyro. And basically between Crab and Layla's Cryo application, just whittling down Yahida's characters. Like, it looks like Yahida has an advantage here, but Sino, without even using his burst, is just going to do so much damage because he's already going to be in his burst for starting next round.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, what can you do at that point?
That is a good question if you are Nyahida. Oh, Tune the Judgment, okay.
The Judgment.
I think, like, I mean, seeing Zero only has 1 card in hand, there's not a lot that you can really play around, right? Because...
Well, there's Willow. There's another 2 cards.
None of them... Oh, double fast swap, okay.
Already had the fast swap in hand, but yeah, the second
Already
one
had the first one, yeah.
could help. Ooh, the dice are really good too for Zero.
Making up for the bad dice the past 2 rounds. And no Curse the Undercurrent to deal with either now. Like, this is Zero's time to go in. Oh, rerolling the Electro.
Just wanting to note the nicknames these 2 players chose for themselves, by the way. So, Zero's nicknames are Mathematician, Mastermind, and Unlucky Roller. Meanwhile, Nyahida chose Underdog, which is, I will just say right now, is factually incorrect. Because he was 2nd place in North American Prince Cup last year.
Another Crab skill, thanks to Layla.
Oh, burning
Overburn.
the treasure!
Oh no, the overdraw, burning the treasure. It's -1 dice, -1 health. That's not great.
This is not great, so I mean, Crab is effectively... Ooh, Prohibition. No, that was intentional.
Okay.
That was intentional.
That was intentional.
There's treasure. So, I mean, he is going to have to use the treasure.
There's the
to
Curse
stay
of
alive.
Undercurrent.
Ooh.
Rolls as an Omnis? Oh wait, no, that was Lumenstone. We're good.
But just,
No.
I just want to know, Crab's at 25 effective HP right now, and Sino is ready to go. He doesn't need to use skills. He could use the regular 3-cost normals. This could be a really big round for Zero. Unfortunately, I don't think there's any gamblers though.
Wait for my
Quick
signal.
swap.
In hand at the moment, and ooh, Cookie Burst. Oh, with the talent as well. Egg. Tune the Liben.
Tuning the Liben.
That's Cookie
And
talent.
he is tuning so many things. This is definitely playing quickly, but there is Cookie talent. So even with an overload to take out Cookie, she's gonna come right back with that revive.
Yeah, I mean, you have to kill Cookie twice in one turn, which is a burden that I don't think Jiro could bear this turn at the very least. Only 8 dice remaining, nothing in hand to generate more, so that'll be 2 actions at most.
This is really rough because I think you want to be going to Sino, especially after playing that pizza. Instead, skills on Crab, it looks like we're delaying going to Sino, but then you really only have next round.
I mean, like, your time is ticking, right? Because not only is your health slowly ticking down, so are Sino stacks. Next round, he'll be at 5, and then if you don't do anything that turn, it's going to reset all the way down to 2.
Nihida playing Treasure, not generating any Electro. I'm not sure what the goal is here. I guess you kind of want to stay on Cookie because you don't want your characters to get sniped.
We're gonna just tank everything on the character that can get a free revive once per round.
I think you only go for triggering the Cookie revive if you know you can also take her out in that round. So Zero's probably, we might just, I wonder.
But tuning everything to skill again feels so bad. We have no Pyro currently in hand, and we still have the Curse the Undercurrent to deal with.
What if you? I'm not sure. I kind of like playing the other Willow again and Vanna, but you'd have to burn through some cards.
In order for both Willows to proc, you'd have to have 0 cards in hand, which I don't think is possible.
Well, there's not another Willow now. The Willow was already.
Oh, the other Willow is gone.
Yes,
Yes.
it's Fortress of Merit and Jade Chamber. I mean, I guess you could like tune normal. I don't think you burst here because it's not going to do anything for you. It looks like it's going to be a Willow.
Willow is being played. We'd have to
But then what do
tune
you
2
do?
though. Okay, Vanarana, that's fine. Tune 1 normal attack.
I guess you're never playing the hearts.
Oh, tune 2. Why is that?
Because you're left on 2 cards.
Pass.
You're left on 2 cards.
Yep, I mean.
Ooh. Prohibition stack not coming down on the Nyahida. Left at 3.
Oh, you're right. Oh, 2 more treasures. Oh, and no prohibition. Nikita can play all of those.
No. Look at the card Zero just drew.
Oh, I missed it.
It's like a day. What's the name of that card? It's the.
Day of Resistance?
Yeah, Day of Resistance. This is gonna be a huge round for Zero.
Okay.
Even.
I think this round, Jiro, this is a make or break round for Jiro. Because next round, Sino stacks reset. Like, Jiro needs to either win this round or.
Are we just staying on Crab? We're not even playing Zeno.
Jiro needs to win this round, otherwise, like, Jiro will never have another opportunity.
Wait, but we just played a Day of Resistance on
the Crab?
On
Yeah.
the Crab. So we're staying on Crab.
I think this implies we kind of want to go for Crab Burst, but is Crab Burst any better than just Sino's skill?
I guess if you Crab Burst, it forces Nihida to stay on Kuki, and then she has to eat through a bunch of dice because you can't swap.
I guess.
And then at that point, once Nihida swaps off, then you can fast swap away from Crab.
Over to Sino, and you can start punching.
Yeah.
I suppose. Oh, I mean, and the piercing damage would put Kiara onto 5 HP as well, which is within lethal range for Sino's skill. It could be okay.
Ooh,
We're
just a
skilling, though.
skill.
I don't know if I like how slow Jiro is playing, because your time is running out. Like, you are the one that needs to make a play, not your opponent.
Well, that's not entirely
The bond is
true,
strong.
because look at the stacks on Crab. They're not being chunked out. Like, Zero is forcing Nihida to stay on Kuki, and Kuki's not going to do a lot of damage on her own. You really want to be swapping from Kuki to Kirara and Herald, but Nihida is under the threat of that Sino. After next turn, though, He's gonna be able to swap around again, but he's already used a lot of treasures and resources just staying afloat. So Jiro's kind of playing like a waiting game right now. This is, you know, we say that this crab deck is not stall, but it has stall elements.
No, for sure. It has like a lot of sustain in there, especially with the shield artifacts. Ooh, I don't know if I like that. I would have really liked to see that played on Sino at some point. Oh wait, no, he already has it on. Never mind, it's fine. He already played it.
Which artifact was that?
General's Ancient Helm.
Yeah, there's already General's Ancient Helm on
Sino, so it's fine.
So Tassie the Melith is on Crab, but we are using all of our treasures here. I really don't know how much I like this from Nihida.
Nihida's going for an all or nothing play this round, burning a lot of resources. We try to chunk the crap out more.
I mean, you're forced to stay on Kuki here. That's the unfortunate part.
Yeah, no, you can't afford to swap off to another character because then Crab Burst just comes in. Although you could just bait it. Like, what if you swap Kiara, you get the Crab Burst out, and you swap back over to Kuki?
Noticeably, I want to point out that Zero is trying to whittle down Kuki, and Yohida's using treasure to keep Kuki above certain breakpoints. Because say Zero is at 3 stacks of Layla's skill, right? So say, actually, you could just take Kuki out now if you quick swap Sino normal.
Yeah, but there's still the revive, and we don't have
No, it wouldn't because it's overload. It wouldn't because it's overload. So it's 1
the
HP
Layla
off.
stars? Yeah, no, it overload or off should still be on 1 HP. No, we can't do that, unfortunately. The pains of being an Electro character.
I don't know if I agree with this. Because if you're... Okay, this is fine, actually. Because you're just building crab shield stacks. I was gonna say, don't go for the burst.
The gang.
But, you know, Kuki revives here.
On 1 HP, though, unfortunately, we don't have enough dice in order to kill her for good. So Kuki will live again for another round at least. Healing... Oh, we're healing her back up with treasures as well. Rolling Hydra, which is okay. We can Herald Burst again.
Now we can
Oh wait, we can Herald Burst again.
Yeah, we can afford to swap off. We are not concerned. And Sino stacks, so they're gonna hit 6 at the end of this round. Then
yeah,
it's gonna
it'll reset to 2.
It will reset. So
Sino's gonna have to go build his stacks again.
We'll see him in another 2 turns.
Like a lot of Jiro's threat potential is gone now because of that.
But, I mean, Zero's threat potential is gone for 2 rounds, but look how many shield points Crab is currently at. And think about how many treasures Nihida has played. So it's not that simple,
Oh,
but
wait,
this is going to be an Adeptus Burst.
It's not
Doesn't
enough,
do
though.
anything. It really doesn't do much of anything.
No, Crab is still very healthy.
Especially eating through the Day of Resistance.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it really does not do much of anything. I feel like
Day Resistance is gone now. It only lasts 1 round.
it is gone, but Crab is still at 12 shield stacks, and they're about to go up in size. Again,
There is the curse of the undercurrent, though.
we kept
Like,
Electro.
Jiro will have to deal with that. Prohibition on Nihida's side, too.
So, I think if you're Jiro, I think you're comfortable bursting. Why not?
To go Kuki?
They go Kuki, but then you can actually take out Kuki after.
Oh, wait, yeah, because you have fast hop over to Sino. I think you're right. I think we do burst now.
You burst, Kuki falls. You're just normal. Kuki's not a problem anymore.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And there's no fast swap over to Kuki, so you can't burst again on her or anything. And then Herald and Kirara don't do a lot of damage on their own.
Oh, that's true, that's true. I mean, Herald does some damage, but this is a prepare skill, so it takes a little bit longer. I think you're right on this one. I think we do burst. It does put Nihida into a pretty bad spot. We were just skilling instead, though.
But Crab is at 20 stacks right now, so that's 11
damage.
11 damage on the burst.
It is now Nihida's turn to act, though. We are sitting on Herald. Revive has been proc. We have that Hydra infusion. Who do we go to?
I'm not sure
Wait for
how
my
much
signal.
I like any of this game. And my thought process is, like, Zero is playing very slowly, but I feel like you could go for Crab Burst, you could go for Sino when he has 4 stacks. I'm wondering why Zero doesn't do that.
I think probably just to play safe. I don't know. You never know when Yahida might have something to really threaten your crab. But I think with so many shields, there's no real reason to. Oh, tenacity in the middle of getting to it. Why are we keeping that Jade Chamber?
Well, I mean, it gives you guaranteed dice, and you don't. Like, you run out of cards too. Both of these players are out of cards in their deck.
You're right. Yeah, they
so
won't
actually,
play
no.
things from their deck.
No. This actually makes perfect sense. This is why Zero is playing so slowly. This is like pretty much the moment that Zero is waiting for, because at some point Yahida is not really going to be able to do much of anything. Like, at some point, Crab is just going to keep stacking shields. And then what do? Looks like Yahida played a treasure through the Prohibition, and now is playing Boar Princess. So there is Cookie Burst, bringing Crab down to only 14 stacks, 19 HP.
I mean, Zero still needs to outlive quite a lot of dice, and we want to keep a lot of the stacks on Crab as well for the burst next turn. But like after this, Yahida won't have any resources left.
I think you just pass. If you're Zero, I think you just pass. You have a Pyro Aura on both Cookie and Herald. Sino will be at only 3 stacks next round. You could probably wait one more round.
Yet.
It has infusion right now at 2 stacks, but it's not
plus 2 damage.
Yeah, not the plus 2 damage. Ooh.
I think we're talking to Sino because like we don't want our crowd to lose too many stacks yet.
Normal attack.
Okay, we do need to swap off Sino though. We want him to still live. Yeah. Back. We want him to be able to keep the General's Ancient Helm on him because that will give our crab stacks. Now, what does Yahida do? We can use some more treasure to get more damage out if we want. So we'll apply Prohibition on us next turn. So if we are using a treasure, we're using all of our treasure.
Yes. I honestly wonder if you pass here. I wonder if you equip Veteran's Visage onto someone, because I don't know how much you want to use those treasure. I think Yahida's really out of resources, and you don't even know what elements you're going to roll into with those treasure. Like, this is not looking great for Yahida at all, actually.
I think you're right on this one. Like, because the treasures will let you do another normal attack. You kind of don't want to skill again, and you don't have the energy for burst. So the most you can do is a normal attack, and like, if you are rolling treasure and want to do anything on Kiara or Herald, it is kind of a coin flip on what you get.
Treasure. Okay, so we are using it. This is probably just gonna be normal.
Should be another normal. We really can't do anything else. Oh, Veterans.
Wait.
Okay, Boar gives us 1.
Oh, I see.
Is it swap to Herald treasure, right? That gives us 2 dice.
Nope.
Never mind.
I think we just normal. What? Wait.
Wait, why didn't we swap to Herald and do that? We could have gotten 1 extra dice from Veterans. I think it's break points for Cookie, but
I think it is break points. I think we're playing treasure for the break points.
Yeah,
we'll probably play the last treasure on Herald.
What breakpoint was that for, though, I wonder? Yeah, let's treasure on to Herald. Hydro dice thanks to Veterans. Oh, it even rolls as a Hydro as well.
So, Sino's skill, when he's at...
oh, it's 5. You're right, for Overload.
Yeah. It's Overload. So it's for breakpoint, because Ikuki's at 6 HP. Sino's skill will do 5 right now.
Yeah,
because it doesn't have the plus 2 damage.
Kuki's on 1, it needs to take like a second attack to kill her. Yeah, okay, that's good.
Crab at 8 shield stacks, but he's about to gain 4 more. So
Burst only does 5 damage.
Oh, all those pyro for 0.
Well, that's why you play double J Chamber. Guaranteed to roll you 4 dice at whatever character you ended on. One Electro too if you want to mess around on Sino.
This is the round. I think this is the round 0 goes off. We've been waiting for it. Even though Sino is only at 3 stacks, I mean, maybe it's 1 more round, but it feels right. It feels right. Those dice are so good. Here.
I think Crab is finally going in. Okay.
Now what can you do if you're Nikita other than stay on Cookie. You are kind of forced to stay on Cookie, and that's what we're seeing here. It's normal attack, but like, what can you do?
Skill will trigger Cookie's revive. And then as long as Zero bursts, Cookie dies no matter what. Yeah, and then Layla's Star for the melt.
There we go. Cookie's revive triggered, and now it's unavoidable. Nikita's definitely losing a character this round.
No, absolutely. Just as soon as Nihida finishes their action, Zero is doing Crab Burst, and the Cookie will die no matter what Nihida does.
I mean, it depends. Maybe Nihida sees on Cookie, then you just normal.
Then you just normal. Or skill. Skill's probably better because generates 2 shield.
Yeah, shield generation.
Oh, going into Lecter. I think if this is the case, we should just burst on Crab.
You just burst. I think you just burst. I agree with that.
Because we swapped off, yeah, we burst. The piercing will take off Cookie. If we swap back to Cookie, Cookie dies anyways. And like, that's the Sapwood gone, that's the talent gone. The two most annoying things currently left in Nihida's deck.
Then Nihida has no wait, because of Prohibition it's still only one action because you can't play the I haven't lost yet through Prohibition.
Oh, and the egg is too expensive in order to be burning it. Ooh, yeah, there it is.
There's the burst. Cookie falls. Finally, someone's gone down since Layla. But wait.
No, it's not enough.
We're now on Herald. It's not enough. Skill is not going to do much of anything other than chunk out Crab's shields. But, you know, Sino is going to have 4 stacks again going next round.
4.
Yep.
Oh, no.
There is really nothing that can be done here.
Yeah, Nyahida's in trouble. Like, we
no cards can be drawn.
We sat on Crab all game, and then we just won. Oh, no. Yep. I mean, we were never going to use that unless we did it this turn, so...
I don't know if Nihida just forgot, or if he just played it to play it. Maybe he wanted to play Egg. But, you know, that is actually going to be it. So, Zero surprising everyone with this Sino Crab deck. I know people were surprised when he first played it last weekend, and now he's showing up in the upper bracket round 2 and taking a win off of 2nd place Prince Cup America's participant Nihida from last year.
Yeah, like, the deck might not be what we consider traditionally meta, but you cannot deny its strength, especially in the hand of a skilled player like Jir, who's able to milk the absolute limit of this deck's potential.
And we're not even swapping to Sino. This is how much we don't need it. This is a Crab deck. I thought it was a Sino deck because, I mean, if Crab falls next, then you just go Sino and overload with burst up, but at the end of the day, you could just sit on the Crab if there's no threat to Crab, right?
There's not really a need to. I mean, we probably should swap to Sino now. Yeah, and we are.
There's the fast swap. We're finally seeing Sino get some action.
Just a normal attack. Don't even need the skill.
Don't need the skill. Through the shields.
I mean, Sino's going down now. Oh, tuning the egg for the Herald Burst. Oh,
there's skill.
There's the skill. Here comes the Crab. We're gonna tune one skill, and that's GG's.
That will be a GG's. Having the perfect... Wait, just going for normal, actually. I mean, that's fine, too. Don't need the skill. But Zero taking the first win against Nihida.
It was a little bit of a slow burn of a match where we kind of sat on Crab for like 5 turns straight. But that's kind of really showcases why Crab was really popular in Group B and why it is such a strong character.
Yeah, so I mean, I like that you mentioned it was popular in Group B because that's true. But I think it's pretty interesting seeing different groups and like the players within that group bringing different decks. But Zero has been bringing this Crab deck with Sino, which is very new to all of us watching here. But yeah, this was pretty slow match in comparison, even to Kevin Z's match with the actual stall deck, the Ningguang Layla Barbara deck. So. But now that Zero has won on it, he can't play it again.
He can't. And Nihida still has access to his Kuki Kiara deck, though. I wonder what else Jiro brought. Jiro brought a lot of unorthodox decks last week.
We're gonna have to see when the lists come up. We haven't seen just yet what decks these players have brought. But just a reminder, but there are welcome raffles going on over at Astro Carnival's Twitch channel. So if you're interested in joining the welcome raffles, there are 3 winners every match. So head on over there. We'll give you some instructions pretty soon on how to enter. There should be someone in chat also helping out. So you just stay tuned for that. We will be announcing our winners here very shortly as well.
Man, what a play from Shiro. We'd lost the Layla early, thanks to Nikida's really great, understanding of how much damage Herald can do, leveraging all of it in order to kill Layla turn 2, but Shiro playing from behind, still able to make a great comeback with Crab.
Oh, here are the decks. So, Shiro bringing weight. That is Fire Station, but with very different characters.
It's Agent FTK.
It is Agent FTK.
It's Agent FTK. There's so many first turn kill lions in that deck to get an advantage over your opponent early, but Nyahida going more standard, classic Xingqiu OTK 1-turn kill, if you're curious what that means. The double dragon magic deck, and of course the Kiara cookie deck, but
raffle winners. Yes, it's a point in the opposite direction.
Yes.
But
my mic's in the way, whichever way I point.
But yeah, congratulations. If you see your UID, you have won a Blessing of the Welkin Moon. And, coming up, if you type ! pick the player you think is going to win or the player you want to win and your UID into chat in Astro Carnival Twitch channel, you'll be entered into a Welkin raffle. There will be 3 winners every single match. So every time we go to a 3rd game in a best of 3, that is 1 extra Welkin. So, root for the player that will extend the best of 3 the longest. But anyway.
In this case, it will be Nyahida, because he is currently down a match against Jiro, bring a lot of unorthodox stuff. These decks from Jiro, they are spicy.
Yeah, so it's funny you say spicy because I think Crab with Overload is typically called Spicy Crab by players in the community. So that was a spicy Crab deck, but we have this Agent FTK, of course, Agent being Fatui Pyro Agent and FTK being first turn kill. It is double Pyro Resonance and Thunder Manifestation, so it could also be called an iteration of Fire Station.
Yeah, but typically Fire Station is with Bennett plus an Electro character, usually coaching. Fire Station is Bennett plus Thunder Manifestation, whereas
I think it's called Fire Station because it's double Pyro and then Manifestation, so it doesn't matter what Pyro characters it is.
I suppose.
I think it's still Fire Station. It's just different characters, but normally it's Bennett.
Here is the deck, though, from Jiro. Bring a lot of standard stuff, as you would expect to see from a double Pyro deck, like the Gamblers, the Cavarina, the Golden Troop as well. No Lumenstone, surprisingly enough, and the Kid Kujirai.
Yeah, double Kid Kujirai. I really love the inclusion of Joyous, the arcane.
Oh, you're right. We saw Joyous get a lot of value last week, if I remember correctly. A triple cleanse?
Yeah.
I forgot what deck it was against, though.
It can act as a cleanse. I believe Ting brought Fire Station.
Here's Nyahida. Oh, we're running it back.
We are running it back. So I think this is fine. I think your goal is to just win. And you know how I said Nihida had to play fast last game? I think Nihida has to play slower this game. And in a mid-range deck like this, you kind of have the option to do either depending on how the game's going.
This deck is really flexible because it has those aggressive options and because it also has defensive tools in it as well, letting it kind of cater its playstyle to whatever matchup it's in. But this will be Nihida's chance to show off this deck's flexibility. And also Jiro, now you're up a game. It's your time to close it out.
Of course, Nihida placing second in last year's America's Prince Cup tournament in Los Angeles, California, and Jiro placing top 4 in the Latin American Prince Cup. So both of these players are very established and going to head-to-head against each other now. But I really like the difference, in, the variation that Jiro has brought, and he has succeeded so well with it. Now, the question is Nihida going to keep that judgment early, or are we gonna see Nihida toss it?
I think keeping Judgment early, there's a good argument for it because Jiro does have access to Power Resonance, and an aggressive deck like this, especially against Thunder Manifestation, it could allow Jiro to snipe away one of your characters early. Most importantly, the Kuki Shinobu before she gets her burst.
Anything you need delivered?
Or, I mean, more specifically the talent. Nihida playing around that though, starting on Kiara instead.
So, something Nihida has to keep in mind here. Oh, before I finish that thought, if you see a QR code on the screen, it will lead you to a feedback survey. If there's anything you like about the stream, anything you dislike about the stream, please scan that QR code and send us your thoughts. It will help us improve our future tournament streams. Thank you so much. But to finish my thought that I was in the middle of, so Nihida has to be careful in this first turn, because as you said so accurately, this is Agent FTK first turn kill. Agent can go for first turn kill with manifestation. That overload, especially pyro resonance, which Zero does have, can be so brutal, and a quick swap in hand. But when you're up against, you know, second place Prince Cup player Nihida, he should be able to play around that.
Like, Nihida did a really smart thing here, starting on Kiara instead of Kuki, which is kind of what we expect. Because the way Thunder Manifestation works is that the first time your opponent acts on a character, it'll apply Lightning Rod onto them, which makes it so that Thunder Manifestation, no matter like which character he's currently facing off against, it will always target the character with Lightning Rod first. It would ignore the other two. So starting on Kiara, like, puts a Lightning Rod onto her instead of Kuki, which makes it so she's safe from the first turn kill.
Yes. So there's Heart of Karina on to Kirara, and there's the skill. So manifestation skill with Lightning Rod is 4.
Ooh. Healing again
Plus
with
2
Agent.
from Overload, plus 2 from Pyres.
Oh, we have Agent Burst. That is quite scary, actually.
That is pretty scary. So this isn't gonna be a first turn kill, but
We could threaten one at the start of next turn, as long as we just swap Thunder Manifestation.
that
Wait for
Catherine.
my signal.
Oh, wait. I think, is it Catherine, Liban, Golden True Pass? And then next turn we just kill Kiara?
It could be.
But
How do you heal Kirara at this point? How do you protect
You
her?
can't. You have nothing.
can't.
This deck doesn't run food other than Egg and Adeptus, right? There's no instant healing other than from Treasure.
There's Liban.
There's the
Golden
Golden
True.
True onto Clee, okay?
I don't think you even need. I mean, you could play Catherine to get ready for next round, but
Looks like we're not going for it just yet.
tuning to Kuki's skill, and Nihida's not gonna be able to help what's coming next.
Yeah, an Agent Burst is going to do 5 damage onto Kuki, bring her down to just 3 HP, and then after that... wow.
We are not used to seeing decks with Agent anymore. We're not used to seeing Pyro Resonance being played. A lot of players do not bring these Elemental Resonance cards these days.
And we can see Nihida getting punished for that, right? Because most decks don't have this one big source of burst damage, and we don't have to worry about things like Power Res or Cryo Res. We're not bringing Lotus Trips, we're not bringing Hash Browns, so we're not able to instantly fix our break points for our characters.
Ooh, just going for Burst onto Agent. So, I mean, the Lightning Rod is still on Kirara, but if Nihida does anything on Kuki, it's going to move to her instead. Either way, I think Nihida is in danger here from receiving a whole lot of damage from Manifestation.
Absolutely, just... The only way Nihida could be fully safe from any Lightning Rod plays is the fast swap on Herald and Skill.
But I
Right?
don't even know if you want to do that.
It's a very bad play, and it's something you really don't want to be doing, but it's the only way you can guarantee the safety for your other two characters.
So, okay, something I want to comment on. I really, really, really like this choice of deck from Zero, because so many players, especially moving into groups C and D, have been bringing these more mid-range, slower decks, like Kuki variants, right? We've seen Kirara, we've seen Aoya, we've seen one with Hu Tao, but at the end of the day, it takes more time to build up to what you want to do on these decks. While they can play faster, they don't always play faster. They're very mid-range. So I really like Zero bringing something like double Pyro Overload and just overwhelming his opponent from the start.
I think these are really smart, like, anti-meta decks, right? Where you force your opponent to play around you and you force them into bad situations early. But the problem with playing decks like these, though, is that it's all about disruption, and there's not, like, a lot of advantage for yourself. If you're not able to, like, cripple your opponent fast enough, eventually their deck, who has a solid game plan, will be able to outvalue you, and that is kind of the problem we're going to start seeing Zero face.
I think it's heavily dependent on matchup, so I think this matchup really favors Zero. But something else I want to point out, this is definitely going to be Catherine Lieben pass that last night's going to leave in, and it's going to give Omni 2 cards at the start of next turn. There's Pyro R on every single one of Nahida's characters.
That's correct. Oh no. You know, something Jiro is going to not appreciate very much is the Curse of the Undercurrent. Jiro's playing a very skill-reliant deck, especially Thunder Manifestation. You need 3 Electro Dice, which is like already a heavy burden. And to increase it to 4? Oh, it's gonna be really rough.
It's going to be very, very rough indeed. Nahida thinking carefully through this dice roll phase. A lot of players take their time here, not because they're not sure what dice to reroll, but because they're trying to figure out what can they do.
I mean, a lot of dice for both sides.
I don't think talent's gonna help here.
I don't think you want to skill on Thunder Manifestation. It feels really bad. Because then it procs Herald's Revive, right? You don't even kill him, and then you could leave yourself open to a Curse of the Undercurrent, which feels even worse.
I do think that Nahida staying on Herald is a very good idea for them right now. Because that lightning rod, you don't want the lightning rod on Kuki or on Kirara. You want it to be on Herald only because of that revive, and you do have talent in hand. So there is something to be said. Nahida also having double underwater treasure might even choose to play them early if he feels like he needs the extra sustain. I think a lot is gonna ride on this round here.
Like, this is round 3. This is where aggro decks typically fall off. This is like where their pressure window starts to dwindle. If Zero isn't able to make a difference now, Nahida is going to start to pull into the lead. The question is, though, how do we reach this critical state for Zero? How do we cripple Nahida so they can't come back?
Oh, we just go clean burst.
I mean, yeah, that's a play.
Why not?
Oh, free charge attack as well. Oh, wait, and the skill is 1 dice because we have golden.
Fortress of Mirror burning!
Oh, that's not good.
It did only cost 1. Wait, I forgot about Golden Troop on
because
Clean.
Golden Troop.
We equip Golden Troop on Clean in round 1. So every round it discounts a skill. As long as you don't end on that character. They have to be the inactive character at the end of the round. So round 3, that skill costs only 1. Wow.
And now what do we do for Zero? If we stay on Herald, right? Clee charge attack kills us, like it procs a revive, and then we just eat a burst. But if we don't swap, if we swap off, right, like our other characters get lowered.
There's Herald talent. I think we're staying on Herald.
I think we are.
I think we have to.
I guess we're gonna eat the full face of this Clee burst. I mean, we don't have it yet.
You don't want to move Lightning Rod.
No, you don't.
But I think Zero is okay with this because Clee Burst is going to set him up for sweeping with Manifestation. It's honestly fine if Clee gets taken out as long as she gets her burst off.
Yeah, so it'll be a charge attack, right? It's 2 unaligned, thankfully. Yeah. Also not affected by Curse the Undercurrent because, well, 1, no revive, and 2, it's a normal attack.
It will.
Charge attack, not just yet,
yeah,
though.
Yeah,
the first will.
But
not
after
yet.
this, so it's going to be only 1 more action left on Zero's side. So the question is... No, I think you definitely... Like, you're going to be triggering Herald talent regardless. You have to do it at some point.
Yeah, I think you do it now. I think it's the best opportunity you really have for it.
Yep, just charge attack. 2 unaligned. Herald falls.
Curse the Undercurrent.
But now instead of 2 more actions, we only have 1.
Yeah, this is not great.
I think
it's a slow swap to Manifestation.
Really?
Yes.
I can see that. You do have gamblers. No. Okay, so this is what I thought was gonna happen. I think you still go for Cleavers. Like,
yeah.
What is Nahida really gonna do?
Oh, you can also charge attack again because it's discounted once more.
You can, yeah.
The Curse the Undercurrent working in your favor, actually. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, normal attacks are unaffected by Curse the Undercurrent. So wow, wait. Christy Undercurrent actually just evened out Zero's dice. Wait, that's a good point.
What does Zero or Nyahida do now? If we stay on Herald, Herald's gonna die and not get much value, right? Like, I guess we could refresh Undercurrent, but that doesn't feel the best. But if we swap, we're gonna bring our other characters down within lethal range, which isn't great either. Like, we might be forced to stay on Herald, or we could full ramp. Double treasure to Mias.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is Zero can take out Herald here, but I almost feel like, what if you don't? Because
Don't tell me they did it again.
Oh, what if you don't indeed? 3 damage. Ooh, okay.
what I was thinking is you don't have gamblers. It kind of feels like you could do something else with those dice.
Ooh.
Double Jade Chamber.
Are we gonna charge attack though? I mean, if we do, we have no dice remaining, and Kuki could very easily kill Klee with the amount of dice Nyahida has remaining.
I honestly don't know how much you care about charge attacking. Yeah, so it's being a fast swap away.
I mean, I guess we really want that turn priority. Oh, and the Lotus as well. Okay.
It doesn't matter if we use our event card fast swap here, because Catherine is going to refresh
Catherine
next
will
turn.
refresh.
Next turn, it's kind of just over.
Yeah, so
The
we're trying to
Lotus-
maintain our turn priority right now.
Maintain your priority and also keep as many characters live as possible. But you know, Nikida's deck is not an OTK one-turn kill deck, especially this early in the game.
Oh wait, we have burst. Agent's dead. Agent will die if we burst here. And
But
we
it's
also get a
fine.
revive. Oh, we're not going
I don't
for it.
think
Oh wait, we are. Okay, we're playing not to overdraw.
I don't think Zero cares if Agent dies. Agent is not gonna be who finishes this game.
Going on.
But Kooky talent is huge.
Kuki Town will be very hard to work with.
Ooh, that I haven't lost yet could be really bad for Zero.
Okay, so the game stays a little bit more even now. Kuki has her talent ready. Klee is in one shot and critically Lightning Rod, not on Kuki.
This is actually not that good for Zero. This is not great.
No, it's
because
very bad.
I haven't lost yet. Burst on Kirara. So
I
Kirara
think-
burst, just 4 damage base.
I think
Plus,
Jiro needed to play the Joyous last turn when there was Hydra Aura on both Klee and Agent.
Gamblers with eating to Curse of the Undercurrent. Now it's refreshed, unfortunately.
That is true, but Lightning Rod will be moved to Kuki or Kiara depending on what Jiro does. And even if Nyahida doesn't do anything, there is still Pyro Res in hand.
Here we go. So one
Wait, I've
electro
lost yet
damage.
burst.
I
Wait,
haven't
I've lost yet
burst.
Adeptus Burst.
That's what I was saying.
I think Thunder Manifestation dies here. There's no way.
It is a lot of resources to invest, but Thunder Manifestation is who would be winning the game here. Klee only on 2 HP. And honestly, with Gilded, I haven't lost yet burst. 10 dice. I think you can easily go for Adeptus Burst here.
I think so as well. Oh, even playing the Underwater.
Underwater treasure. Strat. Drawing a treasure already. He just thinned his deck out enough to play this.
Drawing
Even
Dendro
getting
as
a
well.
Dendro!
Or Princess.
Or Princess,
Shadow
equipping
Sanctity replaced.
SSK. Veterans
Ooh.
Visage. I'm not sure.
Okay.
There's the Adeptus. And here we go. Burst is -8. Thunder Manifestation is gone. And Zero's lead is also gone just like that.
No, yeah, you were talking about it, but the Ivanasi Adeptus Burst just kills Thunder Manifestation before Jiro was able to respond in kind, evening out the game. Or, well, not evening it out, but bringing Nyahida farther into the lead. Jiro, despite a really good opening start, wasn't able to carry the advantage forward.
And that is it. Round 2 is going to Nahida. Once again, we're in a best of 3 that's going to 3 games. Congratulations to Nahida for taking a win off on Zero. And honestly, I feel like that was really well played, but Zero needed to play around I haven't lost yet burst.
The thing is, though, there was nothing in hand to play around. It was forced to burn Lotus last round because we didn't play our Joyous, right? That Joyous sat in our hand. We had double Hydro Roar on both Klee and Agent, and we still didn't play. I think Jiro was a little bit too greedy with that card, waiting for a triple cleanse.
Yeah. I do think there might have been some slight things Jiro could have done better to maintain his advantage, but it's really hard because this is just the nature of these Kooky Herald decks, because both these characters have those revives, and you bring the treasure just to stay alive and maintain breakpoints.
Yeah, and then here's like where it really gone bad for Jiro, right? Just Agent dying a little bit prematurely. Would have loved to preserve him a little bit for Necron to tank more, but after he was gone, Thunder Manifestation was taken down because of that Adeptus Burst, and after that, the game was already over.
So here is our updated deck selection. This is Open Decklist Conquest format. So both these players only have one deck left to play. It will be Jiro once again on that double Pyro Thunder Manifestation deck up against Yihida, the so-called underdog, on that Layla Aishtaha Nuvola deck. So this next game is going to go significantly faster than the games we've been seeing today.
I think this matchup, though, will be heavily in Jiro's favor, mainly just because it is the standard aggro into the combo matchup. Yes, Layla has some defensive tools, and yes, like, Nuvola has self-healing, and yes, Nihida does have access to magic. But, like, just the Pyro Resonance and Thunder Manifestation should be able to do so much damage early on that Nihida won't have a chance to play those cards.
So, I mean, we also have our raffle winners here. If you see your UID beneath me, it looks like it's all EU server. Congratulations. You've won a blessing of the Welcome Moon. If you'd like to be entered into our next raffle, head on over to the Astro Carnival Twitch channel, type ! Pick the player you think is going to win or the player you want to win, and your UID in the same message. You'll be entered into the same raffle, and you might stand a chance at winning another Welcome for yourself. So,
but yeah, I think the matchup will be heavily in favor of Jiro, mainly because there's no revives to deal with, right? You're able to just threaten the characters and not have to worry about things like the Curse the Undercurrent messing you up. Like, you just kill them and be done with it.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like... I think I have to agree with you. I don't... Curse of the Undercurrent just messes up everything. Because when we talk about, like, breakpoints with health, but I think there's also a thing, it's like breakpoints with dice. Because having something cost 4 dice to play instead of 3 dice, if you're on 6 dice, it's normally 2 actions. But in this case, it's become 1 action and then 2 dice. What do you do with the other 2 dice? You can't even normal attack.
Yeah, Curse the Undercurrent, like, for sure really messes with what players want to do with their turn. And it also makes it so their, like, dice requirements, what they want to do is stricter as well, because it is aligned dice on top of that.
I really like Kid Kuchidai in this deck because a lot of people are playing combo decks that utilize their full support space. So I actually feel like Kid Kuchidai could come up a lot more often. Just depending, it's very matchup dependent, I think. I think all of Jiro's decks are very matchup dependent, but here is Nihida's Layla Nuvolet Aishtaha Magic deck.
And we can see, unlike, I forgot who played it earlier, I think it was 9006. Unlike 9006 version, it isn't running Gen, it is instead bringing that second underwater treasure hunt.
Yes, I really like having both treasure in these decks, and it's not just because I really like treasure. I think it's very good choice right now, but let's see how it does into Jiro's very, very fast FTK deck for turn kill. We'll see. I mean, I don't think Jiro can really get FTK off against a player like Nihida, but you never know. You never know. Sometimes even the top players make mistakes.
I think FTK in this matchup is unlikely, mainly because you do start Layla and she does give you those shields. But, I mean, players have been known to surprise us in the past. I wouldn't be surprised if this is another one of those situations.
I also wouldn't be surprised in that case. We have definitely been surprised by many things here, but I think, you know, this could go very similarly to last game, except instead of having characters that have a ton of revives on Nihida's side, you just have a lot of dice generation. which we're already seeing here.
Ooh.
What is this?
Dice
Wait,
generation
what is
starting
this?
off strong. Double Lumenstone
What is this?
Dunyazard. Oh.
And double H-Shot talent. By the way, so if you see a QR code on your screen, if you scan that, it's gonna send you to a survey feedback form. So if you have any thoughts about what we're doing here, if you want to tell us how much you love us, if you want to tell us you want more welcome raffles, if you have any other feedback, if it's negative, feel free to scan that QR code and head on over and give us your feedback. It will help us improve in the future. So thank you so much. Also, I believe our raffle has started.
Oh.
My guiding stars.
Oh, we're playing the Lotus early. All right, just to trigger the Lumenstones and skill. That's our turn. I think the Lotus might have been a little bit wasted, but should still be fine.
I guess, well, I don't know if it's wasted because Nihida is playing around that first turn kill. Because Zero hasn't used any dice yet, but it looks like it's just gonna be two normals. The dice are really not in Zero's favor.
Yeah, we're charging up that Agent Burst once again. That's going to be super scary to deal with. I noticed that Zero really likes this Jade Chamber, whereas like other pro players really don't include them in their decks.
So, I have a theory about this. Just after seeing it being played, I think it's because in these Elemental Resonance decks, you need to have good dice. We see a lot of players like you play Fatuizan, you're tuning your entire hand just fires on skill twice. And it's like, why do that when you can have Jade Chamber?
I mean, my question would then be, why play Jade Chamber when you have Library? A few members of the community did the math a while ago, and Library is mathematically better than Jade Chamber for dice fixing.
I don't disagree. I mean, I think we did see Library picking up usage as well, even in Fatuizan. And Library is also another card that doesn't often see the big stage like this. But I think, Jade Chamber, maybe Zero thinks it's just a bit more consistent. It could just be a personal preference. But either way, I think it serves the same purpose as Favonius Library.
It does more or less the same purpose. And it also has the additional effect of giving you one Omni dice if you have, I think it was less than 2 cards in your hand at the start of your turn.
Also, I just want to note that Nihida already drew Tula Tula for Nouvellette.
Oh, that's true.
I think today, we know Tula Tula is in these decks. We have not seen it equipped. Agent Burst already coming down. There's...
Oh wait, does Ajna Talent not count as an action, so it doesn't move Lightning Rod? That is interesting. I did not know that.
It also doesn't give you energy. You just kind of get dice.
Oh, that's true. It also passes the turn as well. That means if Zero swaps over to Thunder Manifestation, like Nihida can just play a second talent.
Yep.
And you can kind of just waste more of Zero's dice.
Well, what if you fast swap though? No, I guess it's not going to be a fast swap. Interesting. Why not take Ishaha out there?
Because you can't. Lightning Rod's on Layla.
Oh.
It didn't move the Lightning Rod because it didn't count as an action.
Right. We were just talking about that. Sorry. The Lightning Rod is on Layla, so skill would go on to
Lotus double
Layla.
Kid Kujirai. Okay.
That is certainly a move.
Thank you for inviting
But,
me to join
now
you.
Nihida has a ton of Hydro Dice and Tula Tula.
A ton of freedom to do a lot of things as well.
This is only round 2. And Nouvellette is going to pack a punch here.
Most definitely. His orbs hurt a lot. I think Nihida's deciding whether or not to play Tula Tulas here.
I think the problem with playing Tula... I mean, you do deal additional damage, but the problem is it's going to mess up your dice, because you want charge attacks. And you're not going to have a charge attack if you play Tula Tula.
I guess.
You don't have another card to play.
Yeah, because right now you'd be at 3 dice. That makes sense.
You dare overstep your
Ooh,
mortal
let's swap the
authority.
Asia.
Oh, we're getting an absorption. So give us more dice to work with.
There is no
And also,
atonement.
shield, 1 shield point from Crystallize.
Yeah.
And now we can Hydra skill.
No, skill doesn't kill. It does 4 damage thanks to Layla Star.
Yeah.
Agent is on 1.
But you can Hydra skill if you want.
We can Hydra skill. I mean, we might want to save it because, like, it's a freeze, right? So I think we were just
You're
ramping
right.
here. Yeah,
Looks
we're holding it.
Using the Tamaya stacks to give Nouvellette that Veteran's Visage, and then Aliven's gonna collect the other 3 dice. And yeah, now there's a freeze waiting for Zero.
That is unless Zero decides the Pyro Agent skill, which would have Aja reabsorb Pyro. But if that happens, like, the Pyro
You
skill
go-
just kills Agent.
You just go Nouvellette, and
No,
you
you
can
just
do anything.
You power skill and agent dies. Oh wait, no, he lives on 1 thanks to stealth. Never mind.
But like, say.
But yeah, no, you go Nouvellette and just freeze.
Well, the lightning rod is on Nouvellette this round. That's
Oh, it is.
dangerous.
No pyro though, and also no pyro resonance, so it isn't that bad.
But Nihida does not know that. We know that. Nihida
We
does
know
not
that. He
know
doesn't.
that.
Nihida does not. Nihida does not know that Zero's hand is full of kind of dud cards.
I think
a lot of them aren't getting value this turn.
Zero's taking a very similar strategy to when he was playing that crab deck. He just kind of stayed on crab the entire time until he was forced off and given a free swap. I think it's what we're seeing with Agent. I think Zero doesn't care to swap away from Agent because, I mean, if Nihida does not take Agent out, he's just gonna get another Agent Burst.
Yeah, that's true. And Agent Burst does hurt quite a bit.
It does.
Oh, and the double kick Q drive you're talking about, like Nihida had full support zone, so Zero just gets like another turn worth of free Omni dice.
Yeah, and I noticed that Zero waited to play those until Nihida's support zone was taken out because he didn't play them the turn he had them in his hand.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
The earth!
There's the freeze, and
What you owe
that is
must one
enough
day
to
be
take
paid.
out Agent. 1 cryo damage plus another 1 of cryo damage from the freeze.
Yeah, that's Agent gone. No more burst to deal with. Lightning Rod is moved over to Ajna, but Ajna's like already one shot, so that won't really matter. Which lets Nihida play safely on Nouvellette for the rest of this turn.
I honestly think if you're Zero, you go Klee. I really like going Klee here.
I think going Klee here is pretty good as well, right? Because Ajna's gonna die anyways, no point like exposing Thunder Manifestation too early. And you also get to build towards Klee Burst, and you get to like have a lot of her reduced dice charge attacks to mess around with as well.
I think
Gamblers
we're gonna see
reset too.
gamblers into Klee Skull.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, here it is.
Ace Jaha falls, and Zero gets 2 dice back.
Destroyed.
Ooh, okay. Going into Layla instead. Winter skill again. Oh, charging Layla burst. Oh, it's gonna apply a lot of cryo.
Woven to make it a charge attack. And now, so there's no curse to the undercurrent, so Zero definitely gets Klee Burst off.
Yeah, no,
What are you
Zero
gonna do about
100%
it?
does. Skill into burst, there's nothing that he can. I mean, he can swap over to Nouvellette and freeze.
But there's
no,
not,
it
it's not a
won't
quick
be
swap.
burst instead. It's not, no. I mean, you can prevent Klee from getting her burst down this turn, but like you won't prevent the energy.
There's the quick swap.
Ah, there it is. A little bit too late though, unfortunately.
A little bit too late. I mean, there's an argument to still go over and prevent it, but
No, I don't think
then
it's
Zero
worth
just
it.
does it next turn, so
Yeah, Zero
what do
does
you do?
next turn and it's not really worth. I think. Oh, are we going for it anyways?
We're doing something.
We rolled Hydro. We could go for it.
You could go for it.
Like, we don't even need a tune for it because we rolled the exact element we needed.
So, Nihida has double Gilded, double Wire Song.
Honestly, what if we did just go in this turn?
I mean, you have 1 Source Water Droplet. The only thing is you don't have Tuli Tulas equipped, which feels really bad to me.
No, that's fine, but like, what if we just killed Klee, right? And then have the crowd go into Herald thanks to Layla summon? Like, don't we just win
And
at
then
that point?
then you just perma freeze.
Yeah, we just perma freeze, we win.
Well, I think if Zero's Klee gets frozen here, then
I guess they go station at that point. 'Cause,
yeah, you just swap off anyway. If you're Zero, you don't stay on Klee.
Yeah.
Nihida has to think really carefully here about what to do. Looks like it's gonna be
Dude.
a tune. Tuning the
Tuning
fast
that.
swap. Tuning the other treasure.
Okay.
Oh. That was a big tune.
Yeah, that was a lot of cards. Like, especially the treasure, that could have come in huge.
So, here's the thing though. So, Zero bursts, right?
Okay.
Zero bursts. Loses turn prio.
I mean, gets frozen, Lightning Rod over to Nouvellette, and then fast swap skill. So loses turn prio, but the thing is, Nihida can't start off their turn on Nouvellette, because it applies Lightning Rod. So you have to spend at least 1 action onto Layla first.
Yes.
thinking
But-
about here for Shiro?
Golden Troop. I wonder if it's gonna be double Vana Pass. I actually wonder if it's gonna be double Vana Pass.
Shiro might be thinking about it.
Because I'm thinking about it. Like, also, what if you play Quick Swap now to play around Judgment?
Ooh.
I don't know. I think you really want turn prio. I think turn prio is so important. It looks like that is going to be it.
I think Shiro is going for the double Vana Pass. The thing is, do we discard one of the Kid Kudrais or do we replace our Jade Chamber?
Jade Chamber. What if you played both the cards in your hand? Oh no!
No, we're just bursting here.
Wait. Interesting.
I think Shiro would have gone
This is for Jade Chamber. This is for Jade Chamber.
Yeah, no. If Shiro wanted to keep the Jade Chamber, I think if it wasn't for that, I think Shiro would have 100% just played the double Vana. But valuing that dice fixing perhaps a bit too much.
Well, this is also for. Yeah, this is. Yeah.
Alright, Nyahida's turn now. We could still technically go for Liars, but we won't. Yeah, not right now. It's not worth it.
You have to have no more than 3 cards in your hand to discard Jade Chamber and Omni. So I think you have to. Yeah.
Ooh.
Playing the other Vana, and now Jiro's gonna have 3 cards, and Jiro's gonna get Omni from Jade Chamber.
Oh no, but this is so bad because Nyahida just. No, this is fine. We don't have a fast swap on Nyahida's side because we were forced to tune it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like the tuning the fast swap. What I think Jiro could do is the same thing he's been doing, is just stay on clean till he's forced off.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason for him not to, right? Because as soon as you swap Thunder Manifestation, you risk a fast swap free. So you don't want to force Nyahida to stay on Layla just a little bit longer. Dice not in his favor either.
I think the problem though is that Nihida likes being on Layla because she's just gonna eat up the shield. I mean, she's gonna eat up the Klee burst with her shields.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, there's the lightning rod moved onto her as well. It is now safe to swap onto Nuvolette. Okay, double Kikudrai plus the Jade Chamber Omni proc, giving Shiro a lot of dice to work with. The thing is though, like, Jiro's burnt everything. We don't have the Kikudrais anymore, but our Jade Chamber is gone. 3 cards in hand, we have to win now or we're winning never.
I think you stay on Klee. I genuinely think you stay on Klee. You don't want Manifestation to get frozen. I don't think it's worth it. So Lightning Rod,
right.
it'd be 4. It wouldn't even be lethal on Layla. I think you stay on Klee.
Yeah, I think you do as well. There's no reason to move just yet. Unfortunately, because of how our dice turned out, like, our next attack isn't a charge attack, so we will have to skill again.
I think you have to skill, but I think that's okay. I think that's fine. I think what you don't want to do here for Jiro is swap off of Klee, because that, like if Manifestation gets frozen, then that's just the game.
No, that's your turn, right? That's your game.
Yeah. But then how does Nihida respond, especially without Cryo Dice? Because I don't think you want to swap off either.
Oh, but like you have to tune so much if you were to stay.
You say you swap off, then you get Pyro Application on Nuvolette. You know your opponent has Pyro. Looks like we're pulling back the Heart of Karana to equip Free Gilded with Tamayas onto Layla. We're gonna do it again?
Yeah, we have no choice. Like our dice rolled so poorly that we're forced to use our magic combo early.
Yep, really not the best here. And also still no Tula on Nuvolette.
I mean, honestly, why can't we swap Nuvolette, right? Because just Judgment the Power Res. They have 3 cards in hand. It's not like they can play anything to burn it.
So yeah, you'd also be judgmenting the fast swap. Of course, he doesn't know that Catherine's not in Jiro's hand. But I mean, Jiro only has 3 cards. What can they be? What can they be realistically? I think you have to take a gamble on something at some point.
You do.
Tuning the line.
It will be burst instead. Oh wait, that's Klee dead. Oh, this is gonna force Jiro. This is gonna force Jiro to force. Jiro's gonna be forced to kill Layla here, bringing the lightning rod stack.
That's
and that's all the power.
That's all the pyro application. That's huge, actually. That's huge.
That is.
Burst is 3 damage. Yeah, but you can't swap off of Klee. Like, I don't know what else you do there if you're Zero. So, I mean, it's bad, but at least now you don't fear a freeze. But with Layla's burst, you will be frozen.
I mean, not if Nuvola attacks first, right? Because that will apply
True.
Hydro Aura. Oh, we can't even play the Chulas because our dice are so bad. We could just... What if it's play Gilded, Chula's pass? Right? Because Zero has at most 2 actions, which is 6 damage, and we just freeze them next turn. Because Zero can't kill us this turn.
Interesting. Why? Oh, we got a Pyro. You can equip Chula now. Wait.
Oh, wait.
And then it's a charge attack. Wait.
I actually don't...
I don't know if you go for it, though. I agree.
No, you don't. I didn't go for it.
You definitely equip Tula, but do you attack?
I don't think you do. Because then you can't freeze. Right now you do 5 damage. Thunder Manifestation still lives, and you don't have a second Source Water Droplet for a second attack. So Thunder Manifestation lives this turn, and then gets turn priority. And you also don't get the healing for the Source Water Droplet.
Judgment.
Oh, we're going for it. No, we're ending.
Judgment ending. And now he has the confirmed freeze starting next round and turn priority. So there's absolutely nothing Zero can do here.
Yeah, that's the first hit down. 3 dice remaining. Will be a second hit.
He draws a treasure. Doesn't even, it is not enough. Zero does have the golden troop, so was able to get another action off. But Thunder Manifestation Burst is not going to be enough to take out Nuvolette, and that Cryo Aura is going to go on to Thunder Manifestation, enabling Nihita to go for a freeze and finish this game off.
If there was any aura on Nuvolette, he'd be dead and Jared would win. But, like, great job from Nihita, like, forcing all of that power onto Layla, not giving Zero a chance to apply that element onto Nuvolette, keeping him safe until just the right moment. This is it.
This is it. Nihita's turn is here. Just a tickle from Nuvolette will be enough to freeze Thunder Manifestation and even healing in the meanwhile. There's the Pyro Res. Didn't even come up though because there's no Pyro application on Nuvolette. And Zero can only play his entire hand. Tandoori, Pyro Res, Chang. But this is gonna be it. The follow-up doing 3 damage right now. Burst is gonna be enough to take out Thunder Manifestation. This third game between Zero and Nihita goes to Nihita, and he will advance through the upper bracket. Congratulations to Nihita. Of course, Zero is not out of our tournament just yet. He'll be knocked down to the lower bracket. This was the upper bracket, round 2.
Yeah, no, Zero had so much damage left in hand, like at the end of the game there, but just unfortunately drew it too late. Wasn't able to use it in order to get an advantage. It just appeared after all of his characters were already dead, after Thunder Manifestation was already frozen, after he had run out of dice. And like, that is the problem with playing these aggressive decks, right? It is kind of high rolling. If you don't get your resources and you don't get them early, sometimes they come a little bit too late, and what could have won you the game just doesn't come in time.
Just doesn't come in time at all. And I mean, I think this is a downside to playing decks like Zero's because you have so many limitations. This is more of like an older style of list, even though it has updated cards. I don't want to say it's outdated because it's not. It's kept up to date with the current meta, and it's meant to target things in the current meta. But we're just kind of seeing the power of dice generation magic right now.
Like, I think its game plan is outdated, right? Like, skill swap skill just doesn't do it anymore. You have to have something more in your deck.
Yeah, you have to keep up with all the dice generation and card draw that Magic provides. And that's kind of what we saw here.
Yeah, and like, just unfortunately, despite like a really excellent showing from Zero, just the game plan of his deck was not able to keep up with the modern rendition of Magic, and so it eventually started falling behind.
But, you know, Zero brought this for a reason, and there's a reason why he's in the upper bracket. So I don't think it means this is the last we're going to see of him. He will be knocked down to the lower bracket, round 2, and we'll be facing the winner of Lilybot versus 906. And so this is actually going to be it for me and Sumi today. We'll be back tomorrow, but in different pairings, most likely. We will be getting through all of Group D this weekend, and we should have welcome raffle winners announced just before we hop off here. But it's been great casting for
it has indeed. I saw a lot of new decks today, which is always exciting. And the players who played them are fortunately still in the tournament with a second chance in lower bracket, so maybe I'll see some new innovative stuff going forward into tomorrow.
Definitely true. I mean, we've been having this conversation all day, like on and off, like, you know, these players are watching what each other bring, and they're like, oh, I need to target that, I need to counter that, I need to try that myself. So, I mean, what you see today might not be what you see tomorrow, or maybe what you see today will be exactly what you see tomorrow, and there will be no changes.
One from each
here,
region.
Yeah, there is one from each region. So, raffle winners are down here. Congratulations if you see your UID. You have won a Blessing of the Welkin Moon. And if you'd like to be entered into our next raffle, well, our next casters are going to be up very shortly. Rin and Blep will be on casting the rest of today. So they'll give you instructions, but I will also give you some final instructions before we head off. Type exclamation mark, pick the player you want to win or you think is going to win, and your UID. But that is going to be it for us today. Once again, my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah.
And I'm Sumi, and we shall see you guys tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow. It's been so fun casting with you, Sumi, but stay tuned for Rin and Flap.
Welcome back, everyone, to Genshin Impact's Genius Invocation TCG Prince Cup Atlantic. I'll be one of your hosts today, Rid Taicho, and I'm joined by...
This is Blep, back from the 2-week vacation, ready to cast some TCG. You know, got a lot of FOMO just watching the matches over the last 2 weekends and not being able to, like, talk about it. But I'm back, I'm here, I'm ready, I'm so hyped.
Yeah, I'm excited to be casting with you today because this will be the last one I do with you over online until maybe we go to LA and probably do some together. But today has been a lot of long but very interesting, very huge play matches. What do you think of them so far?
I mean, I think, you know, each group has kind of had its own tag, its own, like, personality. I feel like Group D, there's a lot of methodical thinkers. You know, we're players who really think carefully about each move, and that's why the games have taken a long time. But we've also got some really interesting deck lists that we've seen.
Yeah, some of the new plays, like I saw Devalin in someone's deck, but it got banned, unfortunately. But otherwise, Kirara has made an appearance again. Sino is back in this fight here, so it's nice to see some meta, anti-meta picks to the meta like popping in here.
Yeah. I mean, I got a few things to say about the Devalin deck because I actually queued into Nino playing that deck last night, actually practicing. He did beat me with it, so it actually is a formidable deck.
Okay, well, speaking of decks, Mayoi bringing in the classic Chongyun Razor Xingqiu Hyper Magic Treasure. Oh wait, one treasure though actually in this deck here.
One treasure, I mean, that's pretty standard. It's the Robot Wizard special.
Okay.
As it were. Although I was looking in the chat, apparently he, we'll have to clarify, he did actually come up with the original deck list. He did take it off another community member, but he is getting credit for it because he is the one to play it first on stream, and that's usually what counts.
I see. Okay, well, it's still a very solid deck. It is pretty good with what it has been in the tournament, as we've seen. Lots of other things. We've never seen Fatui's on since, like, I think the first weekend, because it's just such a dangerous deck now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a dangerous deck to play, and also it hasn't proven to be as good as people think.
Oh, in this one we have a Mew variant to a Muse variant this time, I believe some people have called here. The one with Sayu, the newbie killer deck, I think some people also called it. Yeah,
it's definitely very punishing for certain decks. Like, if you can't pressure Sayu and push him off, it's a little like Wanderer, but it's able to churn through the deck so much faster because of that Sayu talent. And so plays a little bit differently and has a lot more round 2 potential. So I think players have favored it into how quick the metagame is. Despite all of our games today taking so long, the metagame is actually really fast. Like, it's been an unusual day.
Yeah, this deck would be a wonderful one against it. But right now, it looks like we will jump into the round as we should. Mayoi versus Meteor, round 1. Don't forget, there are raffles being given out. A mod in chat will let you guys know. Obviously, we are playing on a little bit of a delay, so, you know, it's a bit fair. No one's screen peeking each other. But also, there is a QR code on screen. If you have any suggestions, any feedback to give with us, please scan it, send it to us, and we'll see if we can implement them next time.
Yeah, the feedback form's super important, especially, you know, the TCG community is pretty small, which means each voice that does contribute to the feedback is even louder, right? I feel like sometimes with the Genshin servers, you know, you're like, oh, there's millions of people submitting those, and then no one's going to read my comments. People are going to be reading these quite closely, and, you know, I think already this Prince Cup has so much more production value behind it, and that's partly because of your feedback.
Yeah, and we've been seeing people come in. Obviously, because the raffles are a nice draw, but people are like getting interested in seeing what's going on. I've seen a few people in chat. We've been hanging out with you guys earlier. I've seen people mention, like, this game makes me want to try it out. This game makes me realize how much or how little I know and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very difficult game. And of course, if you like the raffles, make sure you put that in the feedback, not just what you don't like, but what you are liking, what's pulling you in to watch CG. I mean, I'm here for the strategic action. That's the kind of player I am. I would rather have my lucky coins than any primo gems.
Yeah, me too, actually. I'm running out of coins. Exactly. Anyway, we lead in, obviously, with the Mona and Xingqiu step in for sure. Mona will probably do their skills. Xingqiu will get burst ready to go, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Let's see what the openings look like. We see that Sayu talent on Meteor side, which is pretty significant. It might, so normally with the Mona decks, you'll sit on Mona for the first round and just wait until the end of the round. But because you don't really anticipate your opponent doing anything different, we might actually see Meteor go for that round 1 Sayu just to get that card draw going.
Oh, they don't have the right dice for it though. They're missing one Animo there.
They will need to tune 1 by the looks of it. Unfortunately, if they had like another artifact, they could actually use that arcane card Courtyard to equip the Wolf's Gravestone as well for cheap.
They
but
could
unfortunately,
Golden House and then...
They could. But that would leave them without Sayu skill. I mean, I think there's two options here. We're going to either see Meteor play that Gravestone and wait and use Liben, or we're going to go straight to Sayu. I kind of like the card draw option. I think against Mayoi's deck, you do want to... You can focus a little bit more on Eula to freeze and lock them out than to do big damage on Sayu early on.
Yeah. Looks like Xingqiu just let in with a normal attack because both Changs were out. Those will proc off just a regular normal hit, which will help that draw for Mayoi real quickly here.
Yeah, that's a pretty, like, bit, you know, with the Xingqiu Chang and Rings attack, we've seen this quite a few times playing around freeze, but early on, you really want to get those either Chang the Nines for those card draw or Lumen Stones are a great opener here, but double Chang is at risk of overdrawing. We've seen it quite a few times, actually.
Yeah, definitely, especially with reactions coming from the other side here. Yeah. Meteor does switch to Sayu. Ooh, do they decide to tune a card and play skill, maybe?
They will tune a card. I mean, if you think about it, if you tune a card and use skill, you're up the same amount of cards, but then you also set up your next round guaranteed as a swell. There's no way that Mayoi can avoid the swell next round. You'll go first, and you can just start off with Sayu with another fresh 2 cards.
Yeah, I think that is probably the best play there, because Sayu does have that Gravestone ready to go, and as soon as they hit 6 health, which very quickly Mayoi's team will, that's going to be very bad news here.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if Meteor does decide to go for the Gravestone equip on Sayu. That's typically where you'll get a lot of early round 2 damage. So if you don't know, with the Prepare skill, because it hits twice, it doubles up on any bonuses from the weapon. So not only getting that +1 from the Wolf's Gravestone by default, but he also has that +2 buff on anyone under 6 HP, and you can double up on that as well.
Mayoi does take turn advantage, though, so they can take advantage of a quick freeze here with Chongyun, but Meteor has a gilded Courtyard, Golden House, Gravestone, all on hand right now. Whoa.
All on hand. Probably not going to be able to use that last ISO, which is unfortunate, but I think with the Sayu talent draw, it's more than enough.
Right, yeah. Definitely getting your cards out and spreading the DPS around a little bit.
Yeah, that Catherine could come in. I think because of the freeze threat, we're not going to see Wolf's Gravestone equip on Sayu because it's so punishing.
Right.
If Mayoi has a quick swap, goes to Chongyun, and freezes your Sayu right away.
Yeah, probably Golden House to Gilded maybe coming up. Ooh, actually, Gambler's out there too now. Okay.
Yeah, Golden House Gilded would be a lot of cards, right? That's 3 cards in total, 2 from the talent and 1 from Gilded.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Meteor opts to keep the Cryo Dice as an option coming up here too. Okay.
Yeah, if Sayu gets frozen, you might need to go to Eula.
Definitely. Meteor kept their Cryo Dice obviously too to get that Frost Field going on the next turn. What else have they got? Oh yeah, they're running the red guy. I forgot his name. It's been a while. Yeah, Senyata. Oh my gosh.
Senyata? Sarush?
I've forgotten. Yeah, Sarush. Senyata. Oh my god. Yeah, you're right. Sarush.
Sarush is the character. Senyata Flower is the card. Yeah, we haven't seen that as much. Obviously, a staple. A couple of versions ago, when Jet was all the rage. You know, this deck originally did feature Jet when she generated Omni Dice. Obviously, still running a single copy, but not quite as good as before.
Definitely. Ooh.
Okay.
Courtyard right now. Onto. Oh, Gilded for it. Okay, that makes sense. More dice. I can get behind that.
Yeah, more dice and
is a need to play the Claymore yet.
Exactly. Yeah, you can wait on that Golden
House second one
as well. You can really wait on that Claymore equip because again, you're not putting it on Sayu because of that threat of freeze. And one thing to note when playing these types of decks, you know, if you're going to try one of these lists at home, you almost always prioritize card draw because it's so important to look and find for all the combos in your deck. And if there are cards you're missing, it can really hinder how well you do. So we can see here Meteor going for that card draw there by prioritizing Gilded over damage.
Yeah, definitely. If you are assembling your own deck, you are building the deck to use all your cards. So if you can't draw them out, then half your strategy is going to be missing.
Yep.
So
the Meteor's going to be left in an awkward spot.
Yeah. Huh.
So I think Sayu's getting frozen.
Definitely for sure here. It's just, what do they do after that? It's going to be 3. Oh, Lumen Stone. Actually. Maybe they're going to try to get the free swap from an Elim here. Oh, Catherine going out too.
Yeah, Lumen Stone's a good card to play now. If you don't play it now, you're probably not going to play it ever.
Okay, that's 2. Also play maybe Lyre Song Gilded again. Oh,
yeah, I think so. This is going to be a really dangerous turn for Meteor because Mayoi's threatening another action. So whoever Meteor swaps to may just get frozen.
Right.
But luckily, he does have cards in his hand that will let him carry over dice. So we could see a swap onto Mona and to force the freeze from Chung Yoon, and then probably deploy a weapon with that Lumen Stone.
Yes, probably a really good idea here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Meteor not the strongest draw, right? If you look at the support zone characters, basically with a lot of how these magic dice generation cards work, each card in your support zone is kind of adding to your potential into next round. Mayoi with a full set of 4 has a lot more dice to work with going into round 3 than Meteor would with only the Golden House.
Yeah. Mayoi just sitting. Oh, wait, no, sorry, Meteor just sitting right now and wondering what to do here.
Tough decision.
They did keep the cryo dice for Eula, but they don't want Eula to start taking damage this early.
Right.
Huh.
They basically, so what they think about is if they swap to Eula now and Mayoi just ends, they will get frozen at the beginning of the turn. So I think you have to go Mona.
Yeah, Mona probably the best. That way you can keep your quick stop too as well. Lumenstone goes out.
Yeah, having that, so, you know, this is really a battle of the freezes, right? It's a pretty technical matchup because both sides freeze, but in slightly different ways. And it's all about playing around your opponent's freeze. But having that quick swap inherent in Mona to let you get out of a freeze does give a slight advantage to the Meteor's deck here. But I think Mayoi's drawn a little bit better.
All right, Claymore onto you. I think that's a good move. Might as well, because you still have Golden House you can play on the next turn for Sayu should you get the opportunity.
Yeah. We're just gonna end? There's no way.
Probably swap the Mona before we do that, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, so if you end now, it's really funny. So you can see that left icon on Sayu. Sayu is still in the middle of her prepare skill. If you don't swap off, she will continue using her skill next round. Oh, this
really?
Is
interesting. Yeah. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Huh.
But you're not gonna get that Ball Princess activations. I think that was just to trigger Lumen Stone.
Right. Yeah, unfortunately, because Sayu will get taken out next turn there, so we won't be able to play Boar Princess.
Oh, I don't know. It feels like a little bit of a waste of Ball Princess. I think there would have been a way next round. You know, Ball Princess actually works off of talents as well. So if Sayu had gone down next round with Ball Princess, that's 2 extra die that would have gone to Meteor. But, you know, it runs out at the end of the round, so he's not going to have that available.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Unless it's like... What Meteor could be trying to set up is he's going to end first, and then... Okay, never mind. I was going to say, there was a really funny play there where he had that 1 dice extra. He could just pass, and if Mayoi chooses to kill Sayu, the Ball Princesses will trigger, give 2 extra dice to go onto Liban. So it's basically preventing Mayoi from killing Sayu at the end of the round. But now, Mayoi could just go for it.
Yeah, they don't know Mayoi has... Oh yeah, I think they are actually. Do they have gamblers? Yeah, they do.
They do have gamblers.
Ooh.
So we could see a gamblers. They will need to generate 2 more dice here. So yeah, so it will be a Golden
They'll
House.
be free gilded. Maybe gilded. I wouldn't replace it right away though. Would you? Probably not.
It depends on if you have anything to do with those last 2 dice. I don't think it is. So there's not really any benefit from using it.
Flowing Rings goes on. Looking for a normal hit. Yeah, I guess if you just do a regular normal hit, it'll be okay.
So this goes up to 5 dice. Okay, so if we do see a Gambler's Equip here, we are going to get 2 more actions.
Right.
Which is a lot of damage.
Yeah, you could get... The only problem is Chungyun will get frozen next turn for sure. But he totally could get his burst ready to go here.
Yes, but if you do enough damage to Eula, I didn't get an exact look at the... If Meteor isn't running something like a Lotus, and Eula is low enough that you can threaten her with Razor, it might not matter.
All right. So here comes the normal. It was anyway.
Yeah. And in these freeze mirrors, taking out a character is actually really important because a lot of the time what ends up happening is it's a battle of attrition, right? You freeze one of your characters, you go to the next character, they freeze that one. But if you only have 2 characters, your opponent's 3, you have 1 less option available to you.
I foresee Mayoi doing another normal and probably swapping the Xingqiu.
I think so. That could definitely be an option. Yeah.
Because I think Flowing Rings hasn't activated yet, so if they do their normal, they can draw their card here.
Yeah, I think you want to stay on a character with Hydro, because the way next round is going to work is because Meteor's going first. He's going to attack on Eula on a character, and freeze whoever, either Razor or Chongyun, whoever Mayoi decides to put out.
Right.
And then once that's frozen, you can quick swap to Xingqiu. So one of the weird things that happens in freeze mirrors is you need to use characters going down to allow you to swap to an unfrozen character. Okay, we are going to go to Xingqiu.
Okay, they did skill just to keep the rain swords topped up though.
Yeah.
This looks like what they did there.
Yeah, Frost Spirit running out. This game unlikely to go into round 4, but just in case it does.
Yeah. Oh, Meteor got a good dice roll there.
Good dice roll, yeah.
Yeah.
Might not matter though. I think.
Oh, you cringed a little bit. Oh.
Okay. But does he? Oh yeah, and Mayo doesn't have any Liar songs to actually fix.
my
Actually,
gosh.
this is almost bad. Luckily, I don't think Mayoi needs to skill anymore. She just will be able to get away with normal attacks, I believe, from here on out.
Mayoi, a second place finalist in last year's USA Duel.
Yeah.
Actually had a chance to meet and chat with him a little bit. Really cool person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Not really familiar with Meteor though. Any information?
They were very prominent early on. I remember them. They took second in one of the very early Castel Gathering tournaments, and then has a few top 8 and top 16 players. So they're not. We don't see them super consistently, but they are a very strong player, repeatedly getting onto the leaderboards and obviously qualifying for this tournament as well. I believe through the wild card though for Meteor.
Oh.
Yeah, I believe they got knocked out of the series showdown, but did manage to come back through the wild card portion.
Ooh. They are running one of my favorite decks too. So.
Wait, this Sayu deck was a different deck?
Sayu deck. I actually quite like it a lot. Yeah.
It's really fun to play because you just draw so many cards, and like Sayu Talent is just so satisfying.
Let me scrub.
Sayu just in general is a funny character too to play. Let's see, Mona with another skill with the Phantom out there. Okay. Back to my boy. Yeah, not much you can do. You don't want to tune. Well, maybe.
You know, I kind of wish Meteor had done that Liben play.
Yeah.
That I said because you know Timaeus hit 3 stack lets you play a free gilded, but that's still +2 dice, which is exactly the same as if you had let that Liben come into play, but you would have had 2 extra cards.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gamblers, I believe, got equipped onto Eula earlier too, right?
Yes, Eula has a Gamblers.
Okay.
But the problem for Meteor this round is as soon as he goes to Eula, Mayoi will be able to freeze.
Yeah. And a big freeze too. Coming up here.
Yeah.
Oof.
I think all Mayoi needs to do is just stay on Xingqiu here.
Yeah, definitely.
And in fact,
Go ahead, sorry.
Mona doing that hit is actually kind of bad because it instead of freezing Xingqiu now and forcing to use up that fast swap, it's just, Xingqiu is going to just go down and get a free swap onto Chongyun potentially.
I don't think there was much of a choice for Meteor.
No.
If they go to Eula, they could just have Catherine out there and Chongyun comes in right away.
Yeah, like I said, the freeze versus freeze matchups are very technical. It plays so much like chess at some points where it's like you can accurately predict what is going to happen based on freezes. And this has kind of already been written from the beginning of this round that this is how this turn is going to go.
Definitely a Grimheart coming in here for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's going to be a Grimheart, and then we're going to have to see if Mayoi can just end it this round. I don't know if they have quite the right setup.
What do you think they might do here? Probably go Razor?
Blade.
I think
Razor.
I think you can go Chongyun and just normal. The problem, I think, is does Mayoi have another dice? Because I think if you can generate another dice, you could normal into a Chongyun burst to take out Eula.
Right.
But I think with Catherine and the Frost Field, even if you don't win this round, you're almost guaranteed to win next round.
Yeah. I think you go Razor, though, just to chip away at Eula a little bit here. Yeah. With that Electro dice in hand, too.
Oh, it is going to be the last of the Rain Swords, actually.
Yeah. So chip away what you can, and then Chongyun, I believe, does what, 7 damage on base?
It's a 7 damage burst, yes.
Yes, okay. Because I believe, yeah, it's open deck. I'm pretty sure they know Meteor can't heal, so they should be okay. Sayu was taken out. The only other healing option they have There's a freezer, yeah, just below the threshold now. Uh-oh.
You know, I kind of, because the Gamblers is on Chongyun though, I kind of would have liked going to Chongyun more because Meteor's almost certainly going to go back to Mona here. And that's a lot more riskier if you're up against the character with Gamblers, because if they get a kill on Mona and have one more extra dice after that, they'll just be able to take out Eula right away. But I think this gives a Meteor a really safe play to just go back to Mona. And then, but I guess a quick swap next round will.
Yeah, quick swap. Yeah, Catherine is.
Game. Yeah.
Catherine being there.
Maybe I think you just have to end.
On
no, that can't be right. Yeah, you just end.
Yeah, I don't know if there's much you can do here.
There's not much you can do. You have to hope if your opponent doesn't have another dice, which I believe that Lumen Stone, it's so hard to tell. I think it's still glowing. So if Mayo plays 2 more cards, he will be able to get 1 more hit off, which is pretty crucial here.
Can't tell for sure here.
Yeah, especially if it's if she's gonna tune into an Electro hit, because then you can risk Superconduct. Ooh, it's Ellen.
Ellen and I said, who is that? Iron Tongue Tian, I think, right? Yeah?
Tian.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Haven't seen that guy in a while there. Oh.
Yep.
Another Lumen Stone.
We go. Too late for that second Lumen Stone.
Yeah.
So now the question is, do you just normal attack or do you tune for a skill? Either I think should work.
I think you...
It's gonna go for
tune for a skill, yeah, because then you could do a superconduct with a cryo reaction coming up here.
Yep.
Yeah. Who has Gamblers on Mayoi's side? Is it Chongyun? Okay, I think that's the right play. Yeah.
Yeah, Eula will be able to take Razor out here, but then Chongyun will be able to counter immediately. So I think... I think this is basically, you know, a series of checks into a checkmate, right? Like we've had players go back and forth, but they've really been forced into each of these actions because the alternative is losing immediately on the spot.
You know, what cards does Meteor have here? I don't think they have anything. This should be Mayoi's game in this round.
Yeah, they would need basically a Lotus effect, you know, to shield damage, and then they would also have to bank on Meteor not having any more dice in hand. Because if Meteor can, Mayoi not having any more dice. If Mayo only has 2 actions this round, there is a chance. But they have Gilded. They have that Golden House. Yeah, I think the writing's on the wall.
Yeah. Just seeing if they could quick swap the Mona. Would that do anything? Treasure? Oh, maybe, yeah. Okay, hang on a sec.
Could save. Yeah. It could be the one thing.
Wait a minute. So, there's a Lotus there. Okay. Yeah. 1 treasure out there. Nice. Okay.
Okay, they need to go to Mona, though.
Yeah. They have Catherine for free too. Probably replace.
Well, you don't want a quick swap. I don't think you want a quick swap.
You don't think so? Okay.
Is there a way out of it?
Maybe you heal Eula. I would think you would quick swap to Mona.
So I don't think it's gonna matter because Mayoi has that Liar Song. But what Meteor basically has to hope is you go to Mona, have Mona tank 2 hits. Actually, with that Lotus, might be able to tank 2 hits, and then you have to wait it out, right? You have to stall and then use. Actually, I think there's a chance. I think if Meteor slow swaps Mona here, you don't want a Catherine though.
You don't think so?
No, because you want Mayoi to go get go down.
You want to force him to use it. Yeah, you want to force him to use something. Yeah. Okay.
But with that, I'm trying to do them like it's. I don't like that you had too many turns, but I think with that Liar Song it won't matter. But you know, Meteor doesn't know that. It's very easy for us to kind of sit here, look at both hands, and know what the right move is. But Meteor is playing without that information. But if there's a line for victory, you have to take it, right? And if the line is just to hope your opponent doesn't have a specific card like Liar Song, then you just have to go for it.
Yeah. I think Meteor will, like you said, Lotus.
Quick
quick swap, or
no quick swap.
Sorry, not quick swap, just slow swap. But if they do, hang on, more dice.
Okay. I'm not sure about this one. I think you want to keep Gilded on Eula.
Or Gamblers, you mean?
Oh, what's gonna come up? Yeah, I guess you do need to keep Gamblers on Eula. Maybe the card draw isn't as important.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I think you put Gilded back onto Mona. You Lotus.
That sounds right.
I think he played the treasure too on Eula at
He
least.
sees it.
I like the only reason I think a quick stop would can have you get the Phantom out to just also like tank a little bit more damage.
Yeah, the treasure you want to hold just to hide information. You don't want to let your opponents know you have treasure.
Exactly.
So you won't be playing that now. It won't come up. Neither. So the one card that would matter here would be something like Fresh Wind, which lets you take 2 actions after you take down a character. Neither side has that. So again, they're working with almost perfect information right now. But here's the swap.
Okay, so swap to Eula.
There it is. That was what Meteor needed to do. Anything else, I think, loses the game immediately.
Okay, effective 4 health on Mona right now. Razor Burst does, I think, 3, does it?
3 damage, yeah.
Yeah.
It was reduced because I think they changed his burst from 3 to 2 energy. He used it to 5? Which was really funny because, yeah, it was to 5. I think people used to run him in like Raiden decks. I think it was like Chongyun, Raiden, Razor.
Yes,
and then
yes.
They wouldn't use him for anything other than just to do a 5 damage burst. Like, that's the only reason he was there.
And his follow-up, too, is just really strong as well.
It is, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, not quite, you know, it matters a lot for any stall-based matchup. So crab decks especially, you know, that Razor burst combined with Frostfield lets you get through the shields very quickly.
Yeah. Ooh, it's gonna be a little tricky here.
It's a little tricky. Oh, actually, one thing that's gonna be huge. So, with that 1 treasure, Meteor can get Eula to 4, which means if he can get into a position where it's just Razor, Razor can't do 4 damage. He'll be an exact breakpoint to keep Eula alive through what Razor, anything that Razor could do. So Mayoi needs to not get baited into a swap to Chongyun here. Okay.
All right, just normal attack.
This makes sense.
Yeah.
Normal attack to save on having to tune any more dice. It's really the same either way. Yeah, I don't think anything else matters. So Meteor, I think you have to Mona's skill.
Treasure.
Oh, it's gonna treasure.
Mona.
Oh, I don't like that.
I think, yeah. I had to buy some time though somehow.
The 3 to 4 jump is really important, I think.
Right. Both Lumen Stones have proc by now, correct? I'm pretty sure they have.
Yeah, both Lumen Stones on my side have procced already. Yeah. There goes another Gilded.
Let me scry.
Okay, elemental skill. Okay. I mean, that effective. Well, it'll get taken out on this next hit here.
Oh,
ooh,
is that a Minty Meat Rolls?
Yeah, that's an MMR.
Ooh.
Costs 1, and the next 3 normal attacks will be reduced to 2 dice. 1 less unaligned, just for people in chat if they aren't aware, which is really good for a deck like this.
Yeah, a very premier food. It's I think when the game was first released, it's been there, and it's been a staple for these combo style decks because normal attacks are just so powerful when combined with things like Chongyun and Razor's Burst.
Yeah. This is why this deck here thrives off of that MMR.
Yeah.
Ooh, we're tuning everything. Okay.
Yeah, actually, one thing I did notice on Meteor's play is the healing there is actually important because it means Mayoi can't just use another normal attack to take out Mona. Right. It's basically forcing them to have perfect dice, which actually Mayoi does.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if this pays out for Meteor, because that extra health might have mattered.
Well, they freeze Razor here. Oh, I don't think Mayoi has enough dice, do they? They might. They will, yeah.
If there's a Gilded, they will have exactly. Which I believe is on Razor.
Razor, I believe he has a Gilded. Is it?
I think it's actually a heart. Actually, if Mayoi doesn't have a Gilded. Okay, a normal attack.
Normal. Interesting. They're doing stuff that I wasn't expecting today.
Yeah, I wonder. I guess you're saving that Grim Heart for Chong, because if you can take out Razor.
Liar Song.
So is it a Gilded?
Oh, it is hard. Yeah,
oh, but they haven't triggered Lumenstone yet.
Ooh, okay, yeah, play back.
That's the 3rd dice.
Oh, I gotta play 1 more. Gotta equip that other artifact now. Yeah.
Yeah, if Mayoi has an extra dice, I don't think it matters.
Yep. What do they get for fun? Treasure. Oh, no, Senyata.
Do you Senyata for fun?
Yeah.
No, okay.
Just normal. No. You just gotta do this. Play it safe, Mayoi. Play it safe. All right, and the first round goes to Mayoi with the Chongyun Razor Xingqiu deck. Wow.
Yeah, that was a really interesting match to kind of open into. Very technical from both sides. Like I said, I think Meteor did everything right. but Mayoi had the stronger opening, right? As I was saying at the beginning, you see all those support cards in Mayoi's zones, starting off with the double Chang is just so good for getting through your deck, and she was just able to draw into more cards overall, and then even by the slimmest of margins almost had a comeback on Meteor's side, but unfortunately, you know, I respect that he took a gamble, right? Like, he saw what he needed to do, but Mayoi did have the cards needed exactly to come out with the win.
Yeah, definitely. You just have to go and just this game is a lot of luck still, right? So you just have to hope. Right, but sometimes it doesn't work out. But you won't win all your games either, so
no.
Yeah, definitely not.
Especially,
unfortunately, not this game though.
No, not this game, especially at this high level as well, right? Like, you know, all of the players here who qualified into this top 32 had to fight a lot of games, play through a lot of tough opponents to get here. So already the skill level to get onto the stage in the first place is pretty immense. So it's not to be underestimated. And we've seen a lot of mistakes on camera again, but one thing I want to point out, like, the pressure of being on the stage should not be underestimated.
Definitely. Also, with the prize money on the line, up to $16,000 grand prize.
We haven't had a chance to talk about it, but yeah, if you are just joining us from the Genshin official, you're watching a tournament with real money on the line, 60,000 total USD across all the players, but 16,000 for first place. And these two players are playing to stay in the tournament. They already lost one of their lives. They are in the lower bracket. So whoever loses this best of three will be knocked out, lose their chance at that grand prize, but still walk away with $600.
Meteor banned Magistation and left the Nouvelette stall deck. Oh, yeah. Come on.
I think that makes sense because two of their decks I think are better, like that Chongyun Razor deck. You know, it's been referenced a few times, but there's like this meta triangle where you have aggressive decks, combo decks, and stall decks, and they're all kind of scissors, paper, rock are good into each other. So looking at the list that Meteor brought, I think he did have a combo and two aggro decks, or like the side deck is kind of in the middle. And so banning out the aggressive deck on the other side in Magistation is probably a good move.
Yeah, Meteor also brought their own version of Chongyun Xingqiu Razor. You think they'll play that one into Nouvelette instead, or stick with the Sayu deck?
It's really player preference, because of course, being a conquest format, you know, both players bring 3 decks, they ban 1, but they have to win on both their remaining decks. So Meteor now needs to play the Nouvelette stall matchup into both of his decks anyway. So it's kind of a mental thing. Like, some players will prefer to play the favored one just to get more mental tempo and things, and other players like to stick with their first choice just to just get that second win, you know, get maybe the hard matchup out of the way.
They definitely are going to play the Sayu deck next year. I think that's a good idea, considering they have the Claymores in this deck for sure to help chunk away at some of the health that Nouvelette will definitely be getting here.
The Sayu deck is, I think, pretty good into the Nouvelette stall, mostly because you can sit on Mona. The one risky thing about this pick, and we saw it a couple of times with Mona decks like Wanderer or Sayu into stall, is if you have a stall deck and you can use all 8 dice in your first round to pass the turn, then you can avoid that Hydro Swell, and that Hydro Swell is really critical, especially for the Sayu deck.
Just looking through this deck list here. Yeah, this deck is definitely built to stall. Very, very long. Whew, boy. All right. Well, yeah, Meropede also in this deck too. And we've seen a lot of Meropede really messing up the other player a lot. It's been one of the strongest cards we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah, it's not a card that you run into every game, which is kind of perfect, because if you saw it every game, you would know to play around it. But if you see it every now and then, you'll just forget.
Right. Yeah, and we've definitely seen some players do forget. And as these matches get longer, the people that do have to continue playing in the lower bracket, it will take a mental toll on you trying to remember all these things. But don't forget, we forgot to mention while we were just on the break screen, we did have raffle winners appear at the bottom. So if you saw your UID, you do win a Welkin, but make sure to keep an eye out for the mod in chat to let you know when to enter. It is _pick your name, and then, your name, the player you want to win or think is going to win, and then a UID. And then you will also enter that the next round for the raffle.
Yeah. Well, if you are Mayoi or Media and you for some reason are in Twitch chat, you can type your own name.
True. I was asked earlier if casters get entered. I was like, maybe.
I think we can enter. I know during the, you and I went to Asia Invitational and had raffles as well. We were waiting for one of the casters to appear on screen so we could appear on for the other caster. But it never happened.
A friend of ours did appear on screen though, and that was really funny. All right. Both Scions got pretty good rolls so far. Meteor has at least 3. Oh, even better now. Okay, there we go.
Ooh, no 3 Hydra though, which is actually really a pain.
Oh, right. Sorry. Just 1 Hydra there. Well, they could probably afford a 1 Cavarina at least.
Yeah, you can probably tune a Cavarina. The other thing they could do, depending, because Meteor's going, well, they will have to tune ahead anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. What was that there? Yeah, that is the Tenacity of the Millet. Very likely to go on Nouvellette. Or maybe not. Maybe not this turn. Maybe even playing Timaeus this round so they could have a free equip next turn.
Yeah, I mean, we could see both cases. Okay, Timaeus first. I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Another Tenacity.
Wow.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if Mayoi decides to go for a full ramp turn. I don't think it's quite efficient enough. You probably just want to go for a Charlotte skill.
Right, but to put Cryo in mode, I don't think is the one that you want to get it on. So maybe the full ramp might be a better option here.
Yeah, and of course Mayo doesn't know it, but I believe Meteor is just going to go for the Sayu round 2 based on their hand. They can't actually sit on Mona this round anyway.
Yeah, they are going to do it. Look at that. Both Tenacities on. Ooh, boy. Cavarina onto Charlotte. Yeah, that's a full ramp turn.
Yeah, this might actually prompt Meteor to go for that swell now. Because I think, Meteor had the option of equipping that Wolf's Gravestone and just going for round 2. But seeing that, I think, you just go for it.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely want to spread the DPS around a while you can before they can heal up.
Yeah, no talent though, unfortunately. Although I think he's going to play... Oh! He's not going to play Shadow of the Sand King. I would have liked to see the Shadow of the Sand King played.
I think that's a draw and a reaction, right?
Yeah, draw. So it's a smaller version of Gilded Dreams. Oh, I see. He's going to swap back onto Mona.
Okay.
So trying to avoid that cryo application on Sayu most likely, which makes sense.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know. Okay, looks like there wasn't a Sayu talent. I would say if he drew into a Sayu talent, it would have been...
yeah, it would have been huge.
It would have been better if he'd played the Shadow of the Sand King to draw into that talent in that previous round, but looks like it didn't come up anyway.
I think this is a really good setup for Meteor right now, though. Hydra on everybody, so they can just continue to keep swirling on Sayu. They're safe from the cryo application for now.
Yeah, but 2 Tenacities on Mayoi's side is going to be really hard to eat through. One of the things... So the Sayu deck is a little bit worse at getting through a Stall deck because you don't have that big Wanderer Burst.
Does the Swirl also do damage to off-field characters even with shield applied, or will the shield prevent it?
Yeah, so Tenacity shields are one of the most... as someone who likes playing Anemo decks, Tenacity shields are the bane of my existence because normally, off-field damage is piercing, but swell damage is the one case where it's not, and Tenacity shields will block the swell damage.
Golden House to Gilded probably on the Sayu right now. No, Gravestone. Okay.
Yeah,
actually, probably the better idea.
One way you need to basically beat Tenacity is to have a weapon equipment that lets you deal more damage, but these Tenacity, because we might just see Mayoi go to Nouvellette here to basically eat up that damage.
Right. So they did do damage, just took off the shield there, but now that will draw them that extra dice.
Yeah, you're basically making the most efficient use of your shields, right? So the way you want to play with Tenacity if you're playing a Stall deck is every round, because those shields refresh, you want to try and use them up. And unfortunately, Sayu with the Prepare skill makes it really easy, as we just saw, for Mayoi to force Meteor to attack into those shields, block the damage, and then even generate dice. Like we saw each time, Meteor basically has a free swap by going to a character that gets an extra dice from Tenacity.
Yeah. I think the best move for Meteor right now is just to swap over back to Mona, just so they can keep their quick swap. But Opera Epiclez going out on Mayoi's side, very fitting, very good for that deck, as they have definitely outnumbered them in equipment here.
Yeah, and also very thematic, of course, with Nouvellette.
Yes, Even with Barbara, it feels a little correct too.
True. Yeah. Barbara's moved to Fontaine to give a little bit of a performance.
She's doing her a little. She's preaching to them a little bit. But wonders of Mondstadt.
That'd be kind of fun if we ever got like an event where all of the musical characters kind of gathered in Fontaine for like a musical show.
With Ito, you have to have Ito.
Okay. So I like my musicals, so if we get like some kind of musical event with Genshin characters, I am there.
Hell yeah.
Sounds awesome.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we also... Ooh, Lyre Song, perfect time for it too.
Yeah, it is going to be very important with those 2 Gildeds and no Timaeus. one other thing, you know, we see once again Meteor with the solo golden house. This is exactly what he had at the end of the last game as well, and it's not optimal. Like, you don't want to see just a golden house. You'd rather have Dunyazad's, Tamias's, their Lubenstones generating value. And even though Mayoi's field isn't as full, remember, she has those tenacities, right? They're essentially like support cards generating value off field.
Yeah, extra health, extra dice, especially when two of your characters are Hydro, so they can definitely benefit off each other. Lieben finally showing up. Oof. Well, okay, we could probably draw out a little bit more, but Meteor really needs to get going here before Mayoi starts building upon this.
Meteor needs to do something, and you know, this is the difference between the Wander version and the Sayu version, is it doesn't have that big, you know, button to do a lot of damage, right? You can really use Wanderer Burst to threaten characters both off field and on with either burst or those skills, but Sayu just doesn't apply a lot of pressure.
Right. Sayu's more a little kind of spread out, kind of even.
Yeah.
I think, Wanderer would have been a better matchup into this, this team here.
Yeah, but you can never predict the matchups, right? You don't know what your opponents are going to bring until you see their decks and you have to choose and ban one. You know, Sayu decks have been more popular into the rest of the field, but that's probably because these Nouvelette stall decks haven't quite been as popular either. So we're seeing a lot of adjustments, which is where, like, if you are good at building decks and can predict the metagame, you can kind of like go one up on your opponent by bringing something that they don't expect.
I wonder if you go to Eula, actually, this one, just to get a cryo application out and a Grimheart on Eula, just for fun. But also you could swirl Freeze onto Charlotte and Nouvelette as an option here.
You could.
would also force Mayoi to go to Charlotte with a quick swap, perhaps, to prevent that from happening, but at least you would know that'd be gone from there.
Yeah, unfortunately, the freezes aren't going to do a lot of damage. They are still going to get eaten up by those tenacity shields. Right. Oh, maybe it is going to be.
They do go to you. I think they're not. I think they have to play a little Stelly, but they definitely want to get that Grimheart out as an extra DPS. And then, they can also threaten with their own freeze if they can go back to Mona.
Without Gravestone, though, and no Tamias's threatening on the thing, like, Mayoi is just in a really dominant position right now. This is not what you want to see if you're a Meteor side, that your opponents are in perfectly healthy Barbara and Nouvelette. Charlotte taking damage isn't that important. Although, I guess we haven't applied any cryo yet. Hopefully soon.
All right. So, I think Meteor might take the gamble and slow swap to Sayu and hope, but that would also force Mayoi to use her quick swap to freeze, because I know they can't do that either.
Yeah, I mean, even just one freeze would be okay. The quick swap is really important, I think, to hold on to. I think Mayoi might be okay taking a hit. Oh, there is a Catherine.
A Catherine would be... Yeah, they don't want to use it yet, though. Probably not.
I don't have enough dice. Unless you... oh, we might be going for the Gilded Equip onto Sayu and now Catherine.
Okay.
I think we're going to see this, the
onto... Oh, okay.
Freeze. Here it is.
Yeah, I think the freeze would be the best time.
Yeah.
The rest of the other two cannot do anything then.
We're building up to it slowly by playing a bunch of other cards first, but it's coming.
Yeah, the Catherine coming in kind of came out of nowhere, but definitely they are going to freeze the other two now. That actually really will help Meteor. Ooh. Courtyard coming in. That'll be very
Courtyard
handy.
is actually a pretty big draw because it lets them... Well, it's actually not quite enough to do another action, unfortunately.
Right. Courtyard gilded onto... I don't know who you probably be. Oh, they have 4 princess on them. They could replace it on Eula and then have enough dice to proc Lieben for the next turn.
Yeah, well, yeah, and if they replace any other artifact with the Ancient Courtyard into Gilded Dreams, they will better either do another action on Sayu if they want, or, like you said, ramp onto Lieben. But I think ramping is kind of bad. You really don't want this game to go any longer, and getting so one of the things to note, even with tenacity shields, is because of how Wolf's Gravestone work, right? It only cares about the HP of the character, not the total amount plus shield. So if you can get your opponents below 6 HP, that threshold for Wolf's Gravestone, even with the shields, you'd be doing bonus damage. So I think it's more important to get damage out right now.
Well, they still have this. So yeah, they actually, maybe they might go for the lethal on Barbara. Actually, I think they should. That is a really good move right now for them. Plus,
I think you have to.
You got to get rid of, well, unless you want to swirl, well, you're going to take her out. You're going to swirl cryo anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't do it, then they're going to cleanse the cryo. So it's actually pretty important to get that swirl. Yeah, I think you go for it.
I think you at least swirl them for sure, which is going to elim Barbara.
Yeah, I definitely think you go for it.
Ooh.
There's no reason not to.
Hard choice there. Oh.
Yeah, it does mean your Sayu gets frozen next round. Oh,
Okay,
here
so
it is.
They have to do this. They have to replace something on somebody though.
It's gonna be Sayu, I think.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah.
Actually, what artifact is on Eula? I guess it doesn't matter. If Sayu already has a gilded, then it can go into Eula, but then you have to tune.
Right. I think it was Kavarina on Eula right now.
Okay, so they could, if they don't mind tuning 2 cards, they could put it on Eula, but the
Yeah.
safer play would be to put it on Sayu.
It goes on Sayu. Yeah. There we go. All right. Then yeah.
This is good.
War Princess Proc.
Ooh,
Will
this
they
is actually
swirl
looking bad.
cryo?
Yeah, they'll
Will
swap
they
cryo.
normal? You think? Okay.
No, I think you want to swell. It's more damage efficient because I think the first hit's going to take out Barbara regardless, but then you get the follow up, which will, which means they can't actually go to Charlotte, I think, because it will take her out. I might be one.
Right, yeah.
No, it's only 4.
Oh, they go for the burst. Okay.
Ooh.
I think that's fine too. The burst will follow up, and it will spread the Hydra because Mayoi.
Oh, it will.
Blind first, yeah.
But wait,
But then that will cleanse off everything else. So.
Huh. I'm not sure how much I like that.
Yeah, wasn't sure about that.
Because if you let Barbara survive another round, she has a tenacity. That's 2 more shields now that you've given them for free. You've also cut your own damage down by not doing the prepare skill. So you're basically lost out on 5 damage there, and every point adds up when you're the aggressive deck against a stall deck.
Yeah, definitely. When you go up against a stall deck, it is very important to take out the healer of the team if you can.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. It's gonna be very. Let's see how this goes though. Because if they do, they could swirl through the shield if they swap off still.
Yeah,
they just have to get an element on somewhere. They have the option to do that too. Mona, they have a quick swap with Catherine. Then they could go to Mona just to put Hydra on and then do another quick swirl.
They do, but really the problem is, you used up a lot of your resources last round, right? You use up your Gilded, your Golden House is gone, the Lyre Song is gone.
Yeah.
You have way less dice to work with than last round. The only reason the last round looks so good for you is because you used up so many cards in your hand, and now you're fighting against a stall deck with 2 tenacities and 11 dice. It's gonna be pretty hard to make that up. Like, I don't know how you stop even just like a solo Nouvelette here.
Yeah. Well, Mayoi does have one problem. They only have 3 cards.
True.
Yeah, and their dice is limited, so they go to Nouvelette. I think
they're
that's
limited,
the right
but
play.
pretty good.
Yeah, they're
Like,
decent dice. Yeah.
Only 2. Well, what do you mean decent? There's only 2 that are off element. Everything else is on. That's a really good roll.
Yeah, definitely. Well, definitely at least 3 more actions here on the Mayoi side should they decide to do that.
Yeah.
I really feel like Meteor's gonna go to Mona on their turn.
I think there's no reason to stay on Sayu right now without any skills. I mean, you could just start using the prepare skill, but it's not going to do a lot of damage. I don't think it's even going to bring Nouvelette below 6.
No, if you're not going to hit too much on there, you might as well just get an element on anyway. And then, do we have Gamblers on yours? Yeah, we do. We could Golden House Gamblers onto Sayu, and that'll take out Barbara. Wait, no, she's got 3 shields though. She's 3 health. Yeah, dang, those shields. I see. It is why the bane of your existence here.
Yes, yeah, that's really why I'm questioning that choice to go for the Sayu burst. You know, it might be tempted to go for the Sayu burst in this Mona deck, but you almost never go for it because it's so low on damage and you're an aggressive deck.
Yeah. What's the play here? Lumenstone.
That's a really late Lumenstone too.
Yeah.
I mean, the only reason this makes sense is Meteor is anticipating this game not only going past this round, but even longer. But the longer the game zone's on with those 2 tenacities, it's not favoring him. Oh.
Okay. That's a lot more dice for Mayoi right now. I'm not sure about that one, but okay.
Yeah. Let's see.
Do you quick swap freeze?
You could. Quickswap freeze. I mean, the problem with that though is if your opponent has a Wolf's Gravestone, although they only had 2 dice.
Yeah, they only
that's
got 2
kind
dice
of that's kind of the problem here. Like Meteor doesn't have a Timaeus on field, and that's the thing you really want to be scared about when calculating opponent's dice, because they can bring out Gilded for an extra dice out of nowhere. But without that, they haven't played a treasure yet. We see the treasure underwater treasure hunt sitting in Meteor's hand. Typically, it's a card you want to have for against these stall matchups, but until you play it, obviously does nothing.
Right. I think Mayoi doesn't have a choice, though. They have to do that. They don't have anything else they can play, so they need to stop that follow-up attack for sure. So they do go across.
Smile!
I mean, there's something to be said about just staying on Nouvellette.
I don't know though. That's a lot of damage, and when you bring him that low, and
True.
Sayu is ready with that gravestone, it's a little threatening.
Yeah, well, I think, wait, Sayu's follow-up, I forget if it's 1 or 2 damage, but it's actually not that much as long as you're above 6 HP. That's really what you need to watch out for as Mayoi, is any characters below 6 right now.
Gravestone adds +2 though, does it not?
+2, and then adds, if you're below 6, but then +1 base.
Right, okay. I think that should still bring him down to 6, maybe even 5.
I think so.
Yeah.
This is probably the safer play. You also get that cryo application on Sayu again, because Sayu is the more threatening one. Even though Eula has that Grimstar Heart stack, without Wolf's Gravestone, she's not quite at threat. Actually, does Meteor have another Wolf Gravestone, or did he tune it already? I'm trying to remember if it was a different game.
They didn't tune it yet. I think they still have one more in the deck right now, yeah.
Okay. They really need to find it, because I think that might be a big turning point. Because if they can have that on hand, if Mayoi slips up and exposes Nouvellette to a Wolf's Gravestone Eula, that's kind of how Meteor can come back. Because I really think things aren't looking great for him yet at this point.
Is off to Mona. Catherine, quick swap. I think that's fair. That's a good move. Just trying to see what Mayoi will do with the rest of their turn there.
Yeah, we'll probably go back to Nouvellette and Burst.
Yeah, Burst to get your Source Water droplets for sure.
The one, oh, there's a second Gravestone.
There it is. Yeah, Golden House. Maybe not Golden House yet. You want to proc the Lumenstone next turn here.
Mm-hmm. Probably this turn won't be too bad. Okay, this is going to just be an end. This makes sense.
Yeah.
So, Meteor might be able to set something up here. So with that Sayu talent, unfortunately, I think he, looking at how many few cards left in his deck, and I think both of his Sayu talents have been really low in his deck, and that's not what you want. But if he ever plays that treasure, Sayu talent can go really hard to just draw you into so much treasure.
There is going to be a problem next turn. Mayoi will have Hydra on them from the heal.
Yes.
Yes, whoever they end on.
At least it won't be swallowed by Sayu. The burst there, because of the order of the summons. Whoever ends first does get to attack first with their summons.
Yeah. Off to Barbara. Oops. Sorry about that.
Oh good. Yeah, we might just see him stay on Barbara. Maybe this might be a sacrifice on Barbara next round.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Merpede goes out.
Really late.
I think now's the time to get it out while you can.
Yeah. So Barbara's going to take damage from the burst at end of turn, and that extra die is going to go to Valorana. So no dice wasted here on Mayoi's side, picking full use of the shield. But I think Barbara is not long for this world.
That's such a sad way to put it. Oh no.
Yeah.
And yeah, 2 charges on the Merpede too, just from that heal and the attack. Ooh, Lyre Song and another healing or Hydro Resonance showing up there.
So maybe Meteor might actually be able to bring this back. I thought he was in trouble with how many equipments Mayoi has set up, but Mayoi hasn't really done much so far in the game. Hasn't really set up Nouvellette, hasn't drawn the Tule Tula, which is not Nouvellette's real signature weapon, but is in the TCG.
Yeah. It's just so powerful, just cheaper attack, right? You definitely want to have that on your hand there. Treasure goes into Meteor's deck right now. Good time to play it. Golden House will probably replace... No, probably Timaeus out first, just to take advantage of the Dunya's ad, I would think.
Yeah, that Timaeus, I don't know if there's any artifacts left.
Yeah, maybe there are none. Yeah, perhaps not.
In which case, that might not be worth it.
Right. Then probably just a Golden House and... Or they could play their other Lumenstone, I guess. Right?
I mean, your opponent doesn't have Tule Tula yet. You might actually be able to bring this into the next round. So maybe playing slow was the right decision here. Just getting slow value off of that Wolf's Gravestone.
Yeah.
Just, unfortunately, Mayoi hasn't even drawn into any of her treasures either. So maybe just getting a little bit unlucky here.
I feel like maybe my Golden House Gamblers... Well, you're not Golden House yet. Sorry, there's already Sword on site. They might just go for that swirl and take Barbara out right now.
I think so. Yeah, I think with that talent going to Sayu is pretty good because you're almost certainly going to draw into 2 treasures. with how
Yeah.
thin your deck is. So using that
Yeah.
Sayu talent essentially translates into 2 more die. So I do
Lumestone
like the
out.
swap.
Liar Song probably come out next, and then Gilded again. That should be 1, 2, 3. Yeah. She'll
You can
pocket
probably-
another dice.
You can probably pocket that liaison just so your opponent doesn't know. Okay.
Nope.
Oh, it's to fix the die.
Oh, and the
Okay.
treasure. Yeah. Well, definitely just to like
Yeah, yeah,
get an
yeah,
extra
yeah.
dice out, and you thankfully you did draw treasure out as well.
Mhm.
Now if they
I
just play
think-
Guild again, 3 more dice because the other Lumenstone will proc next.
Yeah, I didn't catch Meteor's exact deck count, but based on that, so you can kind of tell how many cards are left in a player's deck
Okay.
by the little graphic there. And Meteor was down to a single card frame, which is I think like under 10 at the very least. So
Yeah.
at least half of Meteor's deck is treasure.
Yeah. Probably Gilded onto.
Sleepy.
They're not. No way. They're no. Maybe they won't yet. They need the tune. Probably Timaeus will get tuned here. Oh, play treasure.
Yeah, just in
That
case
should
it
proc the other.
any moment.
Oh, okay. They don't need to do it now. Now they got their other
They
Omni
could, yeah.
dice. Yeah. And another treasure to boot too. So
Yeah, you can probably save because I think Sayu already has Gilded, right? Or some other card.
Sayu has Gamblers on.
Gamblers,
They
that's right,
removed
that's
it
right,
with Liar
Gamblers.
Song, put Gamblers
Mhm,
on. Yeah.
mhm.
Definitely the skill. You draw another card. You gotta probably get that other treasure out.
A little.
This will be 2 cards and 2 dice.
Yeah. Let's see it. Treasure and
Oh.
talent again. Okay.
Okay. I mean, Sayu's almost certainly going to get frozen, so it's not going to
Yeah.
matter too much. But we could have refreshed the Sayu talent for 2 more draws, but
I
that would be really bad
think-
for Mayoi.
I think what happens now is, yeah, they freeze Sayu, but then Meteor will quick stop Eula. Probably get
Yeah.
Gilded on to freeze and use their Grimheart on Nouvellette. That should chunk him down to 7 health. I think they're in good position right here. They could probably even
I
get
think
the burst
so.
set up.
I think
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
Ooh.
Slow and steady. ends
Oh yeah,
up
they get a
winning the
heal.
race.
That's right. So 8 health I think 8 health, right? Should
Mhm.
be.
I mean, either
Ready
way,
for
if there's a quick stop, Nouvellette will get frozen, and that will force
Yeah.
Mayoi off anyway, because you can't stay on Nouvellette after
Roasted
that.
Gilded, yeah.
But yeah, this is 2 more actions, which is pretty significant.
Golden House Sword? Maybe?
Oh no, I think you want to save for the
No, Golden House.
Okay. Oh, you have 2 treasures. No, you have 2 treasures,
Yeah,
so this
you
is
got 2
always fine.
treasures, yeah.
Yeah, you probably want to just treasure first, just in case you roll.
Or as like you said here, don't do that yet. But you're probably expecting 2 treasure in the hand at this
Shut up.
point. All the
True,
dice
yeah.
there, yeah. Oh, actually, that was a lot more damage than I thought. Dang.
Oh, there's another treasure.
Oh no, I think Meteor comes back from this.
I think Meteor has this. I think Mayoi had a really good opener, but she didn't draw enough card draw, and you know we see how thick the deck is from Mayoi's side. Still has a lot of cards in their deck that they haven't been able to utilize.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Hang on
actually
a
getting
second.
Charlotte above 6 is pretty important here.
Yeah. I think Meteor will probably burst here.
Yeah, I think you want to
Yeah.
burst. Burst almost guarantees you take out one
Will they high
of
roll?
the
Will they
characters
high
on
roll?
the side.
Nope. Will they high roll? Will they do it? Oh, let's see. No.
Nope.
Both Liebens probably tune, or Timaeus and Lieben for sure, or maybe Talon
Yeah.
card even might even get taken out here.
Yeah, I think Sayu Talent is a
Yeah,
reasonable one.
Timaeus is gone, and then one of the Liebens. Okay. I think if you replay the Talon, I think the effect plays over again.
You do, but I don't think you
Yeah.
need to. So now that you have Wolf's Gravestone on Eula, she's
Yeah.
going to be output a lot more damage on these characters than Sayu.
You treasure and you go back to Mona. You gotta keep that swap.
To avoid being frozen. I think that's the right call.
Yeah.
I mean, it might not matter though. If Mayoi stays on Charlotte, then you're not afraid of freeze. But if Mayoi goes
Right.
to Nouvellette, you're also not afraid of freeze.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's just a good thing for Mayoi to do right now, unfortunately.
Let's see.
I think part of the trouble here, you know, we've seen this variant played with Layla instead of Charlotte. And one of the reasons is Layla can apply cryo without having to get onto Charlotte. I think that's one of the things that really mattered this matchup. We saw how difficult it was for Mayoi to ever get a chance. I mean, Charlotte's only used 1 skill. And so
Yeah.
that's really just 1 freeze threat right now. Whereas Layla can
Yeah.
repeatedly stack up off field.
You don't want Nouvellette. You gotta sack.
You gotta sack someone.
You gotta sack Charlotte. You don't sack Nouvellette. Definitely not. He's better equipped for this situation.
He is, but I think like I said, there's no good decision here, right? Because if you don't go
No.
Nouvellette, then being on 6, like Meteor could just. Oh, what do we got? Macarons?
Yeah, Rainbow Macarons just showed up here.
Yeah, I mean that probably goes on to Nouvellette here.
You could put it on the Charlotte and then keep her out of lethal. Oh wait, no, that's the Shadow.
that's not,
Can't forget that.
Shadow.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, using this to my stacks.
Treasure.
Okay.
Actually, wait a minute. No, that'd be +2, right? So yeah, still not enough. You need to be 6.
You need to be 6. You need to be 6.
Yeah.
It's 1 off.
Yeah.
Although
you has to be mindful of Meripede being proccing next turn too here.
How much of a gamble are you? If you play Rainbow Macarons, it triggers Veterans and the Lumenstone for 2 more cards. One of them could be a treasure.
You do it. You do it at this level.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Let's see.
Oh, treasures. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Wait.
Whoa.
Is Mayoi still in this?
Oh, Mayoi could take turn advantage here and freeze Eula for sure and try to outlast a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. That's actually huge.
That's massive right now.
Unfortunately, no way to carry over all of those extra dice. Actually, okay.
What if you
Zenyatta
for something? Yeah.
And you get a heal location.
Yeah. Oh man.
I think you
Zenyatta Timaeus though. You save your lumens because not yet. Okay, maybe you don't need to do it yet.
I would. Yeah. I would have.
Because you got the 4 dice, right? You need to use them somewhere.
What if you get like what's that thing called, the Sangonomiya Shrine, right? An extra 2.
Oh yeah.
It is as the stars foretold.
That's higher. You gotta gamble everything, right?
Yeah, you gotta gamble everything.
So Meteor does go to Mona though. Good move.
Yeah, that is a good move.
Oh yeah, there we go. Oh man. Yeah, Macaron's coming back in.
Okay, more treasure.
Meripede will be on Meteor's side though, so they are blocked by 1 event card for now.
Yeah, best not forget that.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't active last time, I believe.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about Meripede is that it'll persist until you do something too.
Well, it does go away end of round.
Does it? I think it carries over.
It no.
Oh.
It lasts only until the end of round. So if you wait, you can actually wait it out. You're not in jail forever.
I thought you were in jail for. I swear I did that, but okay.
Just 1 round. You're just jailed for 1 round.
One day in jail. Okay. All right. Strategize coming in, drawing 2 more cards. 1 more treasure onto Charlotte. Just 1 more.
Yeah.
We'll proc the Lumen Stone. Probably.
I think you wonder. You might just Zenyatta the Fortress here, because I don't think you're surviving past this round.
That's a big risky. That's hard though. You don't want to do that either. What if Zenyatta to Mamere, proc Mamere, egg, revive Barbara?
I think this is the 2nd time in the series you've mentioned.
I want it to happen, please. I want to see it. Mayoi, please do the high gamble. Let's see it.
That would be really fun.
That would be really crazy.
That you might have to, because like it's still looking so dire, right? With that swap onto Mona, Eula is protected from that freeze, and if you lose Charlotte, there goes all of your cryo. And that's one of the differences between Charlotte and Layla, right? If you take out Layla, you can still threaten freeze with Nouvellette. I do think that might be the better choice in most cases. Ooh.
Treasure and Timaeus again. Okay. Is it Zenyatta time? Zenyatta, one of the Lumenstone, I think.
Well,
I think you want to keep Meripede.
Well, Mayoi played a Veterans to trigger the Lumenstones using up Timaeus, so now she can safely Zenyatta Timaeus.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. True. Since you need to put him back out there.
But see, I'm not sure what you'll be digging for this round, right? There's not really... Most of the cards and locations you can get only benefit at end of round.
Right.
It's tough.
What random card could benefit you right now? Double Mamere.
If you have an idea, put it out in chat what you think. Oh, there's no Zenyatta. We're gonna...
Not yet. Maybe not yet. You don't want to show it yet, I think. I think you want to show them that, hey, I have a burst. You better take me out now.
Yeah, but I don't know what Mayoi can do after the swap onto Eula, because Eula doesn't even have his weapon yet. We haven't drawn into the Tula, so his damage output is actually pretty low.
On my sleep.
Ooh,
Sayu does have gamblers though. Yeah, Sayu has the gamblers, so they can just get some more dice. They play the boar. That's fine. They had to get rid of that.
I feel like that was a mistake.
No, I think they knew. They had to play something to play the extra healing there, just to keep Sayu up.
Oh, that's true. I guess Sayu's not gonna. Yeah. I guess Sayu's not gonna go down, so Ball's not gonna come up. I was thinking Nuvolet would take Sayu out, but because of the treasure healing,
they might even burst here. Actually, yeah, they do.
Oh, not burst. Interesting. Okay, maybe this is. Yeah, maybe this is the right way to play against this Nuvolet stall deck, especially if they haven't drawn their weapons.
Treasure. Ooh.
I don't think you can prepare skill here. Well, I guess that heals you up to. No, maybe you do.
It'll heal you up just up to 8. You got your shields at effective 10, and you would also free Sayu, which you don't want that Claymore swinging around anyway.
Although no, if you prepare skill, I think you immediately lose because Yola gets to swap and hit you and follow up twice.
All
you'll
right,
heal, but then you'll deal 1 piercing damage to yourself, and so that should at 8. Yeah, that's gonna be bad. Oh no.
Oh, they do.
Okay.
Okay. Well, they get the heal. Oh, it's a +2 heal. Okay.
It's a +2 heal, but I think Yula's gonna do enough damage to still force Nuvolet to deal damage to himself. Yeah, and then it's gonna be exactly. No, it's 1 off.
Yeah,
it's 1 off.
Okay.
It's only 6.
Treasure back onto Eula.
Oh, but it's 2 more actions. Yeah, no, it is done.
Ooh.
Sorry, Nuvolet, not today.
Unfortunate. No, play Zenyatta, do it. Get the egg. Pull it out. Come on, pull out the egg. Yeah, let's see it. Let's see. Mimir. Come on.
Sarai Island. Honestly, one of the worst cards you could pull. One of the new cards we haven't seen yet, but will do damage to your characters if they receive healing, which obviously if you're Mayoi, you're doing a lot of.
Definitely.
Although, hold on. Sayu's burst does heal. So what if there was a line where you Zenyatta into that Sarai Island to force your opponent to take damage instead?
Yeah,
it's bad.
That's why I love Zenyatta and Mimir at like a tournament level, because it just adds this other layer of like what the heck could happen in a match.
I mean, I think it's important because if you don't consider those possibilities, you know, it is very much rolling the dice. You cannot guarantee what you get, but sometimes you need to know to roll the dice to win, to take advantage of those situations when it comes up.
And there is the tune for the last normal attack, and Eula does put Nuvolet to rest and brings us to a 1-1 match. Oh man.
Yeah, that was a really close one, and I guess, you know, I was saying that Meteor should have gone for that prepare skill, but maybe that sustain with Sayu Burst ended up being the right call. You know, able to maintain the swell on those elements at the end of the round, and also keep Sayu healthy, which ended up mattering a lot.
Yeah, not getting the Tula out too for Nuvolet here, really hampering his damage potential as well. Yeah, props to Meteor for playing around a stall deck on like a deck that should generally go pretty fast, but I think they played very expertly there.
Yeah, very methodical play there, very patient. I think, you know, it's very easy as the aggressive deck to freak out when you see those shields, especially a double equip round 1, and think you just have to go in so fast. But I think Meteor knows that over time, you know, especially with Nuvolet not having Tula, he was never under threat of doing damage. And that was really unfortunate for Mayoi, right? She never drew Tula for the whole game, and you really need that on Nuvolet in order to do good damage and threaten your opponents. Without it, Nuvolet kind of just like slaps you around a little bit like a wet noodle. Yeah. I mean, it kind of tickles, but it doesn't hurt quite enough. You really need that weapon. It goes so well with his kit.
His weapon, lack of weapon, make him weak. But in English, he sounds really strong when he just does normal attacks.
He is very threatening.
Yeah.
But all bark and no bite.
This will go to a 3rd round though with the Nuvolet deck versus, I believe it is going to be Chongyun Razor Xingqiu on the Meteor side this time. Probably running Robot Wizard's deck too. Probably.
Well, I think did Meteor open with it? I don't remember. No. Meteor. We haven't seen the deck list. It's almost certainly the Robot Wizard special. I'm just gonna call it that from now because like we haven't been able to name this Xingqiu Chongyun Razor deck efficiently. Like it's always got an awkward thing to name. It's been like Chongyun Razor or Xingqiu Chongyun Freeze. It's like too long. But
it is a very long name.
For this tournament, at least, Robot Wizard special will suffice.
I guess. I'm just gonna call it the boys on a treasure hunt or something like that. Yeah,
that's true.
They can do that. But we'll see how this goes. We've seen this matchup before on past weekends, and they're pretty even the way they go from what I can know. Both can freeze. both running treasure, so this could really go either way here.
So we've seen similar matchups. I think the key difference here, Charlotte instead of Layla, I think is going to matter a lot in this matchup because you now need to be. So the boys deck has it stay on Xingqiu for quite a lot of the early game, which doesn't give you an opportunity using Charlotte to apply that cryo to those other two characters. And so with Layla, you'd be able to threaten that freeze even when Charlotte's not on field. But now you have to go back to Charlotte, and if you don't have a quick swap ready, you're just going to get frozen by those attacks. And if Charlotte gets taken out very early, you don't have any cryo left, which Layla doesn't suffer from disadvantage. And traditionally, this is a combo deck in the boys into a stall deck, which usually heavily favors the combo deck. So I think Meteorites is very favored going into this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. But before we get into that, we have raffle winners on the screen once again.
Yes.
And a very rare UID actually popping up. One that starts with 1.
Yeah.
I believe that's the SAR server, actually.
I think it is.
Well, congrats to you and everyone else. So don't forget, when the mod announces when to enter the raffle, type in !pick the person you want to win and your UID. And you only have a limited time to enter, so...
Should be coming up soon. I believe when these deck lists get previewed, and we've seen, but by now we can probably not talk about these deck lists too much. We've seen them before. Hopefully Mayoi can draw that. We see that Tula, their second card. That is not Nouvelette's signature weapon, but is the best weapon for him in TCG.
Right. His signature weapon sort of works sort of like the Veteran's Visage in a way.
It does,
right? Yeah.
Home of Eternal Flows. Well, it basically stacks up off field over 2 rounds, so you can always get the 2 damage bonus, but because of how Nouvelette's prepare skill works, it's actually better just to be more dice efficient with those charged attacks.
Right. So, and then with the Chang'an Raid, the boys deck coming up here, I would maybe see 2 treasure in there. Personally, I believe the 2 treasure run is the best way to go if you're going to run treasure at all. And
so the way
right here, there it is.
Treasure. Okay, so it is not the Robot Wizard special.
All right.
No
I think this is, I personally like this run a little bit more. If you're going to run treasure on a deck like this for just more moves, you definitely want to run treasure, especially when you're running MMR on top of that.
Yeah, the key thing here, the way that usually the treasure plays in this deck is it tends to be a good card against stall decks, because this deck is very prone to running out of cards to draw into. But treasure lets you keep that combo going, which is really important for any stall deck that can survive into the later rounds. But with 2 treasures, I mean, I already said it was pretty favored to Meteor, but seeing that double treasure there, I think is even more in his favor now.
Yeah, so I think Meteor's probably going to want to see double Chang right off the bat, maybe even a lead-in to lead-in for sure, just to get things going. But what do you think? You think Mayoi is going to be lucky again with the double Tenacity and maybe get the Tula on the next turn? Yeah,
Tenacity is going to be very important. I mean, so the cards to basically keep in mind is going to be those equipments in Tenacity. But Mayoi also wants to draw into those Hydra Resonances for healing early on. Because one of the things you need to avoid is basically the Gambler's Sweep. Right? Staying out of range of Gamblers is very crucial. You got to wait out those Rain Swords from Xingqiu as much as possible. Keep your characters healthy so they don't go down to Gamblers. Because Gamblers just allows you the Razor deck to basically take you out in 1 round. And then you don't get repeated value from your equipments.
Well, they are setting up, and looks like they are gonna jump right into it. We also forgot to read their little titles here. Mayoi picking the Dice Magician, and Meteor being the Dark Horse, and that does fit your description or explanation of Meteor's history earlier, coming in as a wildcard from the series Showdown.
Yeah, so definitely interesting to see if Meteor can bring it into a win. Remember, now that we're in Game 3, whoever loses this match will be knocked out.
Yeah, they will be sent home with a little bit of money, not too bad, but the winner gets to at least have another shot at trying to qualify for the Prince Cup finals in LA.
Yeah, they'll need to fight against the loser of the next bracket, so I think it's either going to be 0 or one of the other matches, which we'll have tomorrow. But let's see. Mayoi did open, I think I did see a double Tenacity opener, so we could get into something pretty good here.
1 second.
And there's a Timaeus as well. Okay, Mayoi also drew the Tula, so she has a lot of options now.
Actually, that's a great setup there.
Not a lot of card drop, but is able to set up a lot, so it'll be interesting to see who she decides to equip them to. I would imagine Charlotte and Nouvelette are probably getting equipments, but she can't full ramp this. Or I guess you can with Timaeus. So it could be Timaeus, Tenacity, into the Tula.
I would probably full ram. I think Charlotte could afford to take a few hits here for sure, because Charlotte's a nice one to have like a freeze guarantee, but generally you want to try and get Barbara and Neuvillette set up as best as you can.
Yeah, Barbara Breast is definitely one way you can turn the tides on any combo deck if you set it up. But I mean, freeze is very important, and so maybe you anticipate going. Oh wait, we start on Neuvillette.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, maybe thinking outside the box. Good move.
Are they just gonna go for like a super aggressive opener with Neuvillette?
Neuvillette tired. He come in now. He mad. I mean, it's you could try to threaten their health, right? And then you have the option of going back to Charlotte and Barbara to like heal Neuvillette back up.
I mean, I think the way your deck is set up though isn't really great to take advantage of that, but we'll have to find out. Ooh, veterans.
Okay.
Okay, now we're back to being able to do like a full ramp turn if we wanted to.
I still think you get a tenacity out here, so you can equip another one later.
Yeah, unfortunately, not able to make use of any dice that Mayo is going to get from tenacity. I don't think there will be a way to spend it, unfortunately.
Maybe.
Unless he does an action on Neuvillette.
I think you tenacity on the Barbara, and then you switch to Barbara, get that other dice.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah. Right, or back to Charlotte. But you don't want to put it on Charlotte, though. Or you don't want to spend the veterans either, because you want to keep the Timaeus charges. Okay, we do want to do that.
Well, so I think this is better because one of the reasons you would do this. So tenacity, if you wait a turn, even if you get Timaeus value, you delay it by a turn for value, but you also get 2 less shields. It kind of is a wash. Whereas veterans can work right away, right? Like veterans is a card that will give you something right now, and so it makes sense to equip it now. But it might just be a double equip.
Yeah, I believe veterans is a really good artifact choice for Neuvillette as well. He can definitely benefit from it himself.
True, yeah.
Actually, that might even be the better idea. Protecting Barbara and Charlotte with them as like characters you can jump off into to just to mitigate damage and get a dice out of it.
Yeah, if that's the case, we may not be seeing the weapon equip on Neuvillette. Oh no, it is going to be a skill. Okay.
Probably a skill, probably a tenacity onto, or maybe a weapon equip even.
A weapon equip won't let Neuvillette do any more actions.
Right, but just to have it like set up and ready to go.
Ready, yeah. This is super interesting. Yeah. So Neuvillette could skill here and just draw another card, but then I think you want to get those tenacities down. This isn't really how I imagine this matchup going. Although, having said that, I said that about Meteor's play on the Sayu deck last time, and I was proven wrong, so we'll have to see.
Not proven wrong, just unexpected.
Unexpected, yeah.
Right.
Very.
Things will change on the fly, because sometimes you just have to do something completely different to throw your guy off.
Mm-hmm. I did actually, I said I earlier that I matched into 9-0. Oh, it is a weapon equip.
Yeah,
okay.
Weapon equip. Okay.
This looks so risky though. Neuvillette being on 6.
I think that's fine. I think you go to Charlotte. You won't be able to stop the rain swords, but you can at least freeze. Treasure that early. Ooh.
Turn 1 treasure. Okay. Not ideal, but just trying to be dice efficient.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. So
yes, that's always okay just to get an extra die and a heal in this type of team though.
It is and it isn't. So one of the reasons you don't want to do that actually is, like I said, so the treasure allows you to keep your combo going. But really, if you think about it, the way these decks are built, a lot of your cards already are generating dice for you in other ways. And so they're about as good as a treasure. And so by filling your deck with treasures, it takes you longer to find the important cards to combo with. Like, we don't have a Timaeus out right now. We don't have a second artifact yet to Liaisong or Gilded. And while it might sound good to stuff your deck with treasures, it reduces the odds that you'll draw into those other cards.
Right, yeah. You definitely don't want to play it that early. But maybe Meteor's thinking ahead. Perhaps maybe that one treasure might come in handy. Who knows?
Yeah.
As you said, dice efficient. Yeah, definitely, for sure.
Although honestly, as the combo deck, you can eke out a little bit. You can be a little bit more loose with your die in order to just execute game power. I think I would have preferred just playing the Sealy right from the beginning and getting 2 charges onto it for this turn.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, those Lumen Stones haven't come out yet on Meteor's side either, where that treasure would definitely be very beneficial.
Yeah, like against a stall deck, you're not in a rush, especially with that weird opening on their side to equip Nouvelette. You know, you're not really you're more at risk of dying than you are to not be able to do enough damage.
Yeah, because you can't remove the weapons from Nouvelette now, so if he does go down, Charlotte and Barbara will have a very difficult time trying to take out the other team, but maybe they definitely have the potential to just sustain themselves. If they can outlast all Meteor's DPS, then they'll be okay. But that'll be pretty tough.
Yeah, oh, now it's a tenacity. Okay. Oh, it's seeing a swap.
Barbara. Okay. Probably take a hit and probably do a skill.
I think it'd have to be.
Yeah.
Although he's gonna have to tune for the skill because Meteor won't be able
they'll
to...
get hit though, and then they'll draw a Hydro dice from it. They don't though. They decide to do this.
Yeah, well, this will be a slow swap. You're almost always going to Chong Yun here. There's no reason to stay on Xingqiu.
Right.
So
probably freeze Barbara here. Oh, they can't yet.
No, they can't yet. The pivotal thing here for Mayoi is going to be whether she can get a application onto Razor. Because usually in this setup, so you'll see Chong Yun used a lot in this deck, but that's because you don't need Razor unless you're against a stall deck, because he's the one that does output a little bit more DPS.
Gilded goes on, probably tuning. No Lyre Song, you can just do that, yeah. Not ideal, but...
Yeah, I don't love this.
Yeah.
This is just Lyre Song to fix your die, which is a pretty big waste.
Swift and merciful.
This will give Mayoi an extra dice to proc Leben. Actually, no, 2 Hydro, unfortunately. I forgot. It wasn't an Omni. Yeah.
That's a big expenditure. Like every Lyre Song, you know, you're using it for only +1 die. I say only, but that's actually a lot lower than its full potential. Yeah, I don't love that play there. I wish that Sealy had come down round 1 because it would have gone off that turn, and then you could probably tune some cards in your hand rather than having to spend Gilded there. Yeah, very odd openings from both sides.
Back to Barbara. Barbara decides to skill. Healing Circle out. A lot of freeze potential on a Meteor side, though. They can completely lock Mayoi from doing anything this turn.
Yeah.
But they only have 6 dice, though.
They only have 6 dice, and I don't think Barbara's who you're worried about. I think I like a swap onto Razor here and just start building energy. If you can get Razor Burst up before the Chong Yun Frostfield goes out.
Yeah. Fortunately, Meteor decided to play the Chong Yun line, though, with the Cryo Dice they decided to keep in their hand there.
Yeah, it could just be a solo on Chong Yun.
Probably.
This does allow Mayoi to make the most of their tenacity shields, though, if they decide to hit Barbara here.
Yeah, I believe Mayoi is... Oh, wait, can they do that? Yeah, they'll probably fast swap over to Charlotte to freeze Chong Yun from doing anything, which will be pretty bad for Meteor, too, actually, because all they have left are 2 Omni after that.
Yeah, if they commit...
coming in.
Once you commit to this line, it will be pretty dangerous. I mean, Meteor will be able to get 2 fresh cards off of that chain with this.
A slow swap. Okay, interesting.
I think this is fine. If your opponent is on Chong Yun, it's pretty unlikely they'll be able to take out this turn. Although Chong Yun will have his burst. That might actually be a problem.
I just realized Mayoi definitely did the setup of the tenacities on the girls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. Okay, well that will draw another dice for Mayoi. Ooh, treasure is pretty good.
That treasure is huge because Meteor was short 1 die to burst, but now...
Yeah.
Actually, what can Mayoi do? Any of his characters are going to go down to that burst.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised not quick swapping there, because if you quick swap, you strand your opponent with 2 die, which is a lot harder. They'll have to swap off to spend an extra die, and then they need 2 dice from hand in order to make that up. So I think that was the right moment to use it.
For sure. Yeah, Chong Yun burst here right now, not good. Back to Barbara. Oh, I don't like that.
Well, you kind of forced to, so this is the problem, right? In this deck, Charlotte is your cryo applicator. If you lose her, you can't freeze. Unlike Layla, so Barbara is the only character you can sacrifice.
Yeah, unfortunate, but that's also the only character that can heal. Yeah, it's just not a good spot for Mayoi at all right now. Ooh, Boar Princess, actually not a bad choice.
Yep.
Ooh, yeah, that's good. I think Gambler's more. Yeah.
There's 2 more actions out of Chong Yun this round.
Oh my gosh.
Meteor's just gonna cripple Mayoi's setup here. She's gonna lose a lot of equipments, and that's kind of like also surprised where we didn't equip those tenacities round 1, because each round you have those is 4 extra health you're working with.
Right.
And so she's basically working down 4 essential HP here.
Oof. Maya's coming in. What are we drawing?
I don't think there's anything that's good enough.
I don't think you can do anything. You play treasure, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, you're just spending your die because there's nothing else you can do.
Oh, you just have to hope now that you can at least survive this turn here.
Oh, actually, does Chongyun even do anything here? If you skill, you'll lose the Hydra application. You might just actually normal attack here, because that uses up both elemental auras, and then both characters on Mayue's side have Hydro.
Yeah.
And you have a quick swap as well.
Right. I don't.
I like the attack. I think it's more important to get Hydro. I guess it doesn't matter either way, because you can always freeze anyone with your hits. So.
Well, Barbara's healing circle is still there, so it's gonna put Hydro no matter what on Charlotte.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think they need to. Meteor could probably just do it normal. It's fine. I think that'll be okay. Because they are wearing tenacity, so they still have to work with 2 more health on Charlotte on the next turn here.
Yeah.
Oh, Timaeus.
Okay.
Oh,
So
that's actually huge. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's slowly closing. And one of the disappointing things, Nouvelette with that veterans and Tule equip early, he hasn't done anything since those equipments went on into round 1. And that's pretty crucial. So essentially, Mayue is operating 5 dice down because she hasn't been able to make use of those equipments.
Yeah. I figured they were going to swap to Xingqiu here.
Yeah.
Kind of give them the option to freeze. Like, I don't know, maybe it's some kind of like plan, like show them the most obvious move to do, but then they have that quick stop. They're just going to go back to Chongyun and freeze again.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, once again, the downside of not running Layla. If your characters don't have, Charlotte is frozen, there's no way for them to apply cryo.
Right. See, what else
so
did they do? 2 Lumenstone, strategize.
2 Lumenstone too late. We're still going to play them, I guess.
I think so. Lumenstone, I guess, replace... Well, Charlotte's back up to 7 health.
All right, maybe we try and draw into Senyatta again and go for...
Oh, he's right there!
All right.
What are we gonna do? Senyatta, one of the Timaeus, what are we getting? Please. We got 1 treasure, we got 10 Shikaku, and I think that's Wang Shuin, I think, right?
It is. Yeah, it is Wang Shuin.
Yeah.
A card we have not seen in quite some time. Used to be pretty popular when Tubby decks were all the rage.
Yeah. Perhaps we will see that in the next update with Kaveh coming out, right?
Good. I'm very excited for Kaveh.
Oh my gosh, when I saw all those updates coming up, I was like, what are we getting into here?
Yeah. I think Kaveh is by far the funniest TCG character ever created.
Kaveh
Big
not
props.
in our banners, but in TCG now.
Big props to whoever, on the development team came up with that concept for Kaveh, because I think it is perfect.
I think it's actually really good, especially with his story, If you haven't heard and need some updates on the next patch, actually, if you follow at your Genshin Impact on Twitter, you will, it was a tweet earlier this week with information on the new cards. Definitely give it a look. Also, just to add to that, follow Astro Carnival too on Twitter, Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube for more updates on tournaments like these if you want to join as well.
Yeah, this will be the last weekend for the Prince Cup Atlantic, but I do believe, we have already scheduled the Prince Cup Pacific, which is a different regions tournaments lined up as well. So the action does not stop after this weekend with these top 32. We have a brand new top 32 players, and all of their matches are going to be streamed just like these ones were.
Yeah. We'll have some new casters in that group too. I personally won't be in that one too, but I'm actually quite excited to see what everyone else can bring to the table for this one. I think our old friend Staff is actually going to come back for this too. Yeah.
I think there may be some inklings of that, because they usually announce the casters before the weekend. So again, follow all of the socials for Astro Carnival to stay tuned. Follow us as well. We usually retweet those, and you can find out more about more TCG. And if you see a QR code on your screen appear, that is where you can give feedback. So if you like our casting, if you like any of the casting you've seen this weekend, Some of the guest casters as well. I know. I'm pretty sad I missed. I think last week you had Corey and Jay Showa, both on as guest casters, which was really cool.
I remember chat liking both their voices very much.
Maybe a little too much.
Maybe a little too much in some spaces. So make sure everyone keep it nice and family friendly in the chat. Let's just say.
Yeah, and just to come back to the game, so we're talking over the game actions here, but honestly, Mayoi's been really put in a tough spot. Not much she can do without being able to freeze Razor. And we saw Meteor with a Leave It To Me for that quick swap earlier, letting him basically freeze Charlotte and shut off any more freezes for the rest of this round. And I think we're slowly going to see Meteor take out these characters one by one, especially with those 2 treasures in hand, representing another 2 attacks probably. Because there's a Gamblers somewhere.
I think Gamblers went on to... Who was it?
I think it's Chong, but we have that Laya song. Like, we're going to be able to Gilded... Ball Princess, Laya song, the Gamblers.
There it is right there. Gilded off of Razor.
Okay. This is best to use
Razor. Yeah, I think that's good. Because you got 2 treasure too, so you can get at least a couple more moves in.
Yeah, we're going to see a Razor burst here, and then it's going to close out the game.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah, 1 treasure. Probably play Shadow King as well onto Razor.
Yeah, it honestly doesn't matter. I don't think there's any order of cards for Mayoi here, at least without healing. We see a treasure in hand. They might still try something, Veterans treasure, maybe drawn to more treasures, but they'll require a lot of healing because Razor, I believe with Minty Meat Rolls, has 2 more attacks.
Oh, he did have MMR. Yeah, it's Meteor's.
Yeah, we kind of missed that.
Yeah, you were just having a little bit of fun there.
Yeah, we're too busy.
Well, let's see what Mayoi could do. They could play the treasure, but nothing else, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we really need that Senyata to bail us out here.
2 treasure now. Veterans coming in, kind of it. Okay. Well, if you treasure here, Veterans will proc, right? Another dice.
Yeah, you can. You'll get 1 more dice, you'll get 1 more card, but it's just... So Razor basically with the Chongyun Frostfield up is representing about 6 damage for every hit. And so Mayoi basically needs to heal both characters back up above 6 in order to have a shot. And I just don't think it's going to happen.
No, but at least they play right to the end. You never know what they have in that hand, right? So
yeah, you never know.
I guess the treasure going in as early as it did for Meteor actually turned out pretty well because all that treasure is in hand. I think
it is. Right now, did him drawing into it.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I still want, I'm still really curious about that opening. What was going through Mayoi's plan there to get Nouvelette with that weapon equipped so early?
I think the idea was just to get him ready to go, but I think the plays after that didn't work out. Oh, another treasure.
Another treasure, but I think we're running out of card draw now.
Yeah, a little too late.
It's a limiting factor here.
Could throw that in. Oh yeah, nothing else. Both Lumenstones already proc too.
Yeah, this is a slow and steady, I think, demise, unfortunately, for Mayoi.
Yeah.
We see both characters frozen, so they're not able to take actions at all.
In Shikaku, maybe leave Harbor?
Yeah, you're hoping for something to happen, but we're gonna see 2 more attacks from Razor. I think Mayoi just needs to end here, because this is the right order for characters, but she's gonna see these 3 treasures go down, which represent 2 more attacks. And that's gonna be it.
Oh, just hearing another treasure. Well, the treasure can go into Nouvelette.
Well, Mayo's already ended.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's it. That's right. Oh, well. Yeah, that's going to be game here. Whew. Well, that goes to Meteor 2-1. Mayoi unfortunately gets knocked out, but does get to walk home with a little bit of a cash prize. But Meteor gets another shot at trying to qualify for the Prince Cup Grand Finals in LA.
Yeah, they'll be back tomorrow as well to face off in the lower bracket. Again, this is a double elimination tournament, so all of the players that we're casting over in these best of 3s have already lost their lives in the upper bracket. And yeah, really unfortunate game, and this is really decided, I think, by the matchup. You saw just how difficult it was for Mayoi to play into Meteor. I do really wish that she had gone for that double tenacity opening instead of Tule Tula, because that's really how, one of the problems with the freeze decks, right? Freeze is a powerful reaction for controlling, but it only does +1 damage. Right. And so you can usually tank out freeze decks pretty effectively if you get that defensive speed up from the beginning. But, opting for that Tule Tula, which didn't end up working out, Nouvelette not being able to make the most use out of it.
Yeah, definitely win a deck that does want you to stall out and then kind of go toward the end of attacking. Yeah, you didn't need to equip Tula that early, but the dice weren't really working that well either in the beginning. So maybe Mayoi just wanted to make best use as they could, but unfortunately, yeah, that's just how it went.
Yeah, just at how it goes sometimes. And that's kind of the struggle as well with these conquest formats is if you have a deck that matches up poorly into one of your opponent's decks, you almost have to play that matchup at some point.
All right, so we see here Meteor moves ahead to see between who they fight with Kevin Z and Beyond. Yeah. I believe, is that who we're going to be looking at next here?
No, we're gonna be closing out the lower bracket round 1. So we're gonna be seeing Liliba versus 9-0.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see the TBD
actually
there.
saw earlier in the morning. So if you're just joining us, actually first we have the raffle winners.
Yeah, we have the raffle winners showing up on screen. So those are your UIDs. You have won yourself a Welkin, and we will be giving more tomorrow. So the longer these games goes, actually, the more Welkins we will give out. So make sure when the mod says, type in !pick. Player you want to win and your UID, although maybe wait to see which decks get played before you decide to do that.
Yeah, I believe, once the decks show up on screen, the mods in chat will tell you when it is time. So don't go spamming that just yet if you haven't seen their signal. But yeah, the longer the games goes, at the cost of our caster sanity, because of course Leo and Sumi before us covered the cast 3 games. It was a very long cast. I think it might be the record for the longest, continuous cast by any
perhaps
so far.
Kojo and I went a good 5 hours on weekend 2, I believe. So it's still pretty tough. So give the casters a little bit of a break because sometimes we will start losing our minds and saying the wrong things going on.
Yeah, I mean, I can't fault the players too much because so much is on the line here, right? And you see them pausing over, antagonizing over every decisions. We've seen mistakes happen on screen. These Magic decks with Treasure and Dice Generation, they're very interesting to watch sometimes, but they're really hard to play because there's so many things you have to keep track of. Not only keeping track of like what's happening on board, but you have to count where you're drawing cards from. We've seen a lot of overdraws. You also have to count like what your opponent's dice could be, and it's just so much to think about.
Liliba coming in with Layla Nuvilette to Ashtaha, as we've seen many times before.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a name for this one. I came up with Sleeping Dragons.
Sleeping Dragons. Yeah, I can see that. Well, Layla also sleeping and her like awakened side is a little super high energy. Yeah, I could totally go with that. Sleeping Dragons.
I will say I was watching the cast a couple of times. I feel like so there's been mention that this is more of like a stall or mid-range deck. I don't think that's quite how it works. It is very much a combo deck, I believe. It plays a lot like combo. It reminds me a lot of Ito decks, actually, back when Ito was very
I can see that. Yeah, right.
Whereas you're stalling the game for a little while and then you go really hard. Here we go.
It's a fallen. Yes.
Okay, so I was going to speak to this, because so I queued into 9-0 on this deck, and I was playing the Mona Sayu deck. I was practicing that preparation for this cast. I did lose to it. So one of the things to really watch out for, and if you're not prepared for it, you might lose to it easily. But Dvalin, of course, on his skill, applies a debuff to your characters that lets them take 2 more Anemo damage. So the combination of that debuff plus Faruzan's burst can mean her skill is doing 5 to 6 damage, depending on if she has a weapon. And I got into a situation where my Eula was, I think, on 6 HP, and then there was no way I could get around that. She was debuffed. She got taken out by the Faruzan. So very, very interesting deck.
Yeah, we look at their other decks here. The Shinha, Yilan, Xiao got banned, and then it looks like the boys got banned on Liliba's side. They're leaving them with the Kirara deck, actually.
Yeah, the Kirara Herald deck, which I don't think has been doing so well on camera. It's a pretty new thing to come out. We saw a lot of Yao Yao being played early on, but we've moved over to Kirara.
And then the other deck, I believe, was Nuvilette, Signora, and Herald, actually.
Yeah, that one.
That's an interesting combo.
So that one sounds like it's going to be Signora and Manifestation. Wait, Herald.
Yeah, Herald was in there.
Then I don't know.
Look, Herald was in there, so I believe they can't play for 2 conspiracy with that. So
9-0 is earning the title for Burnt Kenshin. We'll let them show us how these decks are meant to be played, because I think the first time playing into it is very difficult. And I honestly, if you're playing against a player who has practiced a lot against what people think are the meta decks, bringing these surprise decks can let you get a leg up on your opponent very easily. Yeah,
definitely. And it does get more exciting as the tournament gets deeper into the grand final, because what you see here is best of 3s. We do go to best of 5s and best of 7s eventually, and that's when we see some really wild decks come into play, especially during the Asia Invitational we've seen before too.
Yes. Yeah, we've really seen the meta progress, and you know, specifically through all like every weekend, it's a little bit different, right? And each group has its own dynamics as well. So you have metas within metas. You know, you can adapt what your opponents are bringing. If you get too well known for a deck, you can get targeted for it specifically. And again, if there's a matchup or if you bring 3 decks that will always win into one of your opponent's deck, they can never beat you in a conquest format.
Exactly. Well, here we go. The Burnt Kitchen Chef 9006 versus Liliba, the Dice Magician. And this weekend will be the last weekend for this type of meta too, because by the time we come back, it is going to be completely different.
Yeah. It is going to be really crazy. I mean, we had a pretty small patch, I think, going to a couple of balance adjustments, obviously, in this version. But next version's going to be very interesting to see who can come up with the good decks with, I think we're getting 9 new characters.
Yeah, 9 new characters, a whole bunch of new event cards. There's the Fontaine Resonance card coming in. The Fontaine Art card, actually, sorry. And that Linny card, actually, was a very interesting one.
Countdown to the show.
Yeah, countdown to the show.
I have been studying this so long. You know, as you know, I do videos on a lot of the new cards, and I've been studying them intently, trying to figure out how they work, and hopefully we'll put one out if so if you're a player at home who's been looking at that update page, which is really cool, by the way, make sure you check out the new updates coming in. But look through the update page, see all those new cards. Some of them are very complicated.
Yeah, and definitely after that, go over to Blep in like a few days. Go to the Invocation Academy and watch, because your videos are really good. That's where I go to just to like kind of catch up on things, because I'm also
There's a lot to keep up on.
Right? Yeah, there is, right? So it's nice to see people out there like keeping us up to date and putting it in such a way that's easy to digest and understand as we go.
Ooh, okay.
Jet coming out that early, actually, I just noticed.
Yeah, I mean, that was mainly to just draw off of the Dunyazad, because Jet was the only companion that Liliba had. And unfortunately, his dice aren't very good. We might see him play Timaeus.
Yeah. Timaeus.
That should trigger the Lumen Stone.
Yeah.
There we go. So now we need to tune 1.
Tune 1, maybe play Strategize, perhaps.
I think I would prefer Sealy here. Just draws you 1 more card, and I don't think you're looking for any more cards this round. Maybe you're hoping to draw into Heart of Caverina. But I think Sealy over the long term is slightly more efficient. You will need to replace something though. That's the only downside.
I mean, with Strategize, you can pull 2 cards, and maybe one of the cards that you draw could, just tune away the other Sealy, I guess, right? So
there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely want to get a shield out here at least on this turn.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's a little bit greedy keeping Jet this early, especially because you didn't really draw into anything that's that replaceable. I think you're plenty okay just getting yeah, there goes 1 Sealy. That was always happening.
Yeah, I think they're probably gonna keep the Lumen Stone as long as they can for sure before they play Sealy.
Yeah. Ooh, Nino with the new cat profile picture you get from the new story quest.
Ooh.
I like that.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what we got going on here. 290.
Yeah.
Enough for Linny to go off. Yeah.
This matchup should favor Nino a little bit because he does have the more aggressive deck. And like I said, Liliba's deck plays a little bit more like combo. So you can really pressure them quite effectively and not allow them to safely deal damage.
See here. So yeah. Skill goes out. This is a pretty standard line that the Fatui on deck would run.
Yep. But notably no Lynette here. So it's kind of even going harder on the aggressive plan. I think Dvalin outputs more damage early on. Whereas wait. I think Nino is thinking if he wants to go Dvalin into, because with that Nemo Resonance you could.
Yeah. No, I think they'd stick the Farazan still though. You skill. You play, I think, what is that? The Willow on the next, probably now, I guess, sure. And then you probably Covenant, and then you do your normal if you roll high.
Yeah.
But maybe not. You might not want to risk that too, because you never know.
No, I think you always want to Covenant and Tune, so you get below 2 cards for Willow. So you're probably gonna get rid of that. Yeah, you're gonna get rid of that Sealy because you already have a card draw effect. Oh, actually, I guess if you roll lucky, you can just equip the Golden Truth's reward onto Dvalin.
I think Golden Truth will go on Dvalin. Covenant will come out here.
What's it get? Oh, she gets him!
Oh, lucky! Oh man, huge!
That's a high roll. Yeah, if you don't know, Covenant of course gives you 2 random die, and notably Farazan requires an Anemo die to do a charge attack now. Oh,
yeah, that's a really good. That's really good. Dang.
I
and
still
they got
would
that
like
quick
to
stop as well.
I still would have liked to see the 5 cost from Dvalin because your opponent already ended, so you get maximum value from it. If you're not familiar with Dvalin's 5 cost, it's kind of like Cube's Rock, Paper, Scissors, where it does 3 hits. But it hits the first character, then it goes to the character to the right, and then it goes to the character to the left. And if your opponent doesn't swap around, you get to swirl on every single one of those hits.
Yeah. They just drew a Woven onto 906 side as well.
Yeah, I would have gone for it just because I think it's funny.
Yeah. I like the way you think. Okay, 9-0 kind of cringed on their dice, though, unfortunately.
Ooh,
here.
yeah. They have a bestest.
Yeah.
That's gonna help a lot.
Thankfully, yeah. That's exactly why they ran in that deck for this situation.
Exactly. And that Willow, of course, did let them refill their hand. Oh, and I see a Storm Terror's Lair as well. So I faced this deck yesterday. So I know so 9-0 is running that. Storm Terror's Lair, of course, will pull a talent from the deck. In this case, I believe it's just the Farazan talent.
I mean, hang on. 9-0 drew every element dice.
No,
every single one.
Isn't he?
No, not one. Is that too dangerous? Okay, never mind. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought it was everyone.
No.
Okay,
Not quite
because of that,
bingo.
I think they're gonna play Storm Terror to do that.
Yes,
Probably
actually,
just to force out Farazan talent. I think they're running Farazan talent, right?
No. Yeah, 9-0 has 2 copies of Farazan talent. Storm Terror is guaranteed to draw the Farazan talent here, which is going to be really huge. Plus, of course, Storm Terror's Lair does discount skills that cost 4 or more, of which Dvalin is. It is good that Storm Terror's Lair works with Dvalin. I feel like it would have been a massive flavor fail if Dvalin somehow did not work together with Storm Terror's Lair.
Yeah, they drew everything but Animo. That's crazy.
Yeah, this is a high roll moment for 9-0 for sure.
In a weird way.
In a weird way. I mean, Lilybuzz
there should be a thing where if you roll every dice, you just get an extra on me.
Yeah, I mean, we've been ignoring Lilybuzz's side a little bit here, but he's actually off to a really good start as well.
Right.
He deployed double Lumenstone. Ooh, now threatening a freeze. But I think once the burst goes off, so traditionally how the Fatuizan deck plays when you have Lynette is you'll burst on Farazan and then stay on Farazan to do damage. But this deck plays differently. It's not going to want to stay on Farazan after burst. It's going to use Farazan's burst to buff Dvalin.
Yeah, there goes the best companion.
And so it's really important that I think Lilybuzz, I don't think is going to be able to freeze Dvalin. So I think we're going to see a burst, and then we're going to Anemo Resonance to do a 5 cost on Dvalin. Although that would require tuning the whole hand, so...
Right, maybe not yet. Because Farazan can very easily do quite a bit of DPS on their own.
Yeah, we might see a wait. Dvalin does have that Golden Troop, so if we wait a turn with Storm Terror, it will actually be, I think, a 2 cost skill.
Yeah. So I think you could easily just play your Woven and Sealy and then just do another skill.
The main danger...
Actually... you can get 2 more hits off of Farazan here.
You can.
Or they go to Dvalin.
Oh, they go to Dvalin.
Okay.
Ooh. So the main danger of waiting, like I said, Lilybuzz's deck is very much a combo deck. They have both their Lumen Stones. You're expecting a pop-off round next round, right?
Yeah.
They've done a lot of setup. They've drawn a lot of cards. It's very likely that next round they'll have enough cards in hand to pressure you off of Dvalin. So I do like this swap here.
I think Lilybuzz plays Treasure then if they're going to expect that for dice efficiency and take turn advantage, just to kind of control what's going to happen.
I think you have to, Dvalin almost certainly is going to have Cryo applied at the end of the round.
Yeah.
Which means you will be able to freeze him unless it's a swap off. We do see that Woven in hand.
Right.
This is really interesting.
Well, you definitely want to get Dvalin frozen next turn here for sure. I think Lilybuzz plays Treasure for sure here.
Well, I mean, so the danger, if you let Dvalin do the combo without swapping around, it represents a lot of damage, right?
Right.
It's I think it does 1, 1, and 2 damage, but notably that Farazan burst buffs Anemo damage by 1. So Dvalin is basically rock, paper, scissoring here, right? 2, 2, 3 as his hits. But you also get the swirls. That's kind of the... Okay, we're about to see it.
Oh, because they do have enough dice. Do they want to go right now?
Yes.
Yeah, they definitely have to go now because of this, for sure.
Yeah, we don't need to math. We're just going to watch a tune or I guess a Woven tune.
Oh my gosh. Probably the Sealy. Yeah, Sealy goes in.
Here it is. So this is
why
do
one more,
Do you?
Yeah, because Storm Terror got used already on Farazan, so you can only do
Golden Troop. Yeah, so you have an extra one left.
Oh, right. Okay. Maybe the swap off, just to prevent the...
No, Layla's going down. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
You dare
Dvalin, you.
authority?
Yeah, and this this swap off is going to be so crucial because it's going to absorb, I think, the cryo hit on Farazan, and then next turn, Nino is just going to do this again.
Gosh, that's disgusting. Oh my god. That's so good. Whew. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the deck definitely has specific weaknesses against other decks, but I think, you know, identifying that there aren't that many players who bring the bad matchup.
Coming in there, man.
Double Anima Resonance.
You know, I had an appointment at 5 p.m., which is in 3 minutes.
Oh.
I told them I was not going to make it today, but with how fast this match is going, I wonder how fast the next match is going to go, because I could probably make a little bit of it.
We'll have to see. I believe Nino's other deck is also an aggressive deck, so bring a lot of aggro, which I think is a right call.
Right. Love
you know,
to see it.
we saw Nino play these against Beyond as well, who played a lot of meta decks, and I think, you know, got a little bit unlucky, but they are actually very effective.
Yeah. Ooh, this is gonna be a bit of a hill to climb for Liliba here, though.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just for people at home, we do see LLB on screen, but Casper EU. Liliba usually has their name in Chinese on screen, and that's how you would pronounce it.
Yep.
Yeah, just a little heads up, like who's Liliba? It's
LLB. It's LLB.
Yeah.
And it might be. I wonder if that's a hand-drawn profile picture.
I think it might be. It has to be.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's good.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the pop-up turn. We see how much dice is going down.
Yeah.
This is kind of what forced, I think, Nino to go for that play last round, because by pressuring your opponent...
Judgment
matter, though.
I don't think, it doesn't matter right now.
Yeah, this is not the matchup when Judgment is good.
I think... Yeah, so for 9-0, probably quickswap to Linny. Just to get a pyro application out there.
I think you just go on Dvalin.
Think
like,
so?
what is your opponent gonna do? So Dvalin, like, so to play around Dvalin, you either have to swap around to avoid the swell, or you just go for hits. Dvalin being at 10, I don't think, actually, I guess he's at risk of a burst from Age to Her.
I think you just don't want Dvalin, your anchor, to take any damage that's unnecessary. Also, Linny can just prop arrow.
Oh.
Tandoori, probably.
Oh, we're going for the value Tandoori.
Or are they going to go to Dvalin? Because they kept the Animo.
No, so I think we're going to see elemental skill. Oh, actually, that's
Farazan. I forgot. Farazan can also hit R. We forgot about that.
Yeah. So this is going to force Novalet to take out Farazan, and then we'll probably go to Linny.
Yeah.
But these treasures are going to heal. Actually, ooh, that might have been a misstep.
Oh, hang on a second here. I think... Yeah,
there's no
bow
weapon.
yet here. Oh yeah, no weapon.
For Novalet, which actually matters a lot.
No dice. You can freeze someone on this turn too, Liliba can.
Yeah, I don't know how much I like Tandoori there. Because it does use up your dice.
So Linny right now has one prop arrow.
Mm-hmm.
What does Bewildering Lights do again? 3 damage plus each one?
3 plus, so it'll do 4 damage plus 2 for the Tandoori. So the treasures here are perfect. They get Novalet out of that range exactly.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, I guess. Yeah, and he's gonna be able to can't heal just yet because he needs a skill first before he can prepare using the Source Water droplets.
Yeah, I think 9-0 will go to Linny too, just based on the dice they have and just for efficiency here.
I think that makes the most sense.
Yeah. Tuning the talent and probably, I'd say Razor.
Yeah, you have to go Linny. Well, actually, hang on.
Hang on a sec here. What we got? Tell me. Lay it on me.
So you could go Dvalin. So you wouldn't do the 5-cost skill on Dvalin, but you can use his regular skill. That could debuff Novalet. I believe that does 3 damage, and then the Farazan summon at end of turn is going to do 4.
Right. Oh, yeah.
So there might be a reason to go Dvalin. Hope that you can survive until the end of this round, and then start next round on Linny and take out Novalet in one shot.
Yeah. You have to take turn advantage because Layla's summon is still there too. Gotta watch out for that. Okay.
Okay. Not gonna matter.
That won't matter too much, yeah.
Yeah, it's possible Liliba mathed it out where, you know, whether he can spend that 1 dice or not won't come up, and so it's just better to be safe than sorry. Unfortunately, has already played the Tandoori from 9-0's side. Been pretty big if he was able to play that and prevent the Tandoori from going down.
What is Dvalin's skill? How much damage does it do again?
It's 2 on his normal skill if you're not doing the prepare, but it will debuff so that the Faruzan summon will do 4 damage at the end of turn. It's 2 plus the 2 that it's already doing.
I think maybe you go Dvalin this turn then.
Yeah, because Dvalin's skill
idea.
does 4 with the Tandoori as well, so put Nuvalet down to 3.
Yeah. Okay, there. Off to Dvalin.
The problem is, though, if Lilybar can end with Nuvalet above a certain threshold of HP, then the summon from Leela is going to hit whatever character is left and freeze at the beginning of the next round. So Nino has to win at the start of the next round. Here we go.
Right.
Oh, wait. Are they going for the prepare skill? No, that can't be right.
No. Temper's Barrage was... Ooh.
That's the regular skill. That's not the prepare one.
Okay, that's the regular skill,
one.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, tuning 1 more than needed again. I think they're forgetting about their Golden Troops reward, because that's the second time that's happened. Right. In both cases, they've gotten a 1 dice discount on their skills, but has tuned an extra card, which actually can come up. Small things can matter. You know, if Nino starts the next round without enough die to use any skills, then every extra card can come up.
I think they still swap back over to Dvalin. I think they do. Because they'll do the most damage coming up here, because Farazan's Burst will still be out there.
I think you're expecting whoever you end on to go down, and I think Dvalin's Burst, if I remember, does 5 on hit, so it's actually more powerful than Linny right now. And it should be 6 with the Farazan.
Right. No, you do go to Dvalin. I think that's the right move. You gotta kind of mitigate it, because I think Linny could still clean up here, even if he's left. You just gotta kind of spread the damage out.
That's true. I think that there could be something said to stay on Linny and just let Dvalin go down.
Right.
But the swaps here are also good.
Yeah, I'm just trying to math out there. So Nuvalet has to do 1, 2. They'll have like a freeze for the next turn here. So
Nuvalet, actually, I think it's over for Lilybar, because Nuvalet can basically the net healing on Source Water is +1, because you heal 2, deal 1 damage to yourself. So Nuvalet can only get up to at most 6 here.
They're gonna
and the summon
here.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be enough to bring them above the what they need. Unless I can wait, Linny doesn't go down this turn, right?
Wait a minute. Wait a second.
I think they have Elias on.
You have to end turn here. You have, you do. You have to end turn
but then you lose.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh.
I think it was too much damage. Yeah, I don't think it ended up mattering. Even if Nuvalet had 1 more dice, he would only be able to heal back up to 3, and Linny still has. Oh, there's that too late Tula.
Yeah, too late coming out a little late.
As Leah tried to make the joke earlier, it's a little bit too late to.
Too late. Oh my gosh! Please, okay, Sino.
She's gonna be upset
hear that too.
That I stole her joke. But I think I did the delivery.
Well, Blood gets put to rest again by Linny. Nino takes their first game here. Wow.
Yeah.
Really exciting to see. I actually really like that Dvalin deck setup there.
It is very interesting. It plays a lot more aggressively than Lynette, right? You don't have that healing, but it's specifically really good into, again, like this Double Dragons, the Sleeping Dragons deck is a combo deck at heart. You're trying to set up for a huge turn on Nuvalet or Ashtaha, but by pressuring so hard on Dvalin with that Farazan Burst, I mean, I will say, Nino did high roll quite a bit this game.
They totally did, yeah.
High roll, you know, they also drew Storm Terror's Lair the turn. They were ready to Farazan Burst, and so they had that talent as well. Yeah. So it was just almost the perfect confluence of events. I don't think there's anything Lilybar could have done that game. He had a pretty decent setup, but was not good enough into an unfavorable matchup into a very good draw.
The funny thing was, I know we saw that dice roll. It was really bad, right? Really bad. But fortunately, they had 2 matching dice that wasn't an Omni, which allowed them to play Storm Terrors. And they happened to run Best's Companion. That was like the perfect setup of a deck I've ever seen.
Well, I mean, running Bestus is just that they're not greedy. They resigned that sometimes your dice do roll bad, so it is important to fixing cards. A lot of decks cut fixing these days because they draw so much, but aggressive decks in particular really rely on fixing. But Willow, I think Weeping Willow really was the star of the game, allowing Nino to continue drawing cards despite having less cards in hand.
Dang, that was really impressive. I'm very, very glad to see a newer character show up in this current meta right now, but we'll definitely see more. Oh, and look at that, more winners there. But you want to explain how to enter it this time?
Yeah, sure. So congratulations to current raffle winners, but if you are if you are watching from Genshin Official, first of all, welcome. This is your first time watching competitive TCG. But if you jump over to the Astra Carnival Twitch specifically, that is where the raffles will be happening. You'll be able to enter when prompted by a moderator when you see the deck list shortly on screen to ! Pick space with the player you want to support and root for to win, followed by your UID. Make sure you get it correct, because if you get it wrong, you're not going to be entered.
And make sure you vote for Liliba if you want one more chance to at least coming up here. Otherwise, 9-0 will advance here and Liliba will get sent home. So 9-0 is bringing in Nouvellette Signora Herald here. Let's take a look real quick. What do we got?
Definitely a burnt kitchen. That's
it's kind of like everything. Oh my gosh, it's kind of all over the place.
I mean, so with the double Hydra Resonance, it's obviously a stall deck. So Nouvellette probably is going to be the finishing character. We're probably going to see Signora Herald take on the early field, controlling with freezes. Maybe Signora will flip up into Pyro, do more damage. I mean, honestly, I have no idea how it'll play out. Ooh, a little bit throwing this back. Okay.
Throwing this back in. Okay. I think
in
that's
this case,
the right move.
Yeah, I think, again, either way, you have to play this matchup no matter what you do.
Yeah.
So I like going on this deck again. I think it should be slightly favored for Liliba here because it is more of a combo deck into what looks like a stall deck. It's really hard to say.
We'll have to see how it goes.
We'll have to see.
Senor Talent was also in a 9-0's deck list as well, so that's a really interesting pick.
Yeah, that might be an extra layer of defensiveness. Of course, when you have Senora's Talent equipped, it does give her a 1 damage reduction. Oh, there it is.
There it is right there, Lumenstone. Oh yeah, they're running Joyous Celebration too. Ooh. Okay.
Pretty decent. I think not the best in this matchup. I would probably not keep it because Layla's freeze is usually on demand.
Right.
You hit with Hydro and Nouvellette right away and then immediately freeze, so Joyous is not the best. Yeah, but I do like having that Lumenstone opening and the Signora Talent.
Yeah, Liliba hand on the other side. It's decent.
Decent.
Got artifacts. Sealy, probably throw back the Boar Princess for sure. Oh, they keep it. Okay.
So it's possible. So sometimes I think based on the spectator, I saw this chat come up a few times, but if it looks like the bottom player isn't reshuffling, a lot of the time we're seeing their already replaced hand. It's not that they're choosing to keep their entire hand.
Right.
It's just the spectators have joined a little bit late to catch what they put back, and so that's what they get after the redraw. Yeah, I saw a couple of people in chat complaining about why would they keep this hand. I think a little bit misconstruing what's happening here.
Yeah. So the 9-0 led in with Nouvellette. Liliba led in with Layla.
Oh.
Yeah.
A Nouvellette opener. Okay.
Nouvellette over. Maybe just to get some source water droplets and just to hold on for later, perhaps. It's always a good idea.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the first turn is when Liliba's deck puts on the least amount of pressure.
Yeah.
Because they're almost something on a Layla skill. So that's a good opportunity to use Nouvellette's skill for sure. Oh.
Oh my gosh. Excuse me.
A too early Tula.
Too early. Too late Tula early. What is... Yeah, there we go.
Okay. I mean...
Also, 9-0 is running 2 characters that have revives, technically. Huh.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, 2 revived characters as well, which actually is very important against Aishtaha because it tends to do a damage in very big hits, and having that revive is pretty crucial. Yeah. But the dice are very awkward right now.
Yeah, I know.
He's gonna need to tune 2 in order to normal attack.
Yeah, unfortunately they have a woven. Excuse me.
It's possible. It's possible we see a woven into a charged attack, just a normal hit, and then maybe playing a Vanarana to absorb the Hydro Day.
Yeah.
Or just a normal attack. Yeah.
Don't want to tune away the talent. That's the only talent of the card too.
Yeah, tuning away Herald. I think Herald talent could be pretty important here if you want to prevent Aishtaha taking you out.
Vanarana goes out.
Yeah, I'm guessing... I didn't get to see the dice right away, but I'm guessing that too late Tula equip was because... Oh, okay. Oh.
Okay, I think that works. Carry 2 dice over at least, right?
Okay, yeah, carry 2 dice. You know, the veteran's...
turn.
Yeah, the veteran's probably isn't proccing because Layla, of course, doesn't really do any damage on the first round most of the time.
You could definitely force it if they want to.
Yeah, I wonder if this is just kind of like Nouvellette solo deck, and then you just use like Herald to debuff them with the talent, and then you finish on Signora instead. You know, going freezes into a pyro form.
Yeah, because there will be enough water out there for vaporize to happen as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the benefit. Benefit you get from burning the kitchen down is that your opponent doesn't really know what to expect.
Right.
From your deck.
Even if it is open deck too, you get to see everything, but you only get
Yeah.
to see it for a little bit before you have to go off and do your own thing. Lilibot probably puts down Timaeus here.
I think so. I mean, there is something to be said. You don't really have any way to use 2 extra die if you play Timaeus, so you could just normal attack on Layla to build up energy.
I think you do it so you have
wanted
gilded
to.
free equip on the next turn.
Yeah, that can be pretty important.
Yeah.
You are saving extra dice into next turn.
Timaeus, and then you draw another artifact too. Then you could also just put Caverina on Layla so you can get an extra draw, because Nuvlad was definitely going to hit next turn here.
Yeah. We could also see going to H-Daha and then tuning 1 for a skill is also an option. That sets up H-Daha with the absorption, and so if Dino does hit H-Daha, you get that extra dice at the start of next round.
Right.
A lot of options. I think none of them are very great.
No, I think normal attack. Okay.
Here we go. It is going to be the normal attack.
Oh, you just gave them a Hydro dice though. Oh no.
So I think the way Vanarana works, it's very technical, but I believe it's going to take the 2 Anemo die.
Think so? I think it'll take
Yes,
the favorable dice and then one. No,
it's not. Vanarana is not the Naras are not smart enough to
really interesting.
I believe they take the one that has the most 2 die. We'll see if I'm right.
I think it just takes. I think it always will favor like the dice you want and then whatever else. I believe at least. But let's see. We'll see here.
Chat, you can.
Yeah. Oh, we can't see what dice they roll though. Oh no.
We'll see at the beginning.
Yeah.
I think we should be able to catch Vanarana right at the beginning.
Right. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
If we see 2 Anemo, it's almost certainly going to be from Vanarana. Yeah, there it is. I guess you can't tell, but trust me. Trust me.
Trust me, bro. Trust.
Settle down.
All right. Well, here comes the skill.
Yeah.
Yep. Got your source water droplets now. Ooh. Judgment. That'll come in handy later for sure.
Yeah, we are going to need to use that Hydro die to get a charged attack.
Yeah. Layla Burst comes out.
Oh no, veterans. Never mind.
Ooh. Liar Song. Both gilded. Okay.
Yeah, we are going to look to do a little bit of Nuvalet solo here.
Are we? Yeah, are we going for it?
This is a really aggressive line. You know, I kind of like this, right? Because like I said, Lilibot's deck plays like a combo deck, and it's weak to pressure. And normally, if you're playing a stall strategy, you are probably going to go into an unfavorable matchup. But kind of turning the tables here and utilizing Nuvalet's aggressive abilities a little bit more could be the right call.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Yeah, I can see that. Spread the damage around. And you have 2 great characters for Fallout later that both have revives. And there's a talent on Herald too, so...
Yeah.
But Lilibot has a pretty decent hand here. They could probably extend their turn a little bit, but their dice is all... Well, there's Geo there now.
It's all Geo. Yeah, I think because of your die, you almost... I think you want to go Nuvalet to freeze, but I think here you're better off going H-Daha.
Yeah. So if H-Daha skills onto Cryo, do they absorb Cryo, correct?
They will. Yeah, they'll absorb right away.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, now there's a quick swap freeze in play.
Yeah.
That could change things.
Quick
Do you
swap.
want to prevent the
talent?
second? So if they use Leave It to Me here for the quick swap, we'll probably freeze on Nuvalet, but that and tune a bunch of cards in order to make that work, because stopping the second part of the prepare skill could be relevant. I think that's what we're going to see.
Liar Song.
Yeah, if we're using Liar Song, we're almost only going to try and fix our die using either Ball Princess or... Oh, okay. Never mind.
Well, hang on. Let him cook. Wait a minute.
Well,
because they have a board princess here too, right? Maybe they might even replace that if they take a hit on Ashta just to draw out another card.
Well, we're probably going to slow swap onto Ashta to draw the card, take the hit, and then replace it. That's a pretty common play pattern you'll see
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
these professional players kind of do, which is, you know, you're not only using Caverina to get that discount on
So board
Liar
princess
Song.
does come out. I see. Okay, so they are intending to replace it.
We're probably going to... Oh,
right now? Okay.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if you're gonna switch over, might as well, yeah.
Oh, it is a quick swap.
Dare
swap
overstep
over.
your mortal authority.
This is really aggressive.
Liluba is listening to us and doing everything opposite right now.
Oh, yeah. Actually, this is going to take out Nouvellette.
Ooh. Ooh, yeah, you gotta go for it right now. Don't let him sit up there.
Yeah, we can even tune one to get another Crystallize out here.
I think you play Gamblers and get another dice here. You still have one gilded in hand, so it's fine.
Yes, Gamblers
Yes.
should get 2 more die. Then you can play Timaeus. I think that's the right call.
There it is right there. Yeah.
Just have to tune one for it,
you
though.
you can just lethal here. Get rid of Nouvellettes. Good idea. 2 more.
Fills the air.
Oh, maybe
Wow.
you even play the talent on Ashta right now too.
Oh, and go for the burst? That is an option.
Yeah. How much dice do you get from Ashta talent?
It's +1, so you'd be up to 3, but I think we're going to get Frozen.
Yeah, definitely get frozen, but you can still do it and then probably play Livin to ramp up, right?
We'll probably see a Timaeus at Enter, because you have that Gilded in hand. So if you play Timaeus now,
yeah.
it'll ramp up. We'll probably stay on Ishtaha to burst,
Okay.
but we're almost certainly getting frozen by Signora here. Probably see the Signora talent go down to fixed dice, because Nino is missing one fire die.
That's right. Yeah, Senor has a very interesting talent. Correct.
Yeah,
Could
that
be 3 of anything, right? And you just do a skill.
so that Nouvellette aggro plan actually not really working out in Nino's favor. Only able to do what looks like 5 damage to the other team. That's a really hefty investment to lose, because he lost veterans and also the Tule Tula on Nouvellette.
Right.
It's not looking good.
Wonder if, do you go to Herald?
I think
Herald at all here?
The thing is, if your opponent has 1 more dice and they burst you on Signora and she flips, I think you just lose. You can't. I don't think you can take that risk. Because if you flip this round, maybe
wait a minute.
For it.
Well, they could just do a normal though.
They could just do a normal.
Wait.
But I don't know why you wouldn't just play the talent anyway. I guess you couldn't equip Tenacity there. But it's a little late for Tenacity.
Maybe you go to Herald. Because you want Herald to kind of, go down so one application can go too. I think that's a good idea to get onto Lilyba's side.
You could definitely go to Herald. Herald does have that talent, so you might want to just sacrifice him.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Wait, I think you still switch over. Oh, you just okay. Vanarada will take something.
Well, Vanarada will take, I think, the 2 Electro, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And it's actually not great because that only leaves Liban at 2.
Yeah.
I would have much preferred, the swap over to the Herald as well. Save that Woven for another turn.
Right. Might have been a misplay.
So I do like waiting though until next round, because now you can threaten the freeze on Ishtaha anyway. But we could just see Lilybus swap off of Ishtaha here if he has the dice. I guess he used it up.
So they did play Dunyarzad into Timaeus. They do get turn advantage. They could definitely, they can freeze Ashtaha still, so they don't have to worry about it this turn.
Actually, I don't think they even care about getting frozen Ashtaha. What we're probably going to see Lilybus do, he just drew the second Ashtaha talent, so you can of course play those on Ashtaha while frozen. So I think we're going to see Lilybus just stall on Ashtaha while generating a bunch of dice and then finish on Nouvellette. And I don't know if Nino can do anything about it. Signora and Herald are not the most damage efficient characters.
They definitely decided to keep the Hydro dice.
Yeah.
Ooh. All right.
Okay.
Are they gonna talent?
I think you would, because it fixes your dice into cryo.
Yeah.
You almost need to talent, otherwise
talent goes there. Yeah.
The pale
So skill coming in. Yeah.
Yep. So the talent costs 3.
Yeah.
But immediately refunds you the same element as Signora, so no matter what state she is in, you always get the right dice. But here is the talent stall.
Yeah, I think you go over to Herald and then you just prepare skill.
Yeah, but we're probably just gonna see a second talent.
Probably, yeah, definitely.
Like once you run your opponent low on dice, you can just go to Nouvellette. Thankfully, no weapon.
Can't say.
Yeah, thankfully. Well, you go Layla. Okay.
Let's go for a walk then.
Probably just get cryo out, maybe.
Yeah, I think we're gonna set up cryo and then maybe play for the next round, because there's really no rush, right? You're so not threatened by your opponent. So until Herald flips, Obviously, when Herald revives, not only will we trigger that talent, but he'll also get a +1 hydro damage. But until he flips into the revived form, he actually doesn't output quite a lot by himself.
So he does his prepare skill. They could just end their turn 2 and then absorb the 2 dice and leave in.
Yes.
Because taking out, oh yeah, another hydro dice will also get made. I don't know which one is going to grab, but it looks like they probably won't mind Herald being taken out here, because then that will apply the
debuff.
Yeah, the debuff to them right now.
Yeah, unfortunately though, not the best. Now that Aishtaha has kind of done a lot of the damage already, not the most effective on Nuvalet, because of course it doesn't debuff your normal attacks, and so Nuvalet is still able to use his prepare skills perfectly fine.
Still need to make some droplets though.
Yeah, that's true. We do have to make droplets.
Yeah.
But I mean, if Lilibot can set up that he makes the droplets before Herald flips and then uses them afterwards, it's gonna be a really efficient way to do it. Go about it.
Yeah, Lilibot definitely has more than enough dice this turn here to really do some crazy amount of damage.
Yeah. And this is kind of the, like I said, why this is more of a combo deck. The potential to just generate a lot of dice and then go hard on a character is very punishing for the slower decks.
My guiding stars.
All right, skill coming in. Put the cryo back down onto the Herald. Another Hydro, does a prepare skill.
Yep. Not doing a lot of damage there, of course. Only 2 and 1 on each instance.
Leave in?
It's a double light in?
No. It is. Are we?
This makes the most sense. Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, it
works out. Oh wait, I think they need to tune 1. Because Liven won't take. Yeah, they need to tune 1.
Yeah, they need to tune 1.
Yep.
Okay. I guess.
Lilibot.
I probably would have done the Jet card personally, but actually you'll lose both Livens here.
Yeah, I haven't been keeping track. I don't think it's enough. It's very hard to get up to that count without Sunyana Flower.
True.
And we also don't think we've seen 1 Lumenstone and 1 Sealy, so I think Jet is at 4.
Okay.
Oh man, I was saying at the beginning of this, like these magic decks. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
That's huge, actually. That's really huge.
Really big.
So Lilibot was basically waiting for that Tulatula before popping off a Nuvalet, and now he's got the setup perfectly, right? Nino has 2 characters with Cryo, and unless Nino can find a way to threaten Nuvalet with Freeze, then Nuvalet will be able to lock out both characters on his side, and then do probably enough damage to finish the game.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be a big turn here coming up.
It is going to be a very big turn. But yeah, like I was saying, there's so much to keep track of now with these decks. Even though, Magic feels really bad to play against, the people playing the decks have to keep track of a lot of things, Jet included. Jet is one of those things that used to just track by itself, but now there's so much other stuff going on alongside.
We could definitely get Jet out on this turn too here.
Yeah, and I think there's enough to replace her. You could play Jet, say Dunyazad, Jet, and then you have 2 more supports, like with Golden House, to replace. I think you can actually get Jet up. Yeah,
definitely, for sure. See, we are on Lilibot's turn here, right? Yeah.
Oh,
what do you see? You saw something.
Joyous Celebration.
Oh, yeah,
but it's not going to work like he wants.
Yeah.
If he plays it now, it will.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what? Wait a minute. Actually, that sucks against this deck here. Wow.
Yeah. If he was able to flip Signora somehow, then you'll be able to cleanse it using Pyro, because Signora will be considered Pyro at that point.
Yeah.
But right now, unfortunately, Joyous is not gonna help him out.
Yeah, maybe you can't even play it right now anyway.
You can't even play it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Lilibot's gonna pop off this turn here. Let's see what they do.
Yeah, that is really up to them. They pretty much can win in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, so slow sauce over to Nivelet with a shield. That's okay.
So I think the reason Lilibot played the Judgment there, the only thing Lilibot loses to here is a quick swap effect. I'll leave it to me. That allows them, so if they apply Hydro on Herald and then swap over to Signora, that will shut off Nuvalet for the turn. But I think after that, Asia could still win.
I
believe
Herald probably just skills here just to get Hydra on Nuvalet.
Yeah, you almost have to skill.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, so actually, I didn't know this when I was looking at Herald, but apparently he gets an infusion when he does revive, though. So once he revives, he will be able to apply Hydra just on a normal attack.
Right.
But does need to flip first. Interesting. Aurora Kasha's going on Signora.
Junior's on. Maybe they're hoping for. They have to be hoping for another companion coming out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
Who
this
else is there?
This must be a swap to Signora then.
Maybe not yet. Yeah, not yet. They gotta get Hydra out at least. So they can't
Alright.
if they. Well, maybe they might even draw the quick swap. Are they running Catherine? Is Nino running Catherine?
I didn't get. I think there's probably not a Catherine in this deck. If you're a stall deck, you generally don't run Catherine. Oh, Jet's only at 3.
Yeah, Jet doesn't have it. Well, there's 3 cards that you could replace to get it up there, but it's gonna be quite expensive.
Wait, did Jet not draw anything from the deck after? I think
No.
Lilybuzz out of companions.
Yeah, they
because
might be
Dunya's
out of
should have drawn a companion.
Yeah, so they could just play Tamea Sealy, Golden House.
You could. That's a lot of investment. I mean,
that is a lot. Yeah.
you know, it costs you 3 dice to get 3 dice, but then you have a Timaeus
Right.
and a Steely on board, so it might actually be worth it. We'll see.
Well,
I think you play
Tula
the
went
Steely.
on to Nouvellette.
I think you definitely want to play the Sealy because you're probably actually doing 3 actions this round.
Yeah.
Although, I think it may not work out because of the dice counts. Because if once you skill, you'll be at 4 dice, which is just enough for 2 charged attacks.
Right. You definitely want to skill, so you want those droplets first and foremost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Nuvi should be okay here.
I think Lilith is also realizing that it's really awkward with his dice counts to play that.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't play Golden House before they equipped Tula though. Like, what are they holding on to?
True, yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would have been better. You know, play Golden House, play Sealy, and then you probably draw the 3 cards at the end of this round.
Yeah.
While building up jet stacks, that
Yeah.
probably would have been better.
Yeah. Unless you're saving Timaeus to be free for the next turn for some reason. I don't think you
could
to.
be. You could. I mean, so that with Golden House, that it definitely is a play. If you play Timaeus and you get a gilded, even at 2 stacks, you can discount for a free gilded with that Golden House. That could be the plan. I mean,
They do have a Timaeus right there, though. He'll have 2 charges on the next turn.
it will, but I mean, you could get 2 gilded.
I guess, right?
Yeah, come on.
Be optimistic. Okay.
Gotta be optimistic. Gotta go for the high roll. I mean, Lilybuzz not in a rush here, right? Like, he's in full control of the game. He's able to freeze both characters this round and force Nino to basically float a lot of their dice wasted, especially with that judgment. You know, Nino can't even play. I believe that's a Rainbow Macarons in the hand. Can't use that or the Hydra Resonance to heal his turn because he does not have enough cards to go through judgment. Oh,
Ooh, that'll definitely come in handy coming here.
it's a bit late for the Lubin Stones.
Yeah. I think.
So now we probably see the Sealy getting played, yeah.
Yeah, Sealy gets played, then just do a prepare skill. Yeah. It's gonna do a lot of damage. And they'll have a on-demand freeze too.
On-demand freeze.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, they will.
Well,
At least onto Senora.
Well, Nouvellette should have a follow-up hit, and I think Nino is kind of forced to stay on Senora just so...
Senora's gonna flip next turn.
Yeah, she's gonna flip, but at least won't have that cryo aura, I believe, at the start of turn. Unfortunately, the Nouvellette is also gonna get frozen at the end of the round, but it's gonna get wasted, right? We have that Senora debuff.
Right. Yeah, how much will the follow-up attack do for Nouvellette here?
It should be 4 damage.
Whew.
Yeah, so Nouvellette does 2 and then 4 provided he's at high enough health. It's quite a lot.
Is that with reaction as well?
No reactions. That's just 2 Hydra and then 4 Hydra. Yeah, it adds up very fast.
So that
with a weapon. With a weapon, of course. Like that's why Chile tools are so good.
Huh.
Yes, Cryo will add another. So this should be 5 damage.
They ended their turn.
Yeah. I mean, you have to end.
I guess.
There's really nothing you can do.
I mean, maybe heal, perhaps? I don't know.
Well, you can't. There's judgment.
Right, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, judgment was. Judgment.
Yeah, it was a really good timing. Oh, there's the quick swap.
Yeah.
It was a very good timing for Lilybuzz there to play the judgment, shut off anything that Nino could do in that turn, forced to waste a lot of die, and that's a really positive trade.
Yeah. Ooh.
So yeah, this looks like we're gonna take it to a game 3.
Wow, every game today. That's so great.
It's that close.
Yeah, that close.
You know,
All right, Sierra's flipped.
The Group D players, I think, on average, probably like the highest out of all the groups. We have a lot of like big names in some of the other.
Yeah,
groups.
there are definitely a lot of big names here. Yeah.
Yeah, some dark horses, but consistently speaking, looking at all the player records, I have my spreadsheet here of all of the players and their past performances. I believe the Group D one is the longest, just in terms of length. Yeah. Wow. Almost a full 2 pages.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was looking at the doc here. It's like, whoa, what the heck?
Yeah.
Yeah, Moonstone comes out. Treasure coming in. That'll proc 1. Probably play their healing. They gotta. Probably play quick swap as well. Just because. And then I guess you equip. Or you could use the Macarons too now.
We could see a quick swap onto Herald to burst, and that will apply a debuff, right? Nuvalite has to burst again before he can use more Soul Sorter droplets.
Yeah.
So that might be the only way you can come back from this, just to tax your opponent a little bit more.
Yeah. This will also keep reactions or elements off Signora as well. Oh, actually, okay. A skill. I think that's fair.
That's fine, but you do give Nuvalite now, because once Nuvalite bursts on 3, the Herald debuff doesn't affect him anymore.
Right.
But Nuvalite is vulnerable now to a quick swap burst on Herald, although I don't think Dino has enough dice. That's going to be the problem here.
They could equip veterans and then draw a dice and then hopefully draw a treasure out at the same time when they do that.
Yeah, it'd have to be exactly treasure.
What artifact was Signora wearing again? You remember?
Oh god, I believe Signora has a Vorkash's Glow.
Okay.
And
Maybe
Herald
might draw out another treasure.
has the tenacity. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you might have to replace Vorkasha on to... Oh, maybe you should have done that earlier, maybe. Liar Song.
Yeah, well, so it shouldn't matter. Like, I guess you draw a card here either way, but yeah, maybe flipping the veterans for the dice might be more important than the card. Oof.
Maybe even holding the... Oh, they didn't play the quick swap yet, so they still have that as a surprise here. Okay, well, Nuvalette's definitely... Oh, they go to Layla. Okay.
I need to get out and walk.
I think this is fine too. If your opponent's at 2 dice, so either they skill again on Signora, in which case I think Nuvalette can clean up after that, or they just have if they pass or swap, then you still have
I think you burst on Herald right now. Oh, they do draw the treasure.
That's the treasure.
That's crazy. Oh man.
Okay, so you don't even need a veterans here. Yeah, you just
treasure and then tune, hopefully high roll.
No. So Lilybub playing around the treasure exactly. That was a right call. I think bursting on Nuvalette might have been a way that he loses this game.
Yeah. Dang. Yeah. Tuned away the Macaron zone, fortunately. And they still have
the
Joyous Celebration here. There could be a time to play it.
No, I think Nuvalette's just going to soul. So we have Jet sitting at 4. I believe with Golden House Tamaya's, Jet can actually get up to 6 stacks this round. Nuvalette will be able to burst with that Gilded Dreams discounted to 0, as we can see in Lilybuz's hand. So Nuvalette's going to pop back up to about 6 or 7 dice this round, burst, and then have a free attack with those Jet stacks, which I think is enough to finish off the game, even through that Herald debuff.
Let's see here. Okay.
He has to count. I think he's doing the math.
Yeah. So he's definitely gonna burst here, correct? Okay.
Yeah, you almost certainly burst on Nuvalette.
Burst.
The question is, you need exactly 8 die from here, and I think with
Stone. Hang on.
Okay. So
you can Gilded still. Do you equip something?
You can still
you can get
Gilded,
2 moves. Yeah. Actually, does Jet overwrite the debuff?
So Jet makes your skill cost 3 less, I believe.
So it would just be 1?
So it would cost you 1. Yeah, it's not a free skill. It's specifically discount of 3. If I remember correctly.
Okay.
But for the most part, which, for most characters is going to be that amount.
Yeah. They need 1 more dice here.
Yeah, so they can play Gilded here and use the for free as well, which should be what's happening.
Yeah. Gilded onto Nuvalette or Gilded onto Layla and then tune Timaeus.
It should be just on Nuvalette. I don't think there's a reason. Nuvalette has like a Heart of Cabarina on right now. I don't think there's a reason to keep that.
Yeah.
the question is that right for the charged attack math? Because I think playing this, oh no, I think it's exactly right, because you should get 3 dice back from this because of the Boar Princess. Yeah, Lilibut's just doing the math here.
Does Lumenstone
one
proc?
more.
Yeah, it does too. Yeah, and the treasure comes out too. Okay.
Oh wait, okay, now it's not even again.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you just play treasure here.
You just play treasure. Yeah, that's 2 normal attacks. That's 8 dice. Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah. Don't show them that yet, though. Oh, they're ending their turn, so
No, they've already ended.
Live
yeah.
through this. Yeah. Okay.
Lilibut's
Yeah, that
gonna
does
be
cost 1 dice. Oh, their normal cost 0 though.
That's true. Actually, if they use them now, they will use up the thing. I think it might be better actually to skill first and then do the prepared attack.
Yeah, just get like,
because you get.
Yeah, a free hit out.
Silence.
I think they saw it, right? Yeah, that was just the skill.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh! What the heck? Oh man.
Okay.
What?
So we're just finishing it. All right.
Yeah, we'll just end the turn.
Okay, never mind anything we were calculating carefully. If you just draw all the treasures in your deck, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, what the heck, man?
Oh,
That's
wow.
disgusting.
That's Noodlet for you.
Oh boy. Yeah, here, he showed 9-0, like, here, what else I got? I show you,
And he
well, it
said
doesn't matter, just prepare
2
skill.
treasures to spare.
Yeah. Dang.
Wow.
There it is, and the reaction from Layla's shield, and that goes to Liliba. 1-1 every game today, going to the best of 3 in this final weekend. We have one more day to go, but what a crazy day it has been with all these matches so far.
Yeah, I mean, great for the viewers because every game is an extra raffle. I mean, we'll be seeing the winners on screen shortly, but if you're just tuning in, we're about to go to our last game of the day, which is our last opportunity for a raffle. But what a day it's been as we kind of have this last weekend here in Group D.
It's been quite wild watching these games here. I hope everyone's been enjoying their time and learning as well. I'm sure a lot of you might also be a bit tired. Trust us, the players are just as tired, right?
Yeah, if you've hung in there from the start of this stream, first of all, hats off to you. Like, really well done. It's been a long one, but we've seen some pretty interesting games, right? A lot of different decks and a lot of different matchups.
I think
lots of pressure.
Going to the highlights here, 9-0 going super aggressive on Nubilet. Probably not the move. Probably should have like set up with Senora and Herald first.
Yeah, it's kind of like jammed if you do and damned if you don't, right?
Yeah.
Because again, I think 9-0's setup is more of a stall deck, and like I said, Liliba is quite a combo-centric deck, doing a lot of damage quickly, and so you're not really favored playing the stall game, especially if your dice don't work out in that first round, which maybe that's what forced 9-0 to make those plays. But we're gonna go see a game 3. Ooh.
Yeah. Shinobu, Kirara, and the Hydro Herald once again on Liliba's side. We've seen this deck played already.
Yeah, and one of the things we saw, I think, in the morning, Yahida against Zero really struggle to break through a stall deck using this Kirara Kuki setup. So normally that Dendro character is Yao Yao, but Kirara, I was talking to some of the players trying to figure out why there was this switch up, because last weekend it was all Yao Yao.
Yeah.
It's mainly to shore up some of the worst matchup against aggressive decks, but I think you do lose some points against the slower decks because Yao Yao applies more Dendro more consistently than Kirara does.
Yeah, I think
I have a raffle winners.
Oh yeah, there are raffle winners right there. So one more time today for chats. Here's your last chance to try to win some Welkin. So make sure to type when the mod says so, !point pick, player you want to win or who you think's gonna win, and your UID, and then you will enjoy a Welkin when they do hand them out much later, not right away, but you will see them
right away.
Yeah.
And if you're disappointed that this is the last game of today where you're able to do it, don't go anywhere. Tomorrow, same time today that we started the stream today, we'll be right back with the last 6 best of 3. It's gonna be 6 games tomorrow, 6 sets as well tomorrow as we close out the last of the Group D.
Yeah, and then we will be back in July, but Prince Cup Pacific will be taking place, so probably more chances to win some stuff, but more information will be given out on the socials for Astro Carnival, so make sure to follow on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. I always put them in a different order every time I say it out. I gotta write it down somewhere.
You didn't make sure that during the stream you basically do every single possible order and just has to be a little bit different every time.
Right. I mean, if I was an actual professional caster, not a content creator, I would have like notes in front of me.
Oh, come on, Rick.
But I'm here for just fun.
At this point, you are a professional caster.
I guess.
You have done this enough. Both you and Leah, I think, have been here every single weekend.
Yeah.
So as we're kind of winding down today, like huge shout out to both of you for carrying us through all of these games, because it is tough. Like it is hard. We're having a lot of fun, but it's still a lot of work, especially casting of these long games and doing it every single weekend. Like I took a 2-week vacation, so I am all refreshed. So this is perfect for me.
You're super excited to be here right now, and actually it's very exciting to stream with you for sure. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I'll keep the energy up as we go into the very finals of Group D. Yeah, we have 2 more spots left in the top 8 of our live event, and one of these 2 players after this game is going to get knocked out. Their journey will end here. They'll go away with $600, but their opportunity to be the champion of Prince Cup Atlantic will no longer be.
$16,000, you guys. 16,000, and that's like, what is that? It's in July, so 6 weeks from now. So like, definitely a new patch, new characters coming up then. So
I believe so.
You can get something cool, yeah. Maybe we see now get added one day, please.
Ooh. Lilybar does open with a fortress. That's actually pretty crucial, I think.
I think you definitely keep fortress. Yep.
Yeah, fortress normally isn't that good against stall decks, but because of how heavy treasure is these days, like being able to deny even a single treasure can be a huge deal.
I think you play the big brain play here and be like, Nino's just as tired as I am. They're gonna forget that Meropede is there and misplay.
We've seen a lot of that happen, and I mean, when Meropede first released, I think it happened to a lot of players. Like, Judgment is easy to remember because it's flashy. It comes up on your screen, you see it, and you're like, okay, I gotta not play action cards or play 3 and then get through it. Meropede is really sneaky. It's just like, hey, I'm a little thing there, don't worry about me. You know, I'm nothing. And then, especially if you have like too many icons, it can get pushed past like the row of icons below your character, and then you don't see it anymore.
Yeah, Meropede doesn't persist to the next round you mentioned, correct?
Yeah. You need to refresh it every single round, you know?
I thought it stayed, I swear it did. Or maybe it just like refreshed again and then it just
most stall decks have enough healing where you're, unless you're literally not hitting them for an entire round, they will trigger it again. It's that consistent. And that's why most decks only run 1. Yeah. Because it only takes 1 to get that round consistency.
Yeah, definitely. You only need 1 for sure because they don't stack, and generally you want to run 2 if you want to ensure it, but
but these lists,
people can play around it very easily.
Yeah, and especially with treasure, you're drawing through so much of your deck for most cases anyway that you'll see it at some point in time, and I think there's just too few deck slots for you. Ooh.
Yeah, so Nino does lead in with Herald this time. I think that's a stronger choice here.
I think that's the usual game plan. Like, looking at the last, I don't think the last game was how you normally would want to play this matchup, and it was only because Nino had a specific hand that they ended up with and a bad set of dice, and so made the best of it.
Right. Oh, definitely Herald for sure, though. Ooh. Herald for sure, though, because, if he goes down, then you get that really early debuff, if you can get that talent, which I think probably should. Oh, Sapwood Blade, okay.
What do you do here, though, as Lilybar?
You equip the Sapwood. No, you don't do it this time.
No, that's bad.
Yeah, that's bad. Not yet. Not yet. Maybe.
Dissipate.
I guess a skill.
Wait, why would you skill again and not normal attack?
I don't know.
There's no difference there, right? You haven't used up any of your raise. I think you should have just gone for a normal attack there.
Maybe because if you skill on Shinobu, it's supposed to take health away, right?
You don't take damage below 5, and even if you did, it wouldn't have mattered.
It might have been a misplay.
Yeah, maybe you just saw the 3 Electro dies, like, ooh, you know, I have the right die, click the button.
Right. Personally, I would like to see like a double skill like that, at least like shoot off like 1 damage or something, you know? But
yeah, they did that for what Daya skill, I believe, is one of the skills that, like, if you already coming out, rather than doing nothing, it gives you a little bit, gives you a little bit of purification.
Exactly. Perhaps a read. What Shinobu's pretty strong with some of the abilities. Maybe that just balances out.
It's because of tenacity. So Nino set up a turn because they had tenacity. They were hoping to take a hit on Herald to go for that extra die on Leben, and you'll notice Leben is exactly at 2 dice now. That's all.
Heads up. Okay, not a misplay. Lilybar is more awake than us right now.
Yeah, it is still 2 less damage, but I think that dice efficiency is more important because they are stall deck anyway. They're gonna heal up the damage a lot of the time.
Elemental skill coming in.
Ooh,
The
this
dice
veterans-
kind of not very good on Lilybuz's side here, though.
No, and I think a lot of that was that denial from, like, imagine 2 more Omni dice on this round for Nino, right?
Yeah.
They can swap into Signora and skill, but now they
Yeah.
can't do anything. Like, that was actually a really huge play.
Yeah. All right, so they did get Electro, which is good. They probably will try to get... Oh yeah, they are going to be stuck on there.
Mm-hmm.
No Hydro... Oh, they got 1. Not enough to do a skill, though.
Oh, this is so awkward for Nino too, because he needs to
Yeah.
save 1 die, but if he saves 1 die, then he can't skill again on Herald. I think like that one move by Lilybuzz is like really slowly starting to gain a huge advantage here. I think
Yeah.
that was like a key play of this game.
You definitely make sure to note that down, everyone. Let's see if that one little play turns the whole tide a little later here.
If that Liben never activates, then we'll know. Or if Nino ends up having to waste 2 dice here.
See?
Anything you need delivered?
Yeah, Octa Kirara, okay.
Because, so Nino, if he had 2 dice from Liben, would have been able to burst here on Herald without having to tune. But now if he wants to burst, he can still do it, but he's going to lose 2 cards.
Right. Wonder...
Oh, that is huge.
Oh... Wonder if you try to get a quicken out for Lilybuzz too here.
You might, yeah. I think we'll definitely see a Kirara's skill.
Tuning. What would you tune though? Oh,
whoa!
Deny the quick. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, I think Nino is gonna go for that Lumen Stone proc. Just playing that to get a card for Lumen Stone, but that's a really big expenditure of resources.
So yeah, there's your proc. Another Liben.
Yeah, we're gonna go for the burst, but that means that Liben is still another turn away.
Yeah.
Oh, that 1 dice is adding up so much.
So tunes the other Liben, first. I think this is the right move for 9-0 though. They have to do that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well look at that.
Herald talent. So maybe we'll see a debuff on both sides.
Lilybuzz decides to hit them though, then they'll get it. So Lilybuzz has to not do that. They can skill safely, I think, right? Without hitting.
Well, no. You don't need to. Yeah, so the debuff's already applied because of the burst, right? The burst will always apply the debuff on your side.
No, I mean like if they hit 9-0, they give them that dice that Liben can take advantage of. So.
Oh, they think they already.
Or did they proc tenacity? But that's right. Yeah, they had an element. And they just cleansed it. Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, because they swapped off a cookie, so the tenacity dice is already spent.
Okay. So yeah, definitely.
Nino used I think 9 or 8 dice this turn with that Lumen Stone. This is tough.
Yeah, it's a tough one right now.
Because your skills are now forecast on Kira. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a normal.
Just the normal attack. Okay. Treasure, maybe?
Yeah, we'll probably see a normal into treasure.
Treasure. Yeah, treasure. There it goes.
I can't do it justice.
No, we need Leah here. Sound bit for that, please.
Yeah, Leah, I have the sound bit. It exists. I play it all the time.
Right.
I put it onto a soundboard. It is my favorite thing in the world.
Sorry, Leah. Ooh, look at all that dendro. Okay. It'll help out a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you are one of the secret. So the 1 dice curse. It not only is costing you 1 die, but because it costs you that elemental die, it makes it even harder to roll the correct dice, and that's really the secret power of it, right? It's not just the extra 1, but it's the fact that you have to roll the right elements too.
All right, off to 9-0 here. Also, just a quick reminder, QR code does pop up on screen every once in a while, chat. So if you have any feedback, good or bad, suggestions about TCG or about us or about the prizes or any questions even, please scan it. Send us your whatever you need to say, and then we will definitely take it into consideration.
Yeah, it's very important. Especially if you're joining us from the official channel, as well as we know we are streaming over there. You know, if you like what you're seeing on the screen, please tell us more of how we can get you interested in TCG with these streams, what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong. Ooh.
We are a very tiny community, so being on the main channel today is pretty cool. Oh,
okay. Having to burn that Leave It to Me though in order to get through that Meripede.
Yeah.
Very expensive treasure.
Yeah, Meripede already definitely being a hindrance here.
I think Liben is finally gonna get that done.
Liven's been just hanging out, waiting for us to finish that quest. He's not here for very long.
Yeah, we missed out on 2 boxes of marbles, but we're gonna get there on the 3rd day.
Finally get it now. Unless you tempt by hitting them right now with a switch, give them that dice and be like, do you want to do one more move for fun and not give Lieben that dice? Maybe?
Well, I think Signora has the Vorikasha, so it's not going to refund a die. So
wait a minute.
Going to be at 2 dice no matter what. Yeah, no worries. Like I said,
I thought Harold was
so
active
much to keep track.
Yes.
Yeah. Look, if we were playing the game, we better click and check and know for sure, because you're not meant to remember these things. There's too many things to keep track of.
Yeah. I thought we were on Harold still. Oopsies.
That is okay.
Wait, but they did play treasure, and like, what if they did hit and they draw another treasure out?
It's true. It's true. Yeah. All right. I take that back. That is definitely something that could happen. No, you are totally correct.
Wait, did their Lumenstone proc yet? I think not yet either.
Not yet. I believe their Lumenstone still has 1 more charge because they played a Leave It to Me and a Treasure. So if they play Vanarana, they should be able to draw a card. Actually, yeah, maybe they will be able to skill again. Actually.
Lumen.
So maybe that Liben.
Would they draw? What is it? Oh, not treasure, but it's another Lumenstone.
I think
they get they get a catalyze here. Oh, double talent too.
I think you play the Lumenstone, you trigger your first Lumenstone, and then that die goes to Liben. You don't want to be tempted into a Vanarana skill here, because you don't want to use up the freeze. Although
Vanarana, just not to play the Lumenstone to have another option.
The problem though is, if you end, I think Herald will put you down to 4 if he uses a skill. It's exactly enough damage. He will have to get taxed on it by an extra die, but it will be exact.
Oh, Macrons.
Okay.
But that does proc.
Yeah, okay. There you go.
Does Lieben get his dice? He does! Woo!
Finally gets it.
All right, he can leave now, finally. Lieben, get it? He can Lieben out of here.
Oh God.
I'm sorry. A little tired here. It's okay.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
It's been quite a while. 8 hours so far, last I checked on the stream there. 8 hours today. Wow.
Yeah, I believe it has been the longest stream day for sure. Great to come back to,
Yeah, definitely for you. Like, you've been off for a while, then you jump right back into it.
No, I'm loving this.
Oh, treasure going in. Okay.
Okay. So just setting up a little bit more. Yeah, Lilibot definitely
across the board though. Ugh.
I mean, it's 5 health, but you also have called like Shinobu about to burst as well, which puts her back up to 2 health. She still has 1 more heal left from her passive as well.
Ooh, that dice though. Ooh. Yeah, throw it back. What do we get?
Yeah,
a little bit better.
A little bit better. Ooh, okay. See,
treasure woven into 9-0 side, yeah. Back over to Liliba. Not yet, sorry. Dunyor's at first.
Okay, a little bit of double vision here for a little bit.
Oh, good. Production's a little tired too, guys. Give him a break. Me is out. I see. Tenacity.
Wait, that's a whoa.
whoa.
So many cards coming in. Okay.
Yeah. Tenacity Dunyor's out. Timaeus.
The pale flame smolders.
Freeze the Herald. Okay, good. I think you get his talent on here, yeah? Just in case?
You don't. You never need to pre-play the talent unless you think Herald is going to go down right away. I think it's actually better to hide it. Because if your opponent is doing math saying, okay, I need 3 dice to do the skill, okay, I guess you play it now.
Never mind. I mean, like, you have a whole hand and you know what's in there. It's probably, they're going to do it eventually. You expect it, so.
I think if you're playing it to trigger the Lumenstone, that makes sense. Just because it's one of the cards you might need.
What's... Oh, that's the debuff from Signora. It's like,
Yeah, there's a lot of debuffs. We have the Herald, okay, left to right, we have the Herald Revive, Signora debuff, the Frozen, of course. At the bottom, we have Shinobu skill, we have the Herald debuff, and then a Quicken stack.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yep.
Thank you for choosing Komania Express.
Okay.
Catalyze doing 2 damage there.
So Signora might flip.
Think so? Burst?
We might see, I mean, it depends when Nino wants to stop being aggressive. Your opponent's characters are pretty low.
Yeah, I think now would be a good time, yeah.
Yeah, the burst will heal you back up to 10. You will no longer be able to freeze. That's the important thing.
Right. Signora Burst Cryo does how much?
4 and 2
4
heal.
damage,
It's
okay.
basically like Shinobu's burst.
All right. Maybe not yet. Maybe you want to wait.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna wait.
Yeah. Back to Kirara. Not enough to do, well, 2 treasure.
It is enough, but it's gonna be expensive again because of that curse.
Yeah. Maybe better off going to Shinobu?
It's possible. I mean, we're seeing once again, this deck is really struggling. Okay, so we're probably gonna sacrifice Herald here to get the talent online.
Yeah. Not a bad move. Because he will heal back up to 3 on his revive.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's not too bad. And you also get the Curse of the Undercurrent onto them as well.
Mm-hmm.
Tenacity and Shinobu. I think that's the right move. Yeah, you can never not do that. If you have like a stallish deck, you gotta get that equipped.
Yeah, you gotta find the right window. That's also very important, and it looks like that was the moment. I believe, though, you still have the Lubin Stone to activate. Yeah, I think this is gonna do it.
Yeah.
Carry over that one die.
Another, yeah.
Oh.
Treasure, carry over 2. Yeah, keep a healthy Herald. Why not?
Yeah, I guess you already have that curse underway anyway.
Yeah, they can't do much. Lilaba can't do too much on this turn either, unless they want to spend a lot of their cards here, which probably don't want to do that either.
No.
Yeah, you got a Liban you can get ready. At least heal so you can get Maripede to get back
Don't
over
tell
onto
me they did
9-0
it
side
again.
though. Yeah, there it goes right there. You get lucky.
Okay.
Oh, you do. That's huge.
Well, no, wasn't that from the veterans?
Was it? Oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
still good though.
yeah, we have veterans. I think it was a Hydro
Okay.
die added.
It's not bad at least.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Not bad. I mean, you got to get through it somehow.
Yeah.
Although we see that Herald talent floating there in Nino's hand. You know, I think Nino's slowly but surely starting to gain an advantage. We have that equipment going on Nouvelette now. 2 characters equipped to Tenacity. He's been able to tax Lilybud 2 die from the Herald burst while also putting on a lot of damage. And then as soon as Herald goes down, we're going to see that talent equipped for a refresh on that curse. And I think that curse really does hurt Lilybud's deck quite a lot. It wants to skill as often as it can on Kirara and Shinobu.
Maybe even wait for it so you don't have to eat through it 3 times here.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
it's almost impossible, I think, to avoid it, right? Because of that revive, it's so hard to take out Herald without triggering
Our bond is strong.
the talent.
Skill.
Ooh. Okay.
I think that's fair. Refresh the skill. Ooh,
That's
good.
like really risky, right? Because you're already at
Yeah.
so low health. You just take another 2 damage there.
Right. Well, your burst will cost 3 now. It's just
True.
what do you want to tune if you decide to, or you treasure equip the. Oh, you can't do it this turn either, though. No.
Yeah, we might just see a swap off. Maybe just go to Herald here and let him eat. Nope.
Let's see. Build it on the Kirara. You replace something. Draw another treasure. Okay. Wait a minute. You could. Actually, you.
Thank you for choosing Komani
We might be going for the
Express.
Kirara best here.
Yeah. Actually, that'd be pretty huge here right now.
Ooh, is gonna waste that 1 die from the Tenacity, which is kind of nice.
Okay. Burst goes down. That. Oh yeah, and the little annoying Kirara debuff going on. If you play 2 cards, 1 dander damage gets hit onto 9-0 now. And that debuff floats around the team too, so you can't
It
just
does
have it on
float around the
one.
team, yeah.
Yeah.
It is definitely very strong against, decks that are playing so many cards. Oh, we're gonna go for the normal attack.
Yeah. Oh, that'll
It
be
might be.
annoying too for 9-0 because you have Maripede to deal with and that now coming up here.
I mean, it would be, but that gives him a window to equip the Herald talent.
True.
Like, I would only do. Oh wait, no, it won't work. I was like, can you Sapwood Blade here?
Yeah, no,
Oh,
you
this is
can't
hard to
Sapwood Blade.
weapon.
You have to use Sapwood Blade on the same turn, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. The weird
Yeah,
thing
it-
about these the Sumerian weapon set.
It's very easy to get mixed up between that and like the Moon Piercer type, which give you the
Yeah.
discount up front versus after you do the normal.
But they all have to be done within that same like turn rather than
Exactly.
carry over.
Yeah, you can't carry them over.
Ooh, that's a rainbow dice roll again. Ugh. Thank you, Lieben. Ooh. Actually, hang on a sec.
Yeah, that there is an Adeptus here that could turn the tides, but here's the Herald talent.
Tides, haha, surging tides.
Yeah, we'll probably just see a prepare skill here.
There he said it right there. Surging tides. Perfect.
Yeah. And here's one of the downsides of Kira's talent, burst here, is even though it has that annoying status that puts damage onto your characters, you can choose as 9-0 when to do that and on which character. So as long as you don't play any cards then and you can use skills without doing that, then you don't need to trigger that damage.
Right.
So you can just time it perfectly, right? We might see 9-0 not play any cards and then swap to a character with like a tenacity shield, burn both of them.
Yeah.
For basically wasting that 2 damage.
Right. On the Liliba though, they switch.
They will need to switch.
Yeah. They could switch over to Herald, maybe?
They could switch over to Herald and then revive and apply their own debuff and get that going. Wouldn't be the worst.
Because I would Electro. Yeah, then they could do a Electro charge across the team too then. Coming up here.
The other thing you could potentially do is go to Kuki and burst before that debuff hits you. That's what it looks like what that Sapwood might be what we're going to do. Yeah, if you burst before Herald talent triggers, then you can just follow up with 2 normal attacks.
Yeah, quick swap.
Okay.
Yeah. I think they...
Could be a Kuki solo. I think we're going to see Kuki solo for quite some time. Unfortunately, didn't draw the talent just yet. The talent would have made a huge difference by now.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, talent is okay. Well, I think the other Lumenstone could do it. They just got to play 2 more treasure.
Yeah, I don't think you want to play a treasure. You could just swap over to Kuki and then play the treasure. That should trigger the Veteran's Visage for an extra draw, and then you can actually reset it.
Again.
Okay, so there's that one.
Oh, never mind. That will actually just do it already.
Let's see if they just got to play 1 more treasure, right? Yeah.
Yep.
And then we get... What do we get? Egg! Egg!
Oh, there it is!
Oh, there it is! Okay, here we go. All right.
All right, now we got a game going.
Maybe you don't do it yet, because you can combine that with...
No, it's almost always better to do it because it's a damage bonus.
I guess so. Right.
And you don't want to waste an opportunity to have Cookies burst up. So we're going to reset the Veterans here for more dice and more draw.
Wonder... No, you don't do it yet. Because you still have Judgment as well for the next turn, just to be really mean. And you could just bring out Maripede again.
I'm not sure I like it. So the problem with doing
this Repair skill, didn't he?
He did, but the problem with doing it in this order, I guess you're just gonna go for the burst to kill here. You do get taxed 1 more die this way, but I guess you have to burn through it anyway.
Right. I think as long as you get rid of the Herald now with this, I think that's the right move. Okay.
Yeah, I think you're 1 damage short from taking out Herald if you do it the other way around. So unfortunately though, when Herald dies, of course, with a talent equipped, you also get taxed. So Lilibud now has been cursed a total of 5 times, basically. There's 5 different skills are going to get cursed here. No way to prevent that.
Man.
The Herald is down.
So
boss, the first boss is down. 2 more bosses remain.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Think Señor's gonna burst here or skill?
That is interesting. I don't think you're under much threat from the other. I kind of like burst here, but I think it's always fine to wait on the burst. I mean, they only have Herald alive now anyway.
Right.
Maybe you could burst on the Herald. Although you probably just got to move I think.
I think you do this so they have the curse over on their side too. And then they also have Judgment they have to work around next turn, I'm sure is going to come out.
Yeah, here's the Soft Nouvelet. Yeah, this makes the most sense because Nouvelet has those shields. Again, if you are a Tenacity deck, you want to make sure to use up your Tenacities as much as possible. Unfortunately, Herald did go down with a Tenacity, so that's a pretty big loss from 9-0's side. But I think that curse of the undercurrent that he's been able to apply so consistently to Lilibar is way enough of an advantage, and I think it's almost time to go in on Nouvelet. Unfortunately, no weapon yet.
Yeah.
With the Tule Tula.
I think Liliba heals with treasure here. Maybe even puts Veteran on just to get some other cards out. You also have 4 Princess. Oh, they just skill. Okay.
They just skill, yeah. So here's I think it works fine. If 9-0 freezes you, you can just pass and then the skill will continue next round.
Right.
And you can also heal up in between as well after the flip, which is actually be very efficient. If Nuvalet chooses to freeze Herald here, you'll revive on 4, but then you can play both treasures as well if you wanted to, and stack on, get backed up to full health.
That's right, yeah. Max 6. Oh, they end their turn. Okay.
Yeah, gonna float. I think that makes sense. I think you want to save that Hydra for next round. Priority is very
right.
Now.
Yeah. Ooh.
And Shinobu's gonna have that cryo from Sinura. I'm starting to see the vision of this deck a little bit, right? It's very much like a freeze control stall deck, but slightly different from the Layla Barbara versions we're seeing. A little bit more aggressive.
Yeah. Veterans on the Kirara. Okay.
Okay.
Ouch. Ooh, okay. That's not gonna be handy here.
So we'll have to see if Lilibut taking out Herald, I think, was a big deal. Losing one tenacity from 9-0's side is another place where, you know, they're getting a consistent advantage every round. Now they're not getting that. There's no more curses coming up once Lilibut burns through this last one.
Oh. One treasure removes the Maripede for now. Oh, they gotta, I think they gotta play their judgment here just to be rude.
Just be rude.
Yeah.
Honestly, you know, see, if your opponent burns that, so if you play Judgment and there's Maripede, your opponent's almost certainly not going to play any cards. They just wait it out. But if they already burned one card, playing Judgment is a really good idea because they've already committed to burning through your Maripede stack, and now they obviously have. Okay, they either made a mistake or they have a plan. So you're either ruining their plan or you're making them feel even worse for their mistake. It's either emotional damage or actual strategic damage.
Yeah. I mean, if you're looking across and you see 8 cards too right now, and a Lumenstone hanging out there, I think you most certainly want to Judgment here just to prevent anything.
Yep.
Because you have your own 2 Lumenstones too, so you can definitely take advantage of this.
Yeah, your characters are low enough. I think you almost have to Judgment here, because if you don't Judgment, you're just going to be at such a risk of getting taken out by something.
Right.
Wait for my signal.
Ooh.
Whoa. Well, I mean, okay, Shinobu does have Cheat Death, so she's okay for now. There's no risk of a follow-up hit. I guess they have the Kirara debuff still, so they want them to like play some cards perhaps.
Yeah, but
now
you know, this is
frozen one.
This is where, you know, you're really seeing that downside, right? Because 9-0 can just wait on that Kirara burst as long as it makes sense to, and that's exactly what he's doing. He doesn't need to play cards right now to deal damage.
Right.
Anything you need delivered?
And now he's forced to. Kirara solo is not very effective.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, I think Lilibut might. I think we're slowly starting to see. It's kind of like a stranglehold between that Herald talent and this freeze.
Treasure 1. Another treasure. Okay. Lumenstone. Charging up.
I wonder if we swap back to Kuki just to make use of...
Strategize. Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna shield? Skill shield, maybe?
I mean, it's the only thing that you can do on Kirara, right?
Yeah.
I think I kind of like swapping back to Shinobu just to use up the revive, because Nuvalet's gonna have to burst. Right. And if he bursts on Kirara, it's the most efficient damage-wise. But if you trigger that Kuki revive, not only you're not taking that 1 piercing damage you would have taken anyway, you'd be at the same effective health. I think you could just wait for it.
Veterans again. Another treasure.
I think you should swap Kuki.
Treasure again. Oh my gosh. I mean, they could heal up a lot here.
Yeah, this veterans combo coming in pretty...
Ooh, another Dendro. Cool. So how much, what's the breakpoint for Kirara here just to live the burst?
The burst is 3 without any buffs, so this is already it. Yeah, and then she has the shield.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not so much. I think I still like the swap to Kuki. I think it prevents more damage. But you know, the other consideration for this is because Kirara doesn't do much if you skill twice without burning the shield. Maybe this is just the correct play, just so you can skill again.
They only have 1 dice left. Ooh, Kirara go off. I don't think she can on her own.
We almost saw that, right? Like in another game, I forget who it was today, but Kirara had like the sword equipped and was just doing normal attacks. Unfortunately, Kuki is the one that's equipped up right now, so you don't really want to solo on Kirara.
We'll attack here.
Yeah, looks like we're just gonna go for the refresh on the burst, and it's gonna be a bit of a waste, right? Because wait, don't play too many cards. Oh no!
Oh,
That's actually not great.
but that gets another prepare skill out.
Oh, true. Now we are threatening a kill on Kirara here. Oh, is that too late? There's the too late toolers, but unfortunately no dice to equip it now.
Yeah, normal attack. That's the right idea here. Heals up still. Significant.
Very, yeah. Next round could get really dicey for Lilibut because if we see that too late tooler equipped, it's going to represent a lot of damage.
Yeah, Lilibut's gonna need to use all their treasure here again.
Yeah, it should be 3 damage though, so we shouldn't need another one if you really don't want to.
Yeah.
You might just be doing it to take out Nouvellette somehow, but this is where Kirara is like really awkward. That's one of my problems with this deck. Like I've seen players really prefer it, but it's very difficult to solo. Oh wait.
That'll be 7 damage. Yeah. Or 8 damage, I guess. Oh yeah, Catalyze is still on the field, correct. Oh, they can just swap and take Nouvellette out. Because of the...
Or just normal attack.
Or just normal, yeah.
I think normal's better. You save that swap for later.
For Shinobu.
Although, actually no. Swapping to Shinobu it might be good because she has that revive.
Right.
And then your Kirara can
And if
stay
Shinobu
alive
gets taken out, you have Ito, or you have I Haven't Lost Yet as well.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I totally missed that.
I think you take Nouvellette out though. You have to do it this turn here.
No, you are 100% taking Nouvellette out. The question is how.
Bow before the abyss.
All right, over to the Herald. Okay.
A silence fills the
Another
air.
trash.
And then we're gonna play Liben, I guess.
Liben to ramp.
Okay, so now we're 2 bosses down.
This is like the greatest time to Judgment coming up the next turn here is gonna be wonderful. Or you let them play just so they can like use the Kirara's debuff there from the first.
You have to be very careful. Actually, Judgment would be huge. We just saw Nino drew 2 treasures, which to burn through Judgment, they're gonna have to play 2 treasures and they're gonna spend die to actually burn through it, and then only be left with 1 treasure. Yeah, I think if Lilibut plays Judgment, it will seal the deal.
Ooh.
But wait, Nino's going first, right?
Yeah, Nino goes first.
They have to be thinking about Judgment. You need
Lilibut has to do something here. They drew their entire hand now too.
Oh, their deck is gone.
They definitely need to sacrifice somebody as well. I would almost even like quick swap. Do they have quick swap? No, they don't anymore. Never mind. I mean, they could swap over to Shinobu and then just get a skill out. So it will force over an Electro.
This really feels like a game that's like a standard adventure fantasy party up against like 3 raid bosses, one after the other. Because we got through Herald, who was like soloing. We got through Nouvellette, who was soloing, and now we're down to Signora, who's gonna solo as well. One at a time.
All right. Oh,
we're going in.
He's here. Okay. No more revive for. Oh, do you Judgment here?
It's not super feeling like a boss fight.
Do you Judgment here, or do you let them use their thing so they can just get that onto them?
No, you Judgment here. You 100% Judgment here. Nino's going to be really regretting not pre-playing a lot of those treasures here. And now... Yeah.
Oh, there are so many debuffs on Nino's side. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is, I think this is it. Shinobu now is above that breakpoint. You know, Signora is not a very good solo character if you don't have any auras applied to you. She can only deal 2 damage at a time with her skills. Okay, Nino did draw.
Yeah. Oh my god.
The thing is, if they burn through Judgment, the Kirara stacks will trigger as well. So not only will they not be able to heal from the treasures they burn, they'll take additional damage from the Kirara.
That's 4 cards they have to burn though.
Yes, because I have to get through Fortress as well.
Yeah, Fortress as well. Oh my gosh, they have enough to do it. Probably, but what? You definitely want to do the 0 cost, but
I mean, the veterans equipped there was very smart because they know they're going to take damage on Signora. That's going to allow them to get 1 more dice, which is another action. So they will be able to hit twice on Signora, but Signora again is not going to do enough damage to Shinobu, especially if Lilibut can find another healing effect.
Yeah.
If Cookies gets to 5 HP, it's gonna be impossible for. Oh, there's one.
He gets played. Gets down on there. Okay.
Oh wait, but it still triggers veterans.
Yeah, still triggers veterans. But now they have 3.
Continue. You're not gonna...
That's 2.
Yeah. I hope they remember about the fortress stack, because if they forgot about the fortress stack, this could be really bad.
Ooh, okay, but they did get their Omni from the Lumen Stone. They could proc the cat again, it looks like, though, on the same turn here. Yeah, that gets swinging, so cat procs again.
Yep, I guess all the cats.
So one... Oh, Lotus. That's pretty big. Okay.
Okay. So, there's still one more.
That gets rid of all of them, I think. Yeah.
Oh, but
so
they can't play the... They don't have enough dice. They can't play the Lotus without... Oh, wow, they're going to treasure. Ooh, that's really risky.
Yeah, that's risk. I don't know about that one. Oh, yeah. Strategize might bring out 2 treasure. Oh! Oh, what the heck? Oh, my God. Oh!
That's Pyro as well? Okay.
Pyro as well? Holy jeez.
So I have to do the math. I wonder if that was worth... I guess they're more worried about dying than they are finishing the game. The problem is, though, without any additional skills, they can only get 1 attack here.
Okay.
But I think Lilybud just needs to attack 3 times. Oh, the burst is going to come out.
The burst will come out. That's... Okay,
this is it?
Yeah, not quite yet, but it will be on the next turn, yeah. There's nothing they can do anymore. Oh my gosh. Such like fun little things that lead up to like, oh my god, where did all these moves come from? But hey.
Redemption.
Oh, and Lilybot takes it from 9-0, unfortunately, but congratulations, Lilybot, with that. Just managing your turns and slow swapping and everything like that. It was just very impressive to watch.
Yeah, again, also a very like technical architect. I mean, I want to come back. We just saw it on the screen. That very first round, right? The double Cookie Shinobu skill looked weird as heck, but I think that was like that really snowballed the rest of the game.
Yeah, you're right. That's right. Yeah.
Like that moment was
one
so
hit,
crucial.
yeah. Holy, yeah, we go back to that one move from the beginning of the game. You're right. Yeah, just to prevent Lieben from taking the dice and forcing, I believe, 902 turn 3 just to get Lieben to finally proc. But hey, look at that.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna take this chance to like say, you know, if you're watching TCG and you're one of the people who think like TCG is all about RNG and it's like, you know, the dice rolls are random and it's all luck based, go back to that moment. I think that one moment really captures the strategy that can happen in the game. Choosing to effectively do nothing but build energy on Shinobu to deny a dice, to deny a Lieben activation, really snowballed everything slowly in Lilybud's favor. And it looked like he was going to lose, but I think he had just enough in there, you know. One of the problems with the stall treasure decks is that they also run out of gas as well.
Yeah, and now we look at the regular season table here for tomorrow. It'll be Nahida waiting for either Kevin Z or Beyond. And then down to the lower bracket, we got whoever loses between Kevin and Beyond versus Meteor, and then Ijiro versus Lilybot. And then we will finish out the rest of the games tomorrow as well.
Yeah, going to be very interesting to see who makes it out of this. Again, this is a pretty stacked bracket, right? I mean, we had... here we have our raffle winners, the last ones for today. Congratulations. Yeah. And if you're just joining us, wondering how you enter, that's all going to be for today. But if you come back tomorrow, same time as we started the stream, I think a whole like 8 hours ago or something, we're going to be back with 6 more best of 3s, which could be 24 chances to win a raffle potentially.
Yeah, so don't go away for sure. Come back tomorrow, same time when the casters will be a little switched around, but tomorrow we will determine the final 2 people that will proceed to the Prince Cup finals in July. So
there are 2 spots left, you know, one in the upper, and again, it is double elimination, but they do carry forward these lives. It actually does matter whether you make it through the upper or the lower bracket, because you could use up your second life here in the top 32 regular season qualifiers. But we've seen a lot of interesting games today. I mean, we'll have to see if the players adjust their strategies or anything based on what they saw today, but we already had a very insane opening day for this weekend.
Yeah, tomorrow will also be the final time you get to see this type of meta, actually, because after this, everything's going to change on its head. So if you thought today was getting a little boring, it will change for sure, though. But hey, we finally made it to the end, Bleps, so oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm glad to have you back too. Yep.
Yeah, it's good to be back. I think you'll be opening tomorrow, I believe, with Sumi, and then Lee and I will wrap up the whole thing again in our final. We're gonna have 6 games tomorrow, by the way, so there's potential for it to go even longer.
Another 8 hours tomorrow.
Another 8 hours. It could be longer.
Looking forward to it. Hey, more welcomes for the people watching. But with that, we're gonna let everyone go home because we're gonna take a break too. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to follow the Aster Carnival over on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok for more information. But that is all for today. So I'm Rin.
I am Flep, Dean of Invocations. Good to be back.
Yeah, and we will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye.
Yep.